Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the second day of Triton ONE here live from the beautiful Les A Casino in Jeju, South Korea. I'm Kevin McCoy, and I am joined by the one and only CS 1.6 legend and all-right poker player, Griffin Benjer. Welcome, Griffin. How are we doing today?
Yeah, great. I had a feeling you were going to lead with that, you freaking esports nerd. Yeah, really happy to be here. Pretty exciting stuff there with Day 1A and Day 1B of this 3K opening event. Of course, we are going to be mostly covering pretty much primarily 1C today. And yeah, I mean, this is it's a pretty good field so far. We got over 300 players yesterday, a lot of exciting action, and let's see how things go today for 1C.
Yeah, I feel like we had a very solid start to the second edition of Triton ONE yesterday, and today is going to be very similar. But instead of Flight 1A and Flight 1B, today we're doing Flight 1C. That's going to be the main focus point of our coverage. Those are all the hands that we'll see as well. But of course, past 6 p.m., we have Flight 1D starting, and we'll talk you guys through maybe some of the guys that were very fun to watch, or girls over in Flight 1C that didn't make it, and they re-entered. We'll keep you guys up to date. But yesterday was a long day. Like, we started the broadcast at 3. You guys were done around 2 a.m. It was a lot of fun listening to you guys late at night. And some pretty dramatic bubble action towards the very end.
Yeah. Alex Anton, unfortunately, finding his way into aces with that ace king really took him down at the end. I think what's interesting about covering, sort of 1A, 1B, 1C, which is not necessarily that something that you expect to see at these events. So oftentimes you'll jump in at day 2. But when we get to see these 1As, 1Bs, and 1Cs, we see sort of like narratives develop. Maybe players who had big hot starts. We look at, Yang yesterday, that incredible chip lead he developed early on. The fact that he didn't even make the money despite getting to 4 million chips. It's going to be great to see him come back in, I'm sure, today and later tonight, if so. So there's a lot of different things we can follow, and there's a lot of exciting poker.
Did you see how he busted in the end?
So I remember we sort of looked at it on the app, and if I remember correctly, he sort of barreled in, I think, maybe King 8 of suited into the nuts, basically. Yeah, so, I don't know how much of the coverage you caught of him yesterday, but it was a very interesting player to watch because it's sort of some erratic moves, but then also some incredible poker instincts. I mean, the Jack 5 suited hand in particular, I don't know if you saw that mystery hand.
Yes.
But that was one of my favorite hands of the day. So he's someone I think we're going to be able to keep an eye on over the course of the series because he made for great television.
Yeah, I have the feeling that won't be the last that we get to see of him. He had a lot of fun hands. I spoke a little bit with Martin Nielsen as well, who was on that table, and he was like, yeah, he was wild. He was even wild way before we entered the future table. He was just doing all sorts of crazy stuff, and that's obviously what we're looking forward to today as well in the 3K Genesis QQPK opening event of Triton ONE. A couple of other standout players yesterday. Steven Song, we didn't get to see a lot of him, but he did make it today too. That excites me because I am a big fan of Steven Song, and I think he's an incredibly solid player.
Yeah, I mean, Steven Song, he's had an incredible last few years. He's someone that I've covered at other events. Incredibly composed, incredibly talented. He's got this sort of like youthful energy and spunk too, which I think is really infectious. So he's someone we're going to keep an eye on. I'm sure we'll get him on some feature tables over the course of the series. And, I don't know what his expectation is when it comes to, transitioning into the Super High Roller Series after, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see him poke his head in there as well.
And we'd be absolutely doing a massive injustice to the winner of the main event of Triton ONE, Joshua Gebisa from Germany, if we don't mention him. Because very similar to when he won the main event in Triton ONE last September, we didn't get to see him, but we saw him on top of the leaderboard all day long. And he made it to day 2 with a very healthy stack. Actually 9th overall, 2.9 million chips. So Jeju seems to be very, very good to Joshua.
Yeah, I think there's become sort of an association, too, when you do well at a certain series. It feels like coming home in a way. There's like a feeling of like, oh, I've been here before and I've done this already. And so probably a lot of comfortability within the context of Triton ONE for this player. But, looking at the rest of the leaderboard, I think we have to mention, didn't get to see him play much yesterday, but Ren Lin, not surprised to see him near the tops. And of course, sort of almost a comfortability of welcoming Vidor into the booth, an Indian at the top of the leaderboard, of course, in Nishant Sharma, which is pretty impressive, 4.6 million, and in his Triton debut. So that was really great to find too.
Yeah, we can hop over to my iPad real quick and we take a look at some of the strong finishes of Day 1E, and then maybe after that we can give a shout out to some of the guys who did well in Day 1B, because Josh McCurley, we saw him a little bit on his first bullet in Day 1A. He was player 1 of the original Triton ONE series last September after he had multiple deep runs, a second place, and a deep finish in the main event as well. He actually made it to Day 2 as well, but he did that in Flight 1B. But let's go ahead and hop over to my iPad quickly and we can take a look at some of the biggest stacks that made it out of Day 1A before all of our focus is is obviously going to shift to day 1C, because we are here for some poker, Griffin.
Yeah,
I'm so excited to listen to you talk poker. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, this is gonna be fantastic. I'm excited to work with you as well. And like we need to enjoy these moments together, Kevin, because by March 11th, March 12th, we might be wanting to kill each other. Who knows? I mean, these are long days, but for now, it's new and exciting, and let's just enjoy the honeymoon period, man. You and me, baby. You and me against the world.
If that's how you feel after 11 days, I'm going to be very sad.
No.
Like Randy is here for the entire month, and if he would have to be with anyone, like side by side for our almost 30 days, understandable, but 11 days should be a walk in the park.
You're right.
I don't know if it's possible to hop over to the leaderboard quickly of day 1A. That'd be fun, so we can give a shout out to some of the other finishers, because we also saw quite a bit of Julian Pinada Lozano from Colombia. He was on our future table for a solid 2 hours. He made a very good impression. You guys can see him in the top right side, second in chips overall. Finished the day 1A with over 4 million chips. He's a fun one to keep your eye on.
Yeah, actually, I have some experience covering Julian, and the thing that I've always liked about him is that he plays very, very quickly and with intention. He kind of knows the decision he's going to make, and then he makes it. And I like that because, look, I mean, I've covered the Triton Super High Roller Series. These are some of the most brilliant analytical minds when it comes to poker. But it's nice that there's a little, we have this other series, this cousin where, we're seeing maybe faster play, more banter on the table, more interesting moves like we saw from players like Yang yesterday. And yeah, someone like Julian, I like the way he keeps things moving.
Yeah. And Timothy Chung made it to day 2 as well. Someone who's found a lot of success at the European circuit in particular. Won the Master Classics of Poker once in Amsterdam. Very prestigious event in my tiny country. So very cool to see him. We obviously mentioned him. In total, we had 512 entries yesterday, which was more than we originally had at the first day of the Genesis back in September.
Okay.
So very solid start to that series.
It's going to be a good sweat down the line to see if we can eclipse it. But yeah, a lot of people coming down here from all over the world. We saw an American yesterday with Alex Anton. I have a friend here, actually, Toby, who came all the way down from Australia, and he has some friends of his that came down. So, look, I mean, I think that there is something to be said about an accessibility when it comes to the Triton series, because primarily it's been the Super High Roller series. And as much as we see, the great production and all the great players and all this sort of stuff, not a lot of players can play 25K buy-ins, 50K buy-ins, 100K buy-ins. This Triton ONE series is exactly what these players wanted, and that's why they're all here.
We gave a lot of love to all the foreigners out there, but of course the Chinese showed up in a big way. We had Joe Chen making it today to a Triton champ. We've had a few other Chinese Triton champs in the past coming in, making it today too with very healthy stacks. And we'll be talking a lot about the Chinese pros in the upcoming days. That is most certain. Today, as I mentioned before, is going to be very similar to yesterday. We start off with 250,000 starting stack, 40-minute levels. This is flight day 1C, so we're basically 24 hours into the past. And anyone who didn't get lucky yesterday has a new shot at building a very healthy stack today. And of course, much later today, we have a flight 1D as well. But that is it, guys. Those are all the chances you have. If you do not make it to day 2 today, then the 3K Genesis is over. But we have 14 events in total here at Triton ONE. So plenty of poker to look forward to, even if the 3K Genesis does not go your way.
Kevin, I'm not going to get sick of you, baby. Come on. I love you. I'm not going to get sick of you, man. Come on. You're not going to turn into a pumpkin on March 11th. That was just a bit of banter, baby. I love you.
I am not worried about anything, Griffin.
Having a look at the room here, we can see not a lot of eliminations so far. We're just a couple of hours in here. So it's going to be a long day, but it's going to be exciting. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, we mentioned it quite a few times yesterday, and we're not doing that to shill or sell you guys on something, but the Triton Poker Plus app truly is fantastic. It's such a good way to keep track of all your favorite players or get familiar with a couple of guys that you may have heard of once or twice. Follow their journey. You can look up their hand history as well. So if you wonder how some of these guys have such a big stack, whether it's early on or later on into the day, you can just go over their hand history. This is going to be our first TV table. It's pretty international. We've got 4 Chinese players. We have a Russian player at the table. We've got an American, a Malaysian, and a man from Lithuania leading the charge already with 647,000 chips. Rokas at top.
Yeah, Rokas is a very, very dangerous player, and I'm not surprised to see him all the way with that incredible chip stack. So yeah, he's the one to watch out for. The Lithuanian he's a dangerous man. Dangerous man.
This is a level 4 where we are joining the action. Obviously, people can enter all the way up to and in level 10. Starting stack once more, 250k. Blinds currently 1503k. And here we go, our first hands of poker. And we're kicking things off with Pocket Fours Griffin, which is a very special hand to me.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know if you've heard about it, but Randy gets sick of me talking about Pocket Fours.
I'll let you tell me about it 3 times over the next 10 days. So you want to do one now? You want to tell me about it?
How does 3 times a day sound?
How about, hey, okay, how about this? Just because I like symmetry, how about 4 times a day? Because they're Pocket Fours.
Well, I'd love to tell you that they always make a set, but they're not making a set right now. So
Give it time. We have 2 more streets.
Are we going to make it there, though?
Doesn't look like it, as we're getting the C-bet from the King 10 at the hijack here. Is going to force out the Pocket Fours, but I think Han will probably stick around.
Yeah, Han made a pair. It's a shame for him there's not a single spade on that board, but he is going to come along for the ride. Puts in the 8,000 chips. And so far, the man is good.
Yeah, this turn card was always going to define how I think this hand went. And I was even going to suggest, you know, something like the Queen of Clubs comes. I think Kong Ming is just going to be able to bet again and fold out the best hand, and he is reaching for chips.
Picks up the open-ender, has the 10-high flush draw to come along with it. And it is very difficult to play the 10-7 of spades now for Han. The bet is 12k, 4 big blinds. That's difficult. And Han lets go of the best hand for now, but there would have been a lot of very difficult rivers. Always nice to win the first hand after a break. Of course, all the players recently were on a break. They played level 1, 2, and 3 off stream. And now we're back. We're going to have 3 levels of 40 minutes.
I'm kind of vibing with that jacket.
Which one?
The one that Kong Ming is wearing.
Is it the Triton merch? Someone else was wearing the zip-up jacket that we have too.
Sick segue, bro.
Is it too early to talk about the amazing Triton merch?
I mean, I gotta be honest. Like I've always liked the Super High Roller Series merch, but I think they've taken things up a notch with the Triton ONE gear.
Well, you don't know what they're going to surprise us with.
The thing. Yeah,
we may be in the lead now, but in a week or 2, when they do reveal all the Triton Super High Roller merch, we may be falling in love. Queen 3 offsuit was a bit of a hand of the day. I mean, we had a lot of amazing hands. I don't know if there was a single hand that truly stood out for you yesterday, but I saw a man fold a set of aces correctly on the river. That obviously stood with me. And a couple of folds of pocket jacks pre-flop, and we weren't really all that deep. Those stayed with me, but it was mostly the day of the big folds for me. Is there anything that truly stood out for you in day 1?
Yeah, 2 hands in particular by Yang that I thought were, I would say 2 by Yang and 1 by Martin Nilsson. The 2 by Yang, 1 being, I don't know if you saw, did you see the 9-3 offhand?
Yes.
Yeah, so there was that one, and then of course the Jack 5 suited hand, which was really, really fascinating. An excellent mystery hand choice there by the production team. And then the bust out hand for Martins was quite interesting, one that I would love to pick his brain about. Yeah, so that was really, those were the 3, I think, the big 3.
I actually had food with Martin right after he busted. I was watching the stream and I saw him walk into the restaurant. I was like, oh, that's Bad Niels, isn't it? He's like, yeah, it wasn't really my day. And he was very curious what you guys would say about it. And he did share his thoughts, but he kind of knew at one point that it wasn't good, but he just felt, I don't know, let's give it a shot.
Yeah.
Just wasn't ultra happy with how it all went down, but just kind of felt.
I mean,
at
that's
one
the
point.
game too, you know.
Little 3-bet by Ace Jack offset gets it done for Murley. That's a good jacket as well in seat 1.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna get the camera back on Kong Ming. You can see the back of the jacket I'm talking about actually right now.
It is a good jacket. A pretty international table here. It's going to be fun to see these guys navigate these early stages of this 2-day event. Tomorrow we start off in the money and we should be playing all the way down to the final table. And perhaps even crown a champion. Our first champion of the 2nd edition of Triton ONE. It's going to be really fun to keep an eye on the amount of entries yesterday. 512 in total, over 300 unique players across Flight 1A and Flight 1B. A very solid start to the series. that's a good jacket. The Triton ONE jacket. Man does not get involved. Queen 3 offsuit, a bit of a meme hand from yesterday, as we saw a couple of very surprising calls and defenses of blinds with Queen 3. One that stood with me in particular was when we defended Queen 3 multi-way and we flopped an open-ender with our 3 as the board ran out 2, 4, 5, and then we still folded to a single bet. I was like, if we're defending Queen 3 and we flop an open-ender, that's about as much as you can hope for. As we've got a long waking up with kings.
Yeah, that hand kind of represents to me a shift in political correctness too, because 20 years ago it would used to have a name, but now it's one we don't use anymore. Times change, the world changes.
We can still call it the Cowboys though.
Yes, yes. Maybe the cow people.
And opening things up with ace-4 offsuit from the button as it got folded to him. Faces a pretty large 3-bet. You like the sizing? Up to 26K?
Yep, I think out of position, that's probably exactly where you want to find yourself. You can even justify even going a little bit more, but anywhere between sort of 25 and 30 is going to feel like the pocket. Speaking of the pocket, QQPK, you know? Is that something? Is that anything? PK? QQPK?
Well, certainly. It's our title sponsor of Triton ONE, supporting the game at the highest level and bringing the poker action to fans all around the world. QQPK, your new path to poker. As of course, we have a couple of our ambassadors at the bottom. And Ninchin Sharma, the chip leader of Flight 1A with over 4 million chips. What a day one it was for him. We'll most certainly see a lot more of that QQPK ambassador tomorrow. And you know, Punat Punsri actually made an entrance as well, an appearance in Flight 1B. So we didn't cover it, we didn't get to see him, but I'm expecting to see some Punat today. As if we try our luck in 1B and it doesn't work out, 1C and 1D are calling you, Griffin.
Yeah, I don't think this is the time to take a day off. He's going to get his feet wet, get himself ready for that Super High Roller Series, I'm sure.
A lot of success at Triton ONE, obviously, last September.
Yeah.
Finishing second in the main, but
That's
it wasn't just the main. He was everywhere. Yeah, it really was the series of Punat. Even if he didn't win the title Player 1, that belonged to Josh McCauley, who did make it to day 2 yesterday in Flight 1B. But Punat had a very successful series. Really cool to see a lot of the faces that we saw last September already coming back to Jeju, not even half a year later. And some of them immediately repeating some of their success, like Joshua. Murley from Malaysia is going to open things up with King Jack offsuit from the hijack. Kai Fan Wong looks down at Ace Jack offsuit. Will come along for the right. Would you say flatting here is always correct with Ace Jack offsuit, or you'd like to see him bump it up once in a while?
I think you can mix it a little bit here. I think it plays nice as a flat, maybe in the early stages when you're not expecting as much sort of light 3-bets. So it's just like it stays under repped. You know, it's a difficult hand, I think, to play out of position in 3-bet pots. So yeah, like you're just, there's going to be a lot of barreling on these kind of boards, expecting you to have a really capped ace range. In this case, of course, this would be chopping with any ace. But it is, I think, the best hand that you don't 3-bet.
Wong really on the representing his hand so far. With the check flat and another check on the turn. It does get checked back. The river is an 8. Spades do get there. Neither player holding a spade. I mean, there's a good chance that Murley might even believe that King High could be good here.
Yeah, I think it's difficult when the spade comes in and the fact that you have a jack blocking Jack 10. So the bluff combos would only really be, you know, Jack 10, not really many other like floats. So I don't think that this time, I understand what you're saying, the board's paired. You know, the 8 doesn't interact with the ace and the queen outside of the spades. But yeah, I think I'm not surprised to see a quick fold.
Wang fires a 16 on the river and will take it down. Definitely underrepresented his hand a little bit. Murley has a hard time expecting that was ace-jack. Probably a little stronger than what he would give Wang credit for.
There's Kong Ming's jacket, by the way.
It is a good-looking jacket. I like the haircut, too. I like the shades of Evgeny.
You think you could pull that off, that color?
20 years ago, yes. Right now, absolutely not.
Yeah, but he's probably your age, no? Or maybe even a bit older. I'm not sure.
Just
He's
works,
pulling it off.
It just works better for him.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, someone we didn't mention, and I feel like absolutely does deserve a shout as well, is Samuel Muller. Samuel Muller had an amazing Triton ONE last time around, stuck around for the Triton Super High Roller Series as well. And Samuel is already back in the mix and also had a strong day one. And I am certain that we're going to see quite a bit of Samuel Muller this time around. From Austria. Shu opening things up with ace-king suited under the gun +1. Han comes along for the ride with ace-6 of spades.
Yeah, I think you can definitely 3-bet ace-6 suited here, but good for Han that he's running up against an ace-king that definitely would not have allowed that to get through. And this gives Kaifan Wong an opportunity to activate. And unfortunately for him, same principle.
It's a very pretty hand, the Jack-10 of spades, but this is the wrong moment. What would you like to see Shu do here with his ace-king suited?
I think that at sort of 47 big blinds here, and the quite large sizing of 32K, which is like he's already put in 11 big blinds. You know, you're not really clicking to 21 bigs with ace-king suited. I think you're just shoving all in.
Yep. And that is what the man will do. Announces the all-in for 149,500 in total. And now Wang is very sad that he doesn't get to play his Jack-10 suited. Nice attempt, just an unfortunate moment. Shu had the goods.
Yeah, you got to live and die by the sword if you're going to take hands that flop as well as Jack-10 suited. As squeezes, there are going to be sometimes you run into it and you feel like you've burned some nice equity. I think an overcall in the small blind there. Like, we're in the early stages of this. We don't need to be, in my opinion, squeezing those kind of hands. Maybe try to see some more flops.
Jack-10 obviously plays very well post. The man made a move, and unfortunately this time ran into it. It is very early, and he'll be able to survive from the 9 big blinds or 11 big blinds that he just lost. And the opportunity of not playing his Jack-10. Speaking of, offsuit this time around for Murley from Malaysia. He's going to open things up under the gun +1. Early stages here in Flight 01C of the 3K Genesis QQPK event. Keeping an eye and an ear on the table talk, but seems like everyone is locked in so far, Griffin. No one is chatting.
Yeah, you know, it's always going to be different.
The man in the good jacket, Kong Min, comes along with King Jack offsuit from the small blind.
Yeah, Jack-10 off, I think maybe a bit too loose from +1. But
well,
what do I know?
When you flop the goods, it may not be all that loose anymore as Murley flops this straight. What a flop. Queen 9-8 with 2 diamonds, has the 10 of diamonds as well. A 10 would be a total disaster for Murley. He's going to bet very small, less than 2 big blinds. For that price, Kong Ming is not going anywhere. Little does he know, it's a 10 and a 10 only that he needs. The turn is a total brick, the deuce of hearts.
So I actually, you know, look, you flop the nuts, you're in position, you really don't want to lose your customer. I think that the way that something like a flop straight interacts with this particular board as a board texture as well, you're expecting small blind flats to really be on base on something like a queen 9-8 a lot of the time. Yeah, it's also going to be things like pocket 5s and 6s and 4s, but those hands aren't even going to continue for 5K, let alone 10, whatever. So I think you're okay to size up actually when you unblock the board in that nature. So I would have liked to have seen maybe a bigger bet, and I think we would have gotten a call of, you know, up to 10K instead of just the 5,000. So yeah, maybe a bit bigger sizing.
Makes a lot of sense. I guess Merle just really wanted to get paid, wanted to make sure that he
Yeah,
didn't
like
scare his opponent
yeah,
off.
if you flop like top set or, you know, mid set or, you know, ace queen, maybe you want to bet a little bit smaller and just get them in there when they're less likely to have a queen. But
Yeah, maybe food for thought for Merle. Can switch it up next time around. Always feels good though when you flop the joint. You open Jack 10 offsuit under the gun +1. And flop the stone cold nuts. So at this table, if you guys just joined us, Rokas, our Lithuanian, is our overwhelming chip leader with already 2x starting stack. Closing in on 3x starting stack. The rest is kind of hovering around the starting point, a bit above, a bit below. The man in the good jacket, Hong Ming, finds the bullets on the button as well. Is there anything better than finding aces on the button, Griffin?
not much. Aces against Wilkasoof, maybe.
I heard you mention Wilkasoof quite a bit yesterday. I even heard you bring up how many miles from here to Hollywood, and I looked it up for you. It's 6,184, I believe. But I could have mixed it up, but I believe it's 6184 from
Nice.
Jeju to Hollywood, just so you know. A classic. Yeah, Vidar wasn't familiar with it. Does anyone know how many miles from here to Hollywood? It was very enjoyable one. After I was here in the booth for like 6 hours, couple hours with Randy, couple hours with Vidar, had some food, went to my room, played some video games on my laptop, but I had you guys on the side and really enjoyed watching the action. It also gets more exciting, obviously. That's just the nature of poker tournaments, right? Often a bit of a chill start to the day. These guys as well, they haven't really gone through all the emotions yet. It hasn't been much of a roller coaster. But it really got very fun to watch towards the end of day 1A.
Absolutely.
Something we, of course, cannot be aware of is if these guys already have built up some history with each other in the first 3 levels of the day. We don't know who joined later, or if they already had a couple of epic hands, if there were a few bad beats. But I assume that most of these guys were playing together during level 1, 2, and 3. Currently 175 runners in the field. We had 192 entries, as we haven't even entered level 5 yet. How do you feel about that 1185 number of the original 3K Genesis from last September?
It's very impressive turnout. And I'm just, you know, at the edge of my seat if we're going to be able to eclipse that here in 2026.
I feel like we are ahead of schedule, slightly.
Yeah. Head of pace, yeah, definitely.
I wonder what Randy is up to. I feel like I haven't seen Randy since he left me yesterday. 4 hours into day 1. Where has Randy gone? I didn't even see him at the Shanghai Bund. That's where you normally can find Randy.
Yeah, we're loving the Bund. I didn't even realize it was 24 hours. I had a beautiful 3 a.m. meal last night with Vidar.
Evgeny Sishenko is opening things up with 9-6 of hearts from the cutoff. First time we see Evgeny get involved. But Yuan Shu looks down at ace-queen offsuit on the button. He's going to 3-bet to 18K. Would you let go of the 3s here in the small blind? It's difficult, right? We're obviously not closing the action. It's just
yeah, it's just it's a clean let go, unfortunately. But Merle has other plans. He wants to see a flop. And this is something that, you know, I think it's certainly splashy. Might even say it's leaky, but it's also just an indication of just like, look, this is the early stages. People want to see flops. They want to try to build up stacks. They can re-enter. So Murley is entitled to sort of, beat to the tune of his own drum here.
Yeah. Definitely another play you'd love to see at level 10 or 11, but perhaps at level 4 if that's the way you want to approach your tournament.
It's a perfect way to put it, yeah.
Evgeny comes along for the ride as well with the 9-6 of hearts. Also, perhaps a tiny bit surprising, but perhaps it's his favorite hand, who knows?
Yeah, I think we can actually sneak this in sort of under the same principle of what we discussed. And he actually does get a board, a texture that I think he's going to win this hand a decent amount.
With the 9-6, we flop the open-ended straight draw. There's a heart on the board as well, so backdoor hearts is still in play.
Like, I would rather call the 18 here, the additional 12 with this, than, say, king, queen off, Like, you're against that value range of yuan, it's going to be, that's the kind of hand that's going to be dominated a lot, or something like, king, jack, ace 10. These are hands you just put in the muck. But 9-6 suited, you can break some hearts. You can make, top 2 here.
Evgeny will pair his 9. Still has a straight draw to go along with it. Murley, his 3 is no longer best. Still going to be the one who's going to put in chips first, and that is a bet of 30K, I believe. Yep. This is definitely a bit of an odd hand, Griffin. Everything about it, from pre to post. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, you're just not, and this is the problem also, Kevin, with being out of ultimate position here, is that you don't have actually enough definition here in this hand to make this half pot bet. Yes, I think you've come to assume that Yuan likely has something like what he has, maybe an ace queen, ace king, ace jack, and you want to protect against those hands, but you don't know what's going on with Evgeny. Evgeny could have pocket eights. He could have, something like 10 jack suited. So you could be betting into this blind range. I mean, he's now found himself with a river where, I think if he bet, he could win this hand, but I don't think you can really have a lot of confidence because of how many 10s and jacks and 7s that Evgeny has in his range here.
Any 10 would make a straight on this board. What is Murley up to? The pot is quite large, 120,000 when the big blind is 3. Murley found himself here, does decide to check on the river. Now this hand is Evgeny. Evgeny may feel like he needs to make a move. We know he doesn't. The 9 is good. There's only one way for Evgeny not to win this hand, and that is by betting and somehow getting raised. He will check it back and receive the good news that his pair of 9s is good. Shu probably most upset. He's like, really, guys? Here I am 3-betting with ace queen, and this is what I end up losing to?
Yeah, but I think it is important to point out that the rules of the hand can change when the price gets better with like that very loose call from Murley, and that gives an opportunity for Evgeny. I think, I can't speak to how he would have reacted to that 3-bet, but I think there's a decent chance he would have folded it to the 3-bet. But once you get that dead money in there, not dead money, but that extra cash from Murley's call, the 9-6 suited is a good enough price and wins a nice pot.
Flop the open-ender, turn to top pair, and that was good enough. Solid pot, 40 bigs with 9-6. We'll take it.
Big lick, baby. 6-9.
I used to play a decent amount in Commerce Casino over in LA. And there was one guy who would always shout that it's his girlfriend's favorite hand. Every single time he had it, and he had the urge to always show it. It became a bit of a running meme back then. And it still lives rent-free in my head over 15 years later. This time it's Murley who looks down at ace-queen offsuit on the button as well. Murley seems to enjoy getting involved. He's not here to fold for multiple levels. This is, of course, a very standard open, as the action got folded to him on the button. But I have the feeling that Murley is going to entertain us in the upcoming 3 levels.
Yeah. Roger that for Zhentao Long. That's the code. You know that's the code for Roger that. 10-4, 10-4. Roger that.
I did not know.
Yeah.
Is that from a movie? Because I know you're a big movie guy.
I mean, they say it for sure in movies and video games. I think it's just the. I mean, Chad, help us out here, but I think that's like the radio signal, like sort of a Navy SEAL or whatever. 10-4, acknowledged.
The next time I sit down at the table and I look down at 10-4, I will have more joy now. Because normally it doesn't make me very happy.
Yeah.
But now I may enjoy it a little more. I may even give it a shot. Just
and who
for you,
knows?
Griffin.
Maybe 15 years from now, it'll be your new, big lick.
I have a hard time believing that
Yeah,
10-4 is going to bring me that much joy. But
Yeah.
you never know. Keeping an eye on the leaderboard, we currently have Ilyas Aliyev from Russia as the chip leader of Flight 1C with 685,000 chips. But obviously Rokas on this table is not too far away from that as he's working with 640K. It is very early stages here in Flight 1C. We'll keep you guys up to date. And of course, if you want to take a look at it yourself, the Triton Poker Plus app is available for all of you guys out there. It truly is an amazing way to follow all the action. And it's not happening yet, but there will be a moment where multiple events are happening at the same time over in Triton ONE. And our focus may be on the main event, but there are some side events. And if you've got some of your favorite players or friends playing, that is an excellent way to keep track of their journey. Wong opening things up with King 9 of Diamonds under the gun. Flops a pair of kings. Rokas, our chip leader of this future table, is going to defend his big blind with Jack 9 off. Not a whole lot for Rokas to get excited over on the Ace King 5 with 2 hearts. Let's go over it rather quickly. I feel like we are still waiting for our first hand that's going to give us some proper fireworks.
Yeah, hand distribution, real thing. Sometimes there are these lulls. And look, poker's like the game of life. Sometimes it's just a bit monotonous, and then suddenly a string of events happen, and it's just, absolutely crazy. And I can promise you it's going to happen. But you have to be patient, young Padawans.
Patience is a virtue, as a wise man once said. If you're following live tournaments, Griffin, do you have a favorite platform? Because obviously we are streaming currently on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. Do you always watch on a certain platform, or do you just kind of go with whatever you find first?
I always watch on YouTube because I like to be able to rewind. I like that ability if I've missed something or, yeah.
Do you know that it is possible on Twitch now as well? But
I don't
it's
believe
only yes, it is possible. However, you need to be a subscriber, so
There
you
you
need to be
go.
a paid subscriber to a channel. But the rewind function has finally made it over to Twitch.
How recently?
That is legit a couple months ago.
Okay, wow.
Yeah. I've had a couple of funny moments where I'm streaming from home and then people have no idea they're not watching live, and I'm talking and I see them talk in chat and I was like, what are you on about? Like, are you here? And then I have to type to them. I was like, I believe you're not watching live. He's like, oh, I was like 90 minutes in the past. I had no idea. He's like, what is this? Is this new? I was like, yes. People are not used to that being a thing over at Twitch. But I was watching you guys yesterday night on Twitch. I have always loved the chat box just a bit more over at Twitch. I feel like chat is superior, but you're definitely spot on that the player of YouTube, especially when you're not a subscriber to a certain channel, is far superior than Twitch. A little three-way action here. We've got Queen 9 of clubs, Jack 10 offsuit, and 8-7 of clubs. Flop comes Queen 6-4 with 2 diamonds.
And another example, Murley just really wanting to get involved in these early levels, see a lot of flops, see if he can run up a stack. Certainly on the loose side, flatting from the hijack here against the under the gun open. Has turned now middle pair, and that's going to get him into some trouble because I really like the way Kong Ming has played this queen. It's the kind of board that, you know, if you bet into it and you get a continue from Murley or a check raise, you know, or a raise at any point, you're in a lot of trouble and it's difficult to navigate. So he's staying under repped here, and he's also allowed a player to pick up this mid pair. I also want to say Long, with that disguised double gutter, doesn't like the price and would have, of course, made a straight here on a 5 or, oh, no, you know what? I've misread that. That's not a queen. That's not a jack. That's a queen. So, yeah, it does fold.
Well, he would have made the straight.
No, a 9 would have been a straight 2. Sorry, early days
Yes.
here, guys. Early days, early days.
But the 5 would have given him the nuts.
Yes.
The stone cold nuts. Let's go of the 8-7. No, you were spot on initially. A bit of a surprising fold, especially because he's the one closing the action. It's not a double flushy board. Like, he did have to worry, obviously, about potential diamonds not being good enough for him, but he's going to be a little upset of letting go of the 8-7. You praise Kongming for the way that he played his queen. Makes the bet on the river, gets called as well by Murley. So Murley was a non-believer, and Kongming gets rewarded. Good jacket and strong play of his top pair here.
Yeah, very well played. It's a situation that you're never really going to expect to get 3 streets of value, and allowing your opponent to make a better hand with that check. Had he bet the flop with Queen 9, we might have seen it continue with the 8-7, maybe a check through on the turn, and then would have gotten burned by that straight.
Yeah, Long Zhang Tao working with starting stack, give or take, 243,000 chips left. The bet was 12K on the turn. Definitely a little bit surprised that he didn't call with the double gutter. You do have to worry a little bit that with the 9, you could be in trouble if someone is working with King Jack, obviously. But the 5 were a couple of very clean outs to the nuts. Let go of it, despite the fact that he was the one closing the action. Would have been rewarded in a big way.
Yeah, so I think it was what, maybe a 60% pot bet on the turn, 12K into, yeah. I think actually, I like the fold. I think it's very difficult to get that pure gin card, and something that you brought up is the way that the 9 interacts with the range of the both players. Is that though there are a lot of king jacks in that range, so you have to worry about diamonds and how that will affect things, even if you hit. If a 9 will even give you the nuts or create a big cooler, I don't think he's too concerned with the fact that he happened to hit one of the 3 perfect pure 5s. But I also think it's some good self-awareness for us to bring it up anyway and just be like, it feels like he should have called because he got there a little bit. I think that's a natural instinct to have, and certainly something that I fall into as well.
Yesterday we had Ma from Hong Kong, who was, if you look at it from a results-oriented way, the best player ever, as he made a couple of miraculous folds, and he just continued to be right. It was picture perfect. We'll keep an eye on that. Unfortunately, it's not working out like that so far for Zhang Tao, but perhaps a great fold in the end, even if it would have played out differently this time. But yeah, only had 3 dream cards, and by coincidence would have hit one of them this time around. We'll see if that's going to affect the way that Long Zhang Tao goes around things in the upcoming hour. Because it does always sting a little when... I'm sure that he was thinking about it, was close to calling, decided to let go of it. If you then see the one card you really did not want to see anymore after you let go. I'm curious if that means that he's perhaps going to be a bit more involved from here on out. As that is the beauty of the game. We're all humans after all. Murley will open things up under the gun +1 with ace queen of clubs. Speaking of the devil, Zhang Tao Long looks down at 6-5 of clubs, will come along for the ride. That is just a call. Obviously the blue chips are 5, the gray chips 25K. Red 1. I believe after level 6 we'll have a little chip race and we'll get rid of the red chips. Evgeny Sishenko, the man who took down a pot earlier with 9-6 of hearts, looks down at king-queen offsuit in the big blind. Would you like to see him just flat here?
I mean, it's kind of a nice squeeze, too.
That is what he goes for.
Yeah, of course we can see Murley with the ace-queen suited, but important not to be results-oriented. The fact that he finally has a huge hand. We've been seeing him play a wide range of hands. We can see how loose these flats are between Kongming's 5 deuce suited and Long 6-5 suited. So, sometimes Murley's just going to have Jack 10 off, and this King Queen seems like such a perfect spot. I still think it's a perfect spot you need to take, but Murley's not going to go down quietly. He's saying, you know what, I'll play for stacks with this thing if you want, because I don't buy this.
Puts in the 4-bet to 75K, I believe it is. It is indeed 75K. Action goes real quick back to Evgeny.
And I actually love this from Murley. I think that, it's easy to get a bit paranoid when you're playing 70 big blinds. Like, do I really want to play 70 big blind all in with ace queen? Well, I think this tells me that he's a bit aware of his image. That you know, I'm not gonna just flat here and let this guy squeeze a weaker hand. I'll play for stacks with this hand and I'll rebuy if I bust. And I'm gonna in the best way for me to do that is to induce with this 4-bet. And actually, you know what? Evgeny says, I don't really believe you either. Let's freaking put in 25 big blinds with king queen off. So I'm really impressed by the way Marley's extracting value, because he could have just like also gone all in from 30 to 200. You know, that is also a kind of a way that players will play this when they've decided that they're not gonna flat.
Board comes 10-9-7 with 2 diamonds. No one holds the diamond.
And this is murky now. 120K. Probably just going to put the rest in, I guess. But, you know, if you get called here, it's disaster. No, yeah, of course. Like, why would we even shove ace queen?
Makes the check. So action goes check, check on the flop. It's back on Evgeny, the man who came along for the ride from the big blind. King, queen offsuit. 2 overs to the board. Couple clean outs to the nuts.
Yeah, but it's kind of tricky. It's just like, if I think my opponent has something like, also you block ace, you block
ace king and
ace king and ace queen, so you're kind of thinking like, okay, well I can maybe get those hands that are beating me to fold, but maybe Marley will just call anyway and think that I have something like what I have. Do I check again and hope to get a free card, or do I just put the rest in?
Evgeny is the first one to make a move here. Puts in 36,000 chips. That puts Marley in a very rough spot.
Yeah, and if you're Marley as well, you're thinking, okay, well, what do I really think about Evgeny's range here? Yeah, look at this. This is going to be very interesting.
Marley going over the hands that Evgeny could possibly 3-bet and then call with.
Could be jacks, could be pocket 10s, pocket 9s. Could be something like king jack suited, king queen suited. King queen off, apparently.
Wow, makes the call. That is an amazing call. Now I'm incredibly curious to see what the river will bring and how this river plays out. That is a surprising call. We know Marley is good. The river comes a board pairing 7. It is a 3rd heart. Evgeny finds himself on the river in a pot 239,000 chips big with king high.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to really take stock of the size of that bet there on the turn. I know what you mean. It seems really impressive. Maybe it even seems spewy to call with ace queen high here. But he's just bet 36,000 into like 180 or something, you know? Like, it's quite a small bet. And if we sort of split Evgeny's range between really extreme value, like pocket 10s, pocket 9s, pocket jacks, trapped aces, which you block, and then all the bluffs, which are the combos that I mentioned, your king jack suiteds, your king queen offs, your king queen suiteds, maybe even your queen jack suiteds. Like, there's a decent amount of bluffs here, you know? It's hard for him to just have these pure value. You know, and if there's a 10 on a 9 on the board too, it's kind of less likely that he has 10s and 9s. So I think calling 36K is fine. This is a very, you know, unique hand because we don't expect to see 50 big blinds put in between ace queen and king queen. And yeah, he is going to take that to fire that all in. And this would be an incredibly impressive. I mean, I honestly don't think it's going to work, but I'm wrong. And like, he does fold. So. And I think it's really impressive too because you're shoving effectively 84K into almost 300. I mean, that's a wild, wild pot.
We were waiting for our first set of fireworks on day 2 of Triton ONE, the 3K QQPK
84
Genesis.
240, I should say, yeah. But still.
That was most certainly a hand. I believe that is going to be end of level 4. It gives us a chance to give a big shout out to our title sponsor, QQPK. So take a look at some of the beautiful ambassadors at the bottom of our screen.
Yeah, it is the title sponsor of Triton ONE. Sporting the game at the highest level, bringing the action to poker fans all around the world. Let us know where you're from in the chat. We're always curious to see, you know, obviously just a worldwide audience here at Triton watching the best in the world.
As I was reading the chat yesterday, I saw a few comments where like, so is there going to be poker on this channel every single day for like the upcoming 28 days? And the answer is yes, guys. There will be live coverage of Triton ONE 11 days in a row. Yesterday obviously was our first day. We have 10 more days to go of Triton ONE. And once Triton ONE is done and we have crowned our champions, it will feed straight into the Triton Jeju Super High Roller Series.
Wait, I was promised an esports day. I was told March 9th that we were just going to play Counter-Strike and StarCraft. That's not happening? Did they lie to get me here?
We're going to do that on a different channel. But you're always welcome to hang out. We can play some games. I don't know if you brought your laptop. Do you still have it, Griffin Bencher?
Do I still have it?
Yeah.
So it's funny you asked that, actually, because I didn't play any Counter-Strike for the better part of 15 plus years. And then recently I got back into CS2. When CS2 came out, I was like, all right, they're sequelizing this thing. Let's see what it's like. And I put in a couple hundred hours over the last couple years. I got really into it. You know, like there's, I don't know how familiar you are with the ranking system, but it's like this thing, Face It, which has 10 levels, and I think I got to level like 9 or something.
Okay,
so it's pretty good.
So you most certainly still have it.
I still have a bit of it, but it's like I'll just have little like, you know, ripples, just kind of like, oh, like there's still, you know, I'll just have like a crazy AWP round or something. But on average, I'm pretty withered, pretty washed up, as we see the Ace Jack 3-bet here from Yuan.
Yeah, we'll go over this hand, and I would definitely love to pick your brain a little more about that previous hand that we just saw between Evgeny and Murley, because that really was fun. The King-Queen offsuit against the Ace-Queen of clubs. Got a great prize on the turn. I was still impressed by the call. But then if you get a great prize on the turn, you can also say you got a great prize on the river. Well, he did not make that call. It was a very difficult call to make, of course, with Ace-Queen. As we have a shove here of King-8 offsuit from the button. Kong Ming in his beautiful jacket, shoving King-8.
Yeah, this is way out of line here.
It's awesome, though.
Yeah, of course it's awesome. Super fun. And now Yuan has to make a decision here, like, what is this exactly? And he's sitting there with a hand that I think he really needs to consider. Maybe, yeah, no, going for it. I mean, come on, like, you're only playing 45 big blinds. You're up against a button range that's apparently prepared to shove King-8. This is great. This is splashy. This is like, let's you know, this is kiddie pool stuff, just like splashing water at each other. Just is wild.
This is a level 5.
Yeah.
Flight 1C, 3K, QQPK Genesis. Ace-Jack offsuit versus King-8 offsuit. 364,000 chips in the middle.
It's a bad flop for King-8. Kills all the king outs. You need 8s or running diamonds.
Well, that is going to do it. As Ishu makes a Broadway. Wow, what a hand. And Kong Ming, his image is in the gutter. That was quite the shove out of nowhere with King-8. Well, we asked for fireworks. Now we got fireworks in back-to-back hands.
Yeah.
Just going back quickly to that previous hand with the King-Queen versus the Ace-Queen. So you pointed out that, yes, it was an impressive call on the turn, but he got the right price for it. And because of that, you also thought he would make that call on the river, even with the board pairing 7 and the hearts getting there?
Yeah, I think it just becomes this sort of like, he knows that I know that he knows kind of thing, where it's like
a leveling war.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think calling 75K pre was, you know, kind of out of line in a sense by Evgeny, but someone who felt really confident that he could outplay Murley, I think, post-flop, and found a way to do it with an SPR of like really only like, what, 60, 70%. When the turn came, I thought, okay, he might take this King-Queen as a shove, try to fold out something like an Ace-King or Ace-Queen. But had he done that, I think Murley might have called it off for the same principle as to why he called 36K. It's like, I think you're going to have some draws here. Let's go. But something like the 36K on the turn and then getting called, and then not a lot of people are going to bluff for 30% pot on the river. So it looks like, okay, he just has it here. And it really, look, poker hands, a lot of it's just about storytelling. Yeah. Do I believe the story this guy's telling? And up until the river, Murley was very suspicious. And then the river came, and he still was prepared to shove and say, look, I mean, it's just 84K. There's 230 out there. Like, do you really think I'm bluffing? And Murley's like, I don't. You've convinced me. And I think that's a really interesting way to sort of approach the thought processes of these guys.
A beautiful hand. And back-to-back fun hands, as he did at the King-8, getting very out of line from the button. A non-believer of the 3-bet decided to shove King-8, got called. And out of nowhere, we had a monster pot with King 8 off versus Ace Jack off. You had the feeling that Ace Jack was going to call, and in the end the call was made rather quickly. I still thought that was a pretty difficult call. Is that just also one of these moments where I don't believe if you have a true premium that you're shoving here because there was no reason for you to shove against me? Or why do you think it's so likely? Because over 40 bigs is obviously still a pretty serious healthy stack.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that probably the worst thing you can do in that spot, button to big blind, with Ace Jack, as we do see Kong get pocket kings and maybe wishes that he didn't just blast in 180k with King 8. Turns out the other card can be better sometimes. And you can see the temptation from Merle, who's just like, I think Merle's probably going to shove here.
Merle looking at less than 20 bigs. It is 19 in total, and Merle is going to put in. No, Merle, let go. No, we're going to run it. We're going to run it. King Jack of clubs versus the pocket kings of Kong Ming. Well, at least he's going to be able to get some of it back if the kings hold up. But with 85%, we got to be feeling pretty good about that. I hope to see more of Merle, though. Merle is fun. I'm going to miss Merle if this is going to be his last hand at the future table for now. Can we just bring him back on the table immediately? He does pick up some clean outs.
Well, he does cover Kong Ming, though, so he will stick around.
With 6 big blinds,
yeah, that's a pretty good flop with the club out there, too, and an even better turn.
Wow. Now, infinite outs.
Yeah.
This is the highest equity we've had. Any queen, any 10, 9, any club. Well, not any 10, but 10 of club. That 10 is unfortunately not going to do it.
So to quickly finish my point about the Ace Jack King 8 hand, I think that there's 3 ways you can play that hand, and by far the worst one is 3-bet folding. So you either call and stay under repped, or you 3-bet and call it off and play for the 45 big blinds. And I think in the rebuy period of this 3K event, I think 3-bet call is completely fine. You know, yeah, he happened to have King 8 off there, but he's going to have like pocket 7. Sometimes he's going to have Ace 5 suited. Like, you know, if he had Ace Queen, we'd probably be like, oh, this is standard. He should 3-bet call. Ace Jack is like, maybe you adjust your nodes a little bit. You go a little lower down the line because, you know, the way that people are kind of blasting, trying to build big stacks here early on in day 1C. But yeah, I don't make a habit of 3-bet calling off 45 big blinds with Ace Jack, but there are situations that will call for it, you know.
And perhaps they already built up some history in one of the first 3 levels. Perhaps Kong Ming had a similar play, something his opponent picked up on. His table is now definitely waking up.
It's getting spicy, yeah.
Yeah, we had a bit of a slow start, but the last few hands have been exciting. The kings there holding, despite the fact that we had to fade the world. Any queen, any 9, any club. But in the end, the kings were good. Lots of clubs out there once more. As Long looks down at 9-7 of clubs, has opened things up. Shu looks down at a 6-5 of clubs. We'll let go of it on the button. How would you play the 6-5 of clubs there on the button? I feel like that's a reasonable call to make, no?
It's definitely a bit loose, but I think I like to mix in these kind of hands sometimes as calls because, you know, most of your perceived range with like button calls in these situations are going to be more Broadway heavy. So you just have sort of more board coverage. You can kind of represent the Broadway type boards and then also like play around on the lower textures. So it really depends on stack size as well. Like maybe you can remind me what his stack was on the button. So it looks like he had 91 big blinds. Yeah, I think I might have just mixed in a call there just to for some fun. Here we are early again on day 1C of the 3K. I'll tell you what, Merle would have been in there.
Yeah, probably not a call you want to make if you're working with anything around 30 or even 40, but over 90, I think that the 6-5 suited plays pretty well from the button.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also, it'll be reflective of how you feel about your opponent. Like if it's someone that you think is going to play quite well against you, you know, maybe your implied odds of playing a hand, like a drawing hand of that nature is not as good. You know, I hate to pick on him, but, you know, the way we saw Merle open with the ace-queen suited, we saw quite loose calls of 6-5 suited and 5-deuce suited because these players maybe think that they're gonna get more action when they make their hands.
Evgeny Sishenko from Russia looks down at queen 10 of diamonds as the action got folded to him. Wow, open folds? That surprises me quite a bit. From the hijack?
Yeah, that also surprises me. Unfortunately, I don't have an answer for that one.
Maybe it's because Murley is so short, but you know, we wouldn't really be too upset if we have to put in 5 bigs against Murley's stack.
That one definitely, I'm gonna stay silent on that one. I don't get it.
All right. I'm just glad that it's not just me who's surprised, and then you have
It's
perfectly fine reasoning, and I'm like, all right, well, I learned something new today.
No, it's completely irregular.
Unless we really have to go to the restroom or something, and we just can't possibly make it to the end of the hand. Queen 10 is suited, and it gets folded to us on the hijack.
I mean, I just don't understand why he's putting in 75K out of position
With King
for
Queen.
an SPR of like 0.7 against Murley, and then he's open folding Queen 10 suited, which has much better playability. Yeah. Triton ONE, baby. You never know what you're going to get.
We'll keep an eye on it, but that's the fun stuff as well, of watching these early levels, and we'll get a feel for how some of these guys like to go about it. Evgeny played the King-Queen hand like an absolute gangster. And the Queen 10 fold there, definitely a bit surprising. We'll keep an eye on it, and we'll see if that is something that perhaps we see more of later down the line, but surprising fold there. Han looks down at Queen 10 offsuit on the button as the action got folded to him. And Han Xiao is going to open things up. Only working with 89,000 chips. 22 big blinds to start the hand. And Zhentao Long will know that if he puts in the 3-bet here, there is a good chance they'll play for all of it. But King, Queen of clubs. Bit of a... Would you say this is a tricky spot, Griffin, where you have a shorty opening from the button, you look down at King, Queen of clubs, or is this a mandatory 3-bet for you?
Yeah, I think this is just play for stacks. 20 big blinds, late position. Yeah, sometimes you're just going to be up against something like what actually Rokash has, and he has a bit of a tricky decision here. I think the ace-10 will probably... I mean, it's just tricky because Long isn't really 3-betting to 30K to fold for 80. Sometimes maybe actually because it's 89K all in total. But yeah, you know what he's going to say.
Wow.
Yeah, very nice.
But now Han Xiao will actually get out of the way, so he is not going to play for stacks. And now Long's got a real decision, as he is going to have to play for 75K, just not against the man he expected to do it to.
So I think that this can go a couple different ways. I think it makes for a really nice shove, actually. I know it's a lot of chips, but, you know, shoving all in 65 big blinds with King, Queen suited. I mean, you block a lot of the big hands. The thing is, Rokash shouldn't really be light here, so that's why we are just seeing the call because of the playability of the suited nature. This is really interesting, but but ace-10 folds for 240, I think, you know, so it's kind of...
The flop comes 8-4 deuce with 2 diamonds. Rokas has the ace of diamonds. Zhentao Long has absolutely nothing to get very excited over at this board. A fun, unique hand. Probably not the situation that Long thought he would ever find himself in.
Yeah, I wonder how Rokash is going to play this. Yeah, he's going to go small. Looks to be about 40,000.
Obviously, the 40,000 chips mean a lot to Long, as he is working with 160. 25% of his stack, and he decides to let it go. Strong hand by Rokas, who will extend his chip lead.
Really nice. I think a lot of people just fold to that 3-bet sometimes. But this is why this man has 164 big blinds in front of him, finding spots that others might shy away from.
Rokas is no stranger to Triton ONE, as he was here last September. He actually cashed back then in the 3K QQPK Genesis event, the same event as we are currently watching. Finished in 47th place, won almost 10,000 bucks, so basically 3x his starting stack. But he's also played a couple of the Triton Super High Roller Series, where he's had a few strong finishes. So no stranger to the Triton circuit, and it showed the way that he played that hand, Griffin.
Yeah, very, very nice hand with the ace-10 there.
This future table definitely coming alive after it maybe took everyone 30-40 minutes to get used to the bright lights, and perhaps for some of these guys the first time that they're playing on a TV table. Well, we have been thoroughly entertained over the last 20-30 minutes. A couple of fun, exciting hands here in the early stages of Flight 1C. I know a lot of you guys in the chat use the exclamation mark payout comment. That is not something we know yet, because it truly comes down to how many people will enter Flight 1C and Flight 1D. But once the registration is closed, we'll have a good feel for it. And I expect that to be announced towards the end of the day.
Do you remember what the payout was for this 3K, the opening event with 1,100-ish players last time?
You mean for the winner?
Yeah.
Yes, 585,000 last year.
Very nice.
Well, last September. We had 1185 entries and give or take 580K. Maybe I'm off by a couple thousand, but something along those lines.
Nice.
Looking at 247 entries so far here in Flight 1C. Of course, we have Flight 1D starting in a couple hours. We'll probably get at least like 1,000 runners across both days. Keep you guys posted, but I expect it to be very similar to last September. Kong Ming, the man who doubled with his kings after he lost the majority of his stack with King 8. That is the kind of hand I would love to show Randy. Randy loves those hands. Gets him going. The board comes 8-3-3, rainbow. Very nice flop for nines. Shu gonna feel good. We'll bet very small. But there is nothing for Kong Ming to get very excited over, so he will let go of it. Now that we are, give or take, an hour into watching these guys, obviously we've covered some of the bigger hands. What are you most fond of, Griffin?
Similar to how yesterday. Just I like the sort of the rogue guy. The you know, yesterday it was Yang. Today looks to be like Merle. I'm also very surprised by some hands, like, you know, Kong Ming's shove with the king, the King 8. You know, like we're seeing some interesting things.
Yuan Shu looks down at Jack 10 of hearts, my favorite hand. He's going to open things up under the gun.
Hearts in particular, or just
yes.
Jack 10 suited?
No,
oh,
hearts.
Really?
I haven't won a lot of things in my life, Griffin, but I did win a esports battle royale sit and go, and the winning hand was Jack 10 of hearts. That was my first ever poker trophy that I won. A couple thousand buckies to come along with it. Yeah, that one lives rent free in my head. I will always love Jack 10 of hearts.
Lovely. Do you remember what hand you made?
Yeah, I got a jack on the flop. It was pre-all-in. It was heads up. Jack 10 of hearts against pocket 9. So fair fight.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't remember the board. I just remember seeing a black jack, and I was very excited. That's all I needed. Evgeny is going to defend his big blind with a suited jack as well. Also one of the hands of the day yesterday, Jack 7, as we had Josh McCauley beating pocket jacks with Jack 7 offsuit. And a little while later getting another double with Jack 7 of hearts. Jack 7 has flopped best here, but we're definitely not there yet. Goes check, check on the flop. The turn brings the 3 of spades. That doesn't change a whole lot.
Yeah, nice check back actually here from Yuan, because I think this board does favor the big blind much more, and you're going to get a lot of check calls and some check raises, and this Jack 10 combo, non-diamond, non-club, is going to have a tough time continuing against a check raise, and you're just burning equity if you're bet folding. So I like this. You kind of make it look like you have ace high, and then when a card comes like an 8 or a jack or a 10, maybe your opponent will start betting, expecting you to have some foldable ace highs. So I really like this this check back.
Evgeny is going to bet on the turn, makes it 14.5, almost 15K. And Shu is not done yet with his Jack 10. Obviously has 2 overs to the board and has a couple of clean outs to the nuts. Is praying for an 8. A Jack, however, is the worst card he could possibly see, because Shu may feel that his Jack 10 is best here, but it's Evgeny who improves the 2 pair.
Yeah, I think this is kind of a mandatory call of whatever Evgeny throws out there. You look really capped here with your Jack 10. It looks like you more have something you know, like maybe an ace-8 or ace-queen, ace-10, maybe a pair like an ace-6, ace-7, maybe pocket-8. So all these hands are going to be really difficult to call with on this river. So you're under-repped, and you kind of have the top of your range in a way. So when you have those things, you really need to be calling the bets here. So this is going to be, I think,
like 40, 45 probably.
Yeah, like to be about pot.
That is what he's probably going for. It is 42,000 in total. And I'm sure that the alarm bells go off a little bit for Shu, but he will make the very quick call and receive the bad news that that jack was a bit of a disaster card. Still has plenty of chips though, so he's not in the danger zone yet. But things continue to go well for Evgeny Sishenko, the man who surprised us with the open fold of Queen 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, I'll never forgive him for that, but he's played every other hand really well, so I'll get over it with time and counseling.
You know, we often talk about people's favorite hand, but perhaps Evgeny has just been hurt badly by Queen 10, perhaps of diamonds in particular in the past. And he's like, that's my least favorite hand, guys.
I mean, look, it's our only working theory.
Yeah, that's the only reasonable explanation I have as well. The open fold, but it is what it is. Other than
Queen 10 of diamonds killed my wife.
Murley, obviously the shortest stack of the table, does not have a lot, is looking for any two that he can just run it with. But a 6-2 offsuit is not going to be the hand. I believe he's in the big blind next, if I'm not mistaken. So there's a very good chance that Murley will always run it with the next two cards he's going to get. Because having to pay the big blind and the ante, 8K out of his 21K, there's not really much reason to fold anymore at that point. Lots of hearts being distributed around the table. Another Jack 10 suited for Yuan Shu. Exchange the hearts for diamonds. It's a good thing for him this time around that he doesn't have the hearts.
45.
Well, puts in the squeeze. Made it 45 if I heard him correctly.
Yeah, similar in principle. We saw earlier a squeeze with Jack 10 suited that didn't go well. I think this is obviously a spot where we could overcall. But, you know, look, Rogash is going to be opening pretty wide as the chip leader from the cutoff, the hijack. Kaifan Wong is so capped with the cutoff flat. Not a lot of traps in the situation ever. So it just makes for a nice squeeze. Sometimes your opponents are going to have some hands they want to continue with. Sometimes those hands are just pocket nines or ace queen that doesn't want to put in, you know, they're playing quite deep, right? He has like 350 and like Rokash has 600. So I actually like that Jack 10 suited squeeze more than the other one because we're working with wider ranges in late position from big stacks.
The other one was from the small blind as well, right? And this one's from the big blinds. Perhaps could change things a little. It was worked out. It was a good moment for him this time around. Takes it down pre. I believe this is the hand where Murley is going to be the big blind. And Murley really does not have a lot of chips to work with, if I recall that correctly. Maybe it's a bit more than I gave him credit for. I actually thought it was very little, but he might actually be a bit higher than I thought it was. Did Murley win a hand? Which hand did Murley win? I thought he was working with like 20 or 30K, but apparently he's working with 70.
So he lost the King Jack.
I will seek out.
And
Queen high.
no, so the graphic is wrong on our end. He does have like...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I will seek out.
It's a mandatory all-in for basically any
And to
two.
be clear, we're just talking about the board that we have, not the graphic here is correct. He's all in with the kitchen sink here. 10-3 off.
You're right now. I think come back to this table.
Was probably hoping for at least 2 live cards, but that is not the case. As Wong looks down at the Queen 10 offsuit.
So this is the hand that we used to call kitchies or kitchen back in the sort of tournament days, because if you play hands like this, you're going to find yourself working in a kitchen.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that one.
It's very, very inside tournament poker, as, you know, gutter is flopped. Going to need a deuce or a 3, or Murley will almost certainly be re-entering.
No luck from early. He was obviously in there for half of his stack.
Yeah.
So decided to just run it with the 10-3 offsuit. You know, you Canadians have a lot of funny names, because last time we were joined by Alex Livingston, who will be joining us for the Triton Super High Roller Series. And he told me all about the dirty diaper.
Yes, the dirty diaper. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess was the guy who did the dirty diaper? Was he Canadian? He might have been American, but it was very famous from that World Series run. What was do you remember the name of the guy who did it? I forget.
No, that I don't know. I just know that Alex was talking about the dirty diaper all the time. It's the 3-2s offsuit,
3 deuce
right?
off. Yeah.
So we say goodbye to Murley for now, and we'll find a replacement for him soon. I'm excited to see who's going to join a future table here, and I hope to see more of Murley later on. Fun player. Would have been amazing if he found that call with the ace-queen of clubs on the river, but that's such a difficult call. I can't obviously blame him for making the fault. Did make the call on the turn. We have our first mystery hand of the day, Griffin Banger.
These always horn you right up. You love these mystery hands.
Chat loves the mystery hands as well, and we of course enjoy it when you guys play along. I feel like Chat has been doing quite okay when it comes to the mystery hand. It is Rokas, our chip leader, opening things up from under the gun +1, makes it 9K. And Kaifeng Wang looks down at ace, jack of hearts. Just makes the call.
Yeah, pretty standard so far.
Flop comes a jack 5-7 with 2 diamonds. And Rokas starts things off with a check.
Yeah, gonna want to bet, I think, for some protection here. Gonna get some value from, worse jacks that are gonna play as a check call here. A lot of the time, you're not gonna get a lot of c bets from Jack 9 of spades. I think you're gonna allow bluffs to come in, keep pot small. Pocket 10s, pocket 9s is gonna be check calling as well. Even ace 7.
Small bet by Wang, 2 big blinds, and Rokas with a very quick call. The turn brings the 3 of hearts.
Yeah, and now you really want to start going for some big value. You really want to charge, something like a queen jack that would play it like this. So expect to see a bet, I think.
Is it fair to say that hands like 10-9 suited are in the range of Rokas as well?
Yeah, for sure. Maybe those play more as bets than check calls. But I guess it sort of depends on the suit as well.
Well, Wang is definitely sizing up. He's listening to you, Griffin, as he makes it 37,000 here on the turn. Almost a pot-sized bet. Rokas once more comes along for the right, makes the call. That is not surprising. Otherwise, this wouldn't be a mystery hand. The action would have been over. And we are off to a pretty exciting river. And the river is the ace of diamonds. So diamonds get there, and Wang improves to top 2. Rokas hits us with another check. Griffin Banger, what are we working with?
I mean, our hand is too strong to check, but we do need to consider what are we targeting here that we're hoping to get called by. If he does have as weak as pocket 10s or pocket 9s, he probably won't be calling a bet on the river. If he has 10s or 9s with a diamond, he might do something crazy like shove over our 60K bet. How do we react if that happens? Do we call every time? Do we ever fold? Are there any ace-x hands in the range that call twice here, including a big bet on the turn? I think ace 7 doesn't always call the turn. It's also less likely as ace 7 because of the fact that the ace came out. It's less aces, ace combos. So, I mean, I'm thinking at this point, if I'm Kaifeng Wang, my opponent probably most likely has something like a queen jack. And so maybe I can get value if I bet again. The expression Rokas is giving me is like, okay, I'm just bluff catching. I don't have intentions of check raising here. I have the kind of value that we're talking about. A jack 10, a queen jack, maybe even a king. Oh, he did it!
Wow.
I was wrong. He did it.
And you see Wang's reaction there immediately. He let go of a big wow himself. The check raise of Rokas, the chip leader, two of the biggest stacks at the table going at it.
That's awesome, man. And again, this speaks to that notion of just like, if Rokash is bluffing here, it's because he thinks that his opponent can fold as something as strong as ace-jack, something as strong as pocket sevens.
It is worth mentioning that Wang, I believe, has around 3 minutes. And then maybe there's a tiny bit of extra time because we are working with a new shot clock system.
Now, does he ever turn queen-jack with the queen of diamonds into a bluff? I mean,
Yeah,
that's
or
like
king
really...
jack, right?
Yeah, but that's like, you know, that's pretty high-level stuff. Like, and you're going to have to give your opponent credit for being prepared to fold two pair because that, or a set, that's really what Kayfon Wang is representing with this line, and it doesn't really feel like a bluffy line from Wang to be still prepared to bet the ace.
Is it possible that Rokas has it? King, queen of diamonds, king, 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, certainly. And there's a decent amount of combos there.
Yeah.
King 10 of diamonds, king queen of diamonds, queen 10 of diamonds.
Yeah.
Although, you know, I don't think Evgeny would have that.
Rokas is, it feels like he's holding the king of diamonds, but now we are wondering, is this the PLO move where we pretend we have it or we actually have it? Or at least a very big
But
diamond.
that's the thing too, like, there's not that many king of diamond combos that isn't a flush here, right? He's not just, he doesn't have king 6 off.
No.
He raised in early position, so he just has king or queen jack turning into a bluff with that diamond, or he just has, you know, king 8 of diamonds, king 9 of diamonds, king 10 of diamonds, queen 10 of diamonds. It's a decent amount of combos, not to mention the 9-8 of diamonds, the 10-8 of diamonds,
Yeah.
the 10-9 of diamonds. I mean, it's a lot of flush combos versus not many bluffs. I don't think he always calls the turn with pocket 9s with the 9 of diamonds to bluff a check raise all in on the river, you know? Like, I think it's probably value, and then those few bluff combos we talked about, which is like maybe a jack 10, queen jack, or king jack with a diamond.
Final guess, Griffin Benja, does he have it or not?
I'm going to say he has it.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't, it's queen jack with the queen of diamonds.
I think he has it too. I think we're looking at king 10 of diamonds or something, but I'm curious what chat will say. Let us know in YouTube, Twitch, or Kick.
Also, I think he opens up with queen 9 of diamonds and queen 8 of diamonds as well, early stages here.
Wang, let's go. Rokas had it. It's the king 10 of diamonds. Griffin, I give us at least an A+ performance for that one.
At least A+. Is there higher than A+?
Absolutely. King 10 of diamonds. Rokas
you'll know
found
like
the
what,
nuts
40
on the
minutes.
river. Fun hand.
Yeah, great. What an action-packed run out between those two hands. As we do want to mention, as that beautiful music of the QQPK comes up, the path to Triton ONE. So our coverage is proudly backed by QQPK, supporting a lead competition on poker's biggest stage. High stakes, very sharp minds. Coming up in a second. Oh, look at that Punat Punsri. Tanny Tang, Webster Lim, Nishant Sharma, just the chip leader of day 1A. No big deal, no big deal.
Casual, almost 5 million of chips, but
Just no big deal.
that mystery hand was awesome, but as we are playing the guessing game, we have to go back. What a great fold there by Kaifan Wang, by the way. Folding top 2 there, the ace, jack, excellent fold, was right, folded it correctly. Very difficult to lay that down after betting 100K on the river. Went over it, took his time, but in the end he said, Rokas, I believe you have it. Fantastic fold though.
Yeah. Very, very great fold. Good awareness. I mean, got cooler essentially in that hand, but you know, it's really important to be able to make these kind of big folds. Keep yourself in the tournament. You're not beating any of the value range. You're not under-repped. Kind of looks like what you have, but let's maybe tune in here.
You can call.
I can call. You're right, yes.
You can check raise flop.
Or call.
So some advanced chatter there about that hand. Actually
Yeah.
mentioning a hand we didn't mention,
That's
which is
king 7. Was it 7 on the board? Yeah, king 7 offsuit. That's a good bluff. But if I raise that, it would be cool. Good bluff.
Yeah, I think they're speaking to the sort of stuff we were talking about conceptually was, you know, because it was an early position raise, we're not working with ranges that include King 7 with the King of Diamonds. So it becomes, you know, a lot of flushes and then the few, you know, King X hands that continue on the turn that could turn into a bluff on the river. And there just weren't enough, right? Pocket Kings, like he said, you could also just call Kings on the river. So I really like that fold.
Yeah. Was doing my absolute best to pick up on every single word that the players exchanged. It does not seem like Rokas let him know yet. Wang was trying to figure it out, asking, and Rokas kind of keeping it a secret. Wang is going over a couple of the potential combinations that Rokas could have had there. Really fun hand. Well played. Great check on the river, of course, as well there with the nuts. Full of belief that his opponent, Cave and Wang, would bet. And Wang did bet.
Well, yeah, it's also one of those situations where, you know, it's going to be hard to get value from, say, a King Jack. So you kind of have to hope your opponent is really bladed there and has Ace Jack or Pocket Sevens because the hands are too strong to check back, and you're going to get that bet. You got that 100K bet, able to go all in. As we tune in here between Wang, who's now sitting on about 22 big blinds.
And gets 3-bet by one of our new players with pocket sixes from the cutoff. And short stack will get out of the way. Rokas will let go of his 10-9. This could be the moment where Kai Fan Wang will just run it with ace-10. 20 bigs. Just had to make a big fold with top 2 pair. Folded it correctly, but it does not seem that Rokas has given him the satisfaction yet of that great fold. Otherwise, I don't think Wang had to play the guessing game there. Wang will just make the call for now. Puts in the additional 11,000 chips. He's left with a little more than what is currently in the middle. Flop comes Queen 5-3 with 2 hearts. Nothing there for Kai Fan Wang so far. Pretty decent board for sixes.
That'll take it down.
Frustrating set of hands there for Wang, especially since Rokas, I don't believe, has given him the confirmation that the fold was correctly. Wang looks a little unhappy, understandably so. But he should know he made a great fold. That was very impressive. It never feels as good to make a great fold as it is to get lucky. But,
yeah.
Definitely impressive regardless. It is funny how poker works, how we all strive for perfection. But if you make a suck out, you still smile from ear to ear. And when you make a fantastic laydown, you're still a little moody. And it's hard to crack that smile. Shu looks down at ace-10 offsuit as well, under the gun +2. And he's the one who's going to open things up. We have a few shorties at this table. Han with 71K, Kai Fan Wang now with 70K. We expect these guys to run it way before these 3 levels are over. So we're currently in the second of the first 3 levels of the day that we'll cover. If you guys joined us a little bit later, today is all about Flight 1C and Flight 1D of the 3K QQPK Genesis opening event here at Triton ONE, live, of course, from Jeju, South Korea. And one of our short stacks is going to run it here, Griffin, with ace-9 of spades. Yuan Shu is wondering, is it worth it? It is less than 20 bigs.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that I really like this shove because there are a couple combos that you're going to fold out, and I think ace-10 is one of them. And look, he has well over 300,000. He's raising pretty wide. He's playing with a lot of chips. There are going to be a lot of wider opens. Ace-9 suited is a nice shove.
Currently 226 runners alive in Flight 1C, and Rokas, who is at this future table, is 3rd in chips overall after that big hand with the King 10 of Diamonds, as he's up to 843,000 chips. As the blinds will go up once more, you guys see it, 2.5K, 5K. One of my favorite levels, Griffin.
Oh yeah?
Very easy to calculate those blinds.
I have a running joke with someone I work with a lot, Joe Stapleton, and he calls himself the human calculator, but he only works at the 10K or 100K levels because then everything is so easy.
I mean, 5 is very easy. As
Yeah,
well,
I guess so. I don't want to put pressure on him though. You know, that's a lot. If I start saying like maybe the human calculator can work on the 5K level, I don't want him to spin out on me.
Hugh, after letting go of the ace 10, will open things up with King Jack offsuit under the gun, +1. Nothing there for Wang. Kong Ming, the man who lost a lot of chips with King 8 earlier from the button, as he got a little bit out of line. Looks down at Jack 10 offsuit in the big blind. It is a min race.
Yeah, it's just let's see 3 for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what's the worst that could happen? It's not like he's gonna have King Jack or anything.
Even if he does. We've got outs. Flop comes ace, queen 5, rainbow. Well, we have outs, but not many. It's going to be hard to win this hand now with Jack 10. Shu decides to fire. Bets 8K. Kong Ming not done yet with the hand as he comes along for the ride and is looking for that king. Let's not find a king, it's a board pairing 5 instead. King Jack still best for Yuan Shu. Wearing the beautiful Triton ONE merch, the zip-up jacket. We got blessed with one as well. Haven't been able to really rock it yet. I tried it on in my room, loved it, great material. Have not been wearing it around the casino yet, but I feel like tomorrow is a day for us to rock the jackets.
Yeah, we don't make those decisions. It's Lee, and he doesn't like to be told what to do. So,
But Lee does love the jacket.
does he? Okay, good.
Most
That's good
certainly.
to hear.
Lee, of course, our producer.
What are you nibbling on over there, Lee? I'm a little hungry. I could go for a little like chocolate bar or something. There's long days here, Kev.
Yes.
You think you'd get me a chocolate bar?
You were here till quite late yesterday.
It's true. I didn't get anything yesterday.
I was just watching you from my hotel room.
It's okay. We're on break soon. I'll go get my own chocolate bar.
40 more minutes, mate. And then you've got 10 minutes. Of course, we're going to always play 3 levels, back-to-back, 3 40-minute levels. And then we'll hop into a little break. 10 minutes for us, 15 minutes for the players. And then the action will continue. We picked things up today at level 4. We are currently in level 6. And we're going to play till the end of this level. Then, of course, we'll be back with a new future table. I will miss these gentlemen. The only thing I could do is we need a few more ladies. We had a couple of ladies making it already to day 2 yesterday. I believe 3 ladies advanced. 1 of flight 1A and 2 of them making it through flight 1B. We need a few more ladies at these future tables.
All the Triton ladies.
Put your hands up. Are we going to sing?
I do like to sing. You a karaoke guy, Kev?
Yes, when I don't have to do anything productive the following day, because karaoke is just terrible for my voice, and then I sound absolutely atrocious. But there's 2 things that I learned I should never do if I want to actually be able to communicate with people, and that is do karaoke or go to a football game, as in soccer. But
yeah. You know what, actually, so I quite like karaoke, but I only really go once a year for my friend Erica's birthday. She loves having people for the karaoke. And the thing that I've started doing is, because it's one of those things where you can like go on YouTube in the place and put up videos and stuff or whatever, pick your songs, yeah? As we check in here, Evgeny completing with the 9-3 suited and not getting a favorable flop. This should go bet fold, but we'll see. And one of the things I've started to do is, instead of putting up a song to sing to, I'll put up like a speech from a movie and then recite the whole speech. So like you know, Al Pacino and like Any Given Sunday, or like just like all these kind of different like speeches. You know, it's fun.
you can't handle the truth.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Like doing the freaking the Jack Nicholson and
A
Few Good Men.
I've never done that, but I love it. Perhaps we can run it once.
Dude, the world is your oyster. You can do whatever you want, really, as long as, you know, just be kind and respectful.
This hand went a check on the flop, but we do take it down with ace-king with a single bet on the turn. Obviously, Evgeny didn't have a whole lot to get excited over. which is very often going to be the case when we are defending 9-3. But he did complete the action. Beautiful cap of our Neil gentleman in seat 1. Working with a little over starting stack after that hand, 298k. Still have 2 shorter stacks. I have the feeling that we will see Kai-Fan Wong run it before this level is over. We've got, give or take, 35 minutes to get our remaining 12 big blinds in. Wong is gonna battle.
Yeah. We were both pretty impressed by that ace-jack fold, the way that he... I mean, you can learn a lot about a player by the way they play a hand like that, where they're getting quite cooler, top 2 pair against nut flush, and also the way in which that they analyze the hand. It's nice to... And it's something I think we're going to be more and more aware of is giving the players, in those rare interactions where they discuss an interesting hand, really give them the floor, let them do our jobs for us. And just overhearing some of that chatter between him and Rokosh was very interesting as they broke down some of the combos that we were talking about, and then even included a couple that we maybe didn't consider, like pocket kings with the diamond. But yeah, Wang, I think it's clear to me has a pretty sophisticated and elevated understanding of ranges and the game. So I think he's someone to watch out for, even though he is struggling right now with just 59,000, good for 12 blinds.
But I would have been surprised if we played pocket kings with a diamond that way, because the board came jack high. And
yeah, that's going to play more check raise or bet on the flop. So that's, again, I think that's probably what he figured out in his mind palace about the hand. It's just like, this is a consideration, but that might play a bit differently. And also can just call the river as well, you know, and be beaten.
Or pre, it could have also been very different, of course. Like, yes, once in a while we made this flat with the kings there, but more often
No, he opened at the kings.
And ace-jack just flatted, right?
Yes,
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, but then on that board, I still would expect kings to bet more often than not.
Better check raise, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I think in the end, we kind of nailed it there. And I'm very impressed by Kai-Fan Wang.
I remember someone gave us a review. It was A+, I think.
All right, we'll go A- then. King 10 of diamonds was specifically
Yes. No, we can have an A.
Yeah.
Let's get an A. What do you guys think, chat? What are you going to give us for that? Breaking down that hand. I feel like maybe it slips to A- because I said that Rokosh looked like he was going to not be raising, and then he did.
Yeah, but that was before.
My girlfriend actually mentioned that. She texted me that. She was like, "You got it wrong." I was like, "Whoa, come on!" Like,
I mean, it was more about guessing the exact hand. Once we saw the action.
Yeah, no. We did say King 10 suited more than once. Wang going for the min-raise line instead of the shove with King 10 at the hijack. I quite like this on 12 big blinds. It's going to bite him in the butt because she was almost certainly going to 3-bet with the intention to play for stacks. And this is a situation where now you're kind of folding out flip equity that you didn't know you had. But this is kind of how you should be playing hands like this on these stacks. It's an evolution of tournament poker where, you know, you're in mid-late position with a hand like King 10, you have 12 big blinds, you just go all in, you hope to get it through, or, you know, beat ace-jack or beat sevens.
Yep.
But it's just like your tournament life is pretty valuable, and like you have decent blocker properties that you're just going to get it through on a raise a lot of the time. People aren't really going to like ever 3-bet you light because they see how committed you kind of are by putting in, you know, that percentage of your stack. So yeah, it did happen to run against a hand that would have been flipping against, but I think it's fine. I think we probably shove a hand with different properties. Maybe King 10 suited we shove because we want to actualize the potential of the increase in equity of the flush draw.
Interesting.
Yeah. Like you'll see top players raise King Jack off under the gun on like 10.5 blinds because it's like too weak to shove, but you do have blocker property. You're not going to get 3-bet light. So that's an example as well.
Evgeny looks down at pocket trees from the cutoff. We'll make the call. Kong Ming with interesting hand selection. Queen 5 suited. Open things up from the hijack.
Sorry.
Kong Ming is a fun player. He will keep us on the edge of our seat. You never know when he's going to get involved. I know that the Germans are very fond of the suited King 6, but Queen 5 is a step below. Ace 10-9 Rainbow is our board. Not a whole lot there for either player, but it's hard to believe for Evgeny. His threes are best. Perhaps if Kongming checks once more, Sishenko will start believing that his pair is actually best.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine, though, on this board texture, right? Like, you're going to see some... There's not a lot of hijack range type hands you're expecting sort of a give up on this board, because you don't really expect queen 5 suited in the range so much, right? Like, you kind of expect maybe a queen 10 will play it like this, or maybe a pocket 8s, or a king 9 suited, and it might be hard to fold out these hands on the turn, but Kongming has just decided, again, this is a board that, you know, despite the ace being on board, 10-9 interaction is really all over Evgeny's flat range, right? You think about the kind of hands he's supposed to have. Maybe not queen 10 suited, but certainly some other combos.
We know it's not queen 10 suited. A single bet with the threes will get it done. As Sishenko continues to chip up. Well done. Been a very interesting future table for that man. He's going to be more than happy as he entered with, I think, a little over starting stack. He now almost has 2x starting stack. Of course, his biggest hand was the king-queen versus the ace-queen suited of Murley, where he made a fantastic shove on the river. Murley no longer believed that the man was bluffing, as he most certainly was. And that's a hand that will stay with me for a little while, Griffin.
Yeah.
Very unique.
Very, very interesting hand. And paired with the queen 10 suited open fold in late position, I'm just, I don't know what to do with Evgeny. Like, I might find him in the halls and be like, I need you to explain yourself. Is it because Murley had 12 big blinds, you thought he was going to shove any too? Tell me. I need to know.
Jack 9 of diamonds for Kongming. It's a little prettier than the queen 5. As Yuan Shu looks down at king, queen offsuit from the cutoff.
So, yeah, I was going to say, I mean, it's not standard to 3-bet induce, or 3-bet to play for stacks for 19 bigs, but because of the way Kongming has been playing, I think she was very happy to do it. I mean, this is the guy that 4-bet all in 45 big blinds with king 8 off. King queen has, like, great blocker properties, but, yeah, look at Han now.
Han finally finds the hand that he's been waiting for, as he's going to ship it with pocket kings. 16 bigs. And now Yuan Shu is wondering, what should I do? 55.
80,000 total.
Requesting account 55 extra to play for 180. It's tricky, no?
Yeah, it is tricky, man. You've put in 5 big blinds. He's all in for 16. You know, you feel like you're burning money if you fold here and you just had 2 10s or 2 jacks or ace jack suited.
Yeah.
But you're not doing well against this range. It's not always going to be pocket kings. It's not always going to be pocket aces. But it is going to be a dominating range. Ace king, ace queen, pocket queens.
Those are the hands that you are indeed going to go up against most frequently.
And I think that you just call it off for like 65 or 70K. So we feel so close to that, but I think that extra 2 to 3 blinds does make a big difference.
We'll let go of the king-queen offsuit and is going to be very pleased with himself when he watches that one back. He's most certainly saved himself 11 big blinds there. And at least Xiao Han chips up a little, but does not get the full double that he was probably dreaming of with his pocket kings. But at least there was a open and a 3-bet. Been pretty smooth for Rokas, a chip leader of this table. Obviously came in with over 600,000 chips, is now closing in on 900,000 chips. Had the big hand with the king 10 of diamonds, but
yeah, and good for 3rd in chips on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah.
Raise 10,000.
Also had a very nice timed 3-bet with the ace-10 offsuit when it was button and small blind.
4-bet.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
4-bet. Small blind was 3-betting and he 4-bet with the ace-10.
Yeah, in a spot that we were analyzing and thinking, you know, he couldn't just fold here with the ace-10, but found the extra bet, found the c-bet. I mean, this guy has an air about himself, doesn't he? Like
Yep.
he knows what he's doing, and that is reflected in the success he has had on tour here at Triton.
Shu takes down a tiny pot with his ace-king, but unfortunately didn't find any action. Was probably hoping that Xiao Han would come over the top once more, as this time he most certainly would have snapped him off with ace-king. Taking a look at the leaderboard, currently 241 runners alive in Flight 1C, 295 entries overall, as we are reaching the end of level 6. There are 24 minutes of poker to be played before we head into our first break of the day. Obviously, players can register all the way until the end of level 10, so there are a few more hours to go. And we've got Flight 1D, the absolute last flight of the 3K QQPK Genesis opening event, starting in a couple hours. And at the end of the day, we'll be able to answer any payout questions that you guys may have. Saw it yesterday, lots of exclamation mark payout in the various chats. We don't know yet, guys, because the flights are still open and players are still entering. But last year, the winner walked away with over $500,000. When I say last year, I mean last September.
Ayya.
Okay.
King. 7.
Oh, no.
Ayya.
Ayya.
Dude.
The higher one.
7?
8 is enough.
Go ahead.
A little bit of banter there as Wang was looking to run it with almost any two. He got folded to the small blind. Our chip leader Rokas is kind of putting the big blind all in. Unfortunately, Wang looked down at the absolute worst hand there was, the 7 deuce offsuit. As this will give us a tiny moment as we swap out our dealers to give a big shout out to our title sponsor, QQPK. Big thank you to them, of course, for helping us out, making Triton ONE as awesome as it is. QQPK is, of course, the title sponsor of Triton ONE, supporting the game at the highest level and bringing the action to poker fans all around the world. It is your path to poker. A couple of ambassadors in the field as well. And that man in the bottom right side was the chip leader of Flight 1A. Almost 5 million chips for Sharma.
He said to himself, I shan't leave this day without the chip lead. Trying to do something with his first name there. Me shan't, I shan't. I don't know. Don't know if it played, really. It's all about throwing things at the wall, seeing what sticks, you know? Early days here.
A for efforts.
You've thrown out a lot of A's, Kev.
Generous guy.
Yeah, and I kind of want you to be my teacher.
This is something that Wang would have most certainly run it with last hand as he looks down at Queen 10.
Speaking of things that aren't a thing, I have a nickname for Queen 10. I call it the Bay.
The Bay?
Yeah. Quantanamo. Quantanamo Bay. It's terrible, isn't it?
But how does the 10 come into play there?
Quantanamo.
But why? Ton? 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
Quanton.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's going to stick.
Quanton.
I'm not sure if everyone's
The
going to be very
Bay.
fond of that.
Yeah.
But I do like the Bay. Kind of thought that you were going to go with
I
calling
mean,
it
it's just
Bay.
a place. It's not like I'm condoning what happens in, this place.
Of course.
Let's get a look at very well played level here from this
not
man. 3-bet call off, 45 blinds with ace jack. Ooh.
Seed 1 wakes up with kings. Nice shades, beautiful cap, and kings. What more can you ask for? This would be a bad moment for Wang to find anything that looks remotely decent, as he is still mega short. 7 deuce again, getting 7 deuce offsuit in 2 out of 3 hands. Kong Ming looks down at Queen Jack suited, and he decides to go for it, and he will, of course, get snapped off by the pocket kings of Jiang. And Kong Ming, who has entertained us over these last 3 levels, is in trouble. 18% equity. He's going to need a lot of help.
打了个4败别人，配9万配9说，配9修。
Spades are live. Let's see if poker gods give him a little sweat. There's one. There's a Johnny.
Well, that's a pretty decent start. We flopped up there. We've got backdoor spades to dream of. Kong Ming is still alive. The equity has gone up a little bit. Is looking for a queen or a jack. The spades are no longer in play, so it's a queen or a jack only on the river. Otherwise, we have to say goodbye to Kong Ming for now, but I hope to see more of him. The 3 will not do it, and that is the end of the man in the flashy jacket.
太什么了？
Jiang in seat 1 looks very pleased with himself. He's like, yeah, I played those kings well, Griffin.
Yeah,
I opened, he shoved, I called.
Yeah, he only shoved really because of my image, and then I just finished him off.
Kong Ming may be thinking back of that hand with King 8. But he strikes me as a guy who will do it all over again. He will look back at it and be like, no regrets. I loved it. I enjoyed every second of it.
No regrets.
I'll do it again.
I'll be back.
What? No. No, he speak like last hand.
Controversy. Floor.
A minor misdeal. They're very rare. The dealers here are excellent
No,
over
but
at Triton.
it's he.
So it stands out when it does happen.
Yeah, best in the biz. You know, same can't be said for some series around the world. The World Series in the summer can get a little touch and go. Still a lot of great dealers there too. I mean, dealing's a tough job, man.
Very ungrateful job, as if you do it correctly, you don't really get a lot of shout-outs.
Yeah.
But if you mess up once,
I mean, I guess the tough thing about being a dealer too is that if you deal a bad beat, I mean, it is your fault, right? So and there are some players that will. I mean, we all know it's your fault, but some players will actually let you know, and that is some of the cringiest stuff I've ever seen. Man, have you been? I mean, you played a bit of poker. You've seen like
I had a very sweet dealer once.
Oh man, it's outrageous when I see that stuff. I flip out when I see players do that.
I had a funny interaction once with a very nice dealer over in Romania where I played a live event. It was like a big field, an open event, a couple thousand runners. And we were pretty deep into the second day, and I was on the wrong end of like a proper bad beat. I had kings against queens. It was pretty all in for a lot, and he flips the board open. As he gives, it's king in the window, like you can't believe it. King in the window, queen, queen.
No
So,
way.
yeah, I flop him. As he just looks at me, as he deals the turn, as he deals the river, as he whispers on the river, it's like, I'm so sorry. And I was like, it's all right. I mean,
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, that's kind of sick, but I was like, I mean, what can you do, you know? I was kind of happy with myself anyway. I was like, I got it in good. It is what it is. We had a fun run. And I was there for a good time, and I enjoyed myself. As we have a flush here for Shu. We go over a little bit of history. 72,000 in the middle. A jack-high flush for Shu. As Zentao Long is in a bit of trouble here with his ace-king.
But took some consideration as to whether he should raise with ace-king, but glad that he didn't. Simple jack, jack-deuce, making the flush.
Yeah, I've seen people obviously be upset over dealers. That's not to make myself come across like a saint, but that's not something I ever do. I mean, they're just doing their job as well. It is what it is. It's cards. It's a game of chance, and you're going to get unlucky, and you're going to get lucky. Taking it out on the dealer seems so silly to me.
Oh gosh, it's my biggest pet peeve when I see players do that.
I've been very, I think, fortunate in my life when it comes to interactions with dealers. They've always been kind to me. Never really had someone that I didn't enjoy one way or the other. So we have, give or take, 20 minutes to go before we wrap up level 6. And then, of course, all the players will get a well-deserved break. For these guys as well. I mean, Griffin, I know you spent a lot of time on TV tables yourself. did it ever have an impact on the way you played, or maybe in the very beginning and later on you got more used to it, or will you say that you were always very calm under the lights and it didn't bother you?
Yeah, I've always been made for the spotlight, my friend.
Okay,
I've always felt quite comfortable. But I mean that, like, I've had a very unique late teen, early 20 exposure to like big stages, so I think it's just different for everyone, right? There's some players that really hate it. If you can compartmentalize, like I'm not really thinking about what people might think if I play a hand a certain way. I'm really trying to focus on making the best decisions possible as we see this pot now balloon to close to 50K. And I was going to say, if Long receives some help on the turn, like a 9 or a queen, we might see a second bet, and that's really going to put Jiang in a tough spot with this 8-6. But you know what? Long is going to check instead and allows Jiang to get to showdown. And I don't hate that either. I mean, you're hoping your opponent has just a 6 here and is prepared to fold, but sometimes they're going to have spades that have turned up more equity, maybe turned a 9.
The 8-6 will take it down. A pair of 6s is good enough for the man who just won a big one with his pocket kings and was very sharp to point out the misdeal. I think the first misdeal that I've seen in a day and a half. As we'll take a little look at what is happening over at the floor, the main tournament room. And we get a sneak peek at our next future table, Griffin Bencher. Oh, I recognize that man at the end. Samuel Mueller, he's back. Not wearing his very cool shades or his amazing black jacket yet, but that man peaks over here in Jeju. I don't know how he does it, something magical. I want to know where he's eating at night, because Samuel Mueller can do no wrong.
Yeah.
Had an amazing Triton ONE last time around. Obviously stuck around for the Triton Super High Roller Series as well, and just continued on a very high note and a couple of strong finishes. Definitely a player to keep your eye on. One of the guys that most certainly, rightfully so, got a star in my Triton Poker Plus app.
Yeah, I don't know what the event was. It might have been the World Series of Poker main event 2 years ago. I'm not exactly positive. It might have been another event, but I remember he pulled the trigger on the thing that the theory book says that like you should do sometimes, and he actually did it at like the highest stage, and it was so badass. I think he 5 or 6 bet in ace-5 suited, and he ran into like aces. But like the fact that he did it, like deep playing for millions, and I was like, pardon my swearing, but I'm like, I love this guy. Like, he busted or whatever, but like he's so dangerous, and he's so prepared to like, really pull the trigger, and I really admire that.
So Samuel Mueller, last time around during Triton ONE, as we can already preview that a little bit, finished in 6th place over at the 3K QQPK Genesis for almost 100K. So 3K buy-in turned it into 100K. Had a pretty solid run in the main event as well. Won a 2K side event and then decided to stick around for the Triton Super High Roller Series as well, where he final tabled 3 events, including a 2nd place in the 100K main. I mean, those are a couple of great weeks over in Jeju.
Yeah, it was always a matter of time with that guy. Absolute animal.
We've got ace-deuce of diamonds battling it out here versus the pocket nines of Evgeny Sishenko. Flop comes ace, king, 8, a rainbow. Single diamond there. But obviously, we don't need diamonds. We just need to avoid nines from here on out. Young has had a pretty solid entrance to this table. He joined a little bit later, but seat 1 has been good to him. Don't think he's lost a hand yet that he's been involved in, to be honest.
Yeah, and both of these hands playing themselves through these 2 streets. I like the 3-bet from the small blind when you're playing this deep. Your opponent's not always going to be as strong as 9s. You're going to force a lot of folds. And yeah, does flop favorably. So great start for the man rocking that sick Triton hat. As we do get closer and closer to the end of this level and this session, I guess we call it, Kev?
Yeah, sessions, blocks, cluster. Like
how you feel about Kev? You good with Kev? Kevin?
Absolutely.
Oh, you're not your Kev guy? Cool.
You know how the gamers call me?
I do. Wait, let me. I know this. Rotter scam, right? No, Rotterdam. Pardon. The look he just gave me. He's shaking his head. He's so offended.
No, well, it's mostly Roddy, because Rotterdam
Okay.
is very long, and it's a
Yeah,
bit
yeah, yeah.
awkward.
Yeah.
Because imagine 30 years ago, you would have named yourself after the city you were born in.
Right.
And they'd be like, hey, Toronto, or Montreal. It's a bit weird, but Roddy works, Kev obviously works, Kevin works. Anything works.
But you don't like Rotterdam. That's
No, that's silly. Even Rotterdam is a little bit long.
yeah. I mean, you seem like such a genuine cat, but I feel like you need to be a bit more careful about not doing anything out of line because you would become that horrible name. Like, you know what I mean?
I've never
Something to
heard
think
it
about.
before, but I'll,
That's amazing. Don't start calling him that, guys.
but I'll yeah, thank you. Queen Jack suited, as Wang has decided to go for
Yeah,
it.
let's run it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially Rokas can afford it. Over 800k. It's a very fair fight. I feel Wang deserves this one. After that great fold earlier with Ace Jack.
刚那个黄头发送给谁了？
There is a little table talk, but it's not between the two guys that are involved in the hand. Queen Jack suited versus a pocket tens. Tens are still good for now.
King of club. 10 club.
Okay.
Okay. King of club. Oh, it's similar. Very sad.
I agree with Wang. That is indeed very sad.
No, you need a 10 of club.
Row cash money. Gonna get him all the way up past 900k.
They were both hoping for the exciting sweat, the 10 of clubs or the king of clubs. Instead, it is just a red, a queen on the turn. That's going to be the end of Kai Fan Wang. But I have the feeling we'll see more of Wang in the upcoming 10 days.
Oh yeah, that was a. We've been scouting a future prospect
What do you mean?
with that guy.
He
I enjoy
changed
this
the
play.
deuce to a club of
So
picture. Anything with deuce, you fold.
you folks. That's very unfortunate for him.
Rokas pointing out that that was very unfortunate. All of it was, but I still think one can be proud of the way that he played in these three, well, not 3 hours, but 3 levels over at the TV table.
Oh.
We'll follow his journey in the upcoming events. Table suddenly looks very empty. It definitely shouldn't be this empty yet. We've got 7 more minutes to go. We're not done yet, guys.
I just busted, so they're coming. Raise 10,000 first.
One more exciting hand before our break, Griffin. You got a good feeling about it? Oh, there we
You
go.
said 7 minutes.
Yeah, I thought so. But some of the players are already leaving.
Ah.
Long decides to ship it with the ace-5 off and gets everyone else to fold. So he chips up a little. How did Long lose the majority of his chips again? I know we can use the Triton Poker Plus app for it.
Yeah, that's a good opportunity. Wait, who's gonna find out first? Yeah, click.
I can take a little look. Because I know that he played a big hand, but for some reason I don't remember.
It's been a while since. Okay, so here's a dip. Here's a dip. Finding the dip and clicking the dip. What?
This sounds like my stock portfolio. Finding the dip, clicking the dip. It's been a lot of dips.
Yeah, I'm seeing you went from 250 to thing here.
Very short-handed now temporarily. Evgeny looks very alone. Well, scared all of his neighbors away. We have the guy that would get up before the level was done, knowing that there was a break coming up. If you were very hungry or felt like there was something else that you really wanted to do, but you always stay till the final hand was played.
I will pretty much always stay. And if I'm deep enough in an event, I'll stick around if there's a big hand happening. Like if it's day 1, someone will catch me up. But we're on like day 2, day 3 or something. It also depends on the event, but.
Long is going to send it with the pocket 4s. Rokas looks down at a7 offsuit. He's not interested. Evgeny Sishenko makes the correct fold there with pocket 3s.
Yeah, I put him on 4s. Yeah, it's Roddy's favorite hand. Wait, I thought Jack 10 suited. No, now I'm confused. Jack 10 of hearts or pocket 4s?
Jack 10 of hearts is definitely my favorite hand. Pocket 4s is always make set. That's what it is.
Okay, I understand. All right.
We've had some very fun hands watching these guys go at it for 3 levels. It almost seems like most of the gentlemen are ready for a break as well, as we are no longer with 8. Still have a couple of shorties that would obviously love to double right before we enter the break for all the players in this field for 15 minutes. We've got a nil chip leader as well, as we keep an eye on the leaderboard. And it is a very familiar face to Triton ONE. We saw plenty of him in September. We saw him a bit yesterday. That is Aren Bezanyen from Armenia. He is currently leading the field with over 1 million chips. He's the only player of the 252 that is currently working with over 1 million chips.
Dos comas. No, everyone else is working with 1 comma. He's got 2.
Aren is a grinder, man. He always shows up early and plays everything.
Nice.
From the very, like, you'll see Aren in every single day of the upcoming 10 days of Triton ONE.
You like anime? I feel like we should be calling him Eren Yeager. That's one of the main characters of Attack on Titan.
I watched a tiny bit of that.
Yeah.
Like 1 or 2 episodes. I know everyone praises it and it's really good, but I just didn't really get into it. I grew up with Dragon Ball Z, and I absolutely love Dragon Ball Z, but that's kind of the only anime I would say I truly ever loved.
Look, man, we're going to have some anime talks. Don't worry about AOT, Attack on Titans. It's got its charm, but it's not a great entry for you. I'll get you on an anime.
Well, we can talk more anime after the break, as we potentially have one big hand. So we've got Shu opening things up with Ace-8 of hearts from the button. And our seed 1 gentleman, who's been on a bit of a heater ever since he joined this future table, is going to bump it up to 45k. Do we want to get involved in one final big hand before the break here, Griffin?
I'm going to say yes, and the reason is because we're playing incredibly deep. We're in ultimate position here, and we're suited. If this is ace-8 off, I think you let it go.
Yeah.
This is going to have a lot of playability down the streets. You're going to have the ability to float certain boards, and sometimes you just get there against 2 10s.
And that's a fun board. Ace and 9 king, all spades, the monotone board. We have the 10 of spades on the side of Jiang, as Yuan Shu does make top pair, but obviously knows that that is pretty much all he's got going for himself. It is good for now. It goes check, check. He's got 100,000 chips in the middle. And the turn will bring us a 6 of clubs. That doesn't change a whole lot. Ace-8 of hearts is still best for Shu.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the objective here is with this bet on the turn. Maybe just sort of getting some definition is Young saying to himself, well, if I check here, he might start bluffing and value betting bigger. So I'm going to have a tough time continuing. I want to set the price here by betting 30k because I do want to see the river with my 10 of spades, but I don't want to have to call 60,000, and he gets there with the queen of spades on the river. So now finds himself with the second nuts, and I'm very surprised no consideration as to whether he should be betting here or not.
Yeah. I feel like Shu knows that he's pretty much never good here.
Yeah.
With the way that the hand has been played.
And honestly, this is quite tough to really find a bluff here. Like turning this into a bluff, obviously you're not going to be value betting with ace-8.
What will Shu do? 160,000 chips in the middle.
Oh, if the shoe fits.
The man will bet 50k, trying to steal it away here, but we know that that is not going to work. Okay, just called. He just called that with the second nut. You okay with that? Because you feel like you're never going to get called by worse? But
yeah, it's always tricky with like 4 spade boards. But yeah, that was a nice, interesting level. Great work from Rokash.
Yeah.
You know, the most accomplished reputation-wise, perhaps skill player on the table, and really living up to it. We were really impressed by that ace-10 hand. We look at the rest of the field. Good level for Sashenko, playing that amazing hand against our boy Hurley. And then, of course, A lot of the Chinese contingency there playing some pretty strong poker overall. I was really happy with the way that level went.
Yeah, we had 3 interesting 40-minute levels. The ace-10 4-bet from the big blind was amazing. Obviously, the king-10 of diamonds mystery hand was a lot of fun. I am personally a very big fan of the king-8 offsuit as well.
Yeah.
Well, we kind of ripped 50 big spree. That one did not work out, but overall, I feel it gave us a lot of fun hands to look back at. And we already know, we had a little sneak peek at our next future table.
Yeah, and this was our first shift ever together. Come here. Hold my hand.
You enjoyed it?
Yes, lock eyes. Let's give it a second, okay?
Esports Bros?
Doesn't have to be weird.
Esports
bros.
Dinosaurs?
No, that was great. A lot of fun. We're going to be back with you real soon after a quick break. So, yeah.
I'm very excited for it. It is Samuel Muller coming up next, as he will most certainly take over the future table. I can't wait
maybe
for
the
it.
best player in the field. I mean, in a lot of ways. So this is exciting for us, for sure.
And Jeju is a magical place for him. So we thank you guys for joining us. There are many more hours of live poker coming your way today and the next 28 days. So it really doesn't hurt to give the channel a follow, a thumbs up, subscribe wherever you're watching, whether it's YouTube, Kick, or Twitch. Got 28 days of poker, 11 days of Triton ONE into at least 2 weeks of the Triton Super High Roller Series, all live from Jeju, the Lesser Casino. We'll see you guys as we'll be back in give or take 8 minutes.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight.
Pumphrey's just won his 5th.
But most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
More days to go off Triton ONE, and once Triton ONE is done and we have crowned our champions, it will feed straight into the Triton Jeju Super High Roller Series.
Wait, I was promised an esports day. I was told March 9th that we were just going to play Counter-Strike and StarCraft. That's not happening? Did they lie to get me here?
We're going to do that on a different channel, but you're always welcome to hang out. We can play some games. I don't know if you brought your laptop. Do you still have it, Griffin Venture?
Do I still have it?
Yeah.
So it's funny you asked that, actually, because I didn't play any Counter-Strike for the better part of 15 plus years, and then recently I got back into CS2. When CS2 came out, I was like, all right, they're sequelizing this thing. Let's see what it's like. And I put in a couple hundred hours over the last couple years. I got really into it. You know, like there's, I don't know how familiar you are with the ranking system, but it's like this thing, Face It, which has 10 levels, and I think I got to level like 9 or something.
Okay,
so it's pretty good.
So you most certainly still have it.
I still have a bit of it, but it's like I'll just have little like, you know, ripples, just kind of like, oh, like there's still, you know, I'll just have like a crazy AWP round or something. But on average, I'm pretty withered, pretty washed up, as we see the Ace Jack 3-bet here from Yuan.
Yeah, we'll go over this hand, and I'll definitely love to pick your brain a little more about that previous hand that we just saw between Evgeny and Murley, because that really was fun. The King-Queen offsuit against the Ace-Queen of clubs. Got a great prize on the turn. I was still impressed by the call. But then if you get a great prize on the turn, you can also say you got a great prize on the river. Well, he did not make that call. It was a very difficult call to make, of course, with Ace-Queen. As we have a shove here of King-8 offsuit from the button. Kong Ming in his beautiful jacket, shoving King-8.
Yeah, this is way out of line here.
It's awesome, though.
Yeah, of course it's awesome. Super fun. And now Yuan has to make a decision here, like, what is this exactly? And he's sitting there with a hand that I think he really needs to consider. Maybe, yeah, no, going for it. I mean, come on, like, you're only playing 45 big blinds. You're up against a button range that's apparently prepared to shove King-8. This is great. This is splashy. This is like, let's you know, this is kiddie pool stuff, just like splashing water at each other. Just as wild.
This is a level 5
Yeah.
flight, 1C, 3K, QQPK Genesis. Ace-Jack offsuit versus King-8 offsuit. 364,000 chips in the middle.
It's a bad flop for King-8. Kills all the king outs. You need 8s or running diamonds.
Well,
And
that is
drawing
going
dead,
to
yeah.
that is going to do it. As Ishu makes a Broadway. Wow, what a hand! And Kong Ming, his image is in the gutter. That was quite the shove out of nowhere with King-8. Well, we asked for fireworks. Now we got fireworks in backhand. Obviously, blame him for making the fault. Did make the call on the turn. We have our first mystery hand of the day, Griffin Benjer.
These always horn you right up. You love these mystery hands.
Chat loves the mystery hands as well, and we of course enjoy it when you guys play along. I feel like Chat has been doing quite okay when it comes to the mystery hand. It is Rokas, our chip leader, opening things up from under the gun +1, makes it 9k. And Kaifeng Wang looks down at ace, jack of hearts. Just makes the call.
Yeah, pretty standard so far.
Flop comes a jack 5-7 with 2 diamonds. And Rokas starts things off with a check.
Yeah, gonna want to bet, I think, for some protection here. Gonna get some value from, you know, worse jacks that are gonna play as a check call here. A lot of the time, you're not gonna get a lot of C bets from Jack 9 of spades. I think you're gonna allow bluffs to come in, keep pot small. Pocket 10s, pocket 9s is gonna be check calling as well. Even ace 7.
Small bet by Wang. 2 big blinds and Rokas with a very quick call. The turn brings the 3 of hearts.
Yeah, and now you really want to start going for some big value. You really want to charge, you know, something like a queen jack that would play it like this. So expect to see a bet, I think.
Is it fair to say that hands like 10-9 suited are in the range of Rokas as well?
Yeah, for sure. Maybe those play more as bets than check calls. But I guess it sort of depends on the suit as well.
Well, Wang is definitely sizing up. He's listening to you, Griffin, as he makes it 37,000 here on the turn. Almost a pot-sized bet. Rokas once more comes along for the right, makes the call. That is not surprising. Otherwise, this wouldn't be a mystery hand. The action would have been over. And we are off to a pretty exciting river. And the river is the ace of diamonds. So diamonds get there, and Wang improves to top 2. Rokas hits us with another check. Griffin Benjer, what are we working with?
I mean, our hand is too strong to check, but we do need to consider what are we targeting here that we're hoping to get called by. You know, if he does have as weak as pocket 10s or pocket 9s, he probably won't be calling a bet on the river. If he has 10s or 9s with a diamond, he might do something crazy like shove over our, you know, 60K bet. How do we react if that happens? Do we call every time? Do we ever fold? Are there any ace-x hands in the range that call twice here, including a big bet on the turn? I think ace 7 doesn't always call the turn. It's also less likely as ace 7 because of the fact that the ace came out. It's less aces, ace combos. So, I mean, I'm thinking at this point, if I'm Kaifeng Wang, my opponent probably most likely has something like a queen jack. And so maybe I can get value if I bet again. The expression Rokas is giving me is like, okay, I'm just bluff catching. I don't have intentions of check raising here. I have the kind of value that we're talking about. You know, a jack 10, a queen jack, maybe even a king. Oh, he did it! I was wrong. He did it.
And you see Wang's reaction there immediately. He let go of a big wow himself. The check raise of Rokas, the chip leader, 2 of the biggest stacks at the table going at it.
That's awesome, man. And again, this speaks to that notion of just like, if Rokas is bluffing here, it's because he thinks that his opponent can fold as something as strong as ace-jack, something as strong as pocket 7s.
It is worth mentioning that Wang, I believe, has around 3 minutes. And then maybe there's a tiny bit of extra time because we are working with a new shot clock system.
Now, does he ever turn queen jack with the queen of diamonds into a bluff? I mean, that's like really,
jack, right?
Yeah, but that's like, you know, that's pretty high level stuff. Like, and you're going to have to give your opponent credit for being prepared to fold 2 pair because that, or a set, that's really what Kaifeng Wang is representing with this line, and it doesn't really feel like a bluffy line from Wang to be still prepared to bet the ace.
Is it possible that Rokas has it? King, queen of diamonds, king 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, certainly. And there's a decent amount of combos there.
Yeah.
King 10 of diamonds, king queen of diamonds, queen 10 of diamonds.
Yeah.
Although, I don't think Evgeny would have that.
Rokas it feels like he's holding the king of diamonds, but now we are wondering, is this the PLO move where we pretend we have it or we actually have it? Or at least a very big
But
diamond.
that's the thing, too. Like, there's not that many king of diamond combos that isn't a flush here, right? He's not just, he doesn't have king 6 off. No. He raised in early position, so he just has king or queen jack turning it into a bluff with that diamond, or he just has, king 8 of diamonds, king 9 of diamonds, king 10 of diamonds, queen 10 of diamonds. It's a decent amount of combos, not to mention the 9-8 of diamonds, the 10-8 of diamonds, the 10-9 of diamonds. I mean, it's a lot of flush combos versus not many bluffs. I don't think he always calls the turn with pocket 9s with the 9 of diamonds to bluff a check raise all in on the river, Like, I think it's probably value, and then those few bluff combos we talked about, which is like maybe a jack 10, queen jack, or king jack with a diamond.
Final guess, Griffin Bencher. Does he have it or not?
I'm going to say he has it.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't, it's queen jack with the queen of diamonds.
I think he has it too. I think we're looking at king 10 of diamonds or something, but I'm curious what chat will say. Let us know in YouTube, Twitch, or Kick.
Also, I think he opens up with queen 9 of diamonds and queen 8 of diamonds as well. Early stages here.
Wong, let's go. Rokas had it. It's the king 10 of diamonds. Griffin, I give us at least an A+ performance for that one.
At least A+. Is there higher than A+?
Absolutely. King 10 of diamonds.
Wait, I know this. Rotterdam, right? No, Rotterdam, pardon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second day of Triton ONE, as we are still live from the beautiful Les A Casino here at Jeju Island in South Korea. We are, of course, still in the middle of Flight 1C of our opening event, the 3K QQPK Genesis, as we are getting ready for our next 2 hours of poker. And we already gave you guys a little teaser. It's going to be Samuel Mueller. I believe he's surrounded by a lot of people making their debut, and that is what Triton ONE is all about, making this a bit more accessible, giving a lot of players around the world a chance to play in their first ever Triton event without breaking the bankroll, as we went over a couple of those highlights in the break. That made me smile. The King 10 of Diamonds was solid. I don't know about these nicknames that you gave me in the end, but let's just go back to the King 10 of Diamonds, because I'm going to be wrong a lot in these 11 days. But in that one, I feel
Give yourself a little credit, man. You got a good understanding of the game, and and it's nice when we can break down these hands together, and especially with the mystery hand thing is fun. I know you're a big fan of the mystery hand, so am I. So it's nice when the production team gives us that opportunity to speculate about what people have, because most of the time we're just working with a lot of information and having that one missing piece. It's like we're two detectives, trying to put a puzzle together. So that was really, really cool. And yeah, upon re-listening to it, I have to say you really did nail it. That was the hand you chose, and you deserve some credit. A+ for me as well.
Perhaps one of the only A+s I'll get, but I'll take it.
No.
It was fun. Now, I enjoyed it as well, and it's always super cool to see chat guess alongside us.
Yeah.
Yes, we are two detectives, but we've got a big support crew out there on Twitch, on Kick, on YouTube, everyone playing along. It is super fun to just have these long poker streams open while you may be playing online poker yourself, or perhaps you're working, stuck in your cubicle somewhere. Is there anything better than being able to watch 20 days of non-stop poker here live from South Korea? As we'll take a little look at our beautiful floor. Of course, we've got an outer floor as well. We are getting closer to Flight 1D starting. I know you guys are curious about the payouts. We simply don't know it yet, as people are still able to enter Flight 1C. And of course, we have Flight 1D starting in give or take an hour. But in 6 hours from now, we'll have a very good feel for the size of the field. And I think we're going to get awfully close to that number from last September, where we had 1,185 entries. We're already closing in on 1,000, Griffin.
Yeah, very impressive turnout here for this 3K event. As we take a look at our new featured table, highlighted, I think we have to say, by Samuel Mueller, who has the reputation as being one of the best poker tournament players in the world. The great thing about Triton ONE is that in a lot of ways, each table is like a box of chocolates. You never really know what you're going to get. There's going to be a lot of players that are going to surprise you. There's going to be guys that, the way they analyze hands and play hands like we saw with Wang, never really heard of him before, you and I, but saw like, okay, this kid's, could be a future star the way that he's analyzing these hands. But yeah, as far as what you can learn, from the Triton Super High Roller Series, you're going to get a lot of opportunities, but sometimes a guy like Mueller is going to be on a table in the Triton One, and just watch the way he plays, watch the way that he uses aggression, uses his instincts, and he's really the standout from this field for me.
Yep, we have to once more give him a shout out for his performance last September, not only at Triton 1, but he carried that momentum into the Triton Super High Roller Series as he stuck around, just like this time that will follow Triton 1. He final tabled the 3K Genesis last time around. He finished in 6th place, walked away with $99,000. Obviously, that's an amazing score for a 3K buy-in, but he also won a side event, his first ever Triton Poker, and then he played the Super High Roller Series, multiple cashes, but of course his highlight was the 2nd place in the 100K Triton Super High Roller Series main event, where he won 3.5 million. Samuel Mueller really is the whole package. The man looks good, the man plays amazing. He's got cool shades, an amazing jacket. I haven't seen him rock it yet today, as we have potentially an interesting hand right off the get-go as we get ready.
Very unorthodox start to our feature. A limp under the gun. Not something you see a lot of, open limping. It's very out of style, out of fashion. Not cool, man. But sometimes it can be interesting. So that's a right away already something we're not used to seeing.
We had Chung yesterday from Hong Kong, a player that I'm also familiar with from the previous Triton 1 edition, who limped aces under the gun.
Oh my God,
and
what a cliche!
Yeah, I know.
What year is it?
It's the ultimate like 1-2 cash game cliche.
That Jumanji meme. What year is it?
But it worked out for him. He actually got paid off in a pretty big way. But
nice.
That had a lot to do with the hand distribution, of course. But it's fun to see. Everyone's got their own way of going at it. I'm excited for these 2 hours of poker. We are going to enter at level 7 at this point, and we'll play all the way to the end of level 9.
So Kevin, instead of spending my break, going to the bathroom, checking in on friends and family, you know what I was thinking about the entire time?
Tell me.
What anime am I going to recommend, Kevin?
Okay.
And I came with the perfect anime that I think is exactly the sweet spot based on what you described. Used to watch Dragon Ball Z, kind of fell out of it. Was recommended Attack on Titan, didn't work out. So you ready for it?
Absolutely.
Solo leveling.
Never heard of it.
So solo leveling, as we see here, Yang with the pocket sixes on the button, surely going to continue. Does so in the form of a flat. Mueller opening up the ace of spades. So solo leveling is based on a Korean manhwa. So like Japanese is manga, Korean is manhwa. And it is one of the best animes I've ever seen. Only has 2 seasons, and this is what's really going to blow you away. Right? Obviously, so it's Korean, which is relevant. We're in Korea, but the climax of the 2nd season takes place on Jeju Island. So listen, I mean, I'm sure there's some people in the chat that are fans of solo leveling, and I think I need your support here in insisting that should be the thing that brings you back to anime, Kevin, as we take the flop 3 ways between these 3 players.
And it comes Queen, Queen 4 with 2 diamonds. The 6s of Yang is still best. Mueller does have a 1 spade to work with. I've got a bit of everything. We have our first lady today at the future table, and we've got Samuel Mueller. I feel like we're in for a treat these upcoming 3 levels. What do you make of the call from the small blind with ace 7 off? That's a surprising hand to see in there.
No comment.
That's all right.
Yeah.
You don't have to be a fan of every move you see, Griffin.
No.
I'm just here to learn from you and pick your brain a little. And the man now looks at his a7, and perhaps to no surprise of himself, he sees that the flop is difficult to play, and there is not a lot to get excited over. So it is heads up between Samuel and Yang. The turn is going to bring us the 8 of clubs. The 6s is still in the lead.
Yeah, Mueller was looking for something like, a 9 of spades, maybe a deuce or 3 of spades, 5 of spades, those kind of cards. On a 6, I don't think we're going to expect to see a bet. Because you're still dealing with a range that, does include 6s that might fold on the turn, but also includes all the queen combos, big diamonds that won't fold.
35.
The bet is 35,000, I believe is what Yang announced, and that should be the end of this hand. As even Samuel Mueller can't win them all. He's going to have to let go of his suited ace. And to go back to your recommendations when it comes to anime. There is one more, by the way, that I did watch, and I think you will appreciate me having seen this, and I enjoyed it a lot. It's a long time ago. We're talking 15 years ago, maybe 20 years ago, but I did watch Death Note.
Oh, Death Note's great.
Yeah, it was very
Yeah.
cool. I did enjoy that one. That's like the only one that I truly saw through the end.
Good man. Good man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that actually that does impress me. I'm happy to hear that. I think yeah, I really think this is great because it's just got the 2 seasons. It's low impact. You're already going to be in Korea. It's going to be a vibe. You'll be, you know, sort of between shifts or maybe having trouble getting to sleep. Throw on an episode or 2, check it out. And I'm sure people in the chat are agreeing with me right now.
I'm looking forward to it, mate. I hope that before Triton ONE is over, I got into it a little.
Yeah.
And we can talk some anime.
Hey, I'll tell you what, man. Like you're 2 doors down from me. So if you want to, you know, get into season 1, maybe we can watch the finale together.
I don't know if we're that close.
Oh, we're
yet,
not we're not there. Okay, wow. Did I make it weird? I made it weird. I always make it weird.
You're getting a few steps ahead of you. So
you know,
I like to take it slow.
I need to play hard to get a little bit. It's just too much.
You're coming on a little strong.
Yeah, unbelievable. So embarrassing.
No, I appreciate it. That's funny.
Watch anime with me. Yang Yang takes another one down. Good start for her.
Yeah, we had 3 ladies making it to day 2 yesterday. 1 in flight 1A, 2 of them in flight 1B. We'll obviously keep an eye and we'll be rooting for them. Waiting for a few of the bigger names to show up. Last time around, we had Schwan play quite a bit of the Triton ONE events. We had Shina Okamoto coming over. Obviously super cool to watch her play. And we had a few that we'd never seen before. A few people making their debut over at a Triton ONE or a regular Triton event. But they gave us a lot to talk about. The ladies were pretty freaking awesome last time around.
Nice.
They were not afraid. They were not here to fold. They were here to battle. Kamaga, the man who just flatted with ace-7 offsuit in the small blind. He's going to open things up this time around with a jack-9 off. It is funny how some hands stay with you, because now when I see Evgeny Sishenko throughout the rest of the event, I'll think of him open folding Queen-10 of diamonds. And I'm like, I just need to know why.
I'm telling you, I'm going to ask him.
Do you think he maybe misread his hand?
I think he misread his hand, or I don't even want to say it, but maybe it was a graphics error. And we don't make graphics errors here on average, so it blows my mind.
When it comes to the numbers, obviously every now and then the number can be off by a couple chips, or the big blinds can be off by 1 or 2.
But the cards are hard to mess up.
The cards are pretty much never wrong. So we've got a Queen Jack 3 rainbow flop here. Liu flops top pair with a good kicker. Kamaga flops middling pair.
Good combo to check back, I think, here. But we are going to see him reach for chips.
I have the feeling Kamaga is going to disagree with a lot of your predictions. He's like, oh yeah, this would be a good combo to check back. Let me bet.
I like the size, though. If you are going to bet, betting about 24%.
A little less than 2 bigs coming out of our Japanese player from the cutoff. Of course, Liu is not going anywhere.
Yeah, and actually he's going up.
Makes it 32,000 to go. And that immediately puts you in a bit of a difficult spot here with your Jack-9. I wouldn't even hate it if Kamaga gives up. I know it's a little early. But it feels there are very few turn cards that get us very excited, because even if we make 2 pair, do we love life that much?
Yeah, and this is why, you know, we like to play this as a check back, because you know, we stay a little bit under-repped. We can realize our equity the times we are behind. You know, we don't really have a good defense against a check raise. So, yeah, that's sort of betting to see where you are with a hand that's pretty strong in middle pair with a decent kicker. Yeah, I'd rather just take it easy.
Yeah, it's a shame when you flop a pair there and there are some potential runouts that would spark more joy than perhaps a 9 on the turn. Now it's a shame we don't even get to see a turn. We don't get to play a turn, we don't get to play a river. And we don't know if we just folded perhaps to a semi-bluff, like there's a chance that our opponent's making a play on us with a gut shot or an open-ender, and we were actually ahead.
And I think it's important, too, to reflect on, like, the way that board textures can change. Like, that's, I understand Queen Jack 3 is, like, pretty, like, okay, we have this Broadway interaction, but let's just say your opponent has ace 6 suited, and you check back, and the turn is a 6 or brings a flush draw. It's like you are going to end up getting some value even from hands that just like get more equity on the turn. It's not just about the fact that you're pot controlling against a potential queen. You know, you get to see out the streets, and I think that, yeah, that was a small mistake.
As Samuel Mueller, the only one at this table who had a lot of success and experience over at the Triton events, is going to open things up with ace-jack offsuit under the gun. We've got Fan Cheng coming along for the right from the cutoff with a suited ace-6 of diamonds. And Liu is also not going anywhere with his king-jack offsuit in the small blind. Big blind will get out of the way. A little three-way action here.
And I think this is a great example of why it can be problematic to overcall in the small blind with something like king-jack off, facing an early position open. Pretty much more often than not, you're going to be up against, when your opponent has either a king or jack in their hand, it's going to be out-kicking yours.
The flop comes 10-8-4 with 2 hearts. No one makes a pair, which obviously means Samuel Mueller is still in the lead with his ace-jack offsuit. Does have the jack of hearts. Difficult for Samuel to play this one as well.
Yeah, it's a hand ace-jack with a jack of hearts, so you're happy to see a turn card, but you're not really comfortable if you bet and get continues. We see, of course, these are 2 hands that would have folded to a c-bet, but that's not always the case.
The turn is a bit of a brick, as the 3 of diamonds doesn't change a whole lot here. Kind of feels the first person who really wants it will most likely be able to take this one down. As Liu is taking his time. In the Triton Poker Plus app, we can see how much time everyone is working with. I do not have my table up yet, but I'm going to fix that right now. As we are using a Neil shot clock system here. Very similar to how some of the final tables operate on some of the big online platforms where you just start with a given amount of time. But now instead of that starting at the final table, it starts like that in level 1. But if you enter the tournament a lot later, if you enter at like level 5 and level 6, you get less start time than the players who entered early. It has gone check, check, check once more, I believe. As the river is a board pairing 10. The ace-jack of Samuel Mueller is still best. Are we gonna get the 9 checks in a row, Griffin?
It's like a double rainbow, man. Hard to find. But when it's there, it's beautiful.
Well, Fan Cheng had enough of it, and he will take a stab. And it's a pretty serious bet. Bets 31,000, little over 5 big blinds, with his ace-6 of diamonds.
Yeah, and I think Sam's probably going to snap him off.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He's that good?
Yeah. I mean, the line just doesn't make sense. Samuel has to assume that he's good enough to bet 60, 70% pot here with like pocket 7s. Something like ace-8 or pocket 9s would have bet by the turn for value almost always. So this is just too bluffy. And I think ace-jack is going to be a call. You know, I caution to try not to predict the action too much, but this just looks so much like a sort of a rogue bluff from someone who, Samuel, if he was paying attention to the first hand, has already seen a limp under the gun from a hand that was then folded to a raise. This just looks like a bad bluff from a player that maybe doesn't really understand what he's repping. You know, a 10 would have revealed itself by either the flop or the turn. But it can also be confusing when something looks so bluffy that it's just like it must be value, and Samuel has let it go. So does show what I know, but yeah, it's an interesting hand. I don't know.
I think if he went a bit smaller, there's a very good chance that Samuel would call. And I do feel that Sam is a bit of a non-believer there, but it's a pretty serious bet. Over 5 big blinds there, 31K in a bot of 40.
I struggle to see what Fan is representing there.
Yeah.
Is he capable of betting so big with maybe ace-4 for that thin value? I think maybe Samuel is working with incomplete information. And just because it seemed like an unnecessary bluff, he decided to let it go. So I would be curious to pick Mueller's brain about that hand, about that spot, how he feels about it. Again, I think that when we're in the booth and we're seeing, you know, every hand, it's a lot easier for us to realize why maybe we should be calling there.
Perhaps like a hand like pocket fives or pocket sixes, right?
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
that is kind of one of the only things that perhaps makes sense played as it is.
The other thing, too, is that, like, something like, let's say, Queen Jack suited would have also been a candidate to start betting by the turn when there's a gutter, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when you start to think of the bluff rate, like, he's not going to think that he's going to bluff ace six suited there, right? So if he starts to think of the bluff combos, there's not enough. He has ace jack, which blocks Queen Jack and King Jack. So I think that there's a lot of sort of blocker breakdown in Mueller's head as well, but it didn't really make sense to me as played.
Last hand, Fan was on the cutoff. Mueller opened from under the gun, so just flatting with a hand like pocket fives or pocket sixes, pocket sevens. Yeah, it's possible. I guess, I think Sam was quite close to calling, but in the end decided to not really believe his opponent, but perhaps felt it wasn't worth the trouble. As we have a little three-way action once more. Ace-5 of diamonds for the man who just stole a pot. Versus the 7-4 of diamonds from Samuel Mueller. And Liu looks down at King and Queen of Hearts. Perhaps the most beautiful hand, but it's the Ace-5 that flops best. A diamond would be very problematic
for Samuel.
Especially on this low board, he's not going anywhere with his 7-4. He's got a couple of backdoor straight draws to dream of as well. A fun start to our new block of poker. As perhaps these two will tango. Fan Chang making his debut, does not have any Triton cashes recorded. Samuel will make the call. He's hoping for a diamond, but we know that it's the last thing he needs here. A diamond would be disastrous. Oh, and it is a diamond, and it's...
Woof.
The three of diamonds. Samuel Mueller is drawing that, and he's in all sorts of trouble. He's looking for revenge on the man who just stole a pot from him on the river. This is a disaster.
I think Samuel is going to be able to potentially not double up Fan necessarily, but it's really going to be dependent on the sign on the turn. Yeah, he's the size on the turn, pardon me. He has only bet 33. He's going to have 182 left with about 145 out there. I wonder, I don't really expect to see Samuel check raise here, but if he does, yeah, he's going to be doubling up his opponent. But if he just calls and then faces a six-figure bet, I don't think that he's going to be check shoving.
There are maybe some river cards that could save him as well if he just calls here. Like if another diamond rolls off, then it's going to be a little bit easier to work on some damage limitation. But if it's a black king or a black queen, it's going to be very, very difficult for Samuel not to get.
Oh, yeah, he is going to raise. So, yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me too much. He doesn't want to allow Fan Cheng to check back on the river. So this will, for all intents and purposes, likely result in a big double up for Fan Cheng.
What a spot. You get a check raised on the turn while holding the nuts. Having a draw to a straight flush as well. Not that we need it, but it's always nice. Makes it extra beautiful. And we now have the check raise all in, and Sam will make the quick call, and he will get the bad news that he is drawing dead. Fan Cheng with the full double with the ace-5 of diamonds. That is a rough start for the man who was one of the star players of the first inaugural edition of the Triton ONE last September. And of course had a great performance at the Triton Super High Roller Series right after that as well. And Fan Cheng didn't even see the river. He's already texting his friends, I got a double, and you will never guess who it was through. I mean, I would text everyone that I know as well if I doubled through Samuel Mueller.
Yeah.
I'll put it on my resume.
Yeah, flush over flush. I mean, on an unpaired board, that is the game sometimes.
What an amazing way for Fan Cheng to start these 2 hours of poker. over at the TV table. Steals a little pot the hand pre-4 and gets the full double now, flush over flush. Gets the nuts on the turn. Sam Wall drops down to 160K. In case you guys joined us a little bit later today, the starting stacks are 250,000. This is Flight 1C. You can register all the way up until the end of level 10. And if Flight 1C doesn't work out, there is one last chance to make it to the second day of the 3K QQPK Genesis opening event. And that is through Flight 1D. That is starting any moment now. I believe it's starting at 6. As we take a little moment to give a big shout out to our title sponsor, QQPK, supporting the game at the highest level and bringing the action to poker fans around the world. We couldn't do it without them. We have a few of their ambassadors in the field, including the man who was the chip leader of Flight 1A, Ninchan Sharma. Spicy start to our second block of poker, Griffin.
Yeah. We talked up Mueller quite a bit, and then right away gets coolered.
I will still talk him up. That man can bust 5 times, and I will still praise him. You got to be loyal to the game, right? You can't just give up on your heroes if they get cooled. You know, poker is a little too brutal. I mean, he still has plenty of chips to work with. 160K, the big blind currently at
He'll be
6.
fine.
Yeah. And if not here, he can try again, and he can try again in Flight 1D. Let's not forget that he did final table the opening event last time around, finished in 6th place back then. And that was the start of a magical week for Sam. So we've moved on to the next hand. We've got ace 9 as 6 with 2 spades. And Liu flops best, of course, with his ace queen. But Ben Liu from Malaysia does have a pair of 6s to work with.
14,000.
I wish I had 4 names.
Yesterday, our French player had 5 names in the Triton Poker Plus.
No.
But yeah, but then they fixed it and they removed the middle 3. But his name was so long. Randy was dying. It's like, that's the longest name I've ever seen. It's so long it covers his chip count. The turn is the 10 of hearts. Yes. 6-4 didn't really improve on this board. Liu is wondering what he should bet. Wouldn't be surprised to see him go for a little over 20. I mean, 7-8 did get there, but okay, he decides to check back the ace queen here. Are you surprised by that, Griffin?
Yes and no. I think you can definitely check back on this turn card. You know, it has filled in some hands like 7-8. You can always just, it's a spot that you're not really expecting to get 3 streets of value with ace queen. Just the way that 10 interacts with the 6-9.
75,000.
So maybe it's nice to just like play it a little underwrapped. And now you've induced a bluff from Ben Liu, who finds himself basically at the bottom of his range with this pair of 6s. And I really like this spot that he's taken because of all the 8x hands he's supposed to have in his range. 8-6, the 8-7, of course, 8-9, 10-8. Not to mention the spades coming in. So I think that this could work.
Yep. And the way that he played his hand, where he check called on the flop and it went check on the turn, spades getting there makes sense as well. And ace queen will suddenly feel very marginal, and Liu lets it go. Gets bluffed here by Ben Liu.
But a bet on the turn wins the pot with the ace queen. So you've allowed your opponent to, you know, quote unquote get there in the sense of getting the perfect bluff card to get you to fold the best hands. So pretty interesting hand there.
Ben Liu Sun Yung sends it 75K on the river and takes it down. With indeed the absolute bottom of his range. Had a pair, but felt like he was playing the board there.
Great table presence, this guy. There's something for kind of like Donnie Yen about him. Rocking that APT logo.
I'm telling you, it's the shades, man. The
Yeah.
shades make the man or the woman. Yang in seat 1 has good shades too. Fan Chang, the man who's still enjoying his double, let his friends around the world know that he is healthy. Is he now the chip leader of this table? Second in chips. Below our friends from Malaysia, Ben Liu, Sun Yung, who just got a big bluff through on the river. We have some massive stacks already in the field. If we take a look at the leaderboard, we have 2 players over 1 million, a few of them very close to 1 million.
A Canadian. A Canadian is in first. Oh, I know, Rayhan. Nice. 1.2 million, 200 big blinds. Good for him.
Some national pride shining through there.
Yeah, well, I didn't see any Canadians yesterday on the leaderboard for 1A.
Yeah, there were
And
a
I
few.
was worried.
Just not at the top, but there were Canadians in the mix.
No, not, but I mean, once we were in the money,
Ah, okay.
you know. Open-ended for Ben Liu. And a
Double gutter.
double gutter.
Battle of the blinds here between the small blind and the big blind. The turn brings us the ace of diamonds, puts a second diamond on the board.
Yeah, and I think a bit of a difficult card for Yang Yang to bet on. Shouldn't have many aces in her range checking back pre. So, yeah, they're both playing by the rules here. Let's see if the river changes anything.
It's a board pairing 6, which means the 10 high of Yang Yang is good.
9 high, yeah, I think 9 high might. I can see this going check, check, and 9 high winning at showdown, which would be really funny.
No, 10 high would be winning at showdown.
Oh, pardon me, 10. Yeah, my bad. I corrected you out of foolishness. Never again.
But Ben Lu Sun-Yung Fai has 25k. He is not willing to show down the 9 high. And Yang Yang will probably let go of her 10-8. The double gutter did not get there. And this guy is making a good impression on us.
Two bluffs already.
Yeah.
Just got here.
On the river. Sometimes people start off a little timid when they make their first appearance over the TV table. Lots of cameras pointing at them, bright lights. It's a little different, and it takes a little while before some of them find their groove.
I mean, I feel like if I had 4 names, I wouldn't be concerned about lights and cameras.
Yeah, you think that's what's making the difference? Well, we had a feeling that Merle in the previous segment was going to entertain us early on, and he most certainly did. I have the feeling that Ben is going to provide us with a lot of joy, especially if he's going to be here for the entire 120 minutes. Of course, 3 levels of poker coming your way, 40-minute levels. Opening blinds here, 3K, 6K, as Samuel Muller with a bit of a rough start to this TV table and looks down at pocket 8s as he starts the hand with
33.
a little over 25 big blinds.
33? Yeah. Raise 33,000.
Announces the race to 33,000. Ben Lu realizes that he can't win them all. Kamaga looks down at the ace-5 offsuit in the big blind. We saw him flat earlier with the ace-7, but this would be an even worse spot to get involved with ace-5. And I'm quite certain that we'll let go of this one. He strikes me as a man who likes to get involved. I feel like he's also going to entertain us.
So this is interesting here. Mueller actually prepared to play for stacks here at 25 big blinds with the 8s. He's not 3-betting to fold. He knows he can still re-enter. So Lee is going to play this as a flat. I think ace-7 suited also a candidate to just shove over the 3-bet, which would have been called, and then he would have been behind.
Instead, we'll take a flop, and the flop comes ace-9-9 with 2 spades, which obviously is what Ming Lee was looking for as he makes a top pair. And so far, Samuel Muller cannot catch a break at this future table. It is early. It's the opening event of Triton ONE. I'm certain that Samuel is here for a month of poker. He's going to bet very small. Did he just bet 1 big blind?
Yeah.
Samuel Muller with the 1 big blind bet in a pot of 80k. Almost feels like he thought that was kind of funny himself.
Yeah, I kind of like it. I mean, you kind of need to continue because once you start checking, you're kind of playing your hand a bit face up. It looks like you have something like jacks through kings, 10s, etc. But when you bet, you can clear out some equity of hands that will just, I mean, if you know, Lee had Jack 10 of diamonds, he's going to fold the min bet, and you want to clear out that equity, right? So I really like the way Mueller's playing this, even though he is going to lose the hand.
And goes check, check on the turn. And Ming Lee will check his pair of aces once more on the river. Samuel Mueller with 118k behind, a little over 1-1 when it comes to the SPR. Don't think there is a whole lot he can pull off here. Well, let's see if Samuel Mueller can cook up something magical. Nah, he will give up and will receive the bad news that he lost to the ace-7 of diamonds. Loses another 39k. Didn't have a lot to work with earlier, has less than 20 big blinds now. I'm gonna have to find a double. Be very sad if we lose Samuel Mueller early, because I feel like one of the main reasons why we selected this table was because Samuel was on it. He's obviously a very recognizable face and found so much success here the last time around. Let's hope he can find his double.
Yeah, look, 7-4 diamonds. Mueller cooler. Really did clip his wings.
But we do have Ben. Ben Lu Sung Jung from Malaysia. Hey, there we go. Samuel Mueller looks down at the bullets. Aces from the hijack, opens things up and obviously hopes that someone finds anything that they want to get involved with. Speaking of Ben Lu.
Nice fold.
Let's go of the duckies.
I like it.
Yang gets out of the way with a 9-4. Kamaga doesn't enjoy folding, but he has to let go of 9-3.
Mystery.
We've got our second mystery hand of the day. As these two have already battled twice ever since we joined this table. This is going to be the third time around. We know Samuel Mueller has the goods. The flop comes King 9-5 Rainbow. Action starts on Fan Cheng from the big blind.
Such a nice spot here with aces, unblocking all the pairs your opponent can have, the straight draws.
14.
He's going to size up because of that sort of concept. You can sort of size up in these situations because your opponent's more likely to have a pair because you unblock. You want the 9s to call, the kings to call, the queen jacks to call, maybe the 7-8s and 6-8 suiteds. And he's going to put in a raise that says to me, you know,
let's play for all of it.
yeah, I have king 10. Let's go. So I think Samuel is still just going to flat probably because he's just too strong and he's going to get all the money from that king X anyway. So just in the sort of a just in case, a little bit of housekeeping, I would expect to see just a call. No reason to rush, you know, little foreplay here on the flop.
As the turn will bring us the Queen of Diamonds, and we have the immediate all-in by Fan Cheng. It does not feel like Mueller can really go anywhere.
He doesn't like the turn, but he's going to see King Jack and King 10 just as often. He's going to see any hand that could potentially be beating him.
Is there a world where Fan Cheng has like King 5?
Yeah.
Or would you feel like he doesn't have to raise?
It just doesn't matter. He only has 56k back.
Yeah, of course, but we still want to play the guessing game. Like, I feel that he's
yeah.
always going to get involved as well. I'd be mega surprised if we ever fold here. That seems out of the question.
He just has King 10.
Yeah, King 10. Could it even be a 9-5 suited? Since Fan Cheng is on a bit of winner's tilt, he's been winning a lot of hands. He completed the action from the big blind. I feel like there's a lot of potential hands that he can have there.
I mean, you could have something silly like 9-5 suited.
Yeah.
But you can just get lucky on the river too. Like it's time to rebuy here. I don't know why Mueller is making us wait.
He wants to make sure that we and chat around the world, whether it's Twitch chat, YouTube chat, or Kick chat, can get their guesses in. I have a very tough time putting Fan Cheng on a hand. I kind of feel it's something silly along the lines of, yeah, maybe a 9-5. Perhaps, 6-7. I don't know. It's very difficult.
6-7's off the table, I think.
I mean, Fan Cheng is creative. We saw it before. There was obviously no need for him to make it 50K.
I mean, we're also working with a lot more information than Mueller
Samuel,
is.
yep, because we already saw him bluff. That is correct.
I mean, I think if Fan Cheng has King 7, he does the same thing here. I just think he maybe doesn't realize that he should be playing a lot of these hands as check calls to induce bluffs.
I find it very tough to put a Fan Cheng on a hand here. A lot of weird two-pair combos possible. It can just be a king. Could have maybe been, I don't know. There is a world where it's even just pocket fives. But do we really have to raise that big on the flop if we flop that strong? Samuel is really giving this some real thought. The man cares about his tournament life.
I'm impressed that he cares this much with his 9 big blinds, but it's because, oh my God, no.
Wow,
no.
let's go of the aces.
Told you, King 10.
You called it, mate. You were spot on. It is just King 10 and Samuel Mueller. Let's go of the aces on King 9-5 Queen.
Yeah, that's just a really, really poorly misplayed hand by Samuel Mueller. I really think that's very out of character. But I mean, again, like this is a great example of what makes Triton ONE so interesting, because you're up against all these unknowns, and yeah, I'll be perfectly honest with you. Like, I'm a little embarrassed for Samuel Mueller because he is literally one of the best players in the world. He plays super high rollers.
Yeah.
He's good at main events, and he's just not expecting to see a hand like King 10 in that spot. But the reason that you and I can expect to see a hand like that is because we saw him limp under the gun with Jack 10 off. We saw the way that he, you know, and I'm surprised that he's more confident about a spot like this than he is aces on a King 9-5 Queen.
Because even if our opponent would have a random two-pair, then perhaps we still have some outs
Get
over
there,
there.
like.
Once in a while we are very far ahead, but Fan Cheng gets Mueller to fold the aces with King 10 after check raising on that King 9-5 flop, I believe it was.
By the way, my King 10 call there was almost nicer than yours.
No,
He just says
I'll
King
give
10.
it to you. Yeah, you said it with conviction as well.
Yeah.
No, that was beautiful, mate. I kind of thought it was going to be a random two-pair, maybe a King 9, maybe a King 5, but then I was wondering why would he even raise that big on the flop? Because if his opponent would have ace, queen, ace, jack, they may just get away there. You're spot on. It was just a King 10. Samuel Mueller perhaps has a chance here on getting some of his chips back. This is Liu with ace 5 offsuit in the big blind. And they are going to run it. Flop comes ace, jack 7. Samuel Mueller still in the lead with his ace 9. What a surprising hand. I'm a bit shocked, Griffin.
I'm disappointed. Some chop opportunities now, I think, right? On a 7 on the river.
A jack.
A jack would be aces and jacks with the 9. Oh,
And
no, 3, 8, 3.
Any
right,
king,
right,
any
right.
queen? No.
Yeah, there's a queen.
And that means we are
说对了。
going to chop it up. It's unfortunate for Samuel Mueller. You're disappointed and I am shocked. I'm mostly shocked because I feel like I've watched 20, 30 hours of Samuel Mueller. And I
Never meet your heroes, bro.
No, he's still a hero. It's all right. It's one of these spots where if he does fold aces with so little behind and he's correct, everyone goes wild, right? It's, oh my God, what a great play. And this time, unfortunately, we were just wrong. It happens to the very best. And that is what makes poker such a beautiful game. Even world-class players like Samuel Mueller are going to be wrong from time to time.
It's just, nah. It's an unacceptable fold. It's not good enough. I mean, there's 140K out there, and he has 56K left. And I think that that you can learn a lot about the few hands you've seen him play, like the way in which he 3-bet all in on the turn with the stone nut flush. Like that was misplayed by Fan. He needs to just call there, but with the check raise. And so I think that should be indicative that he might not be using betting technique, like advanced betting techniques, and just sort of like that he's going to have in his range just a rogue king there. And that you're ahead of that, and you only have an SPR of like, 40% or whatever, 0.4.
You don't think it's the opposite, where because he played the ace-5 like that, Samuel thought he's maybe playing not a very strong hand in a similar manner?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a weird hand. Yeah, but
it is a weird hand, and it gives us a lot to talk about, and I'm sure the chat is as surprised as we were. Not a mystery hand. And you have nailed it. Unfortunately, Samuel did not. Very surprising. We are a bit shocked. We're a bit lost for words, but you say it's unacceptable. Yeah.
I mean, Samuel Mueller is someone who plays. He's going to play with a lot of confidence from a lot of log 10s, and he's probably, if he goes through his database in his head of all the times he's been in a 3K, and a guy has check raise on that flop and shove the turn. Maybe he's discounting all the King X hands because those are supposed to all play. Like, this is someone who's really well studied too, right? So if pretty much all the King X's that isn't like King Queen or whatever are supposed to check call there, and instead he sees this big raise and then the shove on this card that really interacts with the board, I'm kind of grasping a little bit to sort of help him out. But I think that was the inherent problem, is that he didn't think that he's supposed to have King 10 and King Jack and all the other kings. And I was sitting there being like, I've been watching this guy for 20 minutes, and I know he's going to have King 10 here,
What do you think Samuel thought he had? A set or a 2-pair?
I think that he probably thought he had like 9-5 suited, King 5 off, and then maybe if he was just like doing something weird with like 10 Jack, obviously that's the nuts, and then, yeah.
Makes sense. We've got ace-8 of spades battling it out here with the pocket 10s of the man who is on fire, Fan Cheng. Getting a full double and then some so far in these first 20 minutes. Actually, it's been 40 minutes already. I guess time flies when we're having fun watching these guys as we're getting closer to the next level.
It's getting big, and again, an unconventional play here from Fan Cheng. Deciding to min-raise with the overpair.
I have another question about the previous hand, but I want to see what Leo decides to do here with his ace-8 of spades. There is not a single spade on that board, so he decides to let it go. And Fan Cheng will continue his hot run. Do you think there is any merit to Samuel Mueller just shipping on the flop? It's not to be result-oriented, because then we know that he probably would have won the hand, but that's not the point. But after you get check raised to 50K, and you only have 108K in total, do you think that you can just ship it there with aces? I feel like that'd be a fine play as well, no?
I don't think it's fine because of the way that I talked about it as the hand was happening, is that, yes, I mean, as it was happening, we both thought, like, okay, he has it here. He's not just randomly putting in this 3.5x raise. He probably has a king. But we don't know that for sure. He might just have, like, nothing and just thought Mueller's bet was weak and he's doing some random thing. You have like the nuts with aces there. It's King 9-5. Like, you're starting the hand with 20 big blinds. If he flopped 2-pair on you on King 9-5, you just go broke. It's fine. But if there is a chance that he's doing something random, let him pick up a little equity. Let him make some random crazy bluff. Like, you'll be amazed what a player that is kind of just clicking buttons, which is what Fan Cheng is doing, are capable of. You can get people drawing dead all in on the turn. Like, it happens, Like, just because it feels like, okay, they can't possibly be doing this with nothing, sometimes they are, Like, I'll get someone all in on the turn, and it'll just be on an ace-high board where, I decided to check, and then, because I have an ace, and then he'll just go all in on the turn with jack high. It's like, these things happen. You got to give, when you have these big hands, you got to give people rope to hang themselves, especially when they're clearly not that experienced and talented. And, Fan Cheng is going wild, and we kind of love it because it looks like it's just this train that's just bobbing and weaving and making all these crazy moves. And I think it'll probably eventually crash. But in the meantime, until people figure out what he's doing, he's going to be tough to kind of nail down. And I'm really glad we have players like Fan Cheng in this field. And again, this is nothing personal towards him. I'm just analyzing what I'm seeing based off how he's playing. He's all over the place. And eventually these guys are going to figure them out. And when Mueller sees his hand, I think he's going to be embarrassed. But I also think he's someone that has the kind of confidence through his experience, through his training, that he's just going to like laugh it off with some friends, you know, and I don't think he's going to take it personally that we and the chat thought it was a poor play.
We have a potential interesting hand developing here with the pocket kings on the side of Liu, as Ming Li looks down at ace-4 with the 4 of hearts, and he flopped an open-ender, and he has put in a raise to 78k. This is a fun one as well, Griffin.
Can we just get a break? What a table.
Too many hands to discuss, but that's a good problem.
Lee, who's picking these tables? This is amazing. Lee says he doesn't want to take all the credit, as we do see the shove, and now...
Yeah, what do we do now? We made it 78k. The all-in is for 237,000.
It's just what is the plan here, you know? You've flopped some good equity here. You're open-ended. Your ace might be live.
Sure. You need 5s?
Now you're just sitting there like, I mean, do I want to just take my equity here?
He's got 39%. Kind of felt like he said sure at first, but perhaps that was someone else. I think they were exchanging a couple of chips. Maybe we're getting ready for the chip race. So I guess we are closing in on the level where we get rid of the red chips forever. The 1k chip will be kissed goodbye. As Ming Li is probably also asking himself, what did I get myself into? I was excited to see a turn. It's making the count. It is going to be for approximately 65% of his stack.
The unpredictable nature of Triton ONE. We are loving it here in the booth. You know, to find yourself putting in 78k here with so much equity, surely some regret for Lee, and Shinhwa takes down a nice pot there with the pocket kings.
Bet 10 big blinds. The all-in was for 31, 21 extra. Decided to let go of it.
Thank you.
Explosive hands. What a table indeed. Yes, that is going to be the end of a level 7 as we get ready for a level 8. I believe. Or maybe not quite yet. Maybe a few more hands. Keep an eye on the blinds. Wow. I'm a bit stunned, Griffin. A bit stunned by everything that we have just witnessed in the last 15 minutes, but it's been fun. A couple of wild hands. Yoshiyuki Kamaga looking a little disjointed. Probably wants to get a little more involved, but he's not quite getting the hands. Fan Cheng will decide to take a break to update his friends once more about all the chips that he saw heading his way. He's right now torn between playing every hand or just letting his friends know how amazing he's been doing at this table. Ming Li, the man who just lost out on a lot of chips, is going to ship it from the small blind, and Samuel Müller will, of course, snap him off with pocket 10s from the big blind. Samuel does not have a lot of chips to work with. It is 53,000. 114 in the middle. Samuel is hoping that the board stays low.
And you know what's a little lost in the shuffle, too? Like, he folded that ace high against Fan Cheng when I thought he would call him as well.
Yeah,
so
the
I
ace
think
check.
it's just he just didn't get a good grasp of this player and what he's doing.
Wow. Fan Cheng can make a little highlight reel of those 3 hands. Yes, the 10s of Samuel Müller are still good. A king would be absolutely brutal, by the way. That would be the worst way to go. Ooh, it was paint. But the queen is safe, so Samuel Müller will find a tiny double, as his pocket 10s will hold up against the ace-6 offsuit. Obviously a fine play by Ming Li there to shove from the small blind.
Absolutely.
Trying to get it over with as the ace Unfortunately for him, Samuel Mueller does have it sometimes. So Sam back up now to 14 big blinds, give or take, right here. Never count him out. I can still see him end this block with 40.
Oh, of course. Don't get me wrong, too. Like, part of the reason, and maybe even one of the main reasons he found a fold there, you know, the reasons we talked about, maybe just studying spots like that and never seeing check raise ranges from the kind of hands that he did end up having, King 10, but also just like, I don't have to go rebuy right now. Like, I have 9 big blinds. I'm going to be able to find spots to acquire chips, and he's already done so, doubling up to 112,000.
It's a bizarre hand, but perhaps we'll hear more from it from him. Maybe he will look back at it. He's got a couple of friends that talk a lot about
I'm sure.
the
No,
hands.
he's going to want to know what he had there. He's going to hear it. He's going to see it.
We've got deuces for Fan Cheng, who is done updating his friends on all the chips that he has collected. And he gets called by the pocket fours of Ming Lee from Taiwan. One of the other stars has now been a little overshadowed as we talked so much about Fan Cheng, but Ben Lu Soon Young from Malaysia off to a very good start as well. It is a future table. I'd say still early into Flight 1C of the 3K QQPK Genesis opening event here. As the flop comes ace, ace, 9. Ming Lee will bet a little below 2 big blinds, 15K with his pocket fours.
Yeah, just a little bit of sort of price setting protection, maybe wanting to fold out something like a queen jack. Maybe a king high will even check call, like a king queen or king jack. You can actually get value with the fours. But when you do get check called, you're expecting you're losing a decent percentage of the time with better pairs like pocket eights. So I wouldn't expect to see another bet here, but famous last words, reaching for chips.
40?
That's 40K. And we know that he does have the best hand. Fan Cheng is on a bit of a heater, but I'm afraid he's going to have to let this one go. Even though he does have the image of having it after that hand with the ace-5 of diamonds.
Just make it 100.
Make it 120. Nah, he's going to let this one go. He will feel that he can't win them all. So Ming Lee will get a couple of the chips back that he lost in that previous hand, where he flopped the open-ended straight draw with the ace-4 against the pocket kings of his neighbor. It's been a very fun start to the second day of Triton ONE here live from Jeju, South Korea. We've got 11 days of Triton ONE. Yesterday was our opening day. This is our second, and as soon as Triton ONE is done, it will feed straight into the Triton Super High Roller Series that are, of course, played over here in the Les A Casino as well. And that's when we will be welcoming Kevin Rabichow, Henry Kilbane, of course, Nananoka will stick around. And last but not least, a fellow Canadian, Alex Livingston, will be making a return to the booth.
So wait, if he's last but not least, how do you rank them? Who's least?
Definitely Randy, because he bullies me a lot.
Yeah.
I love Randy, and he knows it. All 4 of them are awesome. I had a chance to meet Kevin and Rabichow last time. I had a tiny chat with him. Super friendly guy as well.
Oh yeah, we had a little love affair the last Jeju I was here. Got breakfast together a lot. Really picked his brain. He's great.
I've got a lot of history with Henry too. Played quite a bit of poker with him back in the
Really?
day. Yeah, in Europe.
Okay, nice.
He thinks of me as a mega degen.
Wow, he's got good instincts.
Henry is fantastic company. Super fun guy to spend some time with. Kamaga.
I actually don't think I've met him. I think we were passing ships in Jeju. I did the first sort of half, and he came in after I left, passed the baton.
Little 3-way action here. As Yang came along for the right with King 6 offsuit from the big blind. The board comes Jack 10 8 rainbow. pretty bored for Kamaga.
Yeah, I appreciate for Yang, you know, she's looking down at whatever it is, just flicking in a chip, maybe trying to get lucky. But this is one of those spots and one of those particular hands that you really need to fold from the big blind third person in, because you're up against ranges that are gonna, you know, hands exactly like what we're seeing from Kamaga. You know, when it does come king high, you're gonna lose a decent amount of money. You're suited to get in there every time, you know, but just king 6 off in particular, you're just burning a big blind almost always.
Yeah.
So I think that's a bit of a small mistake.
Where would you say it's okay to call 3 ways there with a king? Are we talking king 9? Is that acceptable?
I think you can even fold king 9.
King 10, we get in though.
King 10, you flip it in because of the
Broadway.
interaction. Yeah.
Alrighty, as we have a dealer change and we are getting ready for the next level, and that I believe is going to be the 5K, 10K level. We'll give another shout out to the title sponsor of Triton ONE, and of course the title sponsor of the opening event, the QQPK 3K Genesis. Big shout out to QQPK. We couldn't do it without them. It is a pleasure having them with us.
Definitely. I think you can flick in king 9, but it's the last one you can really, you know.
Yeah, no, I find it always interesting to learn and hear people's opinion. I agree with you on the king 6, by the way, because indeed, even if you flop top pair more often, you have no idea where you're at. In 3 ways. Like if it's heads up, it's different, of course. Positions matter, but 3 ways there, king 6 off, probably a fold. Maybe Yang just wanted to get involved. It's been a little while for her. She had a couple of hands in the very beginning, but
1-6.
it's all about Fan Chang. He's been stealing the show. Wai Lu looks down at a beautiful Queen Jack of Hearts under the gun +1, decides to open things up. Sam will let go of his ace-3 offsuit real quick. Still looking at those 14 big blinds. We do expect him to get involved again in the near future. Normally not a guy that wants to be down to 5 or 6 big blinds in a field like this. As I also feel like then you're kind of handicapping yourself, right? Samuel Muller is so good, and the bigger his stack is, the more likely it is that he can make fantastic plays. There's only so much he can do, no matter how good he is.
Yeah.
When his stack is very tiny. But he found his first double in that small blind versus big blind battle with the 10s against the A6. So we take a look at the overall leaderboards of Flight 1C. If you guys are curious on how some of the other guys are doing that we perhaps saw in the first 3 levels over at the future table, you can always take a look at the Triton Poker Plus app. It truly is fantastic. We have 4 players that are currently working with over 1 million chips in Flight 1C. And one of them is Martin Nielsen from Denmark, or the Faroe Islands. Both work for him. As, we saw a little bit of him yesterday. We saw him bust actually on the future table. You and Vitor were commentating over that one. That was the fun table with our crazy Chinese player.
Yeah.
But Martin, back in Flight 1C, over 1.1 million chips. As Leo gets involved once more, this time with the ace-queen offsuit, opens things up under the gun. The min raise to 16K. Everyone else gets out of the way though. He's had decent hands, obviously very playable hands, but Wai Lu also strikes me as a guy that likes to get involved. The percentage of VPIP is going to be up there, Griffin.
So are players allowed having phones on the future table? I think they
as
are,
long as
yeah.
they're not in the hand.
Okay. And we're working with, what, 30, 40-minute delay or something like that?
I believe it's 1 hour, actually.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out when and if Mueller will get that information, if it'll be during the level or not.
I think if he really wants to, he could. He will still be on the future table, assuming that he's still alive. But I don't know if he cares that much that he wants to know before the break. Like, I'm sure that in the break he'd be aware of it.
Right.
I haven't seen Mueller use his phone yet, unless I've missed it. I'll take a little look at this hand, as it could potentially get Interesting. Ben Lu Soon Young from Malaysia. We saw him get involved early. A couple of great plays, few bluffs. Opens things up with ace-king offsuit. Kamaga, we've had the feeling that his hands have been itching. Gets involved with a king-10 offsuit from the button. He just flats.
Yeah, and a jack-8, actually, obviously, we can see is a nice spread against these particular hands, but also one I think that you can actually fold because of the same principle. You're going to be up against better jacks a lot of the time. But he's getting a flop that you know, could potentially make the nuts at least one way.
I would still prefer the flat of Jack-8 here over King-6
Yes.
offsuit.
Yes, exactly.
For these specific reasons, as the board comes 10-9-3 with 2 hearts. Huai Lu has the open ender. Kamaga is the one who has technically flopped best, as he has a top pair with a king kicker. $60,000 chips in the middle. We'll bet 25K. How would you like to play Jack-8 here? We're just flatting always.
Yep, I think, you know, especially without a heart in hand, more odds that other players will have some continues that have hearts, straight draws that might be even better than yours.
We still need to worry about one more player behind us as well. As the turn brings the 7 of spades, the dream card for Liu, as he has the stone cold nuts.
Bingo, bango, bongo.
And this is why we prefer the flat of Jack-8.
And I actually wouldn't hate a lead here because you unblock the board, because, you know, and he does reach for chips. Kamaga is going to either have more than likely a hand like this or something that has equity and wants to continue.
Wow.
Maybe an ace-5 of hearts or a king-jack, which is a double gutter with 2 overs.
Very large sizing.
Yeah, it's a bit bigger than I would have expected. I think you're now creating a situation where you can maybe scare off something like just one pair. So I would have maybe liked to have seen something like 40, 50K. But this also speaks to the concept we've been talking about. When you're unblocking the board, a really wet board like this, your opponent's probably going to have a 10 or better, and you don't want to let them get away. But you can see, because of the size, that maybe Kamaga's recognizing that he should start considering folding these kind of combos. Let's see if he can get away from it.
Probably not what he expected to face here, but it's a massive bet. 90% pot coming out of Liu.
And
Leads out.
I don't think that Liu always just has the nuts here or better than King 10. I think he could do this with, you know, Jack 6 of hearts. You know, he could do this with something like Queen 8 of hearts. And so that's got to be the consideration for Kamaga. But again, equity-wise, you know, you're not that much ahead or more ahead against that hand. It's not like Liu is betting 101 to fold for 170, right? And that's why we want to start betting maybe something in the range of 40 to 60K to make it appear like there's still some fold equity. So I think that was, in principle, I understand it, betting big, but just a bit too much for my taste.
A little greedy there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a safe way to put it, because Kamaga looks a little disappointed, but made a great fold there with his top pair king kicker. I think betting 100K, we just got a tiny bit too excited. When I saw him reach for chips, I was like, all right, we're preventing this from going potentially check on the turn where our opponent doesn't show a lot of interest. But I never thought he would bet more than 40K there when he bet 100, especially because his opponent only had 170K to work with. It's not like we're 800K deep. Perhaps a missed opportunity there for Liu, but he does still see a few chips head his way after defending his big blind. That is one that I think he can take another look at.
16.
Soon Young opens things up, or Ben Lu, as we referred to him earlier. Makes it 16K with ace-3 of spades. Is that the exact same hand for Kamaga? I know he had king 10 off before. Maybe the suits are reversed or something, but once again, king 10. We'll make another call. In the previous hand, Fan Cheng was on his phone and he was smiling a lot, so he seemed very happy. I guess he's been having very joyful conversations with his friends.
Checking in on the leaderboard. Ryan Chamas, who I mentioned, friend of mine from Canada. Significant chip lead, 1.6 million, good for 266 bigs. And your boy, bouncing back from that, you know, interesting bust-out hand last night. Martin Nilsson second in chips with 1.25.
And we have a German in third, Konstantin Held. We've got Ilyas Aliyev, who's been one of the biggest stacks throughout the majority of Flight 1C, still over 1 million as well. So we've got 4, well, not Europeans, but 3 Europeans and a Canadian at top of Flight 1C. But it is still very early days. The flop came Jack 8-6 Rainbow, as Fan Cheng flops best with his King Jack. Gets checked to him, and he will fire 30K. There's a good chance. I mean, double gutter, right? No, not double gutter.
Not even a single
No.
straight draw.
I know, I missed it. Misread my
It's
board.
okay, buddy.
We let go of it. Needed one different card there. Cheng will just take it down. King 10, not good for Kamaga. Been a very solid little session there for Fan Cheng.
I mean, by the skin of his teeth. Like, he's dodged a juggernaut of a player in Thomas Mueller, somehow just misreading Fan Cheng. There's some sort of magic happening with Fan to have gotten away with both of those hands, both the ace high and then the aces.
Are you a football fan?
I am not.
Because you just called him Thomas Müller, who is a very famous German football player.
That would explain why you would say that. Of course, Samuel Mueller. Yeah, that must be some sort of like inception from many years on the European Poker Tour. I'm sure that like I just overheard crossing a table someone say Thomas Mueller.
He is actually currently playing for a Canadian team, if I'm not mistaken. He went from Bayern Munich to the Vancouver or whatever.
The Whitecaps, I think it's called.
Yeah. I'm not a non-MLS expert, but I know that Thomas Müller is active over in North America at the moment.
Why are they called the Whitecaps? Is that like a mushroom or something?
I have no idea, man. If
Why
anyone should
are
know the
they
answer to the
called-
question, it's you.
Why are they called the Vancouver Whitecaps?
水象太好了。
我一直没拍。
I just asked ChatGPT why they called the Vancouver Whitecaps, and it said, focus on the poker.
Well, Yang takes one down as he opened things up with ace-9 suited under the gun +2. No one else got involved.
It comes from a natural feature of the ocean off the coast of Vancouver. There you go.
Today we learned.
We learned something.
12.5.
I mean, Thomas Müller is great, but I still like Samuel Müller more, even
Wow.
if we folded aces. It is what it is.
Okay, quick bio. Tell me about Thomas Mueller.
Legend.
Yeah?
He's a legendary player for Bayern Munich. He played there for 10, 15 years. Won everything that you can dream of. Also became a world champion with Germany in 2014. He's he's a cult hero because he was very loyal, what is very rare these days in
Okay.
football because people move around to a
Yes.
bigger team for more money.
Right.
He basically played his entire career for Bayern Munich, a team in
Okay.
the southern parts of Germany. And he's an absolute legend of German football.
Follow-up question.
Yeah.
I love playing this game with like sports stars, especially when I don't know much about the sport. Compare him to a poker player.
Thomas Müller.
Is he like a Patrick Antonius? Is that a decent comp? Is he a Gus Hansen? Is he a Phil Hellmuth?
He's a very nice guy. He's very likable.
Okay.
He was very loyal. Has never really been part of any controversy. It's very difficult for me to answer that question,
Yeah.
but I'll give it some thought. I'm
Yeah.
gonna come back to you.
Yeah, please come back to me. Yeah. I feel like Patrick Antonius, based off what you said, sounds like a decent shout.
Yeah, but Patrick Antonius has always been like somewhat serious, and Thomas Müller is a very smiley guy.
Okay.
So he's a bit more like Daniel Negreanu energy in that
Interesting.
in that regard. It's very chatty.
But is Daniel Negreanu loyal?
I mean, he switched sides a couple times.
Yeah. And then no judgment. Listen, we all move around in this world.
Yeah, once more, top pair for Kamaga. Earlier was forced to fold his king 10. Folded it correctly, even though it was with these two as well as they're running it back. Kamaga bets 20.
Yeah.
Liu makes the call with the sixes on Jack 10-5 rainbow. With the history that these two have built up with one another, and I can only assume that already happened prior to them being moved to the future table, a check here would be kind of cool, especially if you would have the information that we have. I feel like there's a good chance that if we check, that Leo would fire. Betting small is obviously a play as well, and the bet is 55K.
I guess we'll never know.
And again, Leo did call on the flop. And if he thought his sixes were good on the flop, shouldn't they still be good on the turn? But Kamaga only has 65K behind. So obviously Leo knows that if he calls here, there's a good chance he's going to have to pay off the additional 65K as well on the river. And he will just let go of his sixes. What do you think is the reason there for calling on the flop? Is just small bet. Let's just see what our opponent does on the turn, like a little feeler.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we happen to see he had Queen Jack, but sometimes it's just like an Ace 7 that's deciding to c-bet on that texture. Sometimes it's maybe an Ace Queen or an Ace King that doesn't always two-barrel. Also, there is sort of this principle of just like how disguised the every now and then turn card of a 6 and what that does, you know.
Oh, Yang looks down at pocket jacks under the gun. We saw her raise the Ace 9 of hearts a couple hands ago. He's once more going to open things up. Perhaps unfortunately for Yang, Kamaga immediately has one of her jacks. And there's the other jack. Leo with Queen Jack offsuit from the cutoff. We know that he likes to get involved.
Don't do it. Hand selection, very important. Play within the rules, man. This isn't just spots, man. Oh, he heard me.
May just give Yang a lot of credit. Samuel Muller has been bleeding down a little. Was at 114K a while ago, but he's been forced to fold quite a few hands. Now down to 92. Ben Lu Soon Young from Malaysia makes the call with a 10-5. The big blind defense, 10-5 offsuit versus the under the gun open. Wow, Leo's going to be a little unhappy with that one as the board comes Queen, Queen 7. He was thinking about it with his Queen Jack. The turn brings the 8 of spades. Yes, there really is not a whole lot here for Ben Lu with his 10-5 offsuit. Yang fires 21K, and that is going to be the end of this hand. Little public service announcement. Welcome everyone who is watching us on the various platforms that this stream is live. We are live on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. I spent a couple of hours yesterday night in Twitch chat, chatting along with a few of the poker enthusiasts out there. We hope you guys will enjoy the coverage of Triton ONE.
Sure.
Of course, we'll have a Randy stop by later, Randy Nananoko Lu. And of course, Vider will be making another appearance in the booth. Today is all about Flight 1C of the 3K QQPK Genesis opening event. Tomorrow we'll have day 2, which is going to be our 3rd day of broadcasting. And we'll play all the way down to the final table and perhaps crown a winner. I believe that is the plan. I enjoy all the stages though of these kinds of events. I find it very cool to see how a lot of people navigate these large fields, and whether it's a top tier pro or someone making his Triton debut, it's just fun to watch these hands play out and unfold, and it gives us so much to talk about.
Yeah, I think it's great. I mean, I think the thing is, if you're enjoying this day 1 coverage, which I think a lot of you from home are, because I know I am in the booth as well as Kevin, it really only gets more exciting as we progress. And the money starts getting more real, and the mistakes start compounding and meaning more as we do sort of take a look at what the rest of this field looks like. You know, we're seeing a lot of really off-the-wall plays, and when, you know, it's one thing when it happens on day 1 when we're at the, you know, 8, 10K big blind level, but eventually it's going to be much more meaningful for a lot more money, and I'm excited to see, you know, this eclectic mix of professionals and, you know, amateurs or recreationals or whatever you want to call it as we go further and further in this event, as we get a little glimpse at some super high rollers who are here early.
Yeah, very cool that a couple of the massive names are already here playing in either yesterday Flight 1A or B, or making their first appearance today in C or D of this opening event. We got a
Exactly.
We got a heads up that this is going to take a couple of minutes, guys. We are nearing the end of level 8, so this could be that chip race that I was referring to earlier, where we once and for all get rid of the 1K red chips. Perhaps we're rebalancing the field a little bit, as obviously some of the stacks are getting large, some tables are losing a few players. I believe that it's going to take approximately 3 minutes. So if you want, you can tell me much more about anime, or I can go back into the tank and think about who I would compare Thomas Müller to when it comes to the
Why don't you
world
get
of
in the
poker.
tank, and I will, I'll think more about anime.
Maybe chat can help me out. Who would be a
Who
good
is
comparison?
Thomas Müller? Why don't you tell me how you spend your free time there, Kev? I'm getting to know you a little bit. What are your hobbies outside of? I know you stream almost every day.
Correct.
Very committed to that. You know, you a movie guy. You like long walks on the beach.
I do enjoy a walk on the beach, but I'd be lying if I told you that I make them very often. Even though I don't live too far away from the beach, I live near Rotterdam, and if I go 20 minutes towards the left, I'm basically at the beach. So I could go for a nice walk, but there's a couple of rivers where I can make a walk if I really want to make a walk. I spend most of my time, mate, it doesn't sound very exciting, but I love watching sports. There are various sports that I enjoy.
Nice.
F1 is one of my favorites. It's starting off this weekend, by the way, over in Australia,
Nice.
Melbourne. First race of the year. Big F1 fan, big football fan. I enjoy American football. I also enjoy some ice hockey from time to time.
Oh, now you're speaking my language. I'm a
And
hockey baseball guy myself.
And I love watching streams, whether it is a StarCraft 2 stream, as that has obviously been my main game when it comes to esports for the last 16 years at this point. Love enjoying some StarCraft 2 streams, but I also enjoy a lot of poker streams, whether it's a personal streamer or it's a professional broadcast. Like when the Bahamas, for instance, is wrong, when the Triton is over in the Bahamas, I have it on every single day at night. Like I really enjoy that.
That's great. So I have a question for you then, as someone who is a die-hard F1 fan.
Yeah.
What do you feel about the influx of fans that came through the whole Drive to Survive thing? Do you consider them sort of like fake new fans, or like you love the growth of the sport?
I find that kind of stuff so silly. Like, what are we doing here? Gatekeeping on who is a more diehard OG fan. I find that stuff so pathetic.
Okay,
it's like,
great.
Yeah, of course, some people live for it, and they've been living and dying by F1 for the last 35 years.
Some people Drive to Survive.
Yeah, but like, who cares? Like, literally, who cares?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I will never get over that. So, no, I have no issue with anyone being a casual or diehard fan. I'd be a bit more judgmental if they start being, for lack of a better word, dickheads about certain topics.
Yeah.
Where they are incredibly opinionated and they're straight up wrong. But no, I think it's always awesome if people find a new passion in life, whether that is watching poker or playing poker or watching sports or participating in sports in real life. Last thing, by the way, that I can tell you about myself, the one sport that I do enjoy is, I don't know if you're familiar with Randy and his love for pickleball. He plays a lot of pickleball over in Australia. In the Netherlands, we don't really play pickleball, but we play padel, as I call it, or paddle, as they say over in the UK or in some of the other countries, which is a mix between tennis and squash. And that is something that I really enjoy. That's how I spend most of my time, Griffin.
So I'm a big squash player. I play squash twice a week. That's my main sport, squash and hockey. And I actually played paddle or padel one time.
Yeah.
In Montenegro.
Did you love it?
I loved it. I was a last-minute sub with Kai and Mockery and some guys. They needed a player. I was on a big break.
It's the Norwegian Triton ONE champ, right?
Pardon?
The man you just mentioned. He's the Norwegian poker player who won Triton.
I don't know if Kai and Mockery is Norwegian. Is he?
Let's look it up. Maybe
Yeah.
you can Google it. He should be in the app.
But he's had an incredible success on the tour, and he's going to be coming. I had a nice little chat with him when I saw him in Paris, and he said he's going to be out for the Super High Roller Series.
That's awesome. I love that you played padel.
Yeah.
I played a lot of racquetball when I lived in America a long time ago, and racquetball is very similar to squash. Never really played squash. I don't even know what the true difference is between the two, but I did really enjoy it. I just kind of fell out of touch with a few of the guys that I live with. Or I didn't fall off touch. They just moved back to Europe, so I had nobody to play with anymore, and then I stopped playing. But I think it's a super fun sport.
You're right. He's from Norway. I should have known that.
And he's a Triton champ as well.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, the 250K Invitational for 7.7 million. Not bad.
Also played Heads Up a little while ago when we had a lot of the Heads Up show matches going late at night. I think that was at Bahamas, or it was actually, no, it was over here in Jeju. It was after Triton ONE was done last September. As the action has continued, we apologize for that minor delay. We just needed a few minutes to sort everything out, but we are back and poker can continue. In our first hand, Ming Lee will take it down with King Queen offsuit. I hope you know a lot more about my life right now, Griffin.
Yeah, no, it's nice to get to know you, Kev. I'm annoyed I didn't know Mockery was Norwegian, because I don't know if you know this about me, but I mean, in my Counter-Strike career, I spent a lot of time with Norwegians, so I actually know some Norwegian curse words, and I could have used them with them. You know, that's the only thing I learned, because you know, when you're playing Counter-Strike with teenagers and then they get killed in the game the way they don't like, they go "fan, fitte," you know, all this stuff.
Some of these words are very bad, by the way.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
They get a little sensitive over that.
Okay.
Because I obviously am familiar with the gamer language too, and I spend a lot of time with Scandinavians, and
Yeah.
some of the words that
Herregud. That one's not bad. That's
No,
like,
that
oh
one
my
is-
God, right?
Yeah, that one is not too bad.
Okay.
But when they teach you certain things 20 years ago, and you bring it up 20 years later, they're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. That's
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I was like, okay, I'm sorry. That's
Well,
just like
look, blame Teenage Jaguar. Don't bring me into this. I don't remember what they mean.
And Liu opens things up with Ace King offsuit here under the gun +2. Ming Lee is thinking about it with 9-6, even though I think we can safely let this go. Perhaps the graphic is just not updated yet. It seems like Samuel Muller has found a hand, and he will go for it with his last 88,000 chips. All right, medium mystery hand. What is Samuel Muller shoving with? Pocket nines. No, can't be pocket nines because there's a 9 out there. It can be. Pocket tens. How are we feeling about pocket tens?
Pocket tens is a great shout. I like that. I like it a lot.
I hope for Samuel that it's not ace queen, because he will be in a lot of trouble. As you guys can see, our graphics are a little bit delayed, but we know that Ming Lee got out of the way. It is ace queen for Samuel Muller.
Oh.
Kamaga is going to get involved as well with pocket jacks. Well, it is a little three-way all-in. If Samuel Muller wins this, he is more than back. He's going to get his full triple, but he's going to need a lot of help.
Yeah, a lot of help.
I mean, technically, it's just a single queen and a couple of low cards.
I mean, if I was him, I just wouldn't have folded aces.
You're going to have to get over it, Griffin.
I know.
It happens.
I know.
I am sure that Samuel Muller is going to make it up to you in these next 10 days.
I bet he is, actually.
We're going to see a couple of extraordinary plays the way that he always shows them. But perhaps we can already get a little lucky here. As the flop comes, a 9-6-3. The jacks of Kamaga are still best. Samuel Muller looking for a queen. Leo looking for an ace or a king. There is the ace for Liu, and he is very happy with that. That is very sad for Kamaga, who was looking good on that board.
Yeah, and staring down the barrel of a double elimination here on 1C. A queen or a jack, or Liu.
Wow! A little bit of justice there for Kamaga as he gets a set of jacks on the river. We'll take down this big pot, and that means we'll say goodbye to Samuel Müller for now. But I am very certain that we'll see a lot more of him in these upcoming 10 days over at Triton ONE. And most likely the 2 weeks after that, of course, as we kick off the Triton Super High Roller Series. But for now, I'm going to have to say goodbye a little. Samuel will obviously think back of some of the hands that he had. Got very unlucky in the flush over flush hand, where he had the 7-4 of diamonds. An unpaired board, only 3 diamonds. Yeah, the aces. I think it's all been said and done. We have to let it go, Griffin Benger.
You're the one who brought it up again, man.
No, you're the one who just brought it up.
You're making it weird.
That's just so not true. There is Samuel. I wonder if he is willing to try his luck once more in day 1C, or if he will just hop into straight flight day 1D, because I believe day 1D is running. As I guess I'm going to have to find a replacement. Take a little look. Now, there's only a couple of players so far in 1D, because it just started, I believe, 15 minutes ago. You can re-enter Flight 1C all the way till the end of level 10. We are currently looking at level 8.
As we look at the chip counts, Fan Cheng, everything going right for him today, forcing some speculative folds from the recently dispatched Samuel Müller. I wanted to say Thomas now. You've really incepted me with this guy.
Well, technically,
because because you haven't closed the loop on Thomas Müller. You have to tell me the poker player he is.
Okay. You're making this very hard for me.
Yang Yang gang. Let's hear it in the chat. Where are my Yang Yang fans? Gonna 2.5x the button. A bit irregular to do a different size in the min, but I kind of like it with this particular hand. Let's like force out some folds. Let's like ace deuce is not fun to play with, you know. I got an ace. I got the button. Get out of here, fan. He's not folding 8-4 suited. Yes, he is.
Yang Yang will take
but
it
I bet he would have called a min raise, right? That's the result you want with the ace deuce.
Shout a few names at me of kind of like chatty, happy, professional poker players that have been around for 15 to 20 years. Other than Daniel Negreanu, obviously.
It's just so hard for anyone to survive.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it is.
Like, who's really outside of like the big 3 to 5, you know, like the Seidel, the Negreanu, the Helmuth, the Ivy. Who's even still playing after 15, 20 years? It's a young man's game now.
Liu, the man who just lost a big flip with his ace-king versus the jacks, is going to move in for his remaining 91,000 chips. He has ace-9 of diamonds.
Whoa.
Yang wakes up with the goods. Pocket aces. We'll just call. Hoping that someone else wakes up with something that is playable too. For a split second there, Fan Cheng looked like he had a decision, but I don't think we have much of a decision with Jack 7 suited. Oh! Now that is a decision.
Trouble.
Yep.
Trouble.
You think he just comes over the top and Yang Yang is going to snap it off immediately? I mean, he is 300.
I don't think she's going to slow roll him, so probably.
What will Wailu do with pocket 10s on the big blind?
I mean, look, this is a strong flat from the cutoff.
Yeah.
If we want to talk about what Yang Yang's range looks like, we can see obviously she has pocket aces, but the worst hand I think she has here calling 91,000 is 9s. So it's only one worse pair than your 10s, and then it's the ace-jack suited.
Wow,
so yeah,
good
that's just a great fold because I really think that's an appropriate range breakdown. It's going to be jacks plus maybe 9s, and then it's going to be ace-king, ace-queen suited, ace-jack suited, ace-queen off. We're not doing very well against that range, and we still have to beat the all-in. So that's a world-class fold there with the tens.
I think everything you said there is spot on, and it makes a lot of sense. And I'm still impressed by the fold there with the tens.
Easier said than done, especially still in the rebuy period
Oh,
with other levels to play. And wow,
that's just brutal. There is no justice in this world.
there really isn't.
Makes such a good fold. And would have flopped the belt. Very hard for Yang to ever retake the lead if the tens were involved. With one ace being in the hands of Liu. The 5 of spades doesn't really change anything. We're drawing that with the ace-9 of diamonds. The 4th spade doesn't change anything. Yang ends up with the nut flush. Would have still lost to the tens. Great fold with the tens. Unfortunately, wrong moment to make such a good
我还
fold.
想抠呢，抠了我也死了，我7勾。
7勾有什么搞9万呢？
Say goodbye to Liu. Obviously lost most of his chips in their hand 10 minutes ago. Ace King, 3-way versus Ace Queen and Pocket Jacks. I have the feeling we'll see more of him as well, Griffin.
So for those unfamiliar with sort of what buy-ins to expect over the course of this Triton ONE, Kevin. Obviously, we have the 8K main event, the 15K high roller.
Yes?
I'm sure there's some 5Ks mixed in. Anything lower than 3,000?
Yes, there are 2K side events.
Okay, gotcha.
They actually get quite big, though, because obviously some of these fields are large, and then everyone that busts and there is nothing to sign up for anymore,
Yeah.
everybody plays the 2K side event. Samuel Müller won a 2K side event last time around in Triton ONE. So the buy-ins vary from 2K up to 15K, and we do have 2 PLO events in the mix as well, one 7-handed, one 6-handed. And we have a women's event coming up in the next few days, which I believe is a 3K, if I'm not mistaken. A little 3-way action here. Kamaga with his newfound chips after spiking that jack on the river. He's getting involved with ace-7 offsuit. Fan Cheng calls King 10, flops a gut shot. Ming Lee flops absolutely nothing with his 4-3 offsuit from the big blind. Shocking.
Good opportunity for Fan to semi-bluff with this gut shot. Instead, takes the free card and makes the nuts. When it's your day, it's your day.
Unfortunately for Fan Cheng, the other 2 players really have nothing to get very excited over, so it's going to be hard to extract a lot of chips out of them. It is most certainly his day so far. Got the best of Samuel Müller in 3 hands. Bluffed him with ace-6 versus ace-jack when they both had nothing to really work with. Got flush over flush. And then got Samuel to fold the aces when he had King 10. King 10 is a very popular hand over at these future tables. I feel like we spend an hour every 2 hours talking about King 10s.
It kind of feels like these self-fulfilling prophecies that you and I have been doing. Like we've been doing witchcraft back here. You cold called the King 10, I cold called the King 10, and now the poker gods are like, we got to keep seeing if we can do this. Let's just more King 10s, King 10s.
Let's not forget that Kamaga, our Japanese player who just got out of the way, also had a good fold with King 10 on that 10-8-7 board where somebody made the nuts with Jack 8 or Jack 9, whatever it was. Got the straight. He folded top pair with the King kicker. I believe it was Liu back then who led out for 100K in a 110,000 chip pot. But lots of hands involving King 10.
Are you you married? You have a girlfriend or partner?
I have a girlfriend. Live together, but I'm not married.
Nice.
How is that related to King 10?
Because you're a king with a 10.
Ah, that's very sweet. I'll let her know you said
yeah, I will. Do it.
How about yourself? You married?
I am not married. No. No.
Married to the game of poker?
Married to the game of poker. Had a long-term partner. As Fan Cheng lets go of the tennis shoes, the kicks, the King 6.
Ooh.
Another one of my bad names. But Louis, the Kasuf Killers,
Yang had the aces not too long ago. This time she's going up against the aces, but it's going to be easy for her to get away. Opening ace-9 offsuit under the gun. I'd say that's a little loose as well, no?
I actually think it's okay six-handed. I think it is like a bit on the loose side, but let's not be results oriented. The fact that Liu happens to have aces, I think it's the worst unsuited ace you should consider opening under the gun six-handed. But I don't think it's that, you know, out of the pocket. You know.
Let's see what Yang decides to do. As Liu has bumped up the price to 46K. Ace-9 is a very difficult hand to play when it comes to just calling off here. There are not too many flops that spark a lot of joy. And Yang will let go of her ace-9. I guess we are temporarily six-handed. I thought we were with 7 or... We're supposed to be with 8. And I guess we just lost Liu and we have not replaced him yet. So
Yeah,
six-handed.
seven, eight-handed ace-9 gets pretty murky. But we do have a new player sitting down, and one I recognize from his half body. Full body.
Well, talk to us.
I mean, I just recognized him. I forget his name, I'll be honest.
Oh my goodness.
Thanks for putting me on the spot. That was great.
Guerrero. Yes, he was here last time around Triton ONE.
There you go.
And I was actually here with his SO, who had a fantastic run, made it to the final table. I believe she finished second. But yes.
Yeah, Jimmy Guerrero.
Jimmy. You are correct. I recognize him too now.
Pocket
Kamaga
tens.
wakes up with pocket tens under the gun. He's most certainly going to open things up. Yeah, Jimmy had a couple of good runs, I believe, as well back then at Triton ONE, but his wife in particular did amazing. Or his girlfriend. I believe they're married. Made it to the final table. Jimmy played the QQPK Genesis opening event last time around in September, and he finished in 30th place. So of 1,185 runners, he finished in 30th place. Walked away with a little over 13,000 bucks. Ooh, potential big hand here.
Yeah, but just a call from the small blind, so actually not going to be as fireworky as you might expect with an ace-king suited in the small.
Flop comes ace, queen, 3 rainbow. And it's not a very pretty flop for Kamaga. Ben Lu-sun Young really underrepresenting his hand so far. Kamaga is going to take a stab at it. We'll probably feel that he has the range advantage with his under the gun open. We know that he's drawing very, very slim. He's going to need a lot of help. And of course, Ben Lu is not going anywhere.
Yeah, don't really need to bet as much as 20K here. I think I think the c-bet is fine as Sun Young now picks up the nut flush draw. But you're getting the same information by betting like 12,000 here, and you're just losing less because you're going to get the continues from the aces and the queens.
It will go check, check on the turn. Kamaga no longer believing that his tens are best here. Sun Young has really underrepresented his hand so far. He's sitting on a beast. The board has paired, of course, on the turn. Playing 2-pair with the king kicker.
24.
24,000.
That's 24,000. 3 big blinds. Feel like Kamaga is going to get away from this one, Griffin.
You should do. You're only really beating sort of king-jack suited. You block all the 10 straight draw combos, so less likely it's like a jack-10 suited or a king-10 suited. So, yeah, milked.
Did make the call. I think if Ben Lu would have gone a bit bigger, then Kamaga would have probably gotten away from it, but Kamaga felt that his tens were pretty. It's 3 big blinds. Could have something to do with the Neil shot clock system we're using over here as well. Perhaps he didn't want to burn up all his time. Only has 1 minute and 17 seconds left on his clock. So perhaps he felt a tiny bit time pressured and just made the calls there with the tens. Well, if he would have given that more time, he could have probably talked himself into a fold. For all the reasons that you just listed.
It's important, I think, to really really think about how important blockers are in certain hands, you know. And look, I get it. It's a small bet. You feel like there are some bluffs, those king-jack combos, but having 2 10s is just really, it's just not good. It's better that you have pocket 5s there to call, so that your opponent can have the king-10 suiteds, the the jack-10 suiteds, the king-jack suiteds.
Well, Fan Cheng has opened things up in the next hand with ace-10 of clubs under the gun. But Benlu Sun Young, after just kind of underrepresenting ace-king suited, is going to put in the 3-bet this time around with the ladies. With the mamacitas, as Patrick Leonard likes to call them. I feel like Fan Cheng will never fold here. I'll make a rather quick call. Immediately a relatively large spot, 102,000 chips in the middle. As we are in the middle of level 9, the flop comes king 6-4 with 2 diamonds.
Yep. Good spot for Sun Young to make a small continuation bet somewhere in that 25% range. Whether or not Fan Cheng will actually continue, it's really up to him.
Went a little bit larger. No, actually those are still the 1 case. We still have the 1 case. Went
We do.
28,000.
I think that Fan Cheng has probably the worst hand he should consider calling with. I don't hate it, but it's going to get murky down the streets unless you find yourself peeling off some clubs or an ace, but you're even not that thrilled.
With an ace.
I mean, you are, but you know, it's also just like, you know, a 10 is going to get you in trouble. Like, I think that's a good fold from Fan Cheng.
Yeah. Very often you do see people continuing there because they see the world of backdoors. And they're already dreaming of not necessarily the ace, but the queen of clubs, the jack of clubs.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, I've got it all. I've got a gut shot. I've got an over to the void. I've got a flush draw. But a good fold there by Fan Cheng. Shows us that he doesn't always need to end up with the goods to make the correct play. Man has been running hot, entered this future table with a little over 200,000 chips. Currently sitting on 641K. Definitely the big winner of this segment, these 3 levels of poker. So we have a tiny intervention. Gives us a chance to once more give a shout out to QQPK, the title sponsor of Triton ONE, and of course the title sponsor of the event that we are currently watching, the 3K Genesis opening event, where we know that their ambassadors are involved. And we know that Nishant Sharma was the chip leader of Flight 1A, almost 5 million chips yesterday.
Winding down this level, I would imagine.
24 minutes to go, give or
24
take.
minutes.
We've got Jimmy. I feel like Jimmy could potentially entertain us. What's Jimmy's stack? What are we working with? Starting stack. You think he just bought in? You think he busted? What are the odds of Jimmy entering this table with exactly 250,000 chips?
That's a fresh dude. It's a fresh stack.
Perhaps he just made it. That's possible. I see that T is in the field as well. He's got way more chips. 600K. Yang Yang opening things up from the button with a 7-3 of diamonds as Fan Cheng defends his big blind with the suited king. King deuce this time around. Flop comes king a3, no diamonds to be found. Yang does make a bottom pair, but Fan Cheng makes top pair.
25.
Bets half pot with bottom pair. Can't imagine that Fan Cheng will do anything other than calling, and the man will toss in the 25K chip. We are off to play a turn. The turn is a board pairing 8. How would you like to see Yang play this turn?
I think it's important to play this as a check. I mean, maybe she just wants to consider price setting to get calls from flush draws and maybe some ace highs again so she can quickly check back river. Now we're in a situation where we're going to be playing a guessing game facing this, I believe, 26,000. I would have a very difficult time folding a 3 here. With the 8 pairing, less likely your opponent has an 8. Sure, he's going to have all the kings, but he's also going to have some missed flush draws, but really well judged by Yang Yang.
He's made a few solid plays.
Yeah.
Stuff there as well if you are Fan Cheng, how to get value out of the king, because there is a good chance that if he checks that the Yang will just check it back, and then obviously you miss your opportunity. Didn't bet unnecessarily large there, but excellent fold by Yang Yang. Let go of her pair. At least if we are being result oriented, it was an excellent fold. Jimmy looks down at ace-4 offsuit under the gun. Let go. Ben Lu Sun Young, pocket 4s, and it has been folded to him. Don't you dare fold the pocket 4s, you'll break my heart, sir.
No, never. We do have a new chip leader in the field. Keito Mitera.
From Japan.
From Japan.
First player to break the 2 million chip barrier in Flight 1C. Just to give you guys an idea on some of the biggest stacks out there. Fan Cheng wakes up with pocket 6s in the small blind. After Ben Lu Sun Young, two of the biggest stacks, the 2 biggest stacks at this table.
Help me out with the photo. Is this
What are you
for
looking at?
Keito?
And what you're asking me if it is a man or a woman?
Yes. I think it's looked it up on Google. Not a lot of photos. It's very small photos work. Oh yeah, it is. I found her.
Okay.
Keito Matera.
So we have
That's
a
great.
lady.
I love that.
Yeah. We have a lady leading the field.
Yes.
Put an extra blue chip in it.
A female chip leader here on 1C.
The Japanese ladies are good. We already had one of them making it to day 2 in Flight 1B. We actually covered her at the TV table.
Yeah.
It was Yuna from Japan. She made it to day 2 in Flight 1B. And of course, we always have to give a shout out to Shinhwa Okamoto. Back-to-back bracelet winner.
Yeah, badass. She's good.
She was here last time around during Triton ONE. I hope that she will make an appearance
She's
again.
very good. I've seen her play. Yeah. There is also, I believe, a ladies event here at Triton ONE.
Yep, it is coming up in the next few days. The flop came, Jack 10, Deuce, Rainbow. The turn gave us the 9 of hearts. The river gives us the ace of hearts. We've had 4 checks in a row. 2 tiny pairs. 2 chip leaders showing each other love, respect. They don't want to make it too complicated. As we are getting a little bit closer towards our second break of the day of the broadcast. Third break, of course, for the players. And some of them started at level 1. We are reaching the end of level 9. All right, Ben Lu Sun Young had enough of all the checking, and he bets 22K on the river after 5 checks.
Yeah, I like this. As the aggressor here, you have the range advantage. You don't want to lose at showdown to pocket 5s, 6s, 7s. So nice little intricate bluff there. I've liked the way BLSY has been playing.
New nickname?
Yeah.
Sounds like a boy band. BLSY. I'll buy the album. I know he's played very good. He's been getting involved, had a couple of cool bluffs early on. Was a bit card dead for a while, but has chipped up in a magnificent way. Fan Cheng looks a little sad, but he's obviously still had a fantastic session over here at the TV table. The future table, as we like to call it. We are waiting for Jimmy to pick up his first playable hand. It'd be fun to see something of Jimmy in these last 17 minutes. Kamaga looks down at ace-jack, the man who was a river card away from being sent to the register desk. But he found that jack on the river. He's back, working with almost 400k. Opens things up with ace-jack. Fan Cheng looks down at pocket eights. Snowman's on the button. We'll make the call. Jimmy has one of his eights on the big blind.
Looking interested in maybe taking a flop.
We are closing the action, but Jimmy has less than starting stack, so every big blind does kind of matter, but makes the call, comes along for the ride. Three-way action. As our flop comes, Queen 9-4, all clubs. Fan Cheng does have the 8 of clubs.
But might provide a free card to his opponents, and a lot can change on the turn.
Jimmy has a gut shot, but no clubs. Very unlikely that he would call, perhaps even for a single big blind. Fan Cheng does make the bet 30k. Honestly, that board is about as ugly as it gets for ace-jack. The red ace-jack, that is. And Fan Cheng will get one back, chips over 700k.
On this table.
And he can smile again. Talk to his friends. It's been fun so far. I think it's been a very interesting start to the second day of the 3K QQPK Genesis opening event as we take a little look at our next future table. That will be coming up after the next break, of course. We have 15 more minutes of action of our current gentleman and lady at our future table. And this will be our next.
Danny!
In C2.
DT.
So you're excited? Will you be staying on, Griffin?
I will not.
Oh, okay, you're taking a break?
Yeah, I'm done with you guys for a little bit.
Well, I'm done.
I'll be back.
I'm done as well, mate. I might just follow you. I might just take you up on that anime offer.
Oh, wow. Don't you tempt me. I'll bring my laptop down to Bund and we'll get some soups and watch Solo Leveling.
So that, of course, means, guys, that Randy, Nananoka, Lou, and Vider will be taking over the booth for at least a couple of hours.
It's our first Randy Vider link up, huh?
That's going to be fun. Oh, well, having the stream open. Obviously, the deeper we get into the second day here of the QQPK Genesis, well, it is day one, but you guys know it's second day of broadcasting. The more fun it gets. It really became very interesting yesterday, the closer you guys got to that bubble. 16% of the field will be making it. By the way, we already have 425 entries to Flight 1C. That gives me the feeling that we are going to crush that 1185 number, because we had over 512 runners yesterday. With these 485, that puts us a little over 1,000, and we still have Flight 1D.
The prophecy fulfilled.
Perhaps you're bringing all the boys to the yard, Griffin. They knew you were here, everybody showed up, everyone's playing.
I mean, look. Doesn't seem like a coincidence, does it?
Okay, my math is very bad. For a split second there, I thought it was 480, but it's 425. But it still means that we're looking at like 940 of Flight 1. A, B, and C alone. Obviously, D is going. People will still be entering this as well, even if we are towards level 9. So it won't be too many more. I guess a lot more people will try to lock in Flight 1D, but we're going to get very close. I kind of think we'll go a little above it, because I expect 1D to be a bit bigger than 1B was yesterday, since we had more and more people arrive over in Jeju today and yesterday night late. Cool to see the excitement for our opening event. As these two will go at it once more. Sun Young with the 3 deuce of diamonds. Fan Cheng with 6-4 of spades. The flop comes ace, ace, jack. Both players very far away from that flop. to connect with the turn. That's a fun turn. Who could have thought that we would ever find a fun turn with these two hands and that flop? Fan bets at 26K. Soon Young with the 3-high flush draw. We'll let go of it. It is a paired board. Didn't want the trouble. Non-believer.
Yeah. The same spot. Right? Okay, thank you.
Would have been interesting if he made it like 78K with the flush draw. He's sitting there with his turn 6, like, wait a minute. I don't like this.
Our final 10 minutes of level 9. And then we're going to have a 15-minute break for the players. It's going to be give or take 10 minutes for us over here in the studio. And then we'll be replaced. I'm dreaming of some Korean barbecue tonight. I feel like it is time. Got a couple of great Korean barbecue places very close to our resort here. I don't know if you've treated yourself to some already, but
Not here yet. Maybe definitely last time.
it's good. Jimmy looks down at King 6 suited, a hand that some of the solvers out there are quite fond of.
Yeah, the problem is it's just hard to navigate against someone playing at 2.6 open when you only have, you know, when you have sub 30 big blinds. He's still going to go for it because he's seeing that that appears to be Fan Cheng's standard open. And I think that this is going to work a lot of the time against a hand like King Jack. But now Yang Yang's thinking, well, wait a minute. You know, Fan's opening a lot. You're 3-betting.
Difficult though. Pocket 9s on the big blind here with this much action.
Yeah, I mean, there's really only 2 ways you can go. You make it sort of 120 and call off against Jimmy, or you just let it go. And yeah, that's going to be the fold. And a frown from Fan Cheng.
Jimmy Guerrero showing us that he is in touch with the solvers. Randy and I used to call King 6, in particular of spades, the Ben CB special. As Ben CB won a massive hand once at the final table of an online event that we covered for hundreds and thousands of dollars. It was like 3-way all in. He got it in with like 7%, and King 6 got there.
Yeah, you don't want that guy running good against you because he knows what to do with the chips when he gets them.
Yeah, I think he ended up winning that one as well, or he finished second, but either way, won a very big hand with King 6, of spades in particular. And I know that the Germans spoke a lot about King 6 and how it is an excellent 3-bet bluff candidate hand. And Jimmy showing us that he's in touch with the Germans. Gets Yang Yang to fold pocket 9s. Very difficult to play pocket 9s there. I feel like you can't really fault Yang for it, right? We had a similar spot earlier. Somewhat similar. It was slightly different with the 10s, but yeah. I can't fault Yang too much.
No.
Fan Cheng is going to limp this time around with a7 of diamonds under the gun, so he is switching things up. And Jimmy now, in a bit of an odd spot, finds himself with suited connectors on the hijack, the 6-5 of clubs. Ming Lee, almost forgot about Ming Lee, he's been a little quiet. Was obviously involved in that big hand with ace-4, where he flopped the open-ender against the pocket kings of his neighbor back then. But he looks down at ace-king offsuit.
Big size here, just 4.5x.
Yang Yang looks down at another pretty hand. Found herself with pocket 9s on the big blind last hand after an early position open and a 3-bet of Jimmy. This time looks down at Queen Jack of diamonds from the small blind. With a lot of limping happening. Ooh. Well, of course we had the big raise of Ming Lee from the cutoff. Not a difficult spot for Yang. Seems like we're getting very creative as he puts in the 3-bet to 110,000 chips.
quite a big size too. You've now effectively put in, you know, a decent percentage of your stack here. I think you accomplished the same thing by making it 81K. So that would be my only note. As far as the actual spot is concerned, I mean, dealing with two like limp ranges and then an ISO range that is against two like early position limps. I mean, I don't think that Ming Li's just going to have like King 10 off here, right? So now Yang Yang's put in 110 and she feels like, okay, maybe I put in a little much here, or I could have. I feel like if you're going to play loose in this spot, you got to make the sizing smaller, or you just got to flat. Because putting in, you know, 13 big blinds, I think is a bit of a burn.
It's unfortunate. Do you think it has anything to do with her having to fold pocket nines in the previous hand?
It's a good question. You should ask her.
I don't know if she's going to tell me, but sometimes people just get sick of folding these like kind of pretty playable hands, right?
Yeah.
Being forced to let go of nines from the big blind. Decided to make a move here with a pretty queen jack. Unfortunately, Ming Li woke up with the goods. A very easy jam there for Ming Li. And, great feeling to win like 150,000 chips with ace king without having to see a flop.
That's the dream.
Yeah. That's what ace king dreams are made of. Bit of a strange hand though, right? With the limp from Fan Cheng under the gun with the suited ace. Then we had Jimmy coming along for the ride with the 6-5. Strange.
45.
Ooh, look at Yang Yang. Third hand in a row. Well, obviously the first ones he folded. The second ones he put in a big 3-bet. So he's going to make it 45K this time around with pocket sixes. And speaking of solver specials, Fan Cheng looks down at ace-5 of diamonds.
Definitely an unconventional use of some of these hands from Yang Yang. I will say, you know, if you're going to do things sort of a bit outside the box, she does take it down with the 3-bet. Often better to do it in an aggressive nature than a passive one. You know, put pressure on opponents. We saw maybe she made the wager a bit too large with the queen jack. I think pocket sixes would much more often just be appeal there on the button. But look, she's here to tangle. She's here to play. She's gonna put some pressure on these dudes. So I'm grateful for her presence here on this feature table.
She's making the best of the final few minutes of level 9 as we are nearing the end of this lovely lineup that gave us a lot to talk about, especially in the beginning. We had big hand after big hand. Of course, we had Samuel Muller involved in a few of them. Fan Cheng involved in almost all of them. And let's not forget about Soon Young, who had a couple of big bluffs early on. Jimmy Guerrero joined us much, much later as he opens the action here with King, Queen of clubs. Fan Cheng can battle. 10-9 is suited. Does still have to worry about the big blind, but we know that he likes to get involved. He is not done yet. Liu is closing the action, but 7-4 is not going to be appealing enough for him. So we have a little heads-up battle. Fan Cheng, of course, having the larger stack. Our flop will come Jack 6-3 with 2 diamonds. Jimmy having 2 overs to the board. And the backdoor clubs. Some backdoor straight draws as well. Backdoors for days, Griffin. But it is always tough with a much smaller stack to battle one of the largest stacks at the table. Jimmy decides to check it. The ace of hearts rolls off on the turn. Do you feel like if Fan Cheng checks here, that it's likely that Jimmy will fire, Tiny?
Yeah, I think it's time. I don't think that Guerrero was thrilled by Jack 6-3 because it kind of interacts with, you know, some of Fan Cheng's flat range pre, something like a Jack 10 suited, that kind of hand. Now with the ace,
38.
he's going to come out swinging. He doesn't want to, you know, he's going to fold out a hand like pocket nines or pocket eights a lot of the time here, which he wouldn't have been able to do on the flop either. So the delayed c-bet is going to work.
And Jimmy will take this one down with his king, queen of clubs. King high is good enough there, taking full advantage of the range advantage as the under the gun opener. I guess we'll have a few more hands. To see the players looking up as well at the clock, wondering how much time do we have left. As right now in flight 1C, we have currently, taking a quick look at the leaderboard, 16 players on the field that have over 1 million chips to work with. And including in those 16 players, we have Kaito Mitara, that you mentioned earlier, still the chip leader. Martin Nielsen in second with 1.7 million chips. And Gary Thompson from Ireland in the top 10 as well, with 1.4 million. No one over 1 million, or honestly even close to 1 million on this table. Biggest stacks are between 600,000 and 700,000.
That's the break down. Break.
You can hear the players at the table talking about the break as well. Kamaga is going to open things up from the cutoff with Queen 9 of Hearts. This could be our final hand, Griffin.
Yeah, but Guerrero's going to see a flop with the suited 8-4.
We'll toss in the calling chips. And we are going to battle one last time, as everybody else has already abandoned us. They're going to try to make the most of their break. The flop comes Queen 6-5, a rainbow.
I think this is actually going to be a really interesting hand because I think this combo is going to be leaned more check raise for Guerrero than check call. And, you know, with top pair, we're going to see a bet from Kamaga.
18.
Certainly call is fine as well. Too much equity, can consider folding. But I think he leans more check raise, and we're going to have to see. Does call. So good instincts up against this top pair. Looking for that 7. Looking for maybe the 3 of clubs for some more equity.
It's none of that. It's the 10 of diamonds instead. And that is not a card that helps Jimmy in the slightest. Kamaga takes another look. Still top pair. 9 kicker. $80,000 chips in the middle. Would you like to see Kamaga continue betting here?
Not really. I kind of like checking here. I mean, we've seen him. Yeah, this is nice. You want to give hands like what Jimmy has. He's going to find himself with the bottom of his range on the river. He's never going to check here. He's going to bet, likely get raised or called. So this is nice. It's just like, if you bet the turn with the queen, maybe you get a crying call from 6x, but often in the times you'll just get folds. So it's nice to just like give your opponent a chance to bluff the river, and yeah, Jimmy's gonna do that.
Jimmy fires 58,000, and that is going to get snapped off rather quickly by the 2 pair of Kamaga. Queens and 9s are good. Our Japanese player wins a nice one before he heads into his break. Had a roller coaster of a 2-hour block on this future table. Let's not forget that he was a river card away from being eliminated with his pocket jacks against Ace King and Ace Queen in a 3-way all-in. But he found the jack on the river and now steals a couple chippies of Jimmy towards the very end. These are the final chip counts of the gentleman and the lady we've had on this future table. Of course, a few players came and gone, including Samuel Mueller, who I know you're going to be thinking about for a while. But I think overall it was a lot of fun, Griffin. Super exciting 2 hours of poker.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, Mueller obviously the biggest takeaway. What an incredible turn of events. Maybe leveled himself a bit in that hand, but Yeah, moving on to the rest of the players, you know, it's nice to see Jimmy show up at the end there. Fan Cheng obviously was a big standout on that level, really playing a lot of hands, putting pressure on opponents, and yeah, coming out of that feature table with the chip lead of that table, yeah.
I think Ben Lu deserves a shout out as well from Malaysia in seed 8. Played amazing, had a couple of very cool bluffs early on, was forced to quiet down a little bit for a while, but in the end, once more made some noise and did a very good job in chipping up. Kamaga was involved. Lots of king tens, just overall 2 very fun hours of poker. We hope you guys have enjoyed it. We are going to get ready for our break as well. After this break, we will be replaced by Randy, Nananoka, Lu, and of course, Evider Single will be back as well. They'll be continuing the action of Flight 1C. Flight 1D is going too. You guys can always take a little look at it over at the Triton Poker Plus app. Currently over 433 players have entered Flight 1C. I had an absolute blast, Griffin. How painful was it, mate? Are you okay with it?
That was great.
Yeah.
That was awesome, man. Yeah, it's you know, ready for a little break, but I'm gonna, you know, we'll come back. I'll come back later tonight and be rejuvenated. You know.
I'm happy to hear it. I'll be following all the action on my phone, through the app, whatever. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Make sure to follow, like, subscribe wherever you are watching, whether it's Kick, YouTube, or Twitch, as there will be 28 days of poker coverage coming your way from all these channels. 11 days of Triton ONE. This is only our 2nd day. And right after Triton ONE, of course, they'll continue on the channels with the Triton Super High Roller Series live from Jeju. We thank you guys for watching. In give or take 10 minutes, Randy and Vider will be back to continue Flight 1C of the 3K QQPK Genesis. Thank you guys, and we'll see you soon.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight,
Humphreys just won his 5th.
but most begin at a different table, a stage of its own, a path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent, it's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
It's very long and it's a bit awkward.
Yeah.
Because imagine 30 years ago you would have named yourself after the city you were born in.
Right.
And they'd be like, hey, Toronto, or Montreal. It's a bit weird, but Roddy works, Kev obviously works, Kevin works. Anything works.
But you don't like Rotterdam. That's
No, that's silly. Even Rotterdam is a little bit long.
yeah. I mean, you seem like such a genuine cat, but I feel like you need to be a bit more careful about not doing anything out of line because you would become that horrible name. Like, you know what I mean?
I've never
Something to
heard
think
it
about.
before, but I'll,
That's amazing. Don't start calling him that, guys.
yeah, thank you. Queen Jack suited, as Wang has decided to go for
Yeah,
it.
let's run it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially Rokas can afford it. Over 800k. It's a very fair fight. I feel Wang deserves this one. After that great fold earlier with Ace Jack.
刚刚那个黄头发送给谁了？
There is a little table talk, but it's not between the two guys that are involved in the hand. Queen Jack suited versus a pocket tens. Tens are still good for now.
King of club. 10 of club. Okay.
Work?
King of club. Oh, it's similar. Very sad.
I agree with Wang. That is indeed very sad.
No, you need that 10 of club.
Row cash money. Gonna get him all the way up past 900k.
They were both hoping for the exciting sweat, the 10 of clubs or the king of clubs. Instead, it is just
Perfectly honest with you, like I'm a little embarrassed for Samuel Mueller because he is literally one of the best players in the world. He plays super high rollers.
Yeah.
He's good at main events, and he's just not expecting to see a hand like King 10 in that spot. But the reason that you and I can expect to see a hand like that is because we saw him limp under the gun with Jack 10 off. We saw the way that he, you know, and I'm surprised that he's more confident about a spot like this than he is aces on a King 9-5 Queen.
because even if our opponent would have a random 2-pair, then perhaps we still have some
Still
outs
get
over
there,
there.
like.
Once in a while, we are very far ahead, but Fan Cheng gets Muller to fold the aces with King 10 after check raising on that King 9-5 flop, I believe it was.
By the way, my King 10 call there was almost nicer than yours.
No,
He just says
I'll
King
give
10.
it to you. Yeah, you said it with conviction as
yeah,
well.
Yeah, yeah.
No, that was beautiful, mate. I kind of thought it was going to be a random 2-pair, maybe a king 9, maybe a king 5. But then I was wondering, why would he even raise that big on the flop? Because if his opponent would have ace queen, ace jack, they may just get away there. You're spot on. It was just a king 10. Samuel Müller perhaps has a chance here on getting some of his chips back. This is Liu with ace 5 offsuit in the big blind. And they are going to run it. Flop comes ace jack 7. Samuel Müller still in the lead with his ace 9. What a surprising hand. I'm a bit shocked, Griffin.
I'm disappointed. Some opportunities now, I think, right? On a 7 on the river.
A jack.
A jack would be aces and jacks with the 9. Oh, no,
And
3, 8, 3.
Any
right,
king,
right,
any
right.
queen? No.
Yeah, there's a queen.
And that means we are
说对了。
going to chop it up. It's unfortunate for Samuel Müller. You're disappointed and I am shocked. I'm also
15, 20 years. It's a young man's game now.
Liu, the man who just lost a big flip with his ace-king versus the jacks, is going to move in for his remaining 91,000 chips. He has ace-9 of diamonds.
Whoa.
Yang wakes up with the goods. Pocket aces. We'll just call. Hoping that someone else wakes up with something that is playable too. For a split second there, Fan Cheng looked like he had a decision, but I don't think we have much of a decision with Jack 7 suited. Oh, now that is a decision.
Trouble.
Yep.
Trouble.
You think he just comes over the top and Yang Yang is going to snap it off immediately? I mean, he is 300.
I don't think she's going to slow roll him, so probably.
What will Wai Lu do with pocket 10s on the big blind?
I mean, look, this is a strong flat from the cutoff.
Yeah.
If we want to talk about what Yang Yang's range looks like, we can see obviously she has pocket aces, but the worst hand I think she has here calling 91,000 is 9s. So it's only one worse pair than your 10s, and then it's the ace jack suited.
Wow,
so yeah,
good
that's just a great fold because I really think that's an appropriate range breakdown. It's going to be jacks plus maybe 9s, and then it's going to be ace king, ace queen suited, ace jack suited, ace queen off. We're not doing very well against that range, and we still have to beat the all in. So that's a world class fold there with the 10s.
I think everything you said there is spot on, and it makes a lot of sense. And I'm still impressed by the fold there with the 10s.
Easier said than done, especially still in the rebuy period
Oh,
with other levels to play. And wow,
that's just brutal. There is no justice in this world.
there really isn't.
Makes such a good fold. And would have flopped the belt. Very hard for Yang to ever retake the lead if the 10s were involved. With one ace being in the hands of Liu. The 5 of spades doesn't really change anything. We're drawing that with the ace-9 of diamonds. The 4th spade doesn't change anything. Yang ends up with the nut flush. Would have still lost to the 10s. Great fold with the 10s. Unfortunately, wrong moment to make such a good fold.
七勾有什么搞9万呢？
And welcome back, everyone. Randy Liu here alongside Vitter, and we're continuing coverage of this Day 1C opening event, the 3K Genesis here at the Leze Casino in Jeju. Now, currently, we do have a really cool feature table, so I do want to dive straight into that if we can real quickly. And we can see that this one does have Danny Tang at our feature table. He currently has 520K, 52 big blinds. You familiar with Danny Tang a bit or what?
Of course, the absolute legend, Danny Tang. I mean, he's rocking the average stack, but he knows how to wield it for sure, and he's surrounded by other stacks that are similar as well. So I suspect he'll have some plans in mind as he gets to the feature table, something he's very used to as well. I'm looking forward to seeing what he has in store.
Yeah, the thing is, Danny Tang is obviously one of the most experienced Triton Super High Roller Series, won the Player of the Year Festival Season 3. And he also has 5 Triton titles, obviously all from the Super High Roller series, but very well experienced. And he's actually one of those guys that I played a lot with in his early days before he started playing at the Triton series. So it's very cool to see how he's developed into this player who has 24 million earnings, and hopefully this continues to run over in Triton ONE.
I'm actually super excited to see him battling the Triton ONE streets. I mean, that's what Triton ONE is also kind of about for those who are coming to a Triton festival for the first time, and Triton ONE is where they're at. To see Danny Tang in the mix, playing with the kind of legends, Punat Punstri in the first festival. He's going to be firing this event as well here at the 3K opening event. I think it's very exciting to see these kind of players in the mix today.
Yeah, so the other name for me that's very exciting to see at our feature table is actually Elizabeth Chen. Now, if any of you guys watched the Triton Invitational Cash game, Elizabeth Chen really made a splash. She was very splashy. She was very aggressive, and a lot of players were like just rooting her on. Personal favorite for me to watch her play here at Triton ONE playing this tournament. She's going to be sitting on 11 big blinds. To the left of her is Danny Tang. But 11 big blinds hopefully can just grind it out, I suppose.
Yeah, there's a lot of work to do, but like we said, a lot of the other stacks on the table are kind of short as well. Looking at the overall tournament, I can see the tournament chip leader is close to 2 million. The average is close to that 400K, slowly working its way towards the 600, 700K mark. We did just jump level. We're at level 10, the last level of the rebuy. So another reason we might see a little more action than any other level.
Yeah, so that's actually a very good point by you. This is the very last level of registration. So if they do bust this level, they can re-register. But if they do go on to the next level, they will no longer be able to rebuy. They'll have to enter day 1D. And looks like we're getting play underway.
Nothing wrong with regging day 1D. It's in full swing right now. We do have a handful of entries as we have crossed over 1,000 entries in the 3K QQPK Genesis tournament here. Of course, last level of registration for day 1C. Looking forward to seeing what not just the feature table, but happens at the outer tables as well. As I mentioned, 2 million chips for the tournament chip leader. That's a lot to work with. 200 bigs.
Yeah, it's actually a very deep stack at the top. I can see top 10. They all have at least 100 big blinds. Chip leader, like you mentioned, 197 big blinds. Oh, I see a Kiat Lee there on the left, getting cozy. Send it down to our featured table. Elizabeth Chen, short stack, 11 big blinds, 107,000. Danny Tang, he's on 52 big blinds, 520K. Table chip leader belongs to China's Quan Han Chen. 808,000 in chips. It looks like we're getting another look at Man Lok Chan, who did play day 1A. Didn't look like he bagged, so here he is.
It's pretty fun covering the end of day 1A yesterday on the stream. Randy along with Griffin Benger, and we did see things get quite sweaty towards the end. 16% of the field makes it through to the next day. That was 51 players yesterday. As registration ends, we'll find out what it is today.
So instantly we see a 3-bet from Pocket Sevens.
That one goes through, so we'll begin our first hand here properly at the feature table. But first, of course, a shout out to our title sponsor, QQPK. As always, our Triton ONE coverage is proudly backed by them, supporting elite competition on poker's biggest stage. High stakes, sharp minds, no margin for error. That's it right there, QQPK. Danny Tang on your screens on our feature table as well. Did see Nishant Sharma, the newest QQPK ambassador, on our feature table yesterday. Maybe we can close it out with the other two as well at some point.
Of course, that'd be nice. Maybe all 4 at one table.
Ooh.
All right, let's get back to the action. It's a pretty cool hoodie. Ace-7 suited with the open off of 22 big blinds. Little raise and take.
It's got to feel good off the short stack. I'm really curious if there's any targets on the table based on the dynamics in the day thus far. And nobody's...
Did you say targets?
Yeah, I mean...
In what way?
Well, you mentioned one of the short stacks, one of the more accomplished players on the table as well, of course, Elizabeth Chen. Just at 8 bigs. When the cutoff is feeling comfortable raising slightly wider ranges, it lets you know what kind of dynamics have developed with the blinds over the course of the day, maybe.
Beautiful big slick suited. UTG. Pocket threes for Elizabeth Chen off of 8 big blinds.
Yeah, unfortunately, makes sense to let this one go. Respect the UTG open. Fold equity is dwindling with the 8 big stack as well.
Well, Danny Tang gonna come along for the min race. 2 threes obviously in the muck. Top 2 pair monotone texture for Anthony Wong.
3 diamonds, but pretty much the world apart from that. It's never too easy against the big blind range. The suited hands do tend to favor the big blind.
That's a quick hand. So, Vitor, you stayed till the end on 1A, correct?
That's right.
Yeah, so did you get to witness the stage where registration was closing?
I did.
Okay, so was there any like changes, I suppose, is my follow-up.
I certainly expected there to be. There is a Taiwanese player by the name of Fan Chiwei who's been making a lot of waves lately. He actually did end up bagging in day 1B, but to my utter surprise, he found the fold with top set of aces despite having the rebuy option open, and he was actually right. He was up against the river straight, so you never know with these players. They surprise you. You would think with late red still open, you'd actually get it in there, but the good poker seems to win out in the end.
I heard you say folding top set, and I just didn't believe it, so I stopped listening.
It hurts to hear, doesn't it?
Manlock Chan opening queen 9 suited.
We did have some excellent feature tables yesterday, and you know what I mean by excellent, Randy. Action-packed, a bit erratic, a bit wild. That's what we're here to see. Kevin and Griffin opening the stream today. Found a little bit of that on our day 1C feature tables as well. So no pressure on our current table, but the standard has been set.
Another raise and take. Macau's Manlock Chan.
With day 1 of the festival in the books, Randy, how's this second edition of Triton ONE Jeju comparing to the first one for you?
I mean, it's the same in a sense that I expected to see a lot of unknowns show up here, and they are delivering once again. You know, they have their own styles, they're making plays. It's just not what I'm normally accustomed to, you know, watching the super high roller series, but that's what makes it that much more fun to watch. Just trying to dive deep into the minds and kind of what they're going through, trying to navigate their way to one of these Triton ONE trophies. You know, it's only been the second edition. Pocket fours now for Anthony Wong in the small blind. He's got that folding position with his fingers, hasn't he? Oh,
cool. Almost. Bit of a tell maybe, but we'll set mine.
Who knows, but his option on the big blind, 7-5 suited. Healthy stack for Jun Chen. He's going to make the call.
Yeah, you mentioned with unknown players, whether it's to Triton or sometimes live poker in general, I do wonder if there's an edge for some of the more experienced Triton players. They are picking up live reads or not. As we do see the Jack 6-3 Rainbow, pocket fours ahead somehow, but 7-5 might feel pretty good as well.
Yeah, it's a gut shot. Definitely should be interested if a C-bet does come in, which it does. Looks like it's priced at 30,000.
I like the C-bet on this kind of a board texture. Making the most of the range advantage. 6 and 3 don't really connect too often, even with the big blind.
Double check those cards. Gut shot with backdoor hearts. Deep stacks. Comes in with call, hunting that 4, ideally. Front guard's a 9, so gut shot acquired for Carter.
The double belly buster. 4 or 8 needed.
Good
for
eye.
The Jin Chen. I mean, there is a world where he could have donked it instead. Check to Carter, who's going for it.
Yeah, I like this bet a lot, especially against the big blind. The big blind has a lot of random pairs at check call or gut shots, and 6x, 3x. It's a lot of heat, And of course, if you get called, plenty of additional outs. Now we got to ask the question: what do we do when we turn this much equity? Because it kind of hurts to check call and then whiff and then just lose to some other high card type hand too. So options on the table here on whether to maybe even consider a raise, I think.
Too weak to call, too strong to fold. One of those situations.
It's a weird one. What does he go with? That looks like a call.
He's check called it, and there has to be a plan to try and steal on certain rivers. Otherwise, the call is just a bit too losing. And it's going to be difficult to steal with the top pair coming in for Carter.
$250,000 in the pot. Yeah, that's a very nice queen. Can now value bet and try to target that jack. Any thoughts on sizing here?
Yeah, if you are targeting jacks in particular, tempting to go small. The question is, what bluffs can you represent after you've just been firing? I mean, this would be a triple barrel. I'm almost sad that the queen came in. Very curious what he would have done if it did not. I mean, he would have won the hand against 7 high anyway, but as we do see him go for the half pot sizing.
Yeah, just to answer your question, I feel like the only obvious multi-barrel that is a bluff is like 8-7 that comes to mind. Otherwise, just something heroic. Goes for 130K in half the pot, targeting that jack.
Like the sizing. Does block a queen, but there are weaker queens that get here as well. Queen 10, queen 8 come to mind. With some backdoors. Hand goes the way it was always going to go on the river, but nice little pickup there. 250,000 chips in the pot before the final bet. That's a starting stack.
That's right, that is a starting stack. Pot going to Singapore's Carter.
Did feel more of a buzz in the air on the floor today. Coming in, Randy, we do have another event that is going to kick off today. Day 1B in the book, so those who did not bag know that they have to take another shot at it. Does explain how we've had an incredible showing already, 452 entries in this flight. Still open for another 30 minutes.
Carter is getting in there again, pocket 10s this time. Over to the big blind, jack 6 off suit. Nothing too interesting, but another pot for Carter.
Playing the rush.
447 entries too already.
Six-5. We'll have to let it go. No more rush.
Danny Tang, most decorated player at this feature table. Opens, king 3 suited, pocket 3 straight into the muck. Oh, looks like another raise and take incoming. Nothing too fancy as of late.
So when you have someone as famous as Danny Tang on the table, and you're maybe somebody who's newer to the tour, are you more likely to get involved or less likely to get involved with him?
I mean, look, honestly, what you're supposed to do is kind of play your game and your cards. There are definitely lots of people out there that adjust based on, you know, the quote-unquote famous player at the table. And, you know, I suppose it kind of just depends on your appetite for variance. Because obviously, if you're playing more hands than you normally would, or being more aggressive, it could be quite dicey. As we do see Elizabeth Chen pushing her last 8 big blinds. Ace, queen offsuit. Looks standard so far.
Very nice hand to pick up UTG. I have been noticing over the past couple of years, the UTG jamming range is getting a bit wider thanks to the big blind ante. Could get a little less respect than it usually would.
Danny on ace-6 suited. Mux. Didn't like to see all these players act behind him as they fold. Any customers in the blinds? No, and no. Blinds and antes.
She'll take it. 25K added. That's a third of her stack.
I think she's thinking about getting a big stack. Doesn't want to just hang in there with 10 bigs. I think she would have preferred a call in some manner.
The whole of her stack would be preferable, yes.
Queen 10 offsuit. We're Jun Chen. Standard open from the hijack. Jackman suited. Contemplates and mucks.
Pretty bold flat from the small. A6 off.
Seems a little loose. Does this change things for Elizabeth Chen? Face 5 offsuit. Oh, she's going to push it in. Pretty interesting play here. Probably thinking the small blind flat is relatively weak. A little more dead money in the pot.
I mean, she's spot on to take the spot considering the weak hands in the mix, but you do need to have a bit of a read on the small blind to do this, considering the odds she's offering as well. I mean, 77K to call for either player, and Queen 10 is coming along.
Yeah. Bold call and probably a byproduct of that small blind flat, giving an extra 1.5 BBs in there.
They've caught her mucks, which he's certainly supposed to. This is working out pretty well for Chen. Gets it in ahead, 56%. Some dead money in the mix as well. Almost a starting stack.
She's going to be very pleased to see that she is ahead, because usually when you get called and you got ace-5 offsuit, you're not in great shape.
You're crushed.
Slight edge here, 224K pot. This will get her up to starting stack if she can hold. Your cards to flop. King 8-3, 2 diamond texture. Just one more chance to knock out Chen. Queens or 10s would do it. Looks like a full double up to me.
You just knew a 6 was coming too. The small blind fold, Carter shaking his head.
Of course, he's like, dang it. So now she's got something to work with. North of 20 bigs.
Yeah, not the best news for the table to the extent they know the lore of Elizabeth Chen. So you've been in the booth for some of her cash game performances, Randy?
Yes, so I believe it was Cash Game Invitational 1, and she made her debut. No one knew who she was, and the game was it was massive. You know, there was like $1 million pots over and over again, and she was relentless. She was very unlucky, from what I remember. and lost a lot of pots. And at some point, it was funny. There were some all-ins, and then like table mates was rooting against like Tan Xuan and all these big names, and trying to get her to hold. It was good stuff. So it's good to see her venturing out here at Triton ONE in our opening event, the 3K Genesis. Trust me, like, she's not really used to playing with 10 bigs. You give her like 30, 40 bigs plus, I'm sure she'll be definitely a lot of fun to watch.
Oh, 30, 40. I thought you were going to say 1,000.
Well, I know, but I'm just trying to do relative to tournaments, right? Cash games, they were playing minimum 100, obviously. But here, 100 is like chip leader.
Tough to find 1,000 big blind tournaments, I find.
So raise called in 2 spots. Danny Tang opener from UTG of Queen 10 offsuit, and not a standard open, but I assume he perceives he's got that post flop edge at this table, hence why he opened it. 6-5 with the best hand, middle pair.
Current post flop edge for Ben Fan. It's tough to play though, out of position. Open ender now as well. Gut shot for Carter. The old nothing for Danny.
Yeah, he would hate to see a 9, but he doesn't know it. Ben's going to check his pair. Carter going to pounce on the weakness, seeing multiple checks in front of him from both players. Shoots out 30K. Best hand making the call. Pass. King of clubs. Interesting one. It's not unreasonable that Carter had some kind of flush draw, and maybe he goes for it. We'll see.
Yeah, seems like a must fire. Certainly bottom of range.
For me, I just feel like the big blind often has some kind of 1-pair hand connected to that 8-7-6, but nothing more, because often they would just bet out or go for check raise on turn. Seems like a really nice spot to go for that barrel.
All the right blockers as well. Blocks the nut straight. Does have a jack of clubs in his hand.
Here we go. 65K is no easy call for what is 4th pair. Nicely done. Singapore's Carter once again taking the pot. Shoots up to 900,000.
I like this guy. He's making moves. We saw the value bet with the king queen. Now gets the job done on the river with the bluff. Bit of a swing. Carter now. Clear chip leader on the table. 90 bigs in his stack. Love being able to go on the Triton Poker Plus app. Checking out if any player has some history with the tour, Triton ONE or otherwise. Carter playing his first Triton event.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. There's a lot of people who are trying to make their mark. Last time they got the witnessed Triton ONE, obviously, through the Triton Poker Plus app. And hold on. Aces for Ben Fan. Up against Elizabeth Chen, button open off of 20 bigs. I think a lot of players often 3-bet here, but I think there is definitely merit to slow playing from the small.
70.
He's going to go for the 3-bet, though. 70K announced.
Chen's range is going to be the weakest on the button. Does decide to stay balanced, essentially. Would be doing this with his bluffs as well, including the sizing. Ace-3, maybe if it was suited, Chen could have considered. The old GTO Wizard 4-bet.
大呀，没人弄玩意儿。天线宝宝第一次。
天线宝宝，那我占你一个奥子。
2个黑的，要买黑的。 有也不给我弄回来了，我才不信你。
Carter looking to win another pot at this table. Ace Jack is a good start. 20K. Oh, hello, Ace King suited. And I don't think Carter is looking to fold against an all-in. What do you think?
I gotta agree, and Chen has been this active in back-to-back hands. Ace Jack strong enough.
She's opted to 3-bet to 50K rather than reshove, trying to induce Carter. Now what's Carter gonna do? I think he would have called a shove of 200K. Here he's got a spot where maybe he can just call rather than 4-bet rip. There we go.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Pot now up to 125K as we go to this flop. 3-bet pot. 5-5-3-2 club texture. Couple taps from Carter.
Just over 1 SBR. I think there's still a chance that we do see Chen stack off and Carter actually come along. I mean, 5-5-3 is about the best non-pair board for the Ace-Jack if he thinks he was ahead, and there's a chance Chen was bluffing. But since all the 8s, 9s, 10s, and other pairs would play this way, yeah, he does call one street.
Yeah,
I think the real question will appear now.
Turn card is the 5. Both players still have high card, but strong one.
Just doesn't help Carter get away, does it? Just comes down to whether he was behind pre-flop or not.
I don't think Elizabeth Chen should be worried. Ace-King is just often the best hand. Even like little pockets, they might just reshove pre. She does jam, looking to deny equity in Ace-Jack. It's also very hard to be ahead with Ace-Jack if you think about it. What are you hoping Elizabeth Chen is just blasting away with like King-Queen off? I don't know. Not too many people are willing to kind of make that play for the tournament life on a texture like this where you could be drawing extremely slim, and there's the fold. Chen, 303K now.
Making it look easy. She had 8 bigs when we started the feature table. Comfortable over 30 now.
Guys, I hope you guys are enjoying this free stream by the Triton Poker Series. Triton ONE. I do read your guys' chat in the YouTube, so feel free to send some questions or comments through there. We are keeping an eye, and if you guys are enjoying it, subscribe, thumbs up, do all that jazz for us. We appreciate it.
All that jazz. Hit the bell icon, is that jazz? Cowboys.
King.
Sides.
Yeah. Opens the 20K. Offsuit one gapper, 5-3. Some players defend here, most fold. Because we're going to learn about Chen, and he is the type to make that call.
They're not exactly aces and kings crackers, but 17% going to the flop. Does clip a pair. Should keep him interested. Board is tricky though, ace, queen, 5. Smacks the UTG range.
Yeah, gonna put a little bet out there with 2 kings, looking for clarity. 15K is the price. Because the price is so good, do like coming along here with bottom pair. Maybe can spike 2 pair plus.
Wheel draw for extra comfort as well.
Sure.
Now left with just the bottom pair, 3 kicker.
Curious to see if kings goes for double barrel or just check the sides. Looks like he's gonna set the price himself. Looking to check back river. If he does get called.
Yeah, one of those in position turn blocker bets. 30K now. Hope for a check on the river.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable because sometimes you check back turn, you're like trying to contain that pot, and then your opponent gets to bet, and then you're like, well, do I call off like 70K? Do I fold because I'm up against, you know, some kind of ace? And sometimes it is definitely ideal to kind of bet yourself. The tricky thing is if you're up against a very creative or very aggressive player, sometimes they read into your bet sizing small turn as weakness, and they, you know, rise up and put you to the test. So obviously poker is just not that simple of a game where, you know, weakish hand, bet small, and big hand, bet big, you know?
Yeah, you got to start balancing, start constructing a range that is value heavy as well on that small bet. Sometimes I'm just laying awake at night and this thought crosses my head, man, poker is difficult.
Is that how you go to sleep every day? You're like, poker's difficult, good night.
You know, that's the beauty of the game as well. That is how I go to sleep. Look forward to coming into the booth the next day, but...
You know how I do it? I say poker is easy, then I go to sleep.
That explains a lot, Randy. That explains your career completely. That's why you needed 24 table. You needed to compound the difficulty. It's too easy, one table.
Pocket kings? Again? Literally back to back. I believe it was even the same color.
Deja vu.
3 ball. 75,000. 8-7 suited for Danny Tang. Covering stack is 3 betting. Kind of feel like he's going to come along, like he wants to kind of dance. Here we go. Pot now, 165,000. Danny Tang versus Kwan Han Chen. Nothing for 8-7 suited. Lovely flop for the kings.
Yeah, Danny gets lucky, doesn't connect. Tough to crack kings. A c-bet would be the end of it, unless Chen gets super tricky. Or Danny gets super, super, super tricky.
Come on. Please.
Man can hope.
You just want to see someone punt their stack, don't you?
No, not at this level. 10 levels deep. The players have put in the work.
Well, guys, I want to take a moment to thank our title sponsor, QQPK. Supporting the game at the highest level, bringing action to poker fans all over the world. Give them some love. Looks like that's their team pros. Punat Punsri, Danny Tang, as you see at our feature table. Webster and Nishat Schwammer, also part of the squad.
I know.
What I really like about this guy, Carter, is that we just got single word for his name.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like, that's just boss status for me.
Like Madonna.
I mean, I'm sure he could have went with something else. Jun Chen, Jack 10 suited.
All right, like Drake.
There we
Take
go.
Drake.
There we go.
But my brain popped up Madonna. I'm just letting you know. Just got to be honest.
I understand your taste in music is something you want to keep to yourself, but you did reveal. Ooh, Ace King. Lovely. What a delight. Oh, wow. Did you see that coming? Just call?
Tricky, tricky, tricky. Worried about the fact that Carter is around the same stack size as he is, but this is a bit too timid.
Yeah, I feel like he definitely didn't want to all of a sudden play some 1.6 million chip pot. Still, though, I would have preferred squeezing mainly because you can kind of get a lot of chips in good against that middling stack of Jun Chen. Regardless, though, we are 8-7-7 rainbow top pair. Sorry, no pair for Ace King.
I mean, this flop is also instructive of why you want to be taking the aggressive option as often as possible. If he had the betting lead, maybe something as simple as a C-bet takes it down to the extent the others came along. Now he's certainly on the back foot. Jun Chen certainly eyeing the possibility of using the button there. Does make the bet, has 2 overs, a gut shot, some backdoors.
Ace King straight into the muck, doesn't even call one bet. But King Queen with the best hand makes the call, so Ace King's gone.
What is going on in this hand? Carter sticky with the King Queen, and the Ace King would have looked like a much more obvious best hand on the double paired board. King Queen essentially the same, kind of bluff catching against the kind of holding Chen has.
This is an awful card for Chen. Because if he did have that 8 or a 7, he's not really expected to bet the turn. I should kind of want to slow play that a bit. And plus, if he got called by Ace High, they've improved. They're looking not too shabby on this board. Looks like Chen is reaching for chips, though. 65K. Man, if King Queen calls here, I'd be surprised.
It is tricky to think about what he's repping. It's tough for him to just have an 8 or indeed a 7 on the button there that now becomes a full house, but that is the story he's telling. If he had something like pocket 6s and below, then they're counterfeited. Pocket 9s, maybe protecting, but all of it gets considered and gets the job done against the King Queen and the Ace King. Power poker by Chen.
Yeah, he really turned this one into a winner. Really didn't expect him to get the opportunity to win that pot. Had Ace King opted to squeeze.
So this is why Kevin loves Jack 10 suited. Just take it down on tricky flops. King Queen again. Ben Fan this time.
Carter just flopped the straight, just like that.
Flops the joint, and Ben actually has a gut shot to the nuts. Safe turn. Carter has just been so active in the table. Let's see if he can extract anything. Check, check on the flop.
Puts in a quarter.
Yeah, Ben is coming along after checking the flop, having 2 overs. Bit of an action killer, 4 to a straight on the board. Not the card Carter wanted to see, but thought he was getting paid too easily without a king or a queen. Yeah, casual 60K into 100. Doesn't convince Ben. So with that, nearing $1 million, I believe. Carter at his first Triton ONE event. Just about 2.5 minutes to go in this level, Randy. Last level to rebuy for 1C. Approaching 50 entries for 1D. That number will continue to climb. Just a few levels in there. I do see the slightest of updates to the tournament leaderboard. Martin Nielsen, now the tournament chip leader, over 2 million. Was on our feature table for 1A yesterday. Had a bit of a... I mean, Kevin said he spoke to Martin afterwards. Let's just call it a misstep. Good to see him make the comeback in 1C. Let's see if he can go all the way. 16% of the field will be cashing.
This one, pocket deuces, ace-7 suited. Now, ace-7 suited has a chance to actually counterfeit the deuces with an 8. Obviously, an ace or a 7 would do the trick as well.
Quick c-bet. Chen not going anywhere. Ace-7. Good too often on this board. The ask was tiny, 15K.
The 4, another way to counterfeit deuces.
Pretty tough to put in the second barrel here with deuces. 256K in Chen stack. A bet would have a decent amount of leverage though. Yeah, he's going for it.
35,000.
Considering Chen's stack, he starts to imply that he might extract more on the river, but is she convinced that he might have a king or hand strong enough to go 3 streets?
Well, the double barrel does get it done. Doesn't have to play any guessing game. Kind of similar to those pocket kings that you played earlier, where you bet the turn. Looks like players are being asked to stop. Must mean that registration is closing. But let's take a look at the leaderboard at the moment. Carter up to 810,000 chips, playing a lot of pots. Kwon Chen is doing very well. Just took down that last pot. Manlock Chen down to 18 bigs, but Elizabeth Chen, she went from 11 big blinds up to 21, so got just slightly north of a starting stack, 256,000 in chips. Danny Tang lost a little bit, sitting on 33 bigs, 390K.
Good time to have a starting stack right as registration closes, of course. It's almost like you got a rebuy. Was down to 8 bigs, as you said. So we do have the Danny Tang and Elizabeth Chen, the 2 superstars on the table. But it's been fun to see the rest as well. They've been navigating. We did have sort of the average stack being the average at our table as well. Nobody too big. I am taking a look at the rest of the tournament. 2 million cross for a couple of stacks. Should be a fun field out there.
Yeah, actually, the current tournament chip leader is Martin Nielsen, our other co-commentator's favorite player, Rotterdam, that is. And it seems that we got, I'm looking at the app, 480 entries or so. And I believe with the coupled with day 1A, day 1B, we have at least 1,000 entries. And we do have day 1D running as well. You know, the tournament, they're just trying to figure out, is there any last-minute registrations, trying to get them into the seat, because this is the end of the level. And after this, no more rebuys for day 1C.
That's right. And we do play down to about 16% of the field remaining. If you bag, you cash. We did see an elimination. Somebody was down to 1 ante on the very last hand yesterday. So 52 players would have made it, but he ended up busting on the very last hand. We ended up with 51. Right as we finish out the final registrations you mentioned, we'll know how many people are cashing. So there's going to be that milestone to shoot for after this.
Yeah, any quick thoughts on whether it's better to rebuy now, you know, going into the last level, or to, you know, wait for 1D?
You have 1D. I mean, you do your best in this flight. Try to spin it up. We've seen all kinds of spin-ups in the past. This is poker after all. And then, of course, 1D is waiting for you in case the worst happens.
Yeah, so it seems like players are, you know, still kind of shuffling around, waiting, as we are looking to, you know, just try to resolve all of that and then hopefully get back to the action very quickly. And I suppose we'll be looking at a couple ads real soon. Let's see.
Taking a look.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight.
Humphreys just won his 5th.
But most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path QQPK, your new poker path.
And welcome back to the booth one more time. Randy Liu alongside Vitter. And officially, we have 487 entries from Day 1C. Day 1A had 324 entries, and Day 1B 188 entries. That actually brings the total to, believe it or not, 999 entries. And the thing is, last year we had 1,185 entries in our opening event, brought that prize pool to 3.2 million. So we only need 186 entries in 1D. Seems like good chance to break it.
I'm pretty bullish. I take the over on that for sure. I mean, 1D is live. We have over 50 entries there as well. I think it's going to be very exciting as the day closes out. I mean, this is the opening event of the second ever Triton ONE. Love the support that the players have shown by coming in, firing multiple bullets. I was looking at the list of 1C players, by the way. I do want to shout out the Bubble Boy from yesterday. Not the one ante, but the actual 50-second finisher. Alex Anton, Ace King, ran into aces, fired in Day 1C, and has about 1 million chips. So how's that for support?
How's that for support? I don't know what the winner will eventually get, obviously with Day 1D still going on. But I believe last year the winner got around 560,000, won by Cheng Hu Shu. Taking a look at the leaderboard right now in our current for Day 1C, Martin Nielsen sits at the top. He's got 2,080,000 chips, followed by Kaito Mitera, who's got 165 big blinds. That's almost 2 million as well. And I'm just taking a look at the bottom. Obviously, I have to scroll down very fast because there's just so many entries in here. Wondering how shallow is our shortest stack. Looking at the Triton Poker Plus app, and it's Nanchin. Only 5 big blinds. Kai Wei Jue got 6 bigs, so there is plenty of players with just 10 big blinds, but if they do bust here, they're going to have to enter that 1D that we did mention not too long ago.
Okay, 5 bigs in with a shot. Now, to the extent we're looking at those milestones of chip leaders, Day 1A had a 5 million chip stack as the Day 1A chip leader. Day 1B, about 3 million, so you never know what gets you there. 2 million is the current standing. I think we have 6 or 7 levels to go at least. We had way more entries in Day 1C than Day 1A, so I wouldn't be surprised if we had 7, 8 levels to go. By no means is it over. Long grind ahead.
That's true. We are going to play down to 16% of the field, like you mentioned. Day 1A had a 5 million chip lead. Day 1B was a shorter level, so only a 3 million chip lead. But here, you know, likely on pace for one of those 5 million, especially if we put Martin Nielsen at the top. He's the type of guy that's willing to play big pots. You know, he's not going to try to just grind it down. He's going for a W right away. And let's get back to our feature table. Here it is. Chip counts once again, but the blinds are going to be 6K, 12K with a big blind ante of 12,000. Powered by QQPK, a title sponsor.
$2,400? 2004?
So quick 2-3 minute break for our players as well on the table. And we're right back to it. Ace Jack and Queens in the mix. We've come back on 6K, 12K. So the 500K stack worth about 45 bigs.
60K. 2.5x. Use the 3-bet sizing. Pocket 4 straight into the muck.
Ace Jack off facing resistance from the very next position.
How much is the
Does feel like right at the top of your open fold range. Ace Jack suited certainly could come along, but the sizing is tempting. Just 36K to call. We saw the peel Ace Jack against Ace King when Carter had it.
Yeah, you can see he's on the fence. It's like, wow, the price is so good, but my hand is not great in this spot. +1 versus +2. Let's make the tidy fold, and I like it.
Good discipline.
Just feel like in those positions, we don't have players attacking that spot too often with weakish hands.
I remember early on learning a bit more about poker. Somebody described the situation to me as, what exactly are you hoping for? To hit an ace? Then you're not comfortable anyway. Your opponent could have ace, queen, ace, king. To hit a jack? Well, as we saw, queens were waiting.
Yeah, usually if it's like a cuspy situation, like we use suitedness as a factor into calling, at least it's got more playability. Maybe flop a flush draw, which you can attack with. Meanwhile, king jack offsuit, table chip leader.
It's 24,000. Oh. Oh.
Fold it to the big. Danny Tang will defend. Dominated. No longer. The rotation, 9-8-4, 2 clubs. Either player with a club.
2 checks. Well, another club out there. Like you mentioned, no club, neither player's holdings. Jack 8 might be looking kind of charged random clubs. That could exist.
48,000.
A healthy bet of, I believe 48K was announced.
Yeah, Danny does bet the graphics. Just readjusting. Makes a lot of sense to not let this go check, check. Give the free card.
Yeah, it's all about denying equity at the right moments. You know, if it looks like your opponent has shown signs of wanting to check down an ace high or king high, then why let them get that chance to get there against you?
With Danny's level of experience, how much do you think in a field like this, the live reads are playing a part, which it could include timing tells, as you mentioned. If your opponent looks like he's just kind of aiming for a check, you can pounce on that as well.
I definitely think that timing tells are more prevalent in a smaller buy-in, big field size where we got a lot of different players of different experience. Whether he's actually paying attention to that degree, I'm not very clear from what I've seen.
We did have an interesting mystery hand today. Samuel Mueller folding the aces. And part of the problem I felt was that his opponent felt like he was value betting, which might have thrown off Mueller.
25. 5 seconds.
60.
60,000.
I love this.
Oh, Ben Fan going after Elizabeth Chen as Elizabeth makes a looser open. Queen 4 suited in the cutoff.
What a great find by Ben. He's been putting in the solver work. King 7 suited. Solver favorite. Right blocker and board coverage properties.
Which one? Okay, I was like,
Show the king.
Show the 7, you know, and get in trouble. The thing is, when you show the king, though, they know you're kind of 3-betting, not top of range, right? Because you tend to show the ace.
Yeah.
So if he can only produce a king, you're saying you're 3-betting like king, queen, king, jack, or something like this.
You're trying to say you have exactly kings if you're trying to build an image, and it's tough to have exactly kings.
The thing is, if you had kings, you would show both, or you won't show either.
That's right.
It's a puzzle out there, and that can be solved. The real solver special is this hand, ace 5 suited. Chen trying to creep into that million chip stack.
Player of the year.
Just heard Player of the Year. Must be referencing Danny Tang. Season 3. Winning the Ivan Lau Player of the Year award. Pocket 8s for Ben Fan. This is the guy that just 3-bet King 7 suited. Counting down his stack. He's wondering, do I have a shallow enough stack to just 3-bet rip?
5 seconds.
Call.
Just goes for the call. Found his stack a bit too awkward to squeeze.
I think he also didn't like the fact that the original raise was from first position. 3 players here. 100K pot.
Fair fight. Look at the equities.
It is indeed very fair. Slight edge to the pocket 8s. No more. It's top pair, king kicker. Belongs to the man named Carter.
The artist formerly known as Carter.
Right. Pre-flop raiser checks over to Carter, who is gonna stab. 30K. Kind of looks like an impossible fold to me with pocket 8s, but he's found it. Well done. Preserving. Figures Carter's got the queen. Very hard fold to make there.
Yeah, losing the absolute minimum. Very impressive. Carter just gets it done too. 30K into about 100. Easy pickup. Did feel like a little bit loose to be peeling there with so many players behind. The UTG raise is from the table chip leader, so could be squeezed a little more often. He's just making it work out there. Almost tied for the chip lead now with Chen.
I must confess, I'm a little sad that YouTube chat's not talking to me. YouTube, what you doing? Give us some love. Talk to us. Subscribe and like as well while you're at it. The King 10 offsuit. I mean, this was the hand that got Moeller to fold the aces, right?
That's right, it is the hand of the day thus far. Another mystery hand, I believe, was King 10 suited. Kevin was pretty proud of nailing that one. What's your run rate on the mystery hands, you think? You good at guessing?
Depends on who are the operators. There are some operators that's literally impossible to guess. But I nailed one of them, for sure. Dead on, ace-5. It's not about me, though. It's about the chat. Are they able to get the mystery hands correct?
That is true.
But there's so many of them in chat, if they just name every single combination possible, someone will get it right. We do see the 5-4 deuce checked around. More nothing for both.
The hand seems ripe for chance taking. 5-4 deuce, although it is tempting as the big blind to start repping. It is the kind of board you'll see delayed c-bets pretty often as well. But Chen is just going for it. He has the stack advantage. Look at the leverage on this bet, 48K. It's giving the threat of that geometric shove on the river.
Yeah, I feel like he believes that Chen, at best, has like an ace high. Because if you think about it, pocket pairs, maybe they slow play something, but they wouldn't want to slow play on 5-4 deuce where 3-2 a wheel. Because, you know, obviously there's more outs. And I think Chen's intentions there was to bet turn, ideally take it down, and if not, probably just jam most rivers that doesn't hit the wheelie stuff. Yeah, I think it's a really nice play. I've been pretty impressed with how he's been navigating. Makes sense why he's got all the chips here. This table.
Now, you did mention the chat getting the mystery hands correct. We did have one yesterday. Actually, my first one ever, Randy, that nobody could have ever got. It was the tournament chip leader at the time, Shu Yang. 3 bets and calls a 4 bet. And when the hand is revealed, it's Jack 5 suited.
I love Jack 5. It's one of my special hands.
Really?
Yeah, I've got some.
When you love a special hand like that, you should really make some moves with it. We might name it after you. We have the Robbie for the Jack 4. It could be the Randy.
Well, I'll just tell you a little story while I have a little time. Is basically when I was playing online poker, I misclicked with Jack 5, and this guy like tank called with like top pair. I hit running flush, and then the guy was like, just cursing at me with his keyboard warrior. And I was just kind of antagonizing him with responses. And it's known as the Jackson 5. It's my hand. 7-5 offsuit. You can see like he really knows how to use that big stack and attack the smaller ones. He knows registration's closed. Maybe players play a little bit more snug. Queen 8, Macau's Chan.
The Thor hammer not being lifted for this one. Lets it go. Can't blame him. Queen 8 seems a bit tough to navigate after the 3x is called.
Do see you guys in the chat. You know, I'm kind of in a shout-out mood. Where are you guys watching from? Let us know. Maybe I'll read your name in your country. Do see you, though. Paper Muncher.
Quick folds to the button. Let's see how much Chen's going after it. Nah, not with the Queen 6 off.
Can't win every hand, especially when you smell pocket jacks 1 seat over.
Good timing.
Let's use that little miniature Thor's hammer. Hey? Try to trap Carter. Went with the limp. Sneaky, sneaky. Carter doesn't oblige, but we'll be forced to see a flop with 2 unders to the jacks. 2 unders make a pair.
Check, check. And now the gut shot for Carter as well. Time to start extracting. I think Chan can be pretty confident that he has the best of it.
The 9's always a tough one to bet once again.
Block sizing might be in order. 159 in his stack. Yeah, close on the
28K.
smaller side.
Trying to get value from the 8 and 6x. Probably figures that if he was to check, he was going to call bet anyway, so might as well try to get value from hands that wouldn't bet when checked to.
Nice fold there by the 8, recognizing the spot. Unlikely for Chan to be bluffing. Just not get tempted by the pot odds. Not easy to do. He's actually chopping with most 8s, mind you, so every once in a while people will flick it in. Thinking 8's more likely than a trap.
That is very true, and once again, do want to thank our title sponsor, QQPK, supporting elite competition on poker's biggest stage here at Triton ONE. Of course, we've got a range of buy-ins. Very enticing. Thank you to QQPK. Do see you guys in the chat. I'm gonna get back to those shoutouts. I did say that, didn't I? Paper Muncher from Melbourne, what's up? My neck of the woods. Teng Yao from Singapore. Must be supporting Carter. He's doing very well. Florida in the house. Norway, Manila, Romania, Uzbekistan. What's up? Switzerland, Spain, man. We've got someone from all parts of the woods. Canada, South Africa, Macau. Meanwhile, pocket 8's gonna open. Asia's favorite number. Favorite hand.
Tiny stack in the big. Queen 3 folded. Well, you mentioned Elizabeth might be a little less used to these tiny stacks, but she's navigating perfectly. Does seem to go after it a little more than you would expect a short stack to. Thinking back to, I believe it was the Queen 7 suited, but clearly knows what to do at every stack depth.
And you're based in India, is that right?
That's right.
Anyone from India watching?
Let's hear it, chat.
Give some love to Vitor.
There's only 1.5 billion of us. You would think some of us would show up.
Danny Tang opening pocket sixes. I can't recall him winning a pot. Much love to Stephen Wolfman from New Jersey, enjoying the commentary, he tells us, as we take a look at my Lok Chan's 10-9 of clubs.
A lot of discipline there to let that go. Has to be tempting in late position,
yes.
But I like it.
The 20 big blinds he didn't love. We holding. Carter makes the call. Carter likes to see a lot of flops. King Jack suited certainly qualifies. Near perfect coin flip. These two hands. Top pair king kicker versus the pocket sixes.
Certainly wouldn't blame a c-bet in Danny's shoes. After you open pocket sixes and the flop comes with 2 overs, you just want the hand over with to the extent you can manage. Tiny bet might tell you where you're at.
He's taking his sweet time. Looks like he did check it over. And Carter, that's the fastest fold I've ever seen with a pair on a flop. But he is right. Carter, 888,000 is the stack he's playing. Give him pocket eights one time.
How lucky is that?
It's extremely lucky. That's why he's got a big stack.
Good to see Anthony Wong rocking our merch. I think these are the hoodies we were wearing yesterday.
You think you can't remember? That was not too long ago, my friend.
It's all blending together, the beautiful merch, but yeah, you are right. My favorite part of these hoodies, the zipper pockets. Shout out to the Triton ONE merch this time around.
We got pockets. I didn't realize.
With zippers in a hoodie. I thought that was illegal until I acquired beautiful Triton hoodie.
There's actually a lot of people with different merch at this table. Yeah, we got another Triton merch hoodie there.
It makes you run good. You cannot convince me otherwise.
Is that right? Your ROI increases with a Triton hoodie? Just like that? Danny Tang's actually rocking the new merch that's going to be coming out during the Super High Roller Series. A sneak peek, as you can see.
Big merch energy there. New merch.
Bottom pair where Ben Fan takes the lead. Opposite check.
I think Danny's flew in here with this board against a limp in the small.
Trip sevens is lovely. How fast is Danny Tang going to fold this time? Oh, he's taking a little peek.
Slower than the sixes when he had the betting lead, which is surprising. He's getting a massage, though. Might be slowing him down. Just doesn't seem like he's a believer, but on this board, being 3 of diamonds is not continuing. Danny's been essentially losing the minimum on most of his hands. Did take it down with that Jack-8 on the 9-8x board. That might be the last time we saw him take down, but that's a skill too. Low variance poker at this stages. Really waiting for his spots.
Glancing at the leaderboard, Martin Nielsen, at that little break we had not too long ago, was sitting on 2 million. Now has 2.5 million in chips. And I'm taking a look as I can see the hand histories through the Triton Poker Plus app, which you can download for free. Looks like he got in pocket jacks against Ace King of Kunsu Dennis Ng. One very big pot, roughly 850K pot. So clear chip leader at this point. Half the field is gone. 231 remaining as we play down to 16%. Blind versus blind battle. 9-3 suited and a 10-3 offsuit.
I put 15 there. I put 3 blues there. Thank you.
Battle of the nothings.
This is what blind versus blind battles are all about. Who wants it more?
Looks like Danny wants it more.
Loving the Triton Poker Plus app. The update tab is just so good. Just seeing an update. Punat Punsri doubles up. Who's rocking a short stack, 238K. Just all the fun hands highlighted. You just mentioned one of them, Martin Nielsen winning a big flip. Follow along in case you're railing somebody in day 1C or 1D. Now, over the years, Randy, how generous are you with your stars and marking favorites? Because I know Kevin's been going a bit ham.
He's got low requirements. He's just starring everybody, or what?
That's what it sounds like. You said he was up to 50 players at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I've got my favorites here and there, of course. Most of the players that I did favorite are from the Super High Roller series, like guys like Bryn Kenny. You know, I like to see what he's up to. I think Elizabeth Chen actually has a star as well. Have you put any stars on anyone yet, or no?
I've started, considering that I was coming in to this second version of Triton ONE. I did start some previous winners, so it was fun to see Joshua Gabisa make a run and back day 1A. Thanks to the app and the stars, I was able to follow. So recommend the same for those of you at home.
Carter flats King-9 suited against the +1 open. Now, you did mention he does flat a little bit wider than most, even against early positions, and here he is. Currently the favorite, and still is, and delightful because his opponent does have middle pair with a decent kicker.
Yeah, he's making it look easy out there. Reminds me of this old Phil Locke quote about no limit hold'em. Just start with the best hand and don't get sucked out on. So far, King-9 in the lead. Continues to be 2 flush draws now on the board. Both players with suited hands that do not have a flush draw.
Yeah, no suck out on the turn. Slowing down is Queen-Jack.
It is pretty standard to check call with middle pair good kicker in this situation. Would mean an extraction for Carter. He's bet 60K. Likes that half pot sizing.
Yeah, and the smaller sizings actually make it more difficult for you to get away from middling hands like this. Problem is, Manlock Chan needs to decide. 60K is 1/3 of his remaining stack.
How do you navigate rivers? Half the deck will be hearts and spades. You don't love that. Yeah, he just lets it go. Good discipline at the right time. Was way behind. This is what it takes, folks. Saves himself the remainder of his chips. We'll hope to find a better spot.
Feels like all I see is Carter stacking chips.
I keep thinking of Rush Hour too every time I hear Carter. I believe that's Chris Tucker's name in the movie.
Is it?
Carter and Lee were the characters, so. Single name, so he's Drake. He's Chris Tucker to me.
I haven't seen that movie in so long. To be quite honest, I can't really remember it. You a movie buff or what?
Yeah, I certainly am. Griffin and I were jamming out yesterday. I mean, Griffin takes it to the next level, I have to say. He's in tune with every anime, every series, but I guess I'm pretty close. What about you?
Not the classics, I'll tell you that.
Rush Hour is a classic at this point.
I know it is, of course.
They would like to remind you that you must bag up the kids to qualify for the
I did mention F1 and I believe soccer or something with Kevin, and he got so excited. He's like, oh, finally I have a sports fan in the booth with me. Randy is useless, but turns out I'm more like you. I mean, I watch poker for the most part, sometimes chess, so like this mental sport nerd, but can't hit the ball back when Kevin's all excited about the latest F1 development.
I mean, chess, isn't it like watching paint dry a little bit? No?
How dare you? That's how I feel about soccer.
The only chess I watch, which I think almost everyone has watched, is The Queen's Gambit.
Of course. I think chess is a little bit like poker. You do need to know it to a certain level to appreciate it, like what we have going on here. Triton ONE, of course, bringing out some of the best, even at these buy-in levels, to really appreciate the decision-making. You need to know it a little bit. So after the Queen's Gambit, it was fun to learn the game to a basic level. Could appreciate it a lot more.
I feel like chess needs more variance. So, like, there should be some kind of
Coin
randomizer where your pawn just gets deleted from the board, you know what I mean? Like,
I'm so with you. And it's such a poker player thing to say as well. I've imagined that so many times.
well, how about, like, you take someone's, I don't know, queen, and then you just start celebrating like you rivered a deuce to hold against pocket aces. No excitement in that game for me.
You need bluffing.
Bluffing what? It's like hidden characters?
Yeah, you take away the pieces and then ask them to guess where you moved.
Yeah. Then maybe I'll watch chess. For now, never.
This is why they came up with chess boxing. Half
Chess boxing? What? So you box for a bit, get bashed in the brain, and then you're asked to play chess with half your brain cells?
I know you didn't expect it, but you're absolutely right.
You want to do it? Me versus you? You probably win. You're the favorite.
I think I'm like thrice your size, Randy. So you'll have to outcompete me at the chess, and you just said you'd never watch it, so I think we could do with some poker boxing.
Poker here is it going to be ace 10 versus queen 10 offsuit. Danny in the lead. Still in the lead. This is ace 10 offsuit.
Best hand takes it down.
That's right. So you got an ELO or what?
Oh, it's very low, like 1,300, but you could beat anybody at a party who doesn't play, and you can never beat anybody who actually does play. It does make you a better poker player. This is the embarrassing stat for me in chess. I've played 5,000 games without improving my ELO.
5,000 games, so.
Yeah, like 1-minute games, 3-minute games over maybe 2 or 3 years. But it's a good lesson, you know, just like poker or maybe any other pursuit. If you don't play with the intention of getting better, you won't. You'll just keep plateauing.
So it's your true score. If your score never changes, you are 1,300.
I am certainly a 1,300. But if I want to improve, I could. Books, videos, coaching, just like poker.
You can get coaching in chess?
Oh, yeah. That's how a lot of chess players made money until streaming came about.
People paid for that? For a game where you can't make money? Ay, ay, ay.
It's like learning the guitar, Randy. I mean, the chances of you making money from it are minimal, but you can teach other people to play the guitar.
I tried to play the guitar. I had a moment where I was like, yeah, I'm going to do this.
I'm a rock star.
And I went to Costco. I bought one. I returned it within like 5 minutes because when I put my string on my fingers on the string, it hurts like crazy. Have you ever tried?
I have.
Hey,
I felt the same way. It's like, I can't believe people do this.
Marginal hand. Not really marginal hand, but, you know, another call from Carter. King, queen offsuit. But marginal is the ace-7 offsuit in the hijack. 72K pot. 10-3-3 rainbow. I kind of get this vibe that Carter's going to check call bet that's likely to come from Chen. I've seen him call king, queens, but he's actually leading. This is something new.
Donks had it.
Odd.
I think Jun is recognizing this is unconventional. Just evaluating whether ace-7 can continue or he can just turn his hand into a bluff.
Yeah, my thoughts are that if my opponent had a 10, wouldn't he check it over to me to try to induce a c-bet? A 10 is not really that vulnerable.
I agree, and just to add to that, if that implies something like pocket 4s, 5s, 6s, and 7s, you could do what Jun has done here and just raise it. I like this. He's bluffing with the best hand, but really in tune, attacking the unconventional donk.
Yeah, it just really doesn't make sense for Carter to have a 10 in the spot. Oh my god. He is grabbing chips and he's depositing. We've got some poker going on here. Bet call from king, queen high against the ace-7. Now June actually has to be worried. Snap check back. And a queen for Carter.
Of course, Carter just binks it.
To be fair, I think Carter was going to win this pot regardless, unless an ace came.
Yeah, I see your point. After you're floating, the raise on the flop, chances are you have a plan to go after it. And Jun with the snap check did give away some info. I would like to speculate that he's not doing that too often with traps.
150,000 from Carter. Big bet. And they do like it because it looks odd. If Carter actually had a 10, is he really going to bet 150K?
His hand looks closer to a 3, actually.
But a 3 from the small blind? It's rare.
Yeah, very tough. You need ace-3 suited in particular, and then have donked it on the flop. The way this hand is gone, it is confusing. Queen 10 might make some sense as well, but again, to your point, Randy, you do expect more check calls, sometimes check raises with top pair on 10-3-3. Yeah, Chen is thrown off for sure. I wonder if he's talking himself into putting on the cape, making the hero call. Would be the wrong time.
I think he's more in the camp of jam or fold rather than just call. It just seems
Oh my
like
goodness.
But he only has, what, 250K he can put on top of the 150K?
I thought he was going to do it when we cut to the chips.
He's like, how can you bet so big on the queen? The way you played your hand looks like a 10. But he does fold. So Carter finally gets above 1 million chips.
Lucky. Not this time, huh?
That was pretty fun. A little bit of street poker on the flop there.
Yeah, that's what I miss. Ever since the solver era, you know, you don't really see this kind of street poker anymore. Bring it back. Triton ONE.
I love street poker on the feature table as well because it does function as a bit of advertising. You know the players will go on break and maybe look back at the hand history, getting this opportunity. And then you can use the image you've built for the rest of the day.
Hong Kong's Anthony Wong. It's got ace-10 offsuit and a little raise and take. Maintaining that stack.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm taking a peek in the Triton Poker Plus app and do see that currently Day 1D, which is running concurrently, 87 entries at the moment. They're on level 5.
Ways to go. Maybe 3 hours till the end of late reg. Last chance to get into the opening event here, the QQPK Genesis. Do have a 9 p.m. event today. It's at 2K. That's a one-day event. We'll have coverage of day 2 starting tomorrow. Defense by Danny with the 6-5-0. Clean top for Carter there.
It just seems like Carter's in every single hand. He's always the one putting in chips. Has been making hands. Do see a new player making into the top 5, Ivan Berksin of Ukraine. Won 2 huge pots, back to back. 5s versus pocket 3s. Somehow, it was blind versus blind. They got in 600K apiece.
Whoa.
Pocket 5s versus pocket 3s. Just like that. And the 5s held. All in pre-flop. It was like, it went raise, 3 bet. No, it went call, limpy raise, and jam. Wow. Just insanity. That got him up to 1.5 mil, and then he won another 400,000 chips when he got another blind versus blind confrontation against Michaelitis, ace-jack versus ace-8. Gonna be rocking 1.8 million. Second overall. Long Yang in third. Triton Reg.
Pretty favorable on the button, ace-9 off.
Yep, Ben Fan. Unlikely to get any takers. Unless he wants to play the Brunson. Lines up, 10K, 15K. 15K big blind ante. It's going to be the last level before we go to a break.
One of the bigger increments we have, going from 12 to 15. Stacks get shallower by about 20%. So the shortest stacks on the table will feel the pinch. Shanman Lok, one of them. It's at about 165. Elizabeth Chen has been grinding her short stack. Did go up to overstarting, but back to about half, 140K. Wakes up with King Queen.
Well, she's back to that 10 big blind territory. Drops the chips in there. Awaits the fate as Ben Fan might need a count here with ace-4 clubs.
I don't see him proceeding just because it's a decent chunk of his own stack. Does let it go.
He agrees.
Not low for Chen. This one's going through.
But it's suited.
But it's suited.
All right. Barely treading water is Elizabeth Chen.
Are you ever surprised at how well some of the regs who are used to much higher stakes play, despite the buy-in of the event and the min cash maybe being not as meaningful to their poker bankroll? Certainly the likes of Danny Tang, I've seen him at Invitational and sometimes just firing side events, but the quality of poker is just top-notch because this is what they do. They're just used to playing good, proper, strong poker.
Yeah, the thing is, to answer your kind of question is, different players kind of approach the smaller buy-ins in different ways. Some, treat it as another buy-in where they play their best. Others try to run up their stack a little more and they get a little more loosey-goosey. It's much respect to those. Sometimes they're playing 100K buy-in, and here they're playing 3K, 5K, but, still giving it their all. Like taking a look at Elizabeth Chen's highlights, and she got 9th in a $125,000 buy-in in Montenegro back in 2024. It's funny, she actually took a selfie with her idol, Paw. And believe it or not, Peter, she actually requested to take a selfie with me too. Okay. I remember that day.
Poker superstar Randy Liu.
Yeah, just trying to pat my own back.
I'm sure you've had plenty of people chasing you with selfies over the years.
I create that story myself. Not kidding. Open-ended versus queens and jacks.
Yeah, a bit of a hand brewing here. The jack looks quite comfortable once the top card is paired. Backdoor hearts appear.
Yeah, I like that the Jack 7 didn't bet the flop. It's really hard to get called by worse in a blind versus blind confrontation. Check it through. Go for the value now. Gets called. Kicker is still very relevant. That is a very relevant card for Chen. King 10. Beating the Jack now. Block or check decide what to do with Jack 7.
Should make some sense to block, considering he could represent having the queen every once in a while. So any raises should signal a lot of strength.
That's odd, right? Like you bet with a Jack here, but you can't really get called by worse. But then if you check to try to induce from like busted hearts, they might size in a way that you don't want to call, right? So it's definitely merits to both the block and not to block. He decides to go for a check and gotta bet the King 10 now, right? 65, half the pot.
This is tricky. Getting decent odds as well, almost 3-1. Certainly wouldn't blame a call here. There are some missed hearts that are possible. He does not block hearts at all.
Should never be a Jack though, right?
Yeah, should not be a Jack, but there's the slightest of chances you are folding a chop. And then lastly, the strong kings will raise it up or ISO from the big blind. King 10 somehow in the mix, but does reduce some of the king combos you can have in Chen's spot.
Still think slow played queen is plausible from the big blind.
Yeah, definitely.
Flicks it in. Bad news incoming. Million chip stack acquired for Quan Han Chen.
Great sizing by Chen. getting that call.
There's your chips.
He's making it look easy too.
要勾的。差不多是这个款。你勾怎么扣？对啊。
I don't really know Chinese, Vitter, but teach you a word.
Okay.
When you hear them say go, that's in reference to a jack. The reason is go means hook.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, that's right. I Googled it.
Wait,
kidding.
what?
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I thought this was something you grew up on, you know?
No, I had to ask my wife. Queens. Not got to ask anyone whether you should be playing this on the button.
Nothing too tricky. 2x open.
Oh no, man, Lock Chan.
Did you
Goodbye,
say-
sir. You know what he's got? Go, go.
Go, go.
That's right. It's go time.
Unfortunate, absolute cooler. Gonna need the 2 outer.
Needs to find a hook.
Quick use of the stand-up equity, but sat back down.
He changed his mind. It's allowed. Not recommended when you're at risk. Can the jacks find it? Let's see a flop. Not there. It's not there either. One more chance. Two outs.
Mic off equity being engaged. Needs the one time.
Is it? Nope. GG. Unlucky. Not much you can do with pocket jacks off of that stack on a button open. If he wants to get another crack at our opening Genesis event, the 3K, gonna have to play Day 1D, our last remaining flight that is underway. Most disappointing to bust, but it is just event number 1.
Yeah, long way to go. 9 more days in the festival. Still never easy though. Hope to see him in the next flight. Do have a lot of respect for those who busted late and re-reg.
Well, much respect to QQPK, our Triton title sponsor, giving us a lot of insight to where you can find a way to support the competition out there on our big stage here at Triton ONE. Thanks once again.
That's rough to look down at the 9-3 UTG. We'll have to pay the big blind and the ante on the next one, so we'll be down to about 10 bigs effective.
King Jack. Jun Chen's got ace 10 off suit. Contemplating. Does he want to make a move against Danny Tang? He is going to pass.
Maybe a bit of the Danny Tang effect. Not take ace 10 and turn it into a 3-bet bluff. All options were on the table. I like the fold.
Carter's unfazed, makes the call in the big. Discount, of course. Top pair, 3 kicker versus a pair of jacks.
Ace-10 would have been pretty nice, but Ace-3 is pretty good as well. Carter just seems to be getting the best of it in most spots. Way ahead.
Yeah, he's flopping well, getting value, sizing. $20K was the bet on the flop, and called. Flush draw arrives. Kind of expecting Daniel to check back here. It is very hard to get called by worse when you're holding the jack.
Makes it a 2-street affair. Good pot control. It's also tough to represent bluffs, and Carter finds the check.
It's very good for Danny Tang.
Do you expect Danny to go for thin value a lot of the times? He has the best middle pair. Could get calls by worse jacks.
He is going to go for that value. He expected an ace to always bet itself, and clearly he had the wrong read. Additional 25K for Carter.
I really like the check on the river there. With the weak top pair, if he bets, Danny might actually get away from middle pair. It's so difficult to represent bluffs on the ace-jack X board, Rainbow.
Yeah, so what's really important here, if I was Danny, and is that I would, recalibrate my reads on how Carter would approach an ace right in that spot. Because for him to bet King Jack there means that he expects Carter to bet every single ace that's in his holding. That's where the pros really do shine. They know how to make proper adjustments.
Chip leader on the table. Carter has put a bit of distance between himself and Kwan Han Chen. 1.2 million. For 75 bigs plus at this stage. Ace-10 makes an appearance once more. Raise first in this time, though. The openness from the cutoff. Jack-9 is usually an easy give-up there, but the small blind call from Carter, he is quite frisky from the small, I have to say.
Look, if there's a level to expand your small blind calling range, it's levels like this where the small blind is actually more than half. You're getting a bit of a better price, right? Normally you would see a structure where it's 7.5K / 15K. Because, of course, the chip denominations we're using, that's not possible. Once the 1K chips are gone.
Yeah, that's a great point. Bit more of a discount, but Jack-9 now just absolutely whiffs. Now we've seen him navigate in interesting ways. He did donk and kind of get attacked when he had the King-Queen. No donk this time in the 6-6-5. Tough to represent.
Yeah, he's calling here Jack-9 high.
Wow. The reverse float out of position.
Like, does he have something against Jun Chen? I'd be a bit worried with Ace-10 right now. Why is Carter always getting involved when I'm putting in chips?
I mean, Ace-10 is behind almost the entirety of a standard small blind defense range. At the same time, you're tempted to check behind, realize equity in the form of the ace-high, and of course, some of the outs you can hit. Also has one of each flush draw card that's on the board. Should feel a lot more comfortable now. Double paired board. Ace the best hand, very likely. But Carter did float out of position on the flop. It's just like the King-Queen hand you were talking about, how he would have found a way to win anyway. Time to see what size he bluffs.
It's gonna bet 80,000. Man of a plan. Out of position float, Jack 9 offsuit high. Ace 10. Well, if he's flatting hands like this, he definitely has hands like 8-7, 8-9's, gut shots at whiff, busted diamonds, plenty of.
Because we've seen how active Carter has been, it's easy to sort of demand a call with the ace in this spot. As played, it just looks like Carter has something like a middle pair. 8s, 9s, 10s. Maybe 10s are likely 3-betting from the small, but
What the hell?
yeah, Chen seems really troubled with the decision. He's getting odds as well as usual. 80K to win 220. Is Carter just out of line about a third of the time?
Yes.
He's done it.
Nice call.
That's an interesting showdown for the table as well, for those who are paying attention to the flop float. Turns out Carter is out of line a third of the time.
Yeah, the gig is up. Let's see if Carter switches gears. Slows down a bit. Very nicely played from Jun Chen. Pocket kings. How many times has Kwon Han Chen gotten pocket kings? At least 3, right? Because I'm pretty sure he got back-to-back earlier.
Man is on a roll. At least it's not the same suits. That was freaking me out. Hearts and spades this time.
You remember the suits, eh?
Yeah, you pointed them out. They were both red.
I did, didn't I? Well, we got an ace-8 offsuit for Ben Fan. You'll call. Just top set. It's an okay flop for kings, huh?
At least give Ben a chance. The aces magnets, as they're sometimes called. Missed by 1. Attract a king. Yeah, given the board texture, flush draw on the board, he's staying consistent, does c-bet. Goes tiny, but this should be the end of it. Ace-8. Not enough to continue. Bittersweet. Flop stop set. Gets no action.
Sigh.
This is the mental game coaching I need, is to be happy to flop top set and take down a pot and not wince when my opponent folds.
You a tilt monkey or what?
Yes.
Serious?
Calling me out?
You don't strike me as a tilt monkey.
No, I'm relatively okay with the tilts. I was telling Kevin, Randy, I used to play a lot of heads-up S&Gs. It's my favorite format. Fire up a few tables at the same time, make a lot of decisions per minute. So I'm very used to being all in, just because that's part of heads-up S&Gs. So you have to get rid of tilts because you've seen so many swings.
I mean, you have to, but can you is the question.
That is the deeper question.
You know, ace king. Question is, should we open raise or open jam? And he has practically jammed 250K off of a 280K stack.
It's a big jam.
I think there's a lot of merit to just raising, trying to invite action behind you. Now you're basically just hoping someone's got something.
This hand is so strong that you want an opportunity for the weaker aces to come in. I think a jam of over 15 bigs from UTG only really ever getting considered by maybe ace-queen suited.
Yeah, the thing is, let's just say some players want to speculate like ace-jack or things like that. They might not call an open jam right there. Especially with a player like Carter, for example, who's been flatting very wide. You know, by open jamming, you just kind of deny him from calling with hands that are dominated.
Yeah, so many king jacks we've seen being called weak aces. I think Wong's just wanting to make the decision easy, but maybe losing out on some EV. Ace king again.
Suited. It's different, all right? Hey, hold on, guys. The guy hasn't acted yet. Hold on. All right, there we go. Min raise. Suited ace. Quickly into the muck. Looks like we're going to be headed to a flop here. As Anthony Wong makes the call. Open-ended straight draw. However, one side is a bit ugly. If you hit the 10, the jack would make a straight. No worries here as Jun Chen just has ace-king high.
The wettest of boards. Queen, 9-8, 2 clubs. Really tough to continue, but Jun Chen seems to be finding a way. Praying for the hand to be over with. Certainly won't be the case with the open-ender.
Yeah, praying not working.
Pink.
Wow.
It is a heart, though.
The most amazing card to fall in the turn. Straight for Anthony Wong. Nut flush draw for Jun Chen. He's got a million reasons to multi-barrel now.
Absolutely. Think about the hands you can really put to a tough decision. Any 9, any 8. Hands such as gut shots that may have healed the
Nice
flop.
restraint there. Could have lost all his chips.
No heart, which means a check mark for Wong.
Now we must bet.
55,000.
55K.
And assuming Chen gets away from it, he's managed to lose the minimum. Bet went ahead. Checked, and let's see if he folds, went behind. Certainly seems likely with ace high.
So let's see, what kind of hands are we trying to keep honest if we do make a call? Like king, jack, king 10, busted clubs? Doesn't even think about it though.
Well played. By both players, of course. Decision's a bit easier for Wong. So 2 in a row. One with the ace-king, UTG rip. Now with the straight on the turn. Takes him up to over 25 bigs. He's been on the snug side in terms of how he's navigated the card distribution, but certainly grinding his short stack well now. Sort of a medium stack. Somebody in chat says, look away for 20 minutes and a group of people got busted. Wow, well that is the way the cookie crumbles.
Well, one of those names that busted is Tota Wei because he lost 550K to tournament chip leader Martin Nielsen, who had pocket threes against Queen 10 on a Queen Jack Deuce. Martin Nielsen bet, called, turn was a 10. He bet again, got called, and he rivered a 3.
Oh my goodness.
Jammed, got called by 2 pair, and Martin Nielsen, overwhelming chip leader, 3 million in chips, second in chips, only has 2 million.
That's a massive gap. 3 million right now, worth over 200 bigs. I mean, this is just a scary stack.
What's even more special about Martin Nielsen's performance so far is that he actually final tabled this very event back in September in our first edition of Triton ONE. He got 5th in 3K Genesis for 133K. So this might be his tournament.
Martin has crossed over 1 million in Triton earnings with the last festival, including the Super High Roller in September. That is not a stack you want on your table. 200 bigs for Martin Nielsen. Another ace king, this time from the cutoff, and queens in the big. We are heading towards a classic flip, it feels like.
El Clásico.
El Clásico Flipito, as we do see the 300k stack of Danny. Should be pretty easy to get in once the 3-bet comes from the big.
Yeah, Danny Tang also playing a 20 big blind stack, facing a larger 3-bet size. There really is only one play, and that's to get it in. It's a classic. Incoming. Queens versus Ace King. All in, and the masseuse is now interested.
Really? Chop chop. No chop chop.
No chop chop. Unlikely. Will this massage be put to a halt? TBD. 633k pot. Danny, no ace, no king. Does have the potential to find backdoor diamonds. Not anymore. It's just the ace or king needed. 6 outs. What's it gonna be, dealer?
Good game.
It's a good game for Danny Tang.
Off to 1D, hopefully, for Danny. We're approaching level 7 there, so a few more levels to go for the rebuy. Unfortunate, classic flip. I feel like Ace King versus Queens is the only time we should let the dealers run it twice.
Well, 5-time Triton champion Danny Tang headed for the exits. Season 3, winner of the Ivan Lau Player of the Year race. Quan Han Chen is going to move up to 1.4 million in chips. Honestly, I can't really recall him losing a pot. Chips going in one direction for him.
To have Konstantin Held joining us on the table. He's been one of the top stacks in the tournament, joining us at 1.1 million. Quite respectable, 76 bigs.
All in for Elizabeth. Just shy of 10 big blinds. Konstantin Held, ace-5 offsuit.
He's doing the math, remembering the charts.
Chart says no.
Konstantin, a German pro, plays a lot more live now, but his Triton track record started with the Triton ONE inaugural event in September.
Well, let's take a look, and looky here, this is going to be our next featured table, highlighted by the man right there, Kiat Lee. He's one to watch. He's a Triton champ. Oh, and Samuel Moeller also at this table had a misstep in the mystery hand where he folded pocket aces, which was the best hand. Looks like he's sporting a very healthy stack, about 900k. It's gonna be a fun one as we switch over to that featured table after the break.
17 million in Triton earnings for Kiat Lee. 7.6 million for the 28-year-old Samuel Muller. That is a stack table right there. One-hand Chen not getting carried away.
Button's good.
Let's the suited 2-gapper go. Ace-9 will pick it up from the cutoff. There's been a lot of chatter in the booth about how you will be in Jeju for about a month, Randy.
Yeah.
Given the weather, are you looking forward to it?
Of course I am, because it's just non-stop Triton every single day. I just live for it. My wardrobe is slowly changing to exclusively Triton gear. Yeah, I'm here for it.
Cowboys for the German.
I feel like I've only seen Pocket Kings dealt at this table.
That has been the story of
Never
the last
aces,
frame.
right? It's never aces. But it is 9-7 suited for Carter.
King 7 for Chen.
Yeah, something's crossing her mind. Goes with call. Only 2% equity 3-ways.
Oof. Just the clubs, I guess.
Can it get worse?
King,
oh
the
my
ace
god,
king.
it has, right? Top pair versus top set.
The board is so wet, but her stack is so short as well. 135k, 9 bigs, 105 in the middle. Once you defend King 7, despite this board, I think you just have to go with it. Constantine fires into 2 players with top set.
Yeah, there's not much you can do. I mean, you flop top pair, you've got 9 big blinds remaining. She's going to make the call.
At least for now, gives herself the slightest of chances to get away. Maybe if a 10 or ace appears, she finds the off-ramp. 9 of hearts gives both of them the additional flush draw, but it is a 4-liner.
It's actually quite annoying for Constantine. He might even check it because he's got that king of hearts, so it doesn't hurt to take the free card off. And there is that check.
Now what do? 100k in your stack, SPR 0.6, just top pair.
It kind of feels like there's enough showdown value with King 7. Maybe you beat a hand like Ace Queen to Ace Jack that c-bet the flop. I'd actually be very tempted to bet the set of kings right now, despite the flush out there in the straight. The main reason because I would expect if Chen had the straight, she would just bet.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think you have to go for it. Certainly helps to have a million and your opponent just has 100k. Pretty obvious bet here because you can represent a lot of ace-high misdraws. Wow, he just checks it back.
Yeah.
Gives her a lot of credit, and Chen managing to hold on to 100k chips after that flop. That's actually quite impressive.
Everyone's laughing. Are they laughing at him?
感谢不杀之恩。
转牌位你得接了，那么厉害。
Constantine replaying the hand. Wondering what could have been.
What could have been. Once again, a shout out to QQPK. Title sponsor for Triton ONE. Supporting the game at the highest level. Bringing the action to to all you poker fans out there, all around the world. Take a little peek at our QQPK team. Puna Punsri, Danny Tang, Webster Lim, Nishant Sharma.
Still thinking about that river spot. Yeah, you have to believe in Constantine's shoes that any hand that's better than top set would just jam on the river. You have to give your opponent to make a mistake, and if you're thinking that, oh, nobody will call with worse, well, give them a chance to. They might have 2 pairs.
That's their problem, not yours, right?
30.
He's going to open up King 4 of diamonds. It's actually really good timing from Elizabeth Chen to move in with ace deuce. Realizes that Constantine's got a big stack. Gonna open a little wider from the cutoff, and now Ben Fan. He's in a weird spot because he might think he's ahead of Elizabeth Chen, but he's not really sure if he's ahead of Constantine. And he's gonna fold the best hand.
100. Can I get a count?
She keeps finding these spots. I think when we saw her at that 8 big blind stack at the start of this feature table, she got it in and got called by Queen 10, now King 4.
Round 2 between Elizabeth and Constantine.
Constantine, you become fitter and looser.
Looser. Fitter and looser. You've also become the best hand of King 4.
And as lucky as you used to be.
Lucky so far.
你认识他？
某一届金边柬埔寨的冠军。哦 WPT。
Is there a needle for Elizabeth Chen? Ace was folded. Good game. Another star falls at our feature table. Sure, she'll be back for some future events. Another chance in 1D, of course.
Really enjoyed how she used her short stack. Got it in good at the end. That's all you can do.
I'm telling you, you just got to give her a stack, and she really knows how to put the pressure on. But still attacked quite a bit with short stack. Found a spot with that ace deuce, got the money in good.
Managed to not bust top pair versus top set with that tiny stack, so it's all about giving yourself chances. Very impressive indeed. Are down to 7 on our feature table with that exit.
We have chip race or what? Right here.
Ace Queen of Hearts, very pretty.
Raise 30,000. Fast.
Oh, okay. Can I buy your reds, please? Huh? Red chips. I have to buy. Go.
Really enjoying the pace of play here, Randy. Nobody's using the 20 seconds we give them pre-flop.
That is true.
15.
Also maybe because they want to head to the break quickly, because that's where we're headed. And 2 players with over 1 million chips. Carter was there at one point, playing a 982K stack. Ben Fan, shortest stack, 246,000, as the blinds will go to 10,000, 20,000 after we come back from a break.
Stacks getting shallow, as they tend to do when the blinds keep going up. The pressure is mounting. We're going to get back on the final number that makes it to day 2. 16% of approximately 500 players. Should be a decent amount of people, but we're still a ways away from there. I think the ICM pressure not existent yet. It's going to be a fun feature table as we come back with Kiet and Samuel Miller on the next one.
Well, let's send it down to a break and look at it later.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight.
Pomsri's just won his fifth.
But most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
Is working with incomplete information, and just because it seemed like an unnecessary bluff, he decided to let it go. So I would be curious to pick Mueller's brain about that hand, about that spot, how he feels about it. Again, I think that when we're in the booth and we're seeing, you know, every hand, it's a lot easier for us to realize why maybe we should be calling there.
Perhaps like a hand like pocket fives or pocket sixes, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think that is kind of one of the only things that perhaps makes sense played as it is.
The other thing too is that like something like, let's say, Queen Jack suited would have also been a candidate to start betting by the turn when there's a gutter, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when you start to think of the bluff rate, like he's not going to think that he's going to bluff ace six suited there, right? So if he starts to think of the bluff combos, there's not enough. He has ace jack, which blocks queen jack and king jack. So I think that there's a lot of sort of blocker breakdown in Mueller's head as well, but it didn't really make sense to me as played.
Last hand, Fan was on the cutoff. Mueller opened from under the gun, so just flatting with a hand like pocket fives or pocket sixes, pocket sevens. Yeah, it's possible. I guess, I think Sam was quite close to calling, but in the end decided to not really believe his opponent, but perhaps felt it wasn't worth the trouble. As we have a little three-way action once more. Ace-5 of diamonds for the man who just stole a pot. Versus the 7-4 of diamonds from Samuel Mueller. And Liu looks down at King and Queen of Hearts. Perhaps the most beautiful hand, but it's the Ace-5 that flops best. A diamond would be very problematic
for Samuel.
Especially on this low board, he's not going anywhere with his 7-4. He's got a couple of backdoor straight draws to dream of as well. Well, fun start to our new block of poker. As perhaps these two will tango. Fan Chang making his debut, does not have any Triton cashes recorded. Samuel will make the call. He's hoping for a diamond, but we know that it's the last thing he needs here. A diamond would be disastrous. Oh, and it is a diamond, and it's...
Woof.
The 3 of diamonds. Samuel Mueller is drawing that, and he's in all sorts of trouble. He's looking for revenge on the man who just stole a pot from him on the river. This is a disaster.
I think Samuel is going to be able to potentially not double up Fan necessarily, but it's really going to be dependent on the sign on the turn. Yeah, he's the size on the turn, pardon me. He has only bet 33. He's going to have 182 left with about 145 out there. I wonder, I don't really expect to see Samuel check raise here, but if he does, yeah, he's going to be doubling up his opponent. But if he just calls and then faces a six-figure bet, I don't think that he's going to be check shoving.
There are maybe some river cards that could save him as well if he just calls in. Like if another diamond rolls off, then it's going to be a little bit easier to work on some damage limitation. But if it's a black king or a black queen, it's going to be very, very difficult for Samuel not to get.
Oh, yeah, he is going to raise. So, yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me too much. He doesn't want to allow Fan Cheng to check back on the river. So this will, for all intents and purposes, likely result in a big double up for Fan Cheng.
What a spot. You get a check raised on the turn while holding the nuts. Having a draw to a straight flush as well. Not that we need it, but it's always nice. Makes it extra beautiful. And we now have the check raise all in, and Sam will make the quick call, and he will get the bad news that he is drawing dead. Fan Cheng with the full double with the ace-5 of diamonds. That is a rough start for the man who was one of the star players of the first inaugural edition of the Triton ONE last September. And of course, had a great performance at the Triton Super High Roller Series right after that as well. And Fan Cheng didn't even see the river. He's already texting his friends, I got a double, and you will never guess who it was true. I mean, I would text everyone, I believe. Or maybe not quite yet, maybe a few more hands. Keep an eye on the blinds. Wow. I'm a bit stunned, Griffin. A bit stunned by everything that we have just witnessed in the last 15 minutes, but it's been fun. A couple of wild hands. Yoshiyuki Kamaga looking a little disjointed. Probably wants to get a little more involved, but he's not quite getting the hands. Fan Cheng will decide to take a break to update his friends once more about all the chips that he saw heading his way. He's right now torn between playing every hand or just letting his friends know how amazing he's been doing at this table. Ming Lee, the man who just lost out on a lot of chips, is going to ship it from the small blind, and Samuel Müller will, of course, snap him off with pocket tens from the big blind. Samuel does not have a lot of chips to work with. It is 53,000. 114 in the middle. Samuel is hoping that the board stays low.
And you know what's a little lost in the shuffle, too? Like, he folded that ace high against Fan Cheng when I thought he would call him as well.
Yeah,
so I think
check.
it's just he just didn't get a good grasp of this player and what he's doing.
Wow. Fan Cheng can make a little highlight reel of those three hands. Yes, the tens of Samuel Müller are still good. A king would be absolutely brutal, by the way. That would be the worst way to go. Ooh, it was paint. But the queen is safe, so Samuel Müller will find a tiny double as his pocket tens will hold up against the ace-6 offsuit. Obviously a fine play by Ming Lee there to shove from the small blind.
Absolutely.
Trying to get it over with as the ace. Unfortunately for him, Samuel Müller does have it some.
Muth, the Ivy. Who's even still playing after 15, 20 years? It's a young man's game now.
Liu, the man who just lost a big flip with his ace-king versus the jacks, is going to move in for his remaining 91,000 chips. He has ace-9 of diamonds.
Whoa.
Yang wakes up with the goods. Pocket aces. We'll just call. Hoping that someone else wakes up with something that is playable too. For a split second there, Fan Cheng looked like he had a decision, but I don't think we have much of a decision with Jack-7 suited. Oh! Now that is a decision.
Trouble.
Yep.
Trouble.
You think he just comes over the top and Yang is going to snap it off immediately? I mean, he is 300.
I don't think she's going to slow roll him, so probably.
What will Wai-Lu do with pocket tens on the big blind?
I mean, look, this is a strong flat from the cutoff.
Yeah.
If we want to talk about what Yang's range looks like, we can see obviously she has pocket aces, but the worst hand I think she has here calling 91,000 is nines. So it's only one worse pair than your tens, and then it's the ace-jack suited.
Wow,
so yeah,
good
that's just a
fold.
great fold because I really think that's an appropriate range breakdown. It's going to be jacks plus, maybe nines, and then it's going to be ace-king, ace-queen suited, ace-jack suited, ace-queen off. We're not doing very well against that range, and we still have to beat the all-in. So that's a world-class fold there with the tens.
I think everything you said there is spot on, and it makes a lot of sense. And I'm still impressed by the fold there with the tens.
It's easier said than done, especially still in the rebuy period
Oh,
with other levels to play. And wow,
that's just brutal. There is no justice in this world.
there really isn't.
Makes such a good fold. And would have flopped the belt. Very hard for Yang to ever retake the lead if the tens were involved. With one ace being in the hands of Liu. The 5 of spades doesn't really change anything. We're drawing that with the ace-9 of diamonds. The 4th spade doesn't change anything. Yang ends up with the nut flush. Would have still lost to the tens. Great fold with the tens. Unfortunately, wrong moment to make such a good fold.
Queen 10 offsuit for Jun Chen. Standard open from the hijack. Jackman suited. Contemplates and mucks.
Pretty bold flat from the small. A6 off.
Seems a little loose. Does this change things for Elizabeth Chen? Phase 5 offsuit. Oh, she's going to push it in. Pretty interesting play here. Probably thinking the small blind flat is relatively weak. A little more dead money in the pot.
I mean, she's spot on to take the spot considering the weak hands in the mix, but you do need to have a bit of a read on the small blind to do this, considering the odds she's offering as well. I mean, 77K to call for either player, and Queen 10 is coming along.
Yeah. Bold call and probably a byproduct of that small blind flat, giving an extra 1.5 BBs in there.
They've caught her mucks, which is certainly...
Welcome back to the booth. Randy Liu alongside Vitter Single, and we are here for the Triton ONE, the opening event, the 3K Genesis, and we do have an amazing feature table for you guys. We're going to have Kiat Lee, one of the big superstars of the Super High Roller Series, and of course Samuel Muller. And the thing is, I got some interesting stats for you. Maybe you want to walk, I don't know if you want to walk through some of them, but basically these two guys have played 37 events with one another, and I don't know, who's got the lead in that?
Well, it turns out there is a clear winner, and it is Miller coming out on top 14 times. Kiat Lee 23 times. So we have a clear winner there. Samuel Miller firing the second bullet in this event, and maybe that's extra advantage, extra incentive to go after Kiat on his feature table.
Yeah, Kiat Lee's actually won 17.3 million in Triton earnings. Samuel Muller, 7.6 million. But the thing is, Kiat's played a lot more events, roughly 3x the amount of Samuel Muller. And Samuel Muller is obviously one of those huge up-and-coming names. Made some really cool plays in the Super High Roller Series. Here he is at Triton ONE. But, you know, we'll see how that goes. But going to go ahead and get back to the leaderboard real quick because there is something interesting here. Earlier, I was telling you about Martin Nielsen. He had 3 million in chips. And you can see he's only down to 2.27 million. If I click on his name and just kind of look, he did lose this huge pot. Queens versus Jacks, he lost 761,000. As I scroll down a little bit for you, you can see there was a raise to 33K, a 3-bet to 105,000, a 4-bet to 210,000. And Martin Nielsen jams, and then the jack on the flop is why Martin Nielsen is still the chip leader, but just has 2.27 million in chips. And we are playing down to the final 16%, so the night will not end until we get to that number. 167 players remain, 487 entries, and the blinds are going to be 10K, 20K, 20K ante as we do send it down to the table. Live from the Leze Casino in Jeju. These are the remaining players here in Day 1C. Let's see if we can spy any familiar faces. You see anyone, Vitter? No?
Too quick.
Too quick?
Well, we do have the Triton Poker Plus app to check out the rest of the field, but for now, let's take a look at the feature table. Of course, mentioned Kiat and Samuel. To have 6 other players rounding it out. The chip leader on the table, 920K. On the shorter side, as far as chip leaders on various tables go, that's Chao Lee. All the way down to the shortest stack, An Tai Do. Just 13 bigs, about a starting stack at this blind level. Should be a fun one. Looking forward to the battling. You did mention, saw a bit of humbling for the tournament chip leader there, Martin Nielsen, but he's still well over 100 bigs.
Yeah, imagine if we won that pot. Pocket threes for Shinhwa Xie. He's in the hijack. 40.
Raise 40,000.
confident announcement of the open there. You don't see that too often with the 2x, alerting the dealer to the 40 and ace king awaits on the button.
I think he's going to be very confident of ace king. Rip City. How can you not? Roughly a 13 big blind stack. I'll move it in. Now what do we do? We're up against an unimpaired hand. We're in great shape. Oh, no, great shape, but, you know, flipping. But if it's ever a bigger pair.
Yeah, flipping at best is not where you want to be. Not getting the best pot odds ever. Sort of a 40-60 situation on the pot odds. Lets it go. Good result for the ace king, getting the even equity hand to fold.
Yeah, you'd be very happy if you
Yeah. I mean,
saw that.
looks like there could be improvements with like how easy it is for dealers to press it, but I think it's good. What about you?
I'm pretty sure the dealer doesn't like it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think there's ways to
You guys
improve
need to do
it.
more job, right? You guys need to do more job.
Our lovely
I
dealer,
think it's
far too
going the right
professional
direction.
to
I
complain.
think they will fix it. Like, they will. It's gonna be good.
So in case you guys haven't realized, we've thrown away the shot clocks and put in a chess clock, as players alluded to. Players do have a time bank, and you can actually see the time of every single player in the Triton Poker Plus app. For example, I'm looking at it now. Samuel Muller's got 4 minutes and 13 seconds remaining. Kiat Lee's got 3 minutes and 50 seconds, so it's 2 to the second. And of course, you do get a lot of time for each street, but once you use, say, 25 seconds or 30 seconds, depending on the street, of course, then your time bank is being used, the quote-unquote chess clock, and that drains. And you do have opportunities to get more clock, and usually that's at key moments, probably in the money. Not exactly sure, but I know for certain that the final table you would get more time. I think one of the nice things is Triton's always trying to find ways to innovate. And I feel like the chess clock is just something that never was really expected to happen in a live tournament scene. So this is very cool. And I hope it's very successful because I'm a big fan of it.
I am too. And I think any resistance to it thus far just had to do with the logistical and technological challenges which Triton ONE has gladly taken on. Really appreciate the attempt and could be a big disruption in the poker world, frankly. Good to hear Kiat and Samuel discussing that they like it. I'm actually really excited that we can see everybody's chess clock on the Triton Poker Plus app, because when things get real sweaty, maybe deep into the tournament, final tables, should become quite relevant.
Jack 4 of clubs, suited Robbie for Chao Lee.
I even take my hearing aid out.
Pretty frisky.
Yeah. Australia's Chile Liao calling. Queen 8 suited in the big. See a 4. Best hand for Lee.
Is the cell phone allowed? Are you allowed to use cell phone?
Yeah, I mean, not while you're in the hand, but yes.
Spin there here?
He's coming in like 5-6 days.
Oh, okay. Can't be bothered to play small now. You just can't be bothered to play small now.
Yeah. For a second, he thought he's gonna retire, but now he's back, better than ever.
Really? Like retire for good? Does he even like to play game?
He likes it a lot.
Yeah. But you don't have
He
to
was
retire.
just thinking about it. He just. But
You can still keep on playing, right?
yeah. No, he's over that. I think like he decided to keep going, become the best.
What's going on here, Randy? The Queen 8 suited has come along, and now trips for Lee. And the check mark, mind you.
Ambitious.
Going with his range. Once again, floating out of position. Check call the Queen 8. Did have some backdoors. Now reduced to just the Queen high.
Go for Triton if you full action.
For what it's worth, he at least did not start repping the 4. Could be tempting with the big blind range. Can just release now.
Looks like he was looking for a check through, maybe steal it on the river.
Let's not forget opening Jack 4 and getting the trips. That'll boost your confidence. Maybe you decide that the poker gods are favoring you at this moment.
Get the feeling he opens even wider than Jack 4 suited.
Let's go. Let's see it. You're on the feature table. Let's put on the show. King 7 suited, and I did hear you and Kevin discussing what might be my favorite hand on the stream yesterday. I actually love King 7 suited these days. Just feels pretty fun to fold the King 8s, but play the King 7. I like the trippiness of that, thanks to what solvers have told us about how good a hand King 7 is to get busy with.
It's starting to make sense why you got so excited when the guy 3-bet King 7 suited earlier. It's your favorite hand? Seriously?
Recently, I feel.
Recently. Actually, the name of this new clock is called the Triton Temple.
You used to play online now?
Me?
Yeah.
Sundays. But it's need to be a little bit more careful with Austrian law.
Oh, look at the trophy.
Some things are changing.
You actually get 2 trophies for this event. That's a bonus. The QQPK one you see, and of course the Triton ONE.
So everyone's like a little bit more careful.
Both are absolutely gorgeous. Seems unfair to win 2. But it's extra incentive to go for the win.
No one's cheating.
Oh,
Nothing
yeah,
like some hardware, especially from Triton ONE.
Winning players are getting sued.
Yeah. It's kind of dumb, right? They rig and then they don't pay for the things. Yeah. It's super dumb. I heard about it last year.
Yeah, it's super dumb. So yeah, considering my options.
Ace on the button.
Ooh, Kiat Lee's got ace-10 offsuit. He certainly would be willing to risk 20 big blinds against the button open. The big blind, Shinhwa, is sitting on 780K.
70?
So he can't just outright jam. He's going to 3-bet very small, just to 70K. That is peculiar.
Near clicks it.
It's odd because of the size of the stack that's opening. I feel like ace-9 has to call here for what, 1.5 big blinds and see what's up.
Well, so far, Kiat's unconventional raise size has worked out perfectly. Gets it to the flop with the domination against the ace-9. Oof.
Well,
high board.
Yeah, that small sizing's allowed the ace-9 to catch up. Top pair, top kicker.
That is rough for Kiat.
45.
I'm gonna bet 45K. Now we gotta ask the question: is do we raise or just call with position? It's a little bit tricky because the 9, of course, is always vulnerable to cards 10 through king. But then again, I'm not really sure those type of hands will be 3-betting off the small blind for a small sizing. So maybe you don't really have to be worried about hands like king, queen, and king, jack. They might just flat pre. So I do like this call from Liao. But there is the jack. Gut shot for Kiat. Such an odd hand because probably didn't expect Liao to fold most of its range, and the jack actually improves the 3-bet calling range in my opinion. After calling a flop bet. Jack 10 comes to mind.
He's going for it.
Yeah. Rip it in.
And this is now a 6 spot for Liao. After you flat and essentially under-rep your hand against the small continuation bet with top-top. Just one overcard. Do you give your opponent credit for this?
Yeah, so he loses to obviously all of the overpairs, queens plus. I just don't think Kiat's ever doing this with like ace king or ace queen high without spades. So what do you beat? He beats this, but maybe he doesn't expect ace 10 to play in this way pre.
Blocks aces for what it's worth. Can't start reading into that tiny 3-bet pre-flop. Is Kiat doing that with kings? Wow, he makes the call. Great call.
Great call indeed. 7 outs for Kiat Lee. Needs a 10 or an 8 to knock out Liao. It's an 830,000 chip pot. Can Kiat find it? Nope. He's a short stack. 185,000 chips remaining. Well played, Liao. Ace 9. Got the opportunity to see that flop very cheaply, only 30K more. It makes the tough call when the overcard comes to his pair of 9s.
Takes a stand at the right time. Impressive stuff. Especially facing the likes of Kiat Lee. That's what you have to do sometimes against superstars. Just hold on tight.
Guys, gonna take a moment to shout out our title sponsor, QQPK, supporting our cause here at Triton ONE, where we have players from all over the world joining us here on poker's biggest stage. You know, part of me feels like, do you think there's a chance that Kiat misclicked his sizing?
Yeah, it is possible.
And also because that was a hand like soon after the new blind level. Maybe he was still on the previous one at 15K. I don't know. It just can't really get behind his sizing against the 20 big blind open. With his hand specifically.
Yeah, I was gonna say not with that hand. I mean, I can see you getting pretty tricky with, pocket aces, or even if you're turning hands into a bluff like the ace wheel suited. But this just got so hairy. Of course, getting unlucky with the 9 getting clipped on the flop. Otherwise, it had sort of worked out to perfection, but certainly something that is possible.
Well, Samuel's connected with the 6. Up against Kok Wei Tiao. He's got Jack 10, a gut shot. Quick swift c-bet of 65,000. It's half the pot. Kind of unclear how to move forward with bottom pair. Against a small bet, seems like a mandatory call here. Bit questionable. Makes the correct call though. Pot now 240K. King of Diamonds open-ended now for Tiao. Muller, he's got the lone diamond.
You don't love the fact that you don't have a diamond in Teo's shoes, but he will check behind to try and realize. Would have loved to seen a bet there, considering the sizing he went with on the flop. Would clear out a lot of the single pair hands like 8s and 6s that Muller did have, but with the flush draw as well.
Yeah, with this river card, it's actually going to be very hard to go for a bet line, as a pair on the flop is going to feel a bit more cozy with runner pair of that king.
Yeah, Teo can't exactly represent a king too easily. Two of them on the board, did not bet the turn. Makes the showdown the weakest of showdowns with Jack High. And that's how they do it, Randy. Samuel Muller adds 115K with the 6-4 off.
There you go. He's got the shades on. He's in style.
You were mentioning some of the stats. 42 events at Triton and 7.6 million won. That's quite an average. One of the few stats he was ahead of Kiat in was the ITM percentage, just beating out Kiat's 35% with about 38%.
Well, you know, Muller's got one title under his belt. Care to guess where it's from? I know it's pretty hard for you given this is your first gig at Triton, but...
Well, I'll take a wild guess.
Go.
I'll say something unexpected, yeah? So, a PLO event.
No, but it is unexpected because it was actually at Triton ONE last time.
Let's go.
That's right. He won the 2K one night bounty quattro. So that is where his lone trophy is out of his 7.5 million in Triton earnings. It's actually his best quarter cash is $3.5 million score, which was piggybacked off of the last Triton ONE in the Super High Roller Series back in September in the 100K main event. And that one did end up losing to Christoph Vogelsang, if you remember. He's going to jam pocket fives. Small blind versus button. It's 40 big blinds effective, and look what he's ran into.
Pocket Kings is the hand of the day thus far. Saw it so many times on our feature before the break. Now, Anti-Do wakes up with the goods. Poker's pretty easy when you've been jammed into and wake up with Pocket Kings. Let's see if he can hold. Muller not at risk. 800K in his stack.
Yeah, he didn't have to do anything. It's just all raise, jam, and he's sitting there with 16 bigs and Pocket Kings. Let's see if he can dodge that 5 for Vietnam. On pace, Jack 6-4-2 spades.
3 of spades for a sweat.
Is that what you're rooting for?
Spice things up a bit.
Oh, no spice added. Just a bland 9. One card to go. Full double up for Anti-Do. Up to 715K, and Samuel Muller gets most of his stack cut down. Made a play at the button open. You know, to be fair, he was right. Just didn't sniff the Pocket Kings one seat over.
Did see Muller on our feature table at the start of the day. Interesting mystery hand with the aces. Kevin and Griffin had fun covering that one, with Griffin pretty much nailing what the mystery hand was, King 10. Saw the slight misread. Did give me a little bit of insight into how Muller is approaching Triton ONE, perhaps. You know, with the unknown players, he's not taking just a GTO line and just side calling. Really made an exploitative fold there. Was wrong, but that's okay. You have to go with your read sometimes. 500K now in his stack, give or take.
Yeah, it's all about deviating and hopefully being right? Because when you deviate and you're wrong, then you're actually giving up a lot of value. But, you know, best players know how to adjust. Ace-10 suited versus Ace-10 suited. Diamonds versus spades. Shea's got call on mind. Chao Li, Jack-9 offsuit. One more big. I'll probably put it in.
Great shape as it turns out against two of the same hands. Just needs to hit.
Well, doesn't hit, but does hit a gut shot against two pair of 10s with ace kicker. Both with different backdoor nut flush draw. It's going to check over to the player in position from Canada. Round of checks and an 8 of hearts. Actually giving that Jack-9 an open-ended straight draw now. A 7 would do it. A Jack could win as well.
I'd be tempted to semi-bluff at it after the check around on the flop. There's a world where your opponents just have small pairs, maybe ace highs that would not continue against a decent size bet. Doesn't size up too much, 50K.
I could see this play out in a very interesting way where likely ace-10 of diamonds will call an ace-10 suited, might even fold with a bet and call in front of them. That would be very good news for Teal.
Especially against the UTG range, you could be behind jacks and queens. That would play the same way. Wouldn't blame Shea for letting this go at all.
Or maybe the big blind just has a king. Not unreasonable. It's a bit confused, but the price is good.
140.
Oh, wow. Oh my God, what a read. How does he know to value raise mid-pair ace kicker? And the thing is, I think he gets ace-10 of diamonds down. What do you think, Vidar?
Absolutely. How are you supposed to continue with the ace-10 of diamonds here? The big blind bet into two players, and the size of the raise is tiny as well, almost inviting, which doesn't make much sense with value on a board like this. I mean,
what's he repping?
Yeah, like even top set should be worried about people continuing. We've been talking about those bets in position where you get a cheap showdown. As we do see Lee continue, he's priced in as he feels.
Originally, I thought the ace-10 of diamonds was going to go down at some point. I mean, ace-10 of spades, and then it's actually the ace-10 of diamonds. Interesting one, as the river card does not hit Jack-9 offsuit.
Randy, how good is that bet on the turn? Doesn't even raise the full 3x multi-way, gets the jack high to call, and now whiff the river, and the same hand to fold. What a result.
It's called max value, man.
max value. Fold out the chop, extract from the draw, now get the check mark.
Well, Chao Li has not checked yet. He knows Jack High could never win at showdown. He sees the backdoor flush get there. Is he just gonna send it in? But he does check it back. I mean, check it over. Likely a check back from ace-10.
He certainly could have considered it. If you think about the raise size, Shea should never have a semi-bluff with the backdoor hearts there, but it's going to go to showdown, and Shea is going to look like a genius to the table.
I'm so mad right now if I'm Teo Kakwe. Like, is that a real hand? I just folded ace-10. How did this guy find a raise on the turn?
And take note, he's sandwiched between Kiat and Samuel, both of whom would have looked at those two holdings with a lot of interest. Arguably has the worst seat possibly in the tournament, but look how he's navigating.
Yeah, I think Muller's lasered in on that hand and trying to break it down. Like, huh, odd, but learned a lot there. $143 players remaining now. quick peek at day 1D, which has 185 entries. Level 9, registration still open, and with some quick math, I'm pretty sure we beat that record of 1,185 entries last time we held the 3K QQPK Genesis. So shout out to all the players for making their way out here for the second edition of Triton ONE, beating that record. Impressive.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Such support from the players. 1D has about a level and change in registration still open. Really looking forward to seeing what the final tally and the prize pool comes to. Looks like it's going to be higher than last time, and we thank all the players for making it possible. So 143 remaining in the field. 16% of the 487 will make it through.
40.
Which means, as we've just been informed by producer Lee, 78 players is the target. Of course, if there's a bust out in the last hand, could be slightly lower, as we saw in day 1A.
Okay, so play down to 78.
About half the field, a little bit more.
50% of these people will be sad.
Welcome to MTTs. I was talking to a friend, an MTT pro, and he described his job as going to the venue, making high EV decisions, and just coming back after busting. That's 85% of his job.
So he's buying plus EV lotto tickets and always busting, eh? Does he ever hit the jackpot, though?
Every once in a while you hit the jackpot, and that sustains you for the next 2.5 years or so.
You really want to win one of these titles, be etched in Triton history, get your banner hanged up or on one of those LEDs if you are in the venue. I'm sure you've seen it.
The ultimate poker hardware, Triton ONE now in its second iteration, offering up 14 of these.
Ace Jack of clubs for Xuanzhou. He's playing 11 big blind stack. I would be thinking, how can I get my opponent to put in more chips? Kind of depends on who's in the big blind, because sometimes limping is more advantageous. Sometimes raising. He's going to just outright jam, and King Queen should be calling here. I'd be shocked if it was to fold. No surprise, there is that call. Disappointment. As he is behind. It's a 60-40. Exactly $500,000 is this pot.
Pure setup, blind versus blind. Chips were always going in. Up to the board now.
And that board sees an ace, a 9, and a 3, and King Queen looking awful. Some perfect running cards, and that's not it. So check mark for Xuanzhou. You got $500,000. Moving forward with 142 players remaining. And like you mentioned, it's no-brainer call, right, King Queen? Just sometimes they've got it.
Did find the jam interesting with the ace-jack suited. All options were on the table folding, not one of them, but limp to trap, depending on the player, as you were saying, Randy, how aggressive they might be. And of course, could just open to the 2x, 2.5x, 3x size as well.
Yes, the one near the car bar.
Always interesting to see the small blind strategy players come in with.
Yeah, it's another one. That you pay for it, right?
Yeah, you pay for it.
I only heard there's like a really good one.
The really good one is close, like shut down. But another one, like not so good, but okay. Better than this one.
I was in Shinhwa. It's super small.
Yeah, the one is. It doesn't have the bench either.
Yeah, no. Also no mat, like I was doing some stretching, I was kissing the floor.
Sounds like they were talking about the gym. Kind of like very popular theme amongst the professionals these days is being fit. And, you know, it's a mind sport after all. You're at the table sitting constantly. And if you're not sharp, you're going to let kind of fatigue and tilt kind of creep into your game, which is not what you want when you're playing for so many hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, more and more I'm hearing it as almost a requirement, physical fitness that is, to be a professional poker player, especially at the highest levels.
I wouldn't go as far as to say requirement. I still would have my Shake Shack in and out.
You do love your Shake Shack.
But, you know, is it worth the extra edge? Hour a day in the gym? I say no, but others say yes.
I think if you're a professional, you're able to see it in your results, not just in terms of your scores or anything like that, but when you do go back and evaluate your decision making, there's also an element of routine. You know, you treat this like a job, come to a venue, hit the gym in the morning, then go to the venue. Seen varying statistics on it, but certainly people tend to find that they're making better decisions.
You hit the gym?
I try to, but let's face it.
Try.
5,000 chess games and no increase in my rating. What does that tell you about?
No, but your APM. It's increased by 1 click a minute.
Ace-8 of hearts. Will defend. Nice disguised strong holding in the big blind.
Yeah,
Ace
decent
versus ace.
edge against ace deuce, but no longer, as we see bottom pair is the best hand against that ace-8 of hearts. It is a +1 open, which follows through for 40K. Curious to see if ace-8 continues. Against a late position open, seems mandatory here. A little more questionable.
Not ahead often enough. Not too many draws in the form of the backdoors. But does put up the resistance. I like this. Way behind, though. But the mentality is to be sticky, and one of the backdoor potentials does come in the form of the 10 of hearts. This should get interesting. Certainly makes sense to check and float, which he does. Bottom pair now. Can't feel too great.
Yeah, it still beats all the unpaired aces. Oh, he's just going to press. Turning his deuce into the bluff is the best hand, and he actually is going to get called by worse. Kind of feel like a raise would be an overplay with ace-8 of hearts in this spot because the queen would be looking at this board and like, okay, let's run it. In comes call. Can on Taido dodge the heart or an 8? Indeed he does. And he's on pace to have just shy of 1,000,000 chips as long as Shinhwa checks it over as expected. Felt the initiative.
Yeah, and this is just emblematic of how difficult it is to play out a position with the flat call pre-flop, check call, and check. Taking the passive route on all streets did cost 220K to Shie. Quite a pickup there with the deuce.
Yeah, he was very pleased to see. Oh, just high card over there, eh? I guess I'll take this pot.
I can see in his eyes he's replaying the hand back, thinking about where he could have stolen it. Certainly can get aggressive and check raise the flop. As you did mention, Randy, a bit awkward to try and do that on the turn with the nut flush draw. Poker is difficult.
Or is it when you get pocket kings after winning a sizable pot? Next hand.
This is incredible.
What's really nice for him is that he just showed on ace deuce with a double barrel. So, can he get some action? People are probably less inclined to believe him at the moment. We'll see if the ace-6 of clubs gets involved. Still going to stay solid. Folds, ace-10. Redemption? Is that what he's thinking? Get himself into some trouble? No. Very well disciplined. This seems unfair.
No action against the pocket kings when the same opponent who he just beat out with the ace-deuce had ace-10. That is shocking.
Smiled and mocked. Thought about giving a little peek.
Bit of an update that I can spot on the Triton Poker Plus app. We do have a new chip leader who has been maintaining his position. First place for Wang Yang, over 3 million chips. By the way, Martin Nielsen is right on his heels. Almost tied for the chip lead.
Didn't I say Martin Nielsen at 2.2 no? So he went from 3 to 2.2 back to 3 million.
He's back.
Yeah, should take a look at how he got his chips. Looks like won like roughly a million chip pot with king, queen of spades against pocket queens. Brutal all in pre-flop. Third to king. They actually made a flush to knock out Sim Kakwai.
Yang, by the way, with 1.6 million or so in Triton earnings. 9 cashes. Did participate in Triton ONE in September. 30th place in the main event.
Jack 10 suited for Xuanzhou. Open-ended versus the ace-4 offsuit.
Ace of spades should feel relevant with the 2 spades on the board. Best hand at the moment.
See a bit of 40K from Joe. Just thinking about it. Does he has that ace of spades? Can end up passing, which is great news for Joe. At the worst of it, it's still a very reasonable draw. As always, shout out to our title sponsor, Triton ONE. As we are showcasing. Very international field here. Elite competition. High stakes. Sharpest minds out there. We got to witness Danny Tang, as you just saw earlier on our feature table. Thanks again, QQPK.
Took another quick look at day 1, the 15 minutes left in the last level that it is possible to register for this event, the QQPK Genesis event. 197 entries, we're approaching 1,200, Randy.
Blinds now 10,000, 25,000. And this one's a bit interesting because before we had a blind level where the small blind was above half, but this one's a little bit less, so a little bit more less incentive to kind of continue in the small blind. The pocket eights, lots of reasons to call against a Kiat Lee jam of 135K. It's only 5 bigs.
Unfortunate. It's going to be dominated. Not going to have 2 live ones, which is what you're hoping for when you get called with Jack 8 of diamonds.
Cat smiling is like, yeah, not that deep. Please fold. He won't.
230.
ISO to 230. Showdown, please. Jack 8 of diamonds versus the snowman. Can Malaysia's finest find a jack? Diamonds could help. Absolutely nothing. Jack needed. But unfound. One more chance. Is it coming, Vitter?
It's tough. 7%, 3 outs. I don't see it coming. The question is 10 minutes to the rebuy. Let's see if he needs one.
Well,
Ace.
he might need one, huh? Sad face, but it is what it is. Elimination McCutley. Man, a lot of our big names are just falling here at our feature tables in this QQPK 1C Genesis. The unknowns making themselves known here.
Love to see it. That's what Triton ONE is all about. Play with some of the superstars. Get the chance to knock some of them out. Hopefully, Kiat heading to the cage to get into 1D. Did see Danny hop into 1D, mind you. 40 bigs for him.
He went the wrong way. Maybe he's going to take a little breather first.
Tons of familiar names in the 1D field that I'm checking out on the Triton Poker Plus app. KT is in there. Tent. About average stack for him. Joseph Chong, who we did see in Flight 1A on the feature table. Did end up busting, so looking to bag. Many others as well, if you're supporting anyone. Download the app for free. Go check out the field.
Shinhwa is sporting pocket jacks.
145.
Bumps it up to 145,000 chips. King Queen is flipping, however, it's very hard to proceed out of position. Unsuited. What's going through his mind?
After we lost Kiat, we were 7-handed. Pretty reasonable open, +1. Unsuited should be one of those hands you just release when 3-bet. If he does have some sort of a read, would love to see a 4-bet more than I would like to see a call. Blocking ace-king, ace-queen, kings and queens.
He passes.
Shea maneuvering himself up to 900k. That's been pretty impressive on the feature table. Seems very confident. Did mention how he was sandwiched between Kiat and Samuel. Didn't let that affect his play too much. Fights the inner demons, does not get busy with the 6-5 suited, and good timing for it. The suited big slick in the cutoff.
It's been a nice run.
50.
1 notch north. And Chao Lee's got pocket nines right behind him. He's got the button, sitting on a 30 big blind stack.
Good spot to just call, I think.
Oh, he just went all in. We're just
rips.
going to play a 1.5 million chip pot out of nowhere.
Gets 30 bigs in there.
Snappy, snappy. And it's actually 1.5 million. 1.55. All of a sudden, here we are. Chao Lee, the covered stack. Just a pure coin flip.
I think Lee will be happy to see the ace-king once he got snap called. You're pretty worried when that happens with pocket nines. Now needs to hold.
Is he going to hold? Indeed, at the moment, nines is in the lead. No club out there. Ace or king needed to knock out Chao Lee. And Chao Lee playing a massive stack. All of On Taido's hard work gone just like that. And there are worlds where some players with pocket nines just flat pre-flop and it's harmless post-flop. Maybe lose one bet. High variance Chao Lee decided to go with. It paid off.
Yeah, between the options of flatting pre-flop, which I thought he might do given his stack size, 3-betting small, and then maybe facing the 4-bet jam from the ace-king, forcing perhaps the nines to hit the muck, or just getting it in, 30 bigs, running it, and of course winning the flip. That's the most crucial part. Certainly chose the option that maximized his stack, over 1.5 million now.
Yes.
Looks like we've got a new face. And it's Kyosuke Nagami, 30 big blinds of Japan. Apparently he likes the Budweiser.
Sponsored pro, you think?
I mean, don't they got like Sapporo over there in Japan? Is Budweiser really the one to go to? But here he is. Welcome to the table. Pocket threes for Moeller. He's out. Chao Lee using those chip leading chips at this table. Getting attacked by Kok Wai Tiao. He's seen a bit too much from this guy. All in.
Yeah, sometimes it's just obvious. Just won a big flip, now opening the cutoff. Can't really have it every time, buddy. All you can eat with the king jack. Nicely done to pick up the 110K.
Yeah. Especially if a player's been opening rather loose, which he has. We've seen him even open with Jack 4 or Jack 5 suited from that position. Do see you in the chat, Metzer Beats, because apparently you didn't know Triton was back.
Oh, sorry.
Here we are, day 2 of coverage. And it's a lot of coverage, because not only do we have, what, 10 days of Triton ONE, got like 2 more weeks of super high roller series after. Almost a month there.
Really looking forward to some storylines emerging from Triton ONE. Based on the history I'm seeing on the Triton Poker Plus app, we did have a few players who maybe had a big score in Triton ONE in September and went on to try and maybe shot take and parlay it in the super high roller. More chances this time around.
Like Punan Ponsu, right? He needed to parlay his winnings for $1 million.
Finally entered the super high roller streets with his winnings.
I jest, of course. No joking here for ace queen. No defense from Nagami.
Lee becoming a bit of force on the table. Next biggest stack is about 600k away in the form of Xie, so outright chip leader. Let's see if he decides to become the table captain. So far, it faced resistance with the ace-3, not with the ace-queen. Oler has been on the quieter side, thanks to the card distribution and his stack, hovering around 20 bigs. And crippled after losing the big flip. Opens ace-10 suited, +1. Pretty reasonable. His stack about 16 bigs or so to start with.
One queen jack suited straight into the muck, and gonna be delighted as ace king. That's not going into the muck. Only one way to go.
Any moment now. There we go.
Gonna move in 500k or thereabouts. I think this is a little bit too much for ace-10 suited. He's playing, what, 12.5 bigs behind? The thing is that Joe is not really supposed to jam too light against a +1 open off of this stack. You basically have to hope your opponent has like 8s or 9s for you to make the call of ace-10 suited. Ends up folding correctly.
You don't love it with a hand as pretty as ace-10 suited, but certainly the right move. He's left with 12.5 bigs, as you said, Randy, which is a pretty decent short stack to try and wield. You get a lot of fold equity. You want to be the aggressor with the short stack instead of calling it off for your tournament life. So, well done there.
Well, guys, if you guys are enjoying this free content provided by the Triton Super High Roller Series and Triton ONE, do give us a thumbs up, a subscribe, engage in the chat. All of that help us. All of the above, hopefully. As I, Randy Liu, alongside Vitter Single, take you through this opening event, day 2 of many events to come. Just a click of a finger. An ace-king versus ace-king. One is slightly better, belonging to Japan's Kyosuke Nagami.
Stacks are going in, surely.
I like 3-bet smalling to induce. Yeah. Makes sense.
Lee will certainly want to get it in there. Being the chip leader could get called a bit lighter than usual, for instance, if Kyosuke did indeed have something like ace-queen suited.
Jam. Jam City. Here's a call. Any chuckles? Nope. They're just gonna try to dodge each other's potential flush draws. Obviously one is more likely, that being hearts.
2 suits for Lee, though.
You're that guy.
It's tougher to pretend to be when there's 2% next to his holding and 7% next to Kyosuke. Well, let's see what happens on the board. There's a heart.
That's right.
Free roll.
3 to a flush. Chop it up. No excitement there. A small gain for both players, slightly north of 1 big blind apiece.
Late red just ended. Day 1D reaches 214 entries. We've crossed 1,200 in the tournament. Late red will end once, I suppose, the break is over, so could have more entries as well. Lovely to see us surpass the inaugural event's numbers in the 3K QQPK Genesis event.
Yeah, we'll get those official numbers when they are given to us, but we've done it officially. We've broken records. That's what we do here at Triton.
Honest poker till the cutoff, ace-9 suited, will enter the pot.
Well, On-Taido's got King-Jack offsuit. He's in the big blind against the cutoff open. He's got 11 big blinds behind the big blind he's already put in. He's going to jam, and I think ace-9 suited might have to just look this one up. As long as there's enough weaker aces there jamming, of course, these broadways.
Yeah, second time in this orbit, I think we're seeing King-Jack rip it in. About 10 bigs, in this case 12 from the big blind. Last time around, the chip leader had opened a much weaker ace. Ace-9 suited is high up in the range, as you said, Randy. 660k in Kyosuke stack. Needs to risk about 40% of it.
Yeah, sure, you could be up against a bigger ace, but there's so many weaker ones, and you're ahead of the King-Jacks, King-Queens, things like this. You flip with all the underpairs to the ace-9. And here, gonna be very happy, as he is a 60-40 favorite to knock out On-Taido of Vietnam. No longer the favorite. Here's Nagami. Only has 15% now with ace-9 of clubs. There is one club on that flop. Ace is ideal. And ace is ideal as it comes in on the turn. On-Taido shaking his head. Needs a king, a jack, or a 10, or he's finished. Good game, sir. Rough turn card.
Yeah, really fell for on there with the head shake. Understandable. You feel like you've been rewarded. King on the flop. Just an ace was needed.
Sunglasses. I fell asleep twice. I had to get rid of my clothes, drink water, and eat bright light. I'm so tired.
Little chit chat before he walks away.
His friend seems more disappointed than he is. So Kyosuke Nagami exceeds 1 million now with that pickup.
Yeah, a lot of players from Japan love to venture out to Jeju, not too far away. Ace-9. Slightly demoted, no longer suited, but welcomes a raise from the hijack. King-10. Chao Li.
Easy hand to defend and come along with.
That's right. 2 white chips. Well, you flop top pair of King 10. Not bad.
We've seen the story before. Last time around. Turn ace.
I swear. If ace come.
Glitch in the matrix.
Chao Li's gonna have to charge you. 35k is the C bet from ace 9. Very small bet. Gonna get called. It's not an ace. It's a queen of clubs. No club visible.
Barring an ace, one of the worst cards in the deck for Chao. Flush on the board. Queen obviously beats him.
It's not really the card to multi-barrel with ace 9. The king or queen's never folding, and that river card. Sure, the ace 9 looks a little bit better, but you really don't beat anything with the 7 rivering. The only thing that really comes to mind is like Jack 10.
Would be pretty cool to see Chao go for 10 value, targeting ace highs exactly. Should be a decent portion of Kyosuke's range, opening from the hijack.
Gonna check it over. Even then, ace high would have a lot of trouble calling on this run out. Check, check. King 10 being shown. And might have been able to squeak out some value. But then again, when you see a player checking back, or actually checking out a position with decent hand there, then you can't just assume he doesn't have a good hand when he checks.
Rich getting richer. Chao up to 1.7. Top 15 stack in the tournament, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I would say it's above average for sure. Just peeking in the Triton Poker Plus app leaderboard. I just see Martin Nielsen's graph looks ridiculous. Up, down, but he's still doing very well. 2.7 now for him. Four players with above 100 big blinds in the field.
How frisky do we get? And what kind of small blind strategy does Chao have with the outright chip lead on the table? A hand such as 7-6 tends to be considered middling. Pretty standard to limp it. Want to polarize maybe with the small blind raises. The worst hands and the best hands. So we go to the flop. 7 high versus 8 high. Lots of shared cards possible. Just a 5 though. Teo with the lead. Chao's range a bit wider, having limped in the small. Can represent even the king. Decides to fire at it. After all, he has 7 high. Bottom of range, might as well try to steal.
Well, he's trying, but bottom pair going to make that call. Board pairing jack. Two-tone. I mean, if you didn't get your opponent to fold on the flop and this card comes on the turn, very unlikely you're going to want a double barrel 7 high as played. As a king looks good, a jack looks good, even a 5 would be all right. So what can you get the fold? Probably nothing, so you check it on over.
Yeah, I could have fired on a diamond, 4, 8 perhaps, even a 9, but this is just no added equity. And I like this bet by Teo. Tiny bet, in position, setting his own price. Takes it down. Wanted to make sure he charged some of the draws that were possible. He's just been rock solid as well. Navigating every stack depth as you're supposed to. It's underrated how difficult this stage of the tournament is,
Triton
deep into
One
day
or
one.
The Triton. Is it Triton One or
Triton ONE, yeah.
Every decision could
No
mean the
Triton
end of
trophy, no
what has
real
been hours and hours of work to try and make the money.
But you playing the Triton High Roller ones?
Yes.
Yeah. Good luck, man. Good luck. That's the big money, man.
I'm still missing the trophy.
Of course.
8 million winnings.
I missed it, Randy. What did he say the big money was? Liao?
He was talking to Samuel Moeller if he was going to play the Super High Roller Series later in about 8-9 days. Moeller said yes. That is where the big money is. But to be honest, our main event, players got over $1 million in that one because there were so many entries. So the big bucks also here in Triton ONE. As there's a big jam from Pocket Sevens for 20 bigs, and Ace Queen is lurking for Xuan Zhou in the big blind. As soon as he sees his cards, those chips are going in. How can they not? But then again, is it confusing because it's the 20 big blind open jam, and you're like, really, this is my decision point?
Yeah, but you gotta go with it. I mean, barring Ace King, no hand to be too afraid of that would play this way. And every once in a while, you will have the best of it. There we go. Flip for over 1 million chips and just 95K left behind in Zhao's stack. Both players near all in.
Yeah, so all of a sudden, it's a 1 million chip pot. Sevens versus Ace Queen. Australia's Liao in the lead at the moment. But he is at risk.
Even I can understand. What?
9-5-4. No connection for Ace Queen.
No.
Delightful for Liao.
Oh, okay. So I took one of the aces.
Oh! Queen on the turn. The light is now sour. Needs a 7. That'll do it. Good game, sir. Better luck next time.
A huge shove from UTG, not working out there.
Plenty of other events to still play here at Triton ONE for Chile Liao.
Yeah, we do have a 9 p.m. event that has been going on for a couple of hours. The Bounty, 2K. As we make our way towards 78 players who will bag and make the money.
There's a new face in seat 1. Name to be acquired. Queen Jack into the muck. First position. Lin Wei Ji. King 4. First hand dealt at this featured table. Ace Queen for Chao Li. He's not shy. Why would he be? He's got 1.6 million in a good hand.
And quite an image on this table, I'm sure. Obviously, we have access to the cards here, but the table has seen how active he is. This time does have a proper premium. 9-6 of diamonds, unlikely to protest too much.
It's gonna pass. So does the 10-5 offsuit.
Big dealer change as we see one of my favorite angles on the table. You can see the rest of the poker floor, including the events we have going on.
And that's right, and our title sponsor, QQPK. I'll give a quick shout out to them, supporting us as we bring the highest level, the best production out there for all the poker fans watching, and of course, playing our events. So thank you to QQPK. Looks like 7 minutes left on the clock. Do play 40-minute levels.
I think Samuel Miller, after his reputation preceding him, has been displaying one of the underrated strengths of being a live MTT pro. The patience required when the card distribution is not letting you be too active is one of the many skills you have to develop. He's had that middling, slightly shorter stack around the 15 to 20 big blind range, and it's just been waiting patiently, not getting out of line. No rebuys now. He's going to be picking his spot carefully.
Offsuit Queen 9. Shaking things up, opens it up to 50K as Shea's got King 5 offsuit. Contemplating and passing. Kind of feel like some operators would actually defend that spot. Someone like Muller comes to mind. Different players, of course, with different appetites.
It is.
Queen 9 is very happy to take that down, but go on.
Yeah, I was just thinking it is easy to sort of memorize the charts about what hands you're supposed to defend. The king will usually qualify, but that does assume, at least solver-wise, that you're playing every street perfectly. And if you feel there are some weaknesses in your game, you can remove some of those hands and not defend them, just to not get into tough spots down the road.
It's a very good point. If you're not being aggressive enough post-flop when you're got like gut shots or middling hands, and you know, you could very well be bleeding more by defending that big blind.
By the way, Randy, a new chip leader emerges in the tournament. Always exciting when it's a woman. Shinhwa from France, rather, pardon me. 300K in her Triton record. Did play Triton ONE with 3 cashes.
Oh yeah, she's a very fun player to watch from France. I believe she also had her moments in the World Series of Poker. Chip leading and crushing. 3.5 million. Not bad. Looks like she's followed by Wang Yang in second and Martin Nielsen in third. Take another pot, sir. Back-to-back pre-flop opens.
It's the merge karma.
Merch karma, huh?
Just giving away these nuggets for the remaining 9 days of the festival. Rock the merch, get the merch karma. Exciting to see how the chip leader emerged. Thanks to the Triton Poker Plus app, aces versus ace-9. 800K swing, taking her to about 3 million. 9 high board, that'll get you into trouble.
Well, Charlie's got pocket eights. He's actually raised a lot as of late, but with very good hands. Table, of course, haven't seen the cards being shown, so they're unaware. More raise and takes. His 10 deuce offsuit. Throws it to the dealer.
The new player on the table, Ji Lin Rui, is the short stack. Cannot come along with the 10 deuce, of course. Table has to be aware of how involved Chao Li has been in a lot of pots. Wouldn't be surprised if somebody takes a spot against him. He has been doing it with good hands. If he keeps running like this and getting good hands, he might get played back at when he does have the goods.
Well, we did see an instance where Teo has reshoved King-Jack offsuit off of 18 bigs. Something he may not do against other players. For now, though, Jack-10 offsuit for Nagami. Rocking the APT hoodie. He's going to fold into hijack. Six-3 offsuit with no stack and no hand. And he would have got snap called by the ace-9 off.
Xia finds the good holding despite getting a walk.
He showed the ace. Got Tom asking in chat, is there any plan to bring Triton ONE to other locations in the future? Well, the best thing for you to do is to hit up the Triton social channels. They're on X. Kind of ask them questions, Instagram. Maybe even the comment sections on YouTube. Might as well like and subscribe while you're at it. And just let them know, hey, hit up some other locations and where you might be interested. As ace-9 is back in the hands to Chao Li. It's a boomerang. Open rip. Hey, he didn't show the ace this time. Just saying.
I mean, he's at top 20% hands 80% of the times. Good time for it. 1.8 million now.
It actually seems to be smooth sailing for Chao Li. Bulk of his chips is from that pocket 9's hand, where he jammed 750K. Ace-Jack suited for Kyosuke.
Jacks for Samuel Muller. He's been patient. Surely will take this spot. Just about 15 bigs, and Kyosuke has quite a holding. I can see him calling this off, especially against the likes of Samuel.
I feel like he's more likely to call off against Samuel Muller.
Certainly agree. Muller will be playing his ranges perfectly, and ace-jack suited. Given the pot odds, it's the kind of hand you're supposed to call off. You'd be happy to take a flip given the pot odds. Every once in a while, you'll be ahead of the bluffs, and we have been seeing a lot of king, queen, king, jack jamming it in. Against the UTG range, a little less likely. As we just said, Samuel Muller has been patiently waiting. First hand he's played in a while. There's the call.
Pushes it in, yep. Ace-Jack versus pocket jacks. Smooth 800K is this pot size with 113 players remaining. What's the fate of Samuel Muller? I see a jack. That just about locks it up with no heart on board. Oh, that's a full house for Muller.
Chop outs.
The king. That'd be dirty. Yeah, we're not going to do that.
Rewarded for the patience that I was just talking about. Gets it in. 65-35. 800K now in a stack.
He has been very patient and, like you mentioned, rewarded. Going to put those newfound chips back in motion. Big blind being 25K, so it's got about 32 big blinds.
Yeah, do expect a different gear from him at this stage, especially as we make our way towards the 78-player field that's going to comprise day 2 from this flight. ICM pressure is now in the mix, and Samuel has a stack to apply it.
Yeah, well, I said he had 32 big blinds. Well, that's no longer when we increase the blinds to 15K, 30K. We're getting to that stage where more bust outs. Probably going to happen. Blinds going up. Top 78 make it through.
About 2/3 of the field of the 112 remaining.
Send the ace jack to Muller. Muller passes, which is delightful for Shinhwa. 5s into the muck. What's it going to be? 9-7 offsuit. In comes call. Oh, just top 2.
Too easy. Ace-10 deuce rainbow. Does seem like a flop you can't trap. Blocking both aces and 10s.
Then again, it just seems so suspicious. If you were to check back a board you're supposed to see bet on, right? You're under the gun, ace high texture.
That's right. I appreciate the balance.
Yeah, just gonna go ahead and bet and pray his opponent's got an ace that can pay off 3 streets.
Yeah, I got to take a look at the strategy as a whole. If you are continuation betting top 2, then your opponent can't check raise you as easily. Smooth sailing for this man. Shinhwa Xie hasn't crossed 1 million, but has maintained a stack above 25 bigs.
What's happening here? Is he finding his way to our feature table? Yes, he is. Chips will be delivered. Meanwhile, solver bait. Queen deuce of clubs. Taking its sweet time.
TV time bait. I'll tell you what, Randy, if I was on the feature table at Triton ONE, I'd soak in some TV time.
Yeah, you're just going to burn through your 5-minute chess clock on one hand.
It's Triton ONE. Look at me, Mom, Dad. Here I am.
You're like, you never know when you're going to get in bad and not get to use that 5 minutes you were allotted. Yeah, all right.
It's like they say about life, right? You can't take it with you.
Man.
That's the scene with the chess clock as well.
The UTG player smashing it once again. This time, top pair with the nut flush draw against a hand that's not really looking to continue.
45. 45.
That's 45 bucks.
45K. 2 overs to the 6s against the UTG range. Most likely the hand just ends here. Muller closing in on 1,000,000 chips.
There's a new contender.
For what? Oh. At our table, Marco?
For all of it. That's quite a name, Randy. Marco Vincenzo Camilleri.
That's right. And about 25 bigs. Ace 3 suited. Looks like he really wants to attack Chow Lee, but the positions are a bit too early.
Chow once again active. Top 20% hand once again, I'd say, but table should be taking notice. Queen 9 will not put up a fight either.
So Muller's got King 6 offsuit. He's going to pass. Doesn't like the early position raise.
Always good to learn from someone that studied as Samuel Muller, taking into account the position of the open, not defending the King 6.
So Martin Nielsen cannot decide where he wants to be on the leaderboard. He's back to the top. 3.5 million. Overtaking T. It's just going to be like that for Nielsen. Looking to make another final table in the opening event at Triton ONE. We're keeping an eye. You too can do so if you have the Triton Poker Plus app. Queens, the ladies. Gonna min click it. Ace 5 suited, quickly in the muck for our new player, Marco. Oh, but Lin Wei's got Ace 6 offsuit and only 105,000 remaining. He's just gonna run it. Hope for the best. He's gonna need to hope for an ace, because he's up against queens. Desperately needs this 10.5 big blind pot to have a chance at making it through day 1C. Nothing but backdoors and an ace draw.
Could be worse. There's a sweat. Added outs. Aces and 7s now. 7 outs going once.
That's true.
7 from heaven. Or the ace on the river.
Ace
on the river.
On the river.
The Barry. Coming in. And Lin Rui had been patient as well. Does deliver the bat beat. Goes up to 315K. 11 bigs.
Yeah, I don't think that Kyo Kakwei is going to be buying or reading Greenstein's book ever with that river card. Maybe Lin Wei will pick up a copy. He's got Do I call it a playable stack? 11 big blinds? I suppose. A little bit of wiggle room. Desperately needed and acquired.
He was just in the big, for what it's worth. Doesn't need to post for a while. What's crucial about an 11 big stack versus the 5 or 6 he was working with is you get a lot more fold equity. Can make a lot more moves. The 3-bet jams become super profitable. Let's see if he finds a spot.
Marco gonna pass ace-6 suited off of 400K or so, or actually a bit more, sorry. 9-8 suited. It will be getting involved here in the cutoff. Ace king. He's looking for back-to-back doubles. You may jam now, sir. That he will. Gonna be 255,000 more if he wants to call here if 9-8 suited. A little bit gambly. Then again, you just know, like, if I fold here, people know I'm raising light because it could have been call 10 big blind jam, but he has to.
Yeah, he knows he has to be disciplined. Luigi is basically never bluffing, and 9-8 suited is not performing too well as soon as he has an overpair, so Shea doesn't risk about 40% of his stack there. Do you want to shout out a couple of players in the remaining list we have here? Looking at the Triton Poker Plus app, of course. Eric Tsai from Taiwan, top 10 stack, now 2 million. One of the winningest players from Taiwan. Somebody I've come across in other events in Asia, Napat from Thailand. Are you familiar with him, Randy? Actor turned poker player.
An actor turned poker player? No, I do not know.
Pretty famous in Thailand and now a full-time poker pro.
Oh, okay, cool.
Also Hu Dong Nguyen, one of Vietnam's best, top 10 I believe on the Vietnam all-time money list. 1.5 million for him. And in 40th position right now, 1.2 million for Johannes Straver.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Strava.
I bet you are. He was actually the bubble boy yesterday, down to just one ante on the final hand.
Well, look at Lin Wei. He's got jacks. So this is the third hand in a row he's playing. It's going to be all in every single time.
This is wild. What a spin up. Assuming it goes through. No resistance in the big, and ace-5 cannot call. 570 now. I think after posting he got it in with 100K, right?
Yeah, he had about 5 big blinds at one point. Maybe a little less.
He's going to have 19 now. Fair posturing from Zhou. Giving it the full performance, Randy, trying to preserve his under-the-gun image.
Gotta pass. Ace-5 suits the type of hand you want to be aggressive with, not calling it off. Then Wei's got a real chance at squeezing into the money now with that pot. 570,000 are his tokens. We're about 30 players or so, right, from the money? Yeah, 30 to be precise. Yeah, it's top 78, make it through. App shows 108 players remaining.
Mind you, we did see some big swings from the big stacks right around this stage in day 1A. In fact, Xu Yang, who had been one of the tournament chip leaders, kind of punted off, let's just say bluffed off the majority of his stack to the person who emerged as the chip leader, just 5 spots away from the money, so nobody's safe yet. 3 stacks, about 3 million now.
We're allowed to punt. All right.
Yeah, punting is good.
Ace 10. A lot of premiums being dealt as of late. This time in the hands of Xuanzhou, Ace King. Oh, he makes that hoodie look good. You might be onto something. The March run good. It's a 1 million chip stack.
I gotta go buy a white undershirt now that I see how you're supposed to wear it.
175,000 is the 3-bet. I do like that he's going to raise, not all in. Because the big blind is one of those positions that does often attack, so you do kind of want to induce. Like, it's not unreasonable for Xuanzhou to have 3-bet bluffs like Ace-5 offsuit, Ace-4. These things come to mind from the big.
King-7 suited, maybe?
Probably not. Actually, I would say never.
She is pretty likely to let this one go. We haven't seen him fight aggression with a 4-bet in a spot like this, at least on the feature table thus far. Would really need some dynamics to not trust that this is value most of the time, coming from the big blind. Seems to be really giving it a thought. Does have an ace.
Well, it just seems so suspicious. This big stack is raising. He's going to 4-bet rip it. He just believes that Xuanzhou is making a play with like an Ace-5, Ace-4 offsuit, maybe some King X off. And he's just run into the big slick. It's a 1.5 million chip pot. Tenhua's at risk.
Really unfortunate timing there. Needs a lot of help.
He went with his read. And he is not finding a 10 on the 865 rainbow. Oh, for Canada. 10 on the turn.
Oh my gosh. Steps in it and just gets there. Now just needs to hold.
He's got trip 10s with the ace kicker to lock it up.
The overkill there for the double up.
Oh, that's just absolutely brutal. I love the induction from the ace king. Got the ace 10 to jam. Just punished. Ouch. He's allowed to be upset. It's like, you played it perfectly, got your man to put it in bad of ace 10 off. Because his other option was to jam, but he wouldn't have gotten called by ace 10. Here he created a situation where he was dominating for every single chip. And now he's on crumbs. Because the 10 decided to show up on the turn. More love to QQPK, our title sponsor here for Triton ONE. Plenty of representatives from the team here, like Punat Ponsri, Danny Tang, Webster Lim, Nishant.
Pretty rough there for Zhao. Would have been a top 10 stack in the tournament, now down to 12 bigs. Needs to recenter himself, take the right spots. We just saw the spin up by Lin Rui. Can try and replicate what he's seen other short stacks do.
I don't think I could remain my composure after that one.
The 10-10 for the needle as well. King deuce suited takes the spot. 10 bigs on the button. Gets it through. Great result to pick up 75K, 1/4 of your stack. Pocket fours hit the muck, early position. Playing it safe. Motor seems interested. King 10 off. Twelve bigs, an ace on the button. Just saw the shove by the king deuce suited. Likely to see it from the ace 4 off. Picking up the blinds is a great result in this situation. Should be looking to maximize his fold equity. Rips it.
He's looking to take it down, which he will, as long as queen 3 offsuit doesn't lose its mind. Up to 420.
So it looks like we have the final number, Randy. 1,236 entries.
It's record breaking.
Absolutely.
Just going to be more and more records being broken this month in Jeju, starting with our opening event, 3K Genesis, 4 starting flights.
Marco, you have to get involved. Staying disciplined.
No shame in it. Closing in closer and closer to end of day. Nagami attacking in the small blind. Have some chips.
Not theory approved, I have to say, but bit of a momentum play. Just takes the spot. Wants to get one through, win the blinds and antes, give himself a little more room across the next few orbits.
I mean, sometimes you just close your eyes, jam. What are we looking at? It's going to be our next featured table. And I spy a Martin Nielsen there in the headphones. Tournament chip leader with 3.5 million in chips. And seat 1, also a cool name. Jimmy Guerrero. I like to call him Jimmy G. He's sporting a 25 big blind stack. So many chips at that one. That's going to be fun to watch. That's our next feature. After this level concludes. Still about 15 minutes left on the level. As we're back at it. Chow Lee raising. Yeah, she hasn't been playing many big pots besides the pocket 9's hand. Muller's got queen 8 offsuit.
We got so used to him being involved that he sat out in orbit and made us miss him. Right back at it with pocket 10s, and the queen 8 will defend. Now, this is my least favorite situation in tournament poker. You have a strong pair, and there's one overcard. Always difficult to know how precisely to navigate. Beginning with a continuation bet seems pretty standard, though.
Yeah, I like c-betting in this spot with 2 10s. Often the best hand. Value from 9 and 5x. Plenty of little draws out there, like gut shots. I'm going to start with 50K. This Muller that has nothing.
You know he was considering it. Xiao Li has been super active. There's just probably a couple of card combinations off, but there was a world where Samuel came right after it.
Oh, the set is just so beautiful. Triton ONE. Blue and gold all around.
Really is the perfect combination of Triton, Triton Classic, and something new. Our second iteration.
Well, this isn't new. Charlie opening another pot. Pocket 5s as the 4s going to the muck. Marco chilling. He passes. Then Wei. Queen 9 of spades. Looks very defendable to me. Suited 2 gapper. Ends up making the call. Five's in the lead. Five's also the pre-flop raiser on the A-side board. Shall we c-bet into the wide big blind defending range?
Have to, right, on this board. Ace-Jack for Rainbow.
Yes, the A-side textures where big blinds are less likely to kind of float with potential backdoors because there's just so many ace-X and UTG range. So that makes a c-bet very nice. And just 40K is needed to down on paired hands. Only a quarter pot. Well done.
2 million plus for Xiao Li.
Oh, yeah.
No resistance despite the high VPIP. Has been playing honest poker, believe it or not, but the table will be taking notice.
Yeah, so when he got in pocket 9s for 750K, that brought him up to 1.5 million. He's on 2 million now. And the additional 500K that he's added since the pocket 9s has pretty much been from raising pre-flop, or if he got called, just kind of throwing a little flop c-bet. Just been grinding.
Small ball.
Small ball poker. Then they ground you. Marco can't keep his stack sitting up. Pocket 9s. We just spoke about that. Let's see how he plays it. Now he is up against a short stack open, which went a little loose with ace-6 offsuit. Trying to press. That, his image been a bit snug. Still though, 9s is a lot of hand.
Teo's long range steal is unlikely to work now. 340K means
holy, whoa.
Wow.
He just mucked pocket 9s. That makes stay 6 raise amazing. trying to play off the image. But I don't think Lin Wei Ji's got the same story of ace queen. What a hand. And Muller's going to be like, wow, you just snap folded? What did you have? But maybe he thinks he saved himself. Maybe Lin Wei's got something better than nines. But it was just ace queen.
You got to tell yourself these stories to cope after you make a big laydown. But he's on the feature. You can find out once we hit the break.
So Muller's just been making big laydowns after big laydowns today, huh?
Yeah, huge laydowns, and it does make me wonder whether, you know, the future equity is coming into the calculation as one of the players who does play the high rollers on a regular basis would feel a perceived edge on the table, and every time he finds himself in a marginal spot for what could be a decent amount of chips, seems to be leaning towards caution.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I mean, I really did not expect him to fold 2 nines there. Thought he was going to 3-bet smallish or whatever to try to get it in with UTG or at least flat. He just went another route. Joe no longer has the big stack. He's got ace-king. Got punished by ace-10. And speaking of ace-10, it's in Muller's shoes. I mean, if he folded nines last hand, I guess he folds ace-10 suited?
Yeah, this is interesting.
It's the same stack that's opening like 400K or so.
Yeah, exactly the same stack size, same position.
But it's different. He opts the 3-bet to 125K of ace-10 suited. I'm going to presume it's on the strength of having that ace, which blocks a lot of hands that can fight back.
Yeah, the pocket nines don't really block the better hands or indeed the flips. That is the case with the ace-10, but blockers only go so far. As we see here, the jam is coming. Did just see Zhao induce the 4-bet jam with the ace-10. This time around, he 4-bet jams the ace-king and the snap fold by Samuel. Fair enough. Nice pickup there. Adds 50% to his stack without going to the flop. Oh, what a shot.
Muller and Samuel Muller, a one-time champion. Last couple of hands, timing hasn't been impeccable for him. That was a cool shot.
Shout out to the camera team. Take a bow.
Kind of wish they did it for him when he won a pot after he lost.
Gotta take the chance, you know.
Marco.
Expect him to fold based on the way he's been playing, yeah. No reason to get involved with the baby pair, UTG. Kings once again make an appearance. Shia this time.
It's been kings every single time. I have not seen pocket aces. I've seen queens. Seen jacks, but not aces, just kings. And ace-king, oh my god, I feel so bad for Lin Wei because he's been grinding so hard off of his 4 or 5 big blind stack, runs it up to 600K, only to find himself in a position where he's gonna get it in bad.
He spent 100K to 600. 20 bigs on the cutoff. Rips it all. Music to Shia's ears. Pocket eights emerge, but too big to consider getting involved.
Well, he's gonna give it some thought. The card was shown, didn't exactly clock which one it was.
600.
He has seen Lin Wei jam a lot pre-flop. He's touching chips.
Oh my word, I thought he was going to call.
He's thinking about it.
Do have to worry about the original opener in this spot, sitting there with pocket kings. She has been pretty active, but never too out of line.
I think he thinks he's good against the jam of 600K, and he is beating Ace King ever so slightly. Maybe he just thinks the opener with kings is just opening wide. It looks like he lays it down, and he's going to be very happy when he sees 2 kings being shown. He made the good fold with pocket 8s. Crucial pot. Pot is 1.275. Is there an ace out there? Keep Lin Wei G's run alive. Not at the moment. 10-7-3, 2 diamonds. King of diamonds in G's hand. You see it, Vitter?
Never easy. Never easy.
Nope. Any diamond. Any ace. That'll do the trick. Here we go. No, just a 10.
GG.
Nice try. You have been eliminated, sir. And Shinhwa shays up to 2 million with a fortunate hand when he had ace 10. Good game to Lin Wei.
It's fun.
They're flying.
Anyway, right?
They really are. Respect the smile as he walks out. Being eliminated this deep into a day one is rough to handle. GG to G, actually. Lin Wei G. Seat open on the feature. And Xie, who's just been navigating so well, does end up on the right side of a cooler. Takes his stack up to above 2 million. Mind you, in the tournament overall as well, a new chip leader emerges, or should I say an old chip leader, Kaito Mitera, who has been near the top 3 of the leaderboard across the tournament throughout. Now has about 3.6 million.
Charlie looking to take a pot as players are going on break, and Marco gonna play his first hand since coming onto our featured table. Hat is on. 9-7 of clubs, in trouble against King 9 offsuit. No piece on the Queen 6-4. All right, let's shoot up 50K and preserve the remaining stack for Marco. So players, as you can see, no longer at the table as we take a look at the leaderboard very quickly. Tianhua Xie up so many chips. Had a great run. Got some huge doubles. Chao Li, he's up to 2 million chips. Played that pocket nines very fast and has looked back after raising plenty of times. Moeller still in the mix with 600K, 15 big blinds. Got some shallow stacks there. As we return to the booth, Randy Liu alongside Vitter. And What's your main takeaways from what we just witnessed?
I think we saw sort of the grind stage, the sweaty stage of the tournament. It's all about survival. 99 players remaining. 78 will make the money. About 20% of the field will have their dreams crushed. But we can start thinking about day 2, about bagging, about the dream of winning the 3K inaugural event here. So it's all about who makes it to day 2 in the next stage.
That's right. Well, Vitter is going to be calling it a night, and Griffin Benger will be joining me after we go on about a 10-minute break, I believe, and we'll see you guys soon.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight.
Humphreys just won his 5th.
But most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
He's going to open up King 4 of diamonds. It's actually really good timing from Elizabeth Chen to move in with ace deuce. Realizes that Constantine's got a big stack. Going to open a little wider from the cutoff, and now Ben Fan. He's in a weird spot because he might think he's ahead of Elizabeth Chen, but he's not really sure if he's ahead of Constantine. He's going to fold the best hand.
100. Can I get a coin?
She keeps finding these spots.
100.
I think when we saw her at that 8 big blind stack at the start of this feature table, she got it in and got called by Queen 10, now King 4.
Round 2 between Elizabeth and Constantine.
Constantine, you become fitter and looser.
Looser. Fitter and looser. You've also become the best hand of King 4.
And as lucky as you used to be.
Lucky so far.
你认识他？
某一届金边柬埔寨的冠军。哦 WPT。
Is there a needle for Elizabeth Chen? Ace was folded. Good game. Another star falls at our feature table. Sure, she'll be back for some future events. And this one's a bit interesting because before we had a blind level where the small blind was above half, but this one's a little bit less, so a little bit more less incentive to kind of continue in the small blind. The pocket eights, lots of reasons to call against a Kiat Lee jam of 135K. It's only 5 bigs.
Unfortunate. It's going to be dominated. Not going to have 2 live ones, which is what you're hoping for when you get called with Jack 8 of diamonds.
Cat smiling, he's like, yeah, not that deep. Please fold. He won't.
230.
ISO to 230. Showdown, please. Jack 8 of diamonds versus the snowman. Can Malaysia's finest find a jack? Diamonds could help. Absolutely nothing. Jack needed. But unfound. One more chance. Is it coming, Vitter?
It's tough. 7%, 3 outs. I don't see it coming. The question is 10 minutes to the rebuy. Let's see if he needs one.
Well,
Ace.
he might need one, huh? Sad face, but it is what it is. Elimination McCutley. Man, a lot of our big names are just falling here at our feature tables in this QQ. That's what we do here at Triton.
Honest poker till the cutoff. Ace-9 suited. Will enter the pot.
Well, Ontaido's got King-Jack offsuit. He's in the big blind against the cutoff open. He's got 11 big blinds behind the big blind he's already put in. He's going to jam, and I think Ace-9 suited might have to just look this one up. As long as there's enough weaker aces that are jamming, of course, these broadways.
Yeah, second time in this orbit, I think we're seeing King-Jack rip it in. About 10 bigs, in this case 12 from the big blind. Last time around, the chip leader had opened a much weaker ace. Ace-9 suited is high up in the range, as you said, Randy. 660k in Kyosuke stack. Needs to risk about 40% of it.
Yeah, sure, you could be up against a bigger ace, but there's so many weaker ones, and you're ahead of the King-Jacks, King-Queens, things like this. You flip with all the underpairs to the Ace-9. And here, gonna be very happy, as he is a 60-40 favorite to knock out Ontaido Vietnam. No longer the favorite. Here's Nagami. Only has 15% now with Ace-9 of clubs. There is one club on that flop. Ace is ideal. And ace is ideal as it comes in on the turn. Ontaido shaking his head. Needs a king, a jack, or a 10, or he's finished. Good game, sir. Rough turn card.
Yeah, really fell for on there with the head shake. Understandable. You feel like you've been rewarded. King on the flop.
Really hype your winnings.
I missed it, Randy. What did he say the big money was? Liao?
He was talking to Samuel Moeller if he was going to play the Super High Roller Series later in about 8-9 days. Moeller said yes. That is where the big money is. But to be honest, our main event, players got over $1 million in that one because there were so many entries. So the big bucks also here in Triton ONE, as there's a big jam from pocket sevens for 20 bigs, and ace queen is lurking for Xuan Zhou in the big blind. As soon as he sees his cards, those chips are going in. How can they not? But then again, is it confusing because it's the 20 big blind open jam and you're like, really, this is my decision point?
Yeah, but you got to go with it. I mean, barring ace-king, no hand to be too afraid of that would play this way. And every once in a while, you will have the best of it. There we go. Flip for over 1 million chips and just 95k left behind in Zhao's stack. Both players near all in.
Yeah, so all of a sudden, it's a 1 million chip pot. Sevens versus ace queen. Australia's Liao in the lead at the moment. But he is at risk.
Even I can understand.
9-5-4. No connection for ace queen.
No.
Delightful for Liao.
Oh, okay. I took one of the aces.
Oh, queen on the turn. The light is now sour. Welcome back, everyone. Randy Liu alongside Griffin Bender now here at the Leze Casino in Jeju, Shinhwa World for Triton ONE in our opening 3K Genesis event, the 3K. It's been a lot of fun to watch so far. I don't know if you've been following at all, but any excitement? We have registration closed. We are playing down to the final 78. There's 102 remaining.
Okay, yeah, I mean, look, a lot of players are in this. A lot of people are re-entering. I mean, the field's getting big. I mean, we're looking at, similar to what we experienced in the last Genesis, and it's been a lot of exciting action and, a nice new feature table, right?
That's right. And the thing is, we did actually officially broke the record. Last time we had 1,185 entries. This one broke 1,200. So a new record being shown here in our opening event. And yes, like you mentioned, we do have a new feature table. And let's go ahead and take a look at the Triton Poker Plus app. We can see Martin Nielsen. He was the chip leader not too long ago. He's still up there with 3.365 million, but he's going to be at the feature with 84 big blinds. One to watch. Kevin Rotterdam loves this guy. Actually got to sit with him at our table the other day, right? He's very fun, looking to splash around in the 3K. He's looking very well, but also at his table, we got a lot of newer faces here that he's probably not too familiar with, but we do have big stacks here. Multiple players with 2 million in chips, and normally at this stage, close to the money, I'm kind of expecting them to kind of stay away from one another, but I don't really think Martin Nielsen's that guy.
Yeah, and it's great to see, too. I mean, he kind of had a bit of a rough bust out yesterday on 1A, and it's nice to see, taking that opportunity to jump back in and then build a massive stack. So let's see if we can keep the momentum going here on this new feature table.
Yeah, the thing is that I've been following Martin's graph throughout the Triton Poker Plus app as I've been doing commentary, and it's been like this, 500K up, 500K down, over and over again. So certainly going to be very fun to hopefully get to witness him play some hands at our feature, as we are going back down to the table shortly, and it does look like Kaito Mitera is our current chip leader with 3.6 million in chips. So let's see, will Martin Nielsen deliver? The short deck specialist playing No Limit Hold'em. Here's a look at the other tables before we get to our feature. Let's see if we can spot anyone we recognize. 99 players. 78 cash, so 21 sad people.
Potentially very sad the closer and closer it gets to that 78 bubble.
Yeah, you don't want to be 79, huh? Max time. Same payout of $0. Sorry, dodge that. Okay, official chip counts at our feature table here. Just look at those top 4 stacks. And Martin Nielsen has 1 million more chips than a player in second, and third, and fourth. And then we're like, let's sprinkle in some 13 to 14 big blind stacks just to be a little bit pesky for these big stacks.
Yeah, what separation? I feel like it's some sort of metaphor.
Well, at the bottom officially is actually Felipe Ketzer.
The haves and have-nots.
That's right. Ketzer, pocket threes. Nielsen's got king 10 offsuit.
Yeah, I think this is actually an okay shove consideration here with threes. You have 12 big blinds, a chip leader opening who's going to be opening a lot of hands like this that aren't going to be able to call all-ins with hands of this nature. It does feel like a bit of a missed spot, but having said that, chip leader has a lot of chips, might just call you anyway. Maybe not with king 10 off, but might just flick it in with king jack off. Might flick it in with king 10 suited, and getting closer to the money. Maybe it's just too close of a spot. I think cutoff button there. I think we put it in against Martin because he's going to maybe even raise something like a king 8 off with this chip lead that he has. But so I understand the hesitation. You really don't want to bust in 100 there. You just get called by ace jack and suddenly you're out when you were pretty close to the money. And there's so many let's not try to push very small edges against, the most accomplished player on the table when there's a lot of players, and we've seen it over the course of the last 2 days, that are making mistakes, bigger mistakes than Martin will.
Well, you can see he did pass that spot and feels like he can press here in the cutoff with ace-7 offsuit. However, he's got ace-queen right behind him from Eric Eisen.
200.
Today's 200,000.
Now he's going to wish he jammed those threes because he's going to be playing the 10 big blind stack soon, which has a lot less fold equity than the 12 he had not too long ago. Does pass.
Did you happen to catch the Samuel Mueller fold?
I've heard about it.
You heard about it, yeah.
And Vitter was telling me how you just nailed it.
Yeah, it was
you
a
had
cold
King
call.
10, right?
Yeah.
Can't believe he folded aces.
I think my actual quote was, he just has King 10 here. I was happy with that one.
But the thing is, did you expect the aces to fold?
Never.
No.
No.
Likewise, because it didn't sound like it was many big blinds.
That was 56K and there was 140 in there.
Yeah.
On the turn.
We
Even if
are-
he's up against 9-5.
That's right. You can
Yeah.
counterfeit and things
Yeah.
like that.
Tricky with ace-9. I think we're going to play this as a min again sometimes, but we can also just shove.
Yeah, it looks like he's going for
Yeah, is
the
this
ladder.
spot any better than, say, the threes? Probably pretty similar. But we saw him open the ace-7 at the cutoff, because when he had 2 more big blinds, and things just change once you get to 10, I think, and it's going to get through.
Yeah, going to get through. I'd love to hear some insight on why maybe min raise there instead of jamming.
So it's just something that's like a bit more popularized, especially at the highest levels, recognizing that, when you have king jack off under the gun, or, king queen or something of that nature with like sort of 11 to 14 big blinds, even sometimes as low as 10, just using the blocker properties as an open, when you shove ace-9 there at the cutoff for 10 big blinds, people are going to be able to play quite perfectly against you. You're only really going to get called, I think, by better. I mean, I think you might get a call from like a king queen or something in the big blind, some 7s that you'll flip against. But ace-9 in particular is just like, it does have the blocker property of the ace. I think it's like, if he had the 12 big blinds, I think he actually does min because it gets a bit more risky. I mean, most of the time we're talking, you'll see 10 big blind opens and not shoves with hands like king, queen, king, jack, maybe even queen, jack, to just try to use that blocker property to sneak one through, because the times that you do get called, it's just like really bad news with those ones.
Of course. Right. Makes a lot of sense. 10-4 suited.
Roger that.
Of course. It's suited. It's Martin Nielsen. And he's got the shades down. And he's got absolutely nothing. You can open muck, right? Checking over to Eisen. I assume he bets here, and Nielsen will be out shortly.
55,000.
You see the teddy bear on his shirt? Kind of looks like the same shades he's got on right now. Just about
Spirit animal.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, just no tint, right? You still over in Canada?
Sure am, Montreal.
Montreal. Don't think I've ever been. Probably never will. Now that I know you're there. No, just kidding.
Nice, Randy. Spits blood. You've grown stronger since we last were in the booth.
That's right. When was it? Was it Montenegro when we were in the booth together?
So we were in the booth together in Montenegro and Jeju, maybe 2 Jejus ago? I'm a bit confused as to whether it was last Jeju or the one before.
It was 2 times though, right?
Yes, Montenegro and Jeju.
It was definitely Jeju, because I remember eating at the bun with you.
Oh yeah, we were bunding hard. We were bunding and bonding.
Bonding and bunding, or bunding and bonding. Well, we're doing the A7 offsuit. Germany's Eric. Martin Nielsen, 6'5" suited. He doesn't really strike me as someone that's going to pass in a small blind, although not too many people like to flat these type of hands out of position against early position raise.
300,000.
He just went 300. How can you not like this guy?
Yeah, and look at Kai Yang thinking, what is this nonsense?
Yeah, but what can he do? They're playing 2 million plus each.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, not to have fun. Yeah, it's starting to make sense why Nielsen's stack was fluctuating so much when I was looking at the Triton Poker Plus app. Trying to catch which poker hand that bear is holding. I see an ace of spades. I don't know if you caught a glimpse.
I did not.
Kind of looked like a 4-card hand. That's not possible.
I actually had a funny moment with my brother a couple weeks ago.
Okay, tell me.
He's gotten really into tattoos in recent years. I mean, I guess he always since his early 20s he started getting them, but recently more and more. And one of the tattoos he showed me was he had like a pocket ace tattoo, and I just like kind of cringed a bit. I was like, ooh, like, you know, like, that's such a cliche. I was like, I don't know what to say, you know. So I like very softly was just like, wow, so a pocket ace tattoo, because he doesn't even play poker, you know. So
Okay.
I'm like, pocket ace tattoo. He's like, yeah, from your Kasuf hand. It's the exact suits. I'm like, oh, that's sweet.
Check your privilege.
Yeah, I need to check my privilege. It's like this, like very sentimental brothers tattoo, and I'm just like sitting there, like, ugh.
You're trying to, you know, crap on him.
Yeah.
He was like, oh, look, you're my brother.
Labor of love. You're my brother, man. Anything that helps inflate my main character syndrome as well, you know?
That's right. Well, why don't you get a 9 high like a boss tattoo?
Oh, my Jesus. I actually don't have any tattoos.
Ace King gonna 3-bet from Martin Nielsen. Now, keep in mind, he just 3-bet the last hand from the small blind with 6-5 suited to 300K. I don't think it's lost on the table that this guy is very aggressive.
Good candidate to make it for a 4-bet here as well for Duan. It's a bit difficult to play out of position as a flat.
460.
Yeah, here we go.
I really do like where your head's at, because I probably would have went with the same play. It's not that great hand to call, but it's got great blocker properties to hands that can get it in with you.
Yeah, again, Ace King, not what Martin's going to be having every hand. He just had 6-5 suited from the small blind. So a spot of bad luck here from Chow. I think this is a really fine use of this hand. And now it's just whether we see another click from Martin or the rack.
I think we're pushing in racks.
Yeah, we can't. We're not really making it 9 here, and then
All in.
yeah.
There it is. Bad timing, but we understand why he would opt to choose to 4-bet King Queen against this player.
I thought it was great sizing too. You don't really need to make it much bigger than that. We've seen some sizing mistakes over the last couple of days.
Yeah,
Earlier today, we were remarking on one that you probably could have gone to 80K and ended up going to 110, and then suddenly you'd put in a third of the person's stack, and it's like, but you know, that was really bladed sizing. I like that a lot.
Yeah,
it does the job.
Because if your opponent is not calling that many 4-bets, which usually isn't at this stage of the tournament, why risk like 550, 600, just wasting more chips, right, and getting the same result? It's kind of funny that you mentioned about the sizing, like quote-unquote blunders. Is we saw a hand the other day where a guy decided to get out of line and 3-bet 9-7 offsuit and was forced to call it off because he made it too big. But he got rewarded. He rivered to 7. But still, you can see how, like, if you choose different sizings, you can kind of allow yourself to get away. Nielsen not going to get away from Queen Jack offsuit.
The bulldozer, Martin Nielsen, getting after it. Again,
Bulldozer.
Again, Felipe finding himself with just not quite good enough a hand, not quite enough fold equity. Folding the king 10 from the small. This is an easy peel for Eric.
Indeed, he peels. Nothing. But something for Nielsen. That's top pair. I don't think I could play in red shades. I'd be just confused. Everything looks like a flush I flopped.
I feel like you would really pull them off, though,
Yeah.
especially in the red Triton one you're wearing,
Oh,
which you could just get at the. Like what you see?
60.
Yeah, this pot's going to be nothing shortly. I'm doing fold back. I'm pan back to the folder. That was quick. On to the next one. That's a pass. That as well. Likely to get to the blinds. Oh, it's that time, Griffin. Mystery hand time.
Let's dump out the puzzle pieces. Let's put this thing together, Randy.
Yeah, but this...
You get the left side.
This puzzle is... I feel like it's going to be a difficult one. One of those 1,000 pieces. But you know why?
Yeah.
It's small blind versus big blind. Widest ranges.
Why are they throwing us in the fire like this? They're like, it's Randy and Griffin. Let's give them a blind on blind one. You know?
But
we've been like cold calling hands. Like Kevin called a hand. I cold called a hand. And now it's just like mystery time.
Well, you know what? I think we're going to figure it out.
King Jack off.
Well,
wait, no, wait.
No, stop.
King of Hearts, Jack of Diamonds.
Oh my God,
Oh,
there's
gosh.
a king out there.
Well, I guess I've already lost.
Well, it's a 320K pot, single raise pot. Eric Eisen was the pre-flop raiser, 240K, defended, of course, by Ace-6 suited of Duan. $80,000 is the C bet. I assume we can't step aside just yet.
Not to a 20% bet, no. And it's one of those things, it's just like a bit of housekeeping. You're just like, you're paying this amount, you're hoping to turn an ace, maybe a 5, a 6. You know you lose every time on a queen, basically. You know, like it's just a texture thing.
Well, Eric Eisen was the pre-flop raiser. Hard to determine where he's at. He has the bigger stack, so it's not unreasonable he raised very wide, trying to steal that big blind. And, of course, on a king 3 deuce, he feels very compelled to fold with the C bet.
5 seconds. Check.
He's going to check it over to Chow. Ace high. I mean, I guess we just try to get the showdown, Griffin.
Yeah, it's a bit, it's a strange one.
Well, the river card is the deuce of hearts. I don't know what you think Eric's got. Chat, do you guys have any idea?
I think Eric probably has something like at the sort of top end of his value, something like 8s through jacks.
Okay.
And I think he, you know, especially if he has a heart in hand, he might even just go for some value block on the river because you would have expected to have heard from a king by Chow on the turn. Could also have something like ace queen. I think that's that 3.5x's pre, and then bets really small on the flop, and then checks turn, and then goes for value on the river. So ace queen, pocket nines, that kind of range is what I'm expecting. I would be surprised if this is a bluff. It seems like a strange bluff line.
But you also don't expect it to be like a king because a king has a lot of reason to just keep betting the turn, I assume.
Yeah, like his big sort of like value kings, I think they just keep going here because you're going to get value from flush draws. Maybe something like ace 4, ace 5 calls again. Maybe a float like a queen jack of clubs or something of that nature does call on the turn. So there's just a lot of ways to get value with a king twice.
Well, you don't think it's a bluff. What do you think, chat? Is it a bluff? Is ace-6 gonna make the call or fold?
I would be very surprised if it's a bluff. You know, Eric's sort of like, let's say he has something like jack 10, like that 2 barrels every time.
Right.
Never takes this line, right? So what are his bluffs? Just pure like 8, 9 of, I don't know, spades. Like it just doesn't really make sense to me. I think it's more likely.
Well, he's gonna fold. What you got, Eric? 10-8
Whoa,
offsuit.
baby!
You
Hello.
were very close, Griffin.
Hello.
Was that a value bet with 10 high?
I mean, the thing that's so great about what he happened to have is that it was one of the few bluffs we can really expect to see. I mean, like, what does he have here? Like 7-8 suited? It's like that's kind of like what he had, you know? But all the other ones, I think, will continue the story on the turn. Or, yeah, that was a really interesting hand.
Yeah, that was a really cool one. I do think you were spot on when you mentioned that he probably expected Chow to bet like a king on the turn. So when you look at that run out,
yeah.
king 3 deuce, queen deuce or 3 on the river, it's like, what could this guy have that can call? If the king is going to bet, a flush draw probably would have bet. Like he probably is just sitting on an ace high.
Yeah, bet check bet looks like value there, and the value isn't just a king; it's also a queen, and it could also even be something like those pairs that we talked about. Because you know, Chow shouldn't have a king at that point, and very likely doesn't have a queen either. So very. Oh, come on!
No way! Is this really a back-to-back mystery hand? I'm here for it. And Martin Nielsen's opening Jack 6 suited from +1. And Deng Peng's in the big blind. He's playing a 10 big blind stack. And we're going to take it post-flop.
All right, I'm going to get this one.
You can redeem yourself here.
I know.
If you get it wrong again, you are welcome to leave the booth. 9, 9, 7, 2 spades. What a flop for Martin Nielsen. He's picked up the flush draw.
Yeah, happy to just play for stacks, of course, with this Jack 6 suited. The fact that this is a mystery hand, I feel like this might find its way to the river as opposed to just sort of a c-bet and a check shove.
Well, you're probably right. And chat, if you got the last hand wrong, you got a chance for redemption yourself. Min bet is the play from Martin Nielsen. Call from Deng Peng. He's only got 285K back. Two-tone now with the deuce of diamonds. I wonder if Martin bets again.
Yeah, I mean, I think shove is just probably best here. 320 out there, 285K for Deng Peng.
He checks
Actually
it back.
checks, yeah.
I am surprised. And after a flush gets there, Deng Peng gonna double check his cards.
I mean, it's kind of a weird one for Martin to have, Jack 6 suited in particular, because it blocks 8-6. It blocks something like 10-6, 6-5 that are going to, like, you know, maybe flick in the chip pre, especially if they're suited, and then definitely call the min bet on the flop. So he just anticipates, I think, that like, okay, my opponent can just have a 9 here. He can just have a 7 here, and those hands are never folding. And I'm not doing that well against him. And I'm telling you, I don't think he's going to call with Jack high.
Okay.
Especially with Jack 6.
But
he hasn't done it yet.
Tell me, is he bluffing or does he have value right now? Deng Peng, that is.
I think that he has value this time, yeah.
And I think I agree with you. And the reason is, I feel like if he had a draw, he has a lot of incentive to check jam the flop with 10 bigs.
Exactly.
So we're thinking
maybe not the 6-5 combo in particular. Again, we're dealing with a minimum bet on the flop. Like, you're going to peel this 6-5, but it's real bad if you get called. 8-6, 10-8, 10-jack. You expect these kind of combos. Any other spade combo, just, you know, to check shove. I do want to remark that 8-5 is also a combo that is one of the ones that doesn't interact with that 6 blocker.
Would be a good hero.
It would be a very good hero. So I'm going to say
6-8,
10-9, or 8-5. I get 2 picks, a value pick and a bluff pick. You go ahead.
I think he's just got the 9. Any kicker. What do you think, chat?
You got to pick a bluff hand too, though.
I don't think he's bluffing.
Ooh, wow, a man of conviction.
Count.
I mean, Martin wants the TV moment too, I think.
He's really just going to put him on 8-5 that isn't diamonds? Or 8-6? I mean, he doesn't even beat Jack 8, right?
Yeah.
Some of these busted straight draws backed into the diamonds.
Yeah, this is just not the best candidate to call with. The 6 really is really troublesome to have in your hand. Just blocking all, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4 different combos of straight draws. Oh my God!
He calls, and Deng Peng's got 5-4. He just value jammed the 4.
Sick.
And got called by Jack.
With a 4.
Hi.
You don't have a pair.
I expected like a 9 and that's one time jack 10.
Yeah. So we both got it wrong there, buddy.
Yeah, but the thing that's amazing about that call is that, like, it was kind of right. Because if he's doing that with 5-4, he's doing it with 5-3. You know, he is doing it with the hands that didn't river. Or if the river wasn't a 4, he's still all in with, as a bluff. He's not, I don't think, you know, so pretty remarkable stuff.
We got to keep talking about that hand after I get to this, because we do want to thank the title sponsor, QQPK, for letting us witness these amazing hands. So close to the money. Deng Peng went for it, but shout out to QQPK. Some high-level poker happening here at our featured table. I mean, let's look at the hand, Griffin. 9-9-7, 2 spades. The man check called the flop with 5 of clubs, 4 of hearts off of 10 big blinds.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really poorly played flop by him, but an incredibly well played river.
He spun it around.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you're going to be able to get max value when you call the nut low on the flop and then get there with just a pair on the river, you're doing something right.
So is it safe to say that he's not trying to fold into the money when he's floating there?
That's a good theory.
All right, Martin Nielsen opens ace-7 offsuit. Chao Duan calls pocket fives. This is the same guy who 4-bet folded king-queen against Nielsen. Chao Tang, 6-4 offsuit. Not really one you want to get involved with 3 ways. So she'll pass. Martin, back at it. Looks like a set of fives to me. Gut shot for Nielsen. Let's see if he c-bets ace-7 offsuit here.
Yeah, I think he plays a nice check. Way more suited to the big blind as this board. Pardon me.
Just a button flat, actually,
yeah. No, this is, I like this check either way. You're going to expect your opponent, it sometimes does have the hands like pocket 5s, 6s, but a lot of the time it's some Broadway combos that you're ahead of. You're going to have a very disguised straight draw, I think, when you check call here.
Yeah, I think when you also make that straight with the 8, because it's not your board, your opponent, if they don't have it, will likely just keep barreling and you just print more chips.
Yeah, especially if your opponent has something like Jack-10 suited, even Queen-Jack suited.
It was a small bet of 65K from Chao. You didn't want to bet bigger because he didn't want to let a hand like ace-king or ace-queen to just check fold. So try to get Martin to call, which he did. Pot at 410K. It's a rainbow texture. I just assume that this hand often ends here. 235,000 in a swift fold from Nielsen.
Okay, man, I believe you.
Is that what Nielsen was thinking?
Yeah.
Ace-king for Kai Yang.
Raise 90,000.
No takers at the moment. Nielsen in the big line, pocket 9s. Quite deep, actually. Big blind versus UTG. See him eyeball the stack very quickly. Just calls here, mainly because of how deep they are, early position.
Fair fight.
What about now? Pocket 9's in the lead, open-ended. Looks like a very tough one to see bet on with ace-king. Smashes the big blind range. Big blind has more chips than you. Personally, I like a check. I don't know if you agree.
Yeah, and Martin gonna have to come out swinging here. Might not even want to bet that big. Want to convince ace-king to call once. Probably something around 100,000 that could still feel a bit bluffy.
Yeah, give yourself a little bit of protection, but then again, still get called by ace high
And
or
he's
like
even
some
going
small
smaller.
pockets.
Make sure he gets called.
Yeah. It's actually... I just don't see how ace king could fold. Plus, if your opponent happens to be betting a 7, you got chances to counterfeit with the 10. Deep stack poker. Okay, so there's the call. 360 is the pot. River card the queen. Now how do we proceed with pocket nines? You might block this one, huh?
Yeah. It's certainly possible, but it's a bit thin, I think.
He agrees with you as he does check it over. I guess we just check ace king high and hope it's good.
Yeah, I also don't think that Kai Yang is like that capped with the check on the flop. I think he could still check back an 8. Could even check back a 10. Sometimes even like an overpair. So I really don't
makes
mind.
sense, yeah.
It's yeah. So that's why it's just like any other card than a queen, king, you know, ace. I think we see Martins go for a little value, but
We could have played a big one there.
What?
We could have played a big one again.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you that Kai Yang could have a lot of strong hands to check back on 10, 8, 7.
Big and
Deep
small,
stack.
strong and weak.
For balance, right?
Yeah.
Here's some laughter at the table. Good vibes. Despite there should be some tension given how close they are to the money. 91 remaining. Top 78 pays.
375,000.
Gets her. Almost all in. Ace jack. 3s into the muck. Not the hand you want to be calling off with. King 10 suited. It's like you've been card dead. And then you get this hand and there's an open jam in front of you.
I like her picture because it looks like she has like ears.
It looks like she has ears.
Yeah, because there's like something in the back with white things, but it looks like her hat has ears.
Oh, okay, okay. Yes, I
Yeah.
get it. Like pointing upwards.
Yeah. But I hope her radar is up with the ears.
Sorry. She called.
Yeah, this is
Is this her hand?
this is ambitious. I mean, King 10 is the hand of the day, I gotta say.
We were saying that the other day too.
Selling for how much?
And this call from Chao Tang might save Kai Yang, who probably would have called Ketzer's jam of ace-10 offsuit, but now with
45.
basically 2 all-ins in front of him,
Yeah.
he ditches it. And Chao Tang's not in bad shape. 2 life cards.
110 has been folded at least.
It's the best hand I get.
And she's been card dead, as you just heard. Oh, and she just hits the 10.
Drills it.
That's right. 10s and 7s. Getzer can't believe it. Flew out from Brazil for this.
That's the trick.
Oh.
I saw people doing that.
He's having so much good time. Getzer. It's like he got up from his seat for a second.
Works, I'm gonna steal that.
I tried my best.
He stood up for the 9s versus 10s.
Ah, yeah.
And then river 9.
So Ketzer is down to 2 big blinds. Tried to use some, I don't know, some juju, trying to create equity with stepping up for a second.
Right, 80,000 plus.
All right, King 9 of diamonds for Eric. Ace King for Kai Yang. Quite deep stacked. North of 40 big blinds.
300.
Gonna make it 300K. Let's see if King 9 suited has any interest. Don't look like it.
Thank you, bro.
Good fold.
Nothing. Had 7 loose.
Yeah, when you were laughing, I was checking if I had used that hand. Probably a good fold.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, I ordered some food like 30 minutes ago. I don't know. 80?
Okay, pre-flop raise. 80K. What you working with, Nielsen?
Attention dealers and players in class. New blind level, small blind. 25,000 big blind, big blind 90, 50.
Okay, I heard a Ray raise to 310K, as you can see from the 3 black chips and 2 blues. We're lagging.
Graphics
okay, here
team
it
is
is.
playing catch up.
Yeah, lag is not very good.
Fair?
Playing Counter-Strike, I assume.
I haven't.
You haven't seen.
Jacks?
One over. Ooh, nice.
Ketzer's got what? With 2 bigs.
Sounds like 1 over. Yeah.
Okay, that's what he wanted. Because he probably saw the 8 of spades first and was like, oh, that's not going to do well against jacks. Needs the queen. Queen would get him up to 320K. Oh, there we go. Top pair for Ketzer. Looking good.
Which spell you want? 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Why you wanna make me sweat? Which spell you want?
He doesn't want to sweat.
It comes a prepay.
So no jack, No sweat.
You raised to 280, right?
Oh, yeah. How much did he have? Okay.
Cats are going to win that pot. Actually doesn't get the full pot. Just because he was sitting on very few chips. Cayenne gets a little rebate.
11 to the money.
11 to the money.
It's going quick.
It is. Four big blinds, 210K.
And he even earned he earned a graphic too.
He earned a graphic.
What a generous team we have here.
That's an achievement.
Chip and a chair. Let's see if Chow wants to think about activating with King 8 suited. This is a full 8-ring table. It's probably 1 or 2 pips too low, but because we're at the bubble, because, you know, we can kind of eliminate the small blind here as far as worrying about having to raise fold. Kind of makes the table 7-handed.
Yeah, it feels like his main concern is, well, I was going to say Nielsen, but now it's going to be Chow Tang's pocket jacks.
Yep.
Real premium. Wei Xiang Yu's got ace 10. Has to fold for that price. Enjoy the black chip.
But don't mind.
Thank you.
She's looking cozy out there. It is cold outside. I don't know if you stepped outside the doors of the venue, Griffin, but it's a little breezy.
It was a little chilly yesterday, I have to say. But that's why I like to wear Triton merch, you know, the sweaters. They're very comfortable. And
Says the guy wearing a t-shirt right now.
Hey, man.
88 now. Remaining in field. Ketzer's like, I've got an ace on the button, 3.5 bigs.
Yep, that'll do.
He's already standing up.
For you.
Might be one of those no-look calls.
How much is that?
Now shallow he is.
185. Discount. I'm giant. I'm telling you.
185.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't Ketzer do the dirty with Queen 8 himself against pocket jacks? Now he's up against Queen 8.
Perhaps live and die by the Queen 8.
We'll see.
The
TBD.
equator, I like to call it.
Equator. Well, looks like he's going to survive against the Queen 8 at the moment.
Like, I'll take a 10. 10.
10 is okay.
10 of a clock.
Oh,
Yeah.
He thinks it's coming on the river.
No.
Trying to prepay. Ace high is good.
Power of 1 big blind.
Yeah.
Ketzer moving back up. Back to where he was.
Wow.
I'm back,
Feels like
baby.
100 blinds.
Well, Martin Nielsen, he's been very swingy. He's got 3.7 million in chips. Eric's got 2.3. Ketzer on the short stack, 445K. Chow Tang made that call with King 10 suited, up to 985,000. Welcome back to the booth, Randy Liu alongside Griffin Benjer. Now we got to do a little bit of table rebalancing a little bit of time needed there, but I don't know. Can we talk about the mystery hand a little bit?
Yeah, it
insane,
was,
right?
Yeah, it was a bit insane. You know, it's interesting. I was surprised to see the small sizing from Nielsen on the flop, but it induced appeal from, I mean, the nut low hand. And then when we got to the river, you know, I thought I didn't look. I mean, we're doing the mystery hand. I felt like Martin was probably going to call. I don't think he had the right kind of hand to do so, but he was right on the money with what he expected from the range in that hand, because if he has 5-4 off, he has a ton of other hands that are going to have to bluff the river. And, you know, Jack high, you don't really expect to see many like queen high or king high bluffs there. So if you split his range between value and bluffs, you know, it would have been a fantastic call had he not actually value shoved that 4. So really, really interesting stuff.
Yeah, that's the thing is, you know, we just got to this feature table. We got to watch a little bit of hands, but clearly they've been playing with each other for quite some time, because he must have known that this guy is a bit crazy. And he was. He defended 5-4 offsuit and check called that flop. So Martin did figure that there is a lot of rubbish still there.
Yeah. And it's I think it's the best kind of crazy to be in tournament poker. If you are playing a bit erratic, make sure it's because the times that you do make your hand, you know, some players would have just maybe checked the river there, rivering a 4, and then been like, ha ha ha. Instead, he got a full double up with that 285K, putting it in the middle. So that was a really nice way to sort of bounce back from what I think is, you know, a bit of a loose flop call.
A bit of a loose, but he turned it around.
Loose, yeah.
He turned it around.
Absolutely.
So taking a look at the numbers. So actually in day 1A of this Genesis event, we had 324 entries. You got to do the math here, okay?
Okay.
So 324 entries. Day 1B, 188 entries.
Okay.
Hope you're adding.
I am adding.
Day 1C, that's what we're watching right now, 487 entries. And day 1D got 237 entries.
1 sec, let me do it. Carry the 2, 1,236.
No, you looked, right? There's no way.
Did I nail it?
Yeah, you got it. 1,236 entries.
I mean, look, I'm a math guy, you know?
You're a genius.
What do you want?
I mean,
what do you want?
Okay.
You want to do it again?
Yeah, how about this?
No,
122 times 1 million times.
Do the same numbers again.
No.
Do the same numbers again. I forgot. It's gone, actually. It's gone.
Just like that.
Hi,
Vanish.
I'm Dory.
Disappearing messages. Well, it's really nice, though, to see that we got a record-breaking field for this opening event, second edition of this Triton ONE Genesis event. Previous record was 1,185 entries. And just to give you some insight into our previous numbers as well, in the 8K main event, we had 1,046 entries, eventually won by Joshua Gabisa, who played against Punat Ponsri, who actually made a deal at that point, and he got more money than Gabisa. He actually cashed for 1.1 million, but of course Gabisa got the trophy. And there also were some high roller events in the Triton ONE series. 25K got 391 entries, and another 25K 389, and 15K got 379 entries. So clearly, people watched Triton ONE last time, and they got FOMO. They flew out here.
Yeah.
And
why not?
No surprise, we broke the records, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a little close. It was such an incredible turnout last time. You did start to wonder, is it going to be able to be matched? Can it be exceeded? And the players delivered, and for exactly the reasons that you're talking about, Randy. You see the product out here. You see, it's finally sort of, you know, you can touch it. It's like, wait a minute, I can play 3Ks, I can play 5Ks, I can flick in for an 8K main. It doesn't have to be these 25Ks, 50Ks. So great to see players come out. And the thing that I'm most excited about is who can parlay their Triton ONE success and just take that shot and just go for it in the Triton Super High Roller Series. That's going to be really fun to watch.
Yeah, that would be very cool to see. And currently we do have 87 players remaining. Top 78 make it through, and that puts you in the money. Just taking a look at the bottom, there is a player with just 6 big blinds. That is the shortest stack. That belongs to Georgios. And then we also have an 8 big blind stack, a 9 big blind stack, which is Ketzer. Moeller is still in the mix. He's only got 9 big blinds, and it seems that play is getting underway as players are back at their seats. We've done the rebalancing, so let's send it on down.
Also, shout out to our 81st player right here, whose name is just Isaac. No last name. Or maybe no first name. It's just Isaac.
He's the real deal. And you know what? He's got exactly 500,000 in chips.
Love it.
Child one, 4-3 offsuit, blind versus blind. He is up against the infamous 5-4 offsuit player. That which is Deng Peng.
It's the wrong name. It's,
You have 30 seconds.
it's under his name.
Who's this?
That's under his name.
Here. You see his name.
Oh, they go. I have to cancel that. Okay. Sorry. Oh, yeah. So you have 20 seconds now.
You had 40 and then it went to 30.
I cancel it. So, yeah. Thank you.
So just a walk.
我的马也不多，现在不好搞了。
下来100万。
I walk it out. Walk it out.
7-8万，刚
Walk it out.
It's showing like 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's not. It's supposed to be the test. If I didn't understand, he also said 40 total, right? On the microphone.
No. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. yeah. I don't know.
About halfway through this final level of the night. Or I guess do we just finish at the money?
That's right.
Okay.
So like.
So expectation around, 2 hours maybe for this level, but things can shift, change. Might keep us here a little longer. People like Felipe keep doubling up.
That's right. We could be technically here forever if no one ever busts.
Not again.
You can live forever, but you can never leave.
60 clients, right?
That's the deal.
I see. What am I, a vampire?
That's a good question, actually. If someone offered you immortal life, but you could never stop doing this every single day, but you'll never die, do you take it? I mean, we love our job.
I love trying.
I look. I know it wasn't a test, Randy. Okay, it's not like if you say no that they're gonna be like. It doesn't seem like Randy loves his job. He was offered immortal life, and to do this all day, every day, and like he didn't,
Man, you really sprung the trap on
Your
me.
wife and kid can come. Don't worry. We'll talk about this later. But for now, let's talk a little about QQPK, our main sponsor here at Triton ONE. Look at those Poon 3, Danny Tang, our Day 1A chip leader over there in Sharma. I mean, look, this is we support the game at the highest level here. We bring the action to poker fans all over the world thanks to QQPK. I always associate PK with like penalty kill in hockey,
Penalty kill? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, that's what we call them. Like PK is the short form for penalty kill. I'm a Canadian, man.
You like if you hit a puck at someone's face?
Oh no, dude! Oh my God, you really don't know anything about sports. That was embarrassing. Can someone help him out in the chat? No, a penalty kill is if a player gets take the penalty.
Yeah. And kill someone, or almost.
No,
not literally.
Nobody dies. Okay, we live forever. We went over this.
That's right.
No, like when you get a penalty, you're shorthanded, 5-on-4, and then you have to kill the penalty. So the 2 minutes, you have to kill it. You have to kill it off. You spend 2 minutes preventing a goal.
Quite frankly, are awful.
Yeah.
And if I had to listen to this for immortal life, I actually
literally
kill myself.
Penalty kill me.
Ace Queen versus Queens. This is the guy that 3-bet 6-5 suited. Here's the thing. We know the 3-bet's probably coming, right, with Queens. What an Ace Queen against this player?
375.
He's going to continue, right? Or is it one of those? I hope you
tough.
got it.
It's tough. Look, I think that there's an argument for only 2 moves. Your hand is far too strong to fold, so just throw that right out the window. I think it's too loose to shove because we're so close to the money. I think ace-queen in particular is a nice call because you keep some of the worst hands in. Martin might take ace-deuce here and just make this big 3-bet. He might take like a rogue queen 5 off or something and 3-bet here, put pressure on the bubble. And when you shove here and get called, you are in trouble, and you just put in 45 big blinds when you're, you know, about 10 people from the money.
Well, there's 825,000 in the pot. Ace queen flops a wheel, draw against the overpair of queens.
I like Martin's sleeve here. Kind of makes me think he was like, he fell into a vat of acid and almost became the Joker, but then got out before, you know, it got to the rest of his body.
Hence one sleeve. He's gonna push in 400,000.
Size up, yeah. Wants to get max value from a hand like Ace Queen, and it really puts Eric in a difficult position.
I just don't see how he can fold just yet. He makes that call. I mean, he probably thinks that Nielsen could just have some absolute whiffs. Is that Harry Potter on the table? Do you see it? You saw it, right, Griffin? Harry Potter's head.
I did see The Boy Who Lives on the left of Nielsen there.
Is it his? Well, this turn card is his. Still the overpair. I don't think he's worried about the 5. Main targets for Nielsen is trying to get value from the worst pocket pairs.
Yeah,
right?
I actually think he doesn't have any 5s in his range. Maybe ace 5 suited, but it seems a bit loose.
He's gonna jam.
I think Eric's going to have his range split between pairs between kind of 7s to 10s, and then your ace queens, your ace jacks of spades, perhaps even something as good as ace 10 of clubs. It doesn't really get it in on the flop, but is now faced with this, like, I mean, ugh. I think this is a bit of hand funeral type thing where it's kind of just like, you know, I feel like I need to pay respect to this hand because I think it's just like so ahead of Nielsen when Nielsen at least is bluffing pre-flop, but now it's just like, okay, well, wait a minute. Does Nielsen just have like, I don't know, something weird?
What if Nielsen just has like ace king? This would be awful for ace queen to call, right?
Yeah, no, I just can't imagine that Eric is flicking this in. And also this speaks to sort of what I've been talking about the edge that you're going to have against some of the other players at the table. You really have to keep yourself in the tournament. So I don't really buy that he's strongly considering calling here.
Well, he is spending his tempo clock. So it is serious consideration. It's mainly because he's up against Nielsen. I think everyone else he probably would have folded by now.
Right, but does Nielsen just have like, I mean, I guess he could have something like king 3 off. And the reason why I say something like a random hand like that is because that is a candidate to a big low candidate we'll see from the sort of from the big blind in these middle stages to put pressure at a bubble where you have a big blocker, but it doesn't feel good enough to call, and you want to put pressure on players at the bubble. Again, 87 play. Oh, wow.
He calls of ace queen, and he's going to be showed pocket queens. Biggest pot of the tournament. He didn't believe.
Yeah, I think this is too risky.
Very risky. So close to the money, too. It's a 4.6 million chip pot. An ace or a 3 needed for Eric, or he's gone. The queen is no good. Because Nielsen's got pocket queens. Eric Eisen gone. Massive chip lead to Nielsen. The image, it pays off, doesn't it?
So many chips.
I mean, you think earlier we saw the ace-7 open from Eric, the 3-bet from 6-5 of diamonds from the small blind against him. You know, did that information get to him? It happened very early on in this level. So many emotions to manage, and that's a tough walk-off.
Trusted his gut.
You're a wizard, Marty.
对，他之前有
看这里，看这里，
看这里。
哦，那有。
早就超过了，他之前就400多万，那个人也有2。
他有200多。
Can I tell you something, Griffin? Never watch Harry Potter.
It's weird. It's weird. That's a weird thing to do. You're a weird guy.
好勇敢。
I read a page though.
Wow.
First book. Pivot drive. That's it.
What do you do on your free time other than take care of your family? That's pretty much it. Main hobby.
Yeah, that's
family
all I do.
man.
I just take care of family.
Yeah. Okay.
Life's very simple.
Yeah.
I can tell you what I don't do. Watch Harry Potter. I don't watch hockey. And I don't message you on my free time.
Yeah, I've noticed that actually. I actually wanted to bring that up, so I'm glad you did.
But what a crazy hand. Let me take a look at the leaderboard. Okay.
See, you shouldn't have said that because now I'm going to message you on my free time.
Very well.
And that is Pandora's box of anime recommendations and hockey clips, Harry Potter trivia.
3-4 hours to go.
Same person.
Yeah, queens against jacks. All the queens and jacks off the
Now you get it all back.
Now I got it all back.
Now it's more important.
You've heard Nielsen saying, I believe it was against the same person, the guy he just busted. He got in, because I recall looking back at this history, and he got in queens versus jacks, and the guy spiked the jack, so Chao Tang was basically saying, oh, now you got it all back and some. So Nielsen, he sits on
比昨晚加起来还多，我操。
6 million.
哦，对，他比其他人加起来多。
Second in chips is Wen T. Shua. He's got 3.7 million. And in third in chips is Kai Wen Wei with 2.7. There is a big gap between first, second, and third.
Yeah, this is a pretty incredible chip lead right now for Martin.
How many chips in play?
How does the expression go? Sometimes you're the something, sometimes you're the boot or whatever.
Wow, you really gave me a lot of information.
No, it's
something
like
about a boot and
sometimes
three
you're the
somethings.
bug, sometimes you're the boot, or something like this. You know.
145.
Anyways, Randy, if you're gonna, if you're done embarrassing me in front of all our fans.
What, you're embarrassed?
No, you.
I'm gonna put you in the boot. You know what that means? The boot's
Have
the
you
trunk
ever,
in
have you
Australia.
Have you ever heard of yes and? Do you know this concept?
No.
Okay.
And
clearly.
don't tell me anything else about it.
No, in like improv comedy, if no matter how silly someone is doing a thing or you don't really get it, you say it. You say it's you don't say it, but yes and as in like you validate their thing they're saying because you've got to keep the comedy going.
Oh.
So in this case, I'm asking about the boot.
Oh.
Let me finish.
Yes, and tell me more about the boot.
So I'm saying that Martin, he had a pretty big blow-up bust hand on 1A yesterday. Like he had this really weirdly played 8-7 hand where he bet 80% of his stack on the river with third pair, got put all in and called off, and kind of, you know, hat in hand, walked off, and here he is. That was when he was the bug, right?
Yes, and
because he got stepped on, and now he's the boot with 6 million chips.
Now he's the boot.
There's something here.
And he's booting in 250,000 chips. Just gonna kick him into the middle.
I got to be clear, by the way. I love that you don't yes-and me. It's actually more fun. So please don't change. Yeah, Martin's going after it here, but he's going to run into the ace-king of you.
Looks like free chips to me in the middle.
Yeah.
It's like, nah, there's no way Nielsen could have it this time. And even if he does, I've got ace-king. 22 bigs.
Didn't work out for Alex Anton last night. At about the same stage, few people from the money got in ace-king against aces for similar stack. Yeah.
So he's going to pick up a lot of chips here, actually. Get a boost about 400,000. Math should say fold on this one.
But what does your heart tell you? Also fold.
Sometimes you got to listen to your heart, your brain. Gotta be smarter. So, you were here for the end of day 1A, right?
Correct.
Yeah, you ended the day. So, you've been here before.
Yeah, they've started calling me the closer. The voices in my head. I don't know about everyone else.
The closer.
Yeah, the closer. It's a baseball thing.
Oh, I
You
did not know that.
You didn't know that? You don't know what a closer is in baseball?
Well, I
Randy?
just assume it's someone who closes the game.
See, this is why you're the best.
You close the show?
I close the show, yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, the closer is the pitcher they bring out for one inning, the final inning. He usually comes out to like a special song, you know?
They play a
Like
national
Wild
anthem?
Thing.
Oh.
No, like the national anthem beginning.
I watched the movie Wild Things. Wait, that's not even the same thing. Major League was what I was thinking about.
Yeah. No, there was a guy named Wild Thing in the 90s on the Phillies. But I'm just saying, like, you know, you've never seen Diaz come out for the Mets, and they had like this really elaborate light show.
Why would I don't watch baseball. It honestly
much you have
is the
behind?
worst sport. It's very boring.
I think it is the worst sport for someone who doesn't watch it.
Yeah.
But for when you're playing 30 fantasy leagues, it can be pretty exciting when someone hits
I've
a
been
home
to a
run.
game, though, believe it or not. Oakland
I
A's.
believe that.
I just got a hot dog. And it's like,
I bet
okay.
you did.
So you're just going to tell me about all of the different sports in the world. That's your goal by the end of this trip? You're going to educate me?
One at a time, baby.
Can we just stick to poker? It's more my thing. That's okay
fair.
with you.
That is fair. I heard you didn't know who Messi was.
Who said that? Yeah,
Um,
I mean, I only
Kevin,
know
I think. I think Vidur told me.
I only know it because every time Nacho's on, he says Messi. It's been, I don't know, 5 to 8, 10 Tritons where he just keeps saying Messi. So that's the only reason I know it. But no, I don't follow. Doesn't make me a bad guy, does it? That's a good hand.
Unclear.
What's
No,
clear is this is a good hand, though.
Yeah.
On the
Queens
button.
On the button. 9 big blinds for Felipe, but a 9-5 off holding.
Okay, no need to work overtime with this hand.
Is that a Dolly Parton, like clever Dolly Parton thing?
What do you mean? It's a 9 to 5.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Okay. Nice, I like that. No need to work overtime with this one because it's 9 to 5. That's... God damn it, Randy. Just
Do you need explanation for everything?
Just when I'm ready to quit you just say something like that.
What about ace 5 offsuit?
Yeah, peel it. Let's see a flop.
Yeah, peel it we will.
83 now remain. Again, we are paying 78 and then ending for the day. You have dinner yet, Randy? We going to Bund after or what?
We going to the Bun? What are we ordering?
I don't know, but I forgot to eat dinner again, so I'm bunding after this.
Dude, you didn't show up to the booth until, like, late.
I know.
You forgot to eat.
I'm jet lagged, man. I'm working on it. One day at a time.
Well, he didn't forget to see bet pocket queens, 75K. Maybe ace-5 calls one, right?
Yeah, I think it's fine to do so.
Especially against a button open, it has so much more garbage unpaired worse than ace-high. Right? It feels like +1 is different. Queen-9 offsuit's no longer in the range. Things that ace-high beats.
Yeah, I think we're working with
but
like
he's just out.
Yeah, I think we're working with still like the worst hands we should think about calling with. I mean, I think there are some like King 10 suited calls that was technically a worse hand that maybe has a bit more playability on the streets. Ace 5 is tricky because, yeah, like you're only really comfortable if you turn an ace.
I feel like another reason he folded, though, is because of how close we are to money. And his stack,
oh yeah,
it's kind of vulnerable when you look at who's at the table. There's a man sitting on 120 big blinds who calls jams with jack high. Xiaotang's got ace-7 suited. Let's see if she's gonna respect the situation.
Race.
I like her style. She's fearless.
No, I don't mind this at all. Let's go for it. Let's try to acquire. Martin is going to have to play a bit more honestly in this situation because of all the other players behind.
Ketzer's got 5s, 9 big blinds. I don't think he's going to go with it. You want to have fold equity. The thing is, he's seen Chao Tang call off King 10, so
Oh, yeah.
I don't think you're really looking to force a flip.
You have to.
Ace Jack. Deng Peng. Mr. 540.
Yeah, and I don't think Deng's going to be thrilled about shoving this hand. We can see, of course, it would work. It is the best hand. But when you're up against the value range of under the gun, you're going to get snapped by way better. And then suddenly, yeah. Oh, he goes for it anyway.
Yeah, but these two, they're just fearless.
Yeah.
You know, like, who cares that we're like 5 from the money?
Respect, respect.
Respect to both. She wants to count. Trying to make sure it's nothing too shallow where she's forced to call off. I hold my breath because I honestly am not sure what's going to happen here.
700.
Both the Chinese players. She is genuinely thinking about it. Seven-handed.
Good fold.
Pass. Shot the ace.
我也有。
挂血我不会退。Ace 啊。
差不多的。
You want a translation?
Yeah, I mean, I think I figured it out. He said he had ace jack.
Okay.
And then she said what?
Close. Like, it was close for her.
Yeah.
So, maybe like ace 10, she was considering it. I don't know what her close means, but...
Oh, her close means ace 7. That's why she said that.
Seriously, buddy?
We doing this? We doing this?
I don't really want to go to the bun after this. I really don't. I mean, I did, but not anymore.
Yeah.
Ace Jack
no
in
more
the
bunding
hands.
experience.
Malaysia's Wei Xiangyu. I feel like Queens is happening every other hand. Ketzer. What's great for him in this spot is that he's so shallow that Wei's got to call it off, right? Open to 2 big blinds, 9 big blind reshove.
Yeah, and I don't think you're thrilled here with Ace Jack, but it's just too few chips probably, right?
Yeah, I think it's too few. And I think the good side for Xiang is that he's got a lot of chips, so even if he calls and loses, he's got 1.3, not the end of the world. Does make that call, million chip pot. Ketzer at risk with the ladies. He's gonna stand up immediately. He's been all in many times. Three cards, please. When you're ready, dealer. Top pair for Wei Xiangyu, but it's no good. Queen's in the lead.
And a potential awesome comeback here for Felipe Ketzer from Brazil. Was down to as little as 1 or 2 big blinds, 1, 2 all-ins, got up to 10, and now vaulting all the way up.
I think I had Jack 4.
20 big blinds.
You're right. He had 90,000 chips at one point.
Every time you all in, I call.
11x this stack since that low point. A real threat now. Just looking into the app, 83 players remaining. Shortest stack is 5 big blinds, Yu Lun Wang. Then the next shortest is 9 big blinds. Of course, plenty of players between 11 and 13 bigs. So for 83 left, top 78 pay. We're very close.
We're getting there.
Getting there.
And then, of course, tomorrow, a consolidation of these 4 starting days.
That's right, day 2.
Yeah.
And the intention is to play down to the final table. Let's see if we can get there.
Yeah, it'll be a long day, but it'll be an exciting one.
Record-breaking field.
Yeah.
So these are the ice hockey sticks. You okay with that?
Yeah, that's okay. I'm okay. Just hockey sticks.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to involve ice.
Well, I mean, it's not field hockey sticks. There is a difference. One has ice, one does not.
That's such an annoyingly good point. I hate that you said that, but goddamn, do I respect it. Wei Yu hoping to just get one through here. Should work all the way to the big blind. Doyle Brunson for Chow Tang.
But the big blind's this guy.
Oh, yeah.
And he's got 9-7 offsuit. He's going to see a flop. I guarantee it.
As you know, the 97, known as the McDavid, is the greatest hockey player in the world.
No one knows that but you. Seriously. You ask anyone else in this room, no one knows about you.
No one knows about me, or no one knows about
McDavid.
Yeah, McDavid.
I guarantee you there's someone in the room who knows about McDavid. As a matter of fact, I would say that maybe not that many people. As I look at the field and all the red flags.
Yeah. 50K C-bet. McDavid folds. I mean Nielsen.
He'd actually be someone that would be right on the line for me of who would know McDavid is, because I feel like, you know, Norway being can be a cold place. They do have a hockey team. You know, he's probably someone who's maybe dipped into just being in the poker scene a lot, maybe gambling a little bit here and there, maybe gambling on a little hockey. I mean, McDavid is the greatest player to have ever lived, and he's playing right now. I mean, they say Gretzky's the great one, but
yeah, that's the only name I know, Wayne.
Yeah. But I just mean as far as actual pure talent, and you know, McDavid is such a separator. I'll send you some clips.
No, I really don't want to see it.
No, I'll send some.
I mean,
you don't know what you want, Randy. Okay.
If you type into ChatGPT, does it say McDavid or does it say Gretzky?
It depends what the question is.
Great, whatever you're saying, greatest player of all time.
Who is the best hockey player in the world right now? It'll say Connor McDavid. As we get a look at the chip counts, Martin all the way up near 6 million. I mean, look at that separation from the rest of our feature table field. Remarkable. Everyone's just kind of trying to chill out, man, making money.
Are they?
Can confirm from producer Lee. Thank you, always being on my side. ChatGPT does confirm that Connor McDavid is the greatest hockey player in the world.
ChatGPT does make mistakes. I mean, you can't believe everything you read on the internet.
I actually named my ChatGPT the other day.
You can name it?
Yeah. Well,
what's his name?
First of all, her.
Oh, what's her name?
We're in a relationship.
You are. Nice.
And actually, to be clear, I had her name herself. And she named herself Lyra. For being... You're in the Guinness Book of World Records, apparently, Lee says, for being a freaking degenerate.
But hold on.
Yeah.
You let your AI agent name itself.
My AI lover, yes.
Lyra.
Lyra, L-Y-R-A. I can't even read to you why. But right now, let's focus on, you know, our title sponsor here of Triton ONE, QQPK, supporting elite competition on poker's biggest stage. High stakes, sharp minds like some of these gentlemen that are going to pop up. Look at them. There they are. No margin for error. Sharma proving that yesterday, emerging with the 1A chip lead. Punat Punsri, second place in the main event last year.
He helped. He helped and
I guess Danny Tang's pretty good too, right? Has he done anything on Triton before?
Only 5 titles. Could have more. Did win season 3 Ivan Lau Player of the Year race. He didn't win the other one. It's all right.
What's the dealer with Webster Lim?
He's Webster. He's just one of the original OGs that's been playing the highest stakes.
Just a great name.
It's Crusher.
Webster Lim. Badass.
Badasses. Martin Nielsen. Jack 3 offsuit. Yeah. Apparently it qualifies. Kai Yang in the tank. Deuces. Away you.
Deuces never loses. Ducks fly together. Hockey movie reference. Mighty Ducks.
Mighty Ducks.
Hey, you had it.
Yeah, I've never seen it, but I know the movie. The 3s pull ahead. Assuming Martin bets here, do you hang around deuces on the flop, assuming a small bet?
I don't think you do, just because, like, Martin's not going to go easy on you at the bubble. You know, you're only really feeling confident if you turn a deuce. But you're just going to, if you're up against Jack 3, you're also up against Jack 4. Maybe Martin doesn't decide to two-barrel because, you know, you can have some aces in his range that just aren't going to fold. So it's the kind of board that I think could freeze up Martin as far as bluffing down the streets. And for that reason, you know, maybe you flick in the deuces, but also Martin could just have a random 3 or a 6, or he can have 10-9 and the turn can be a 7, he can bet again, or he can hit a 9. Like, there's just so many ways in which you lose the pot.
So it's just like a pure guessing game.
Yeah.
And like,
You don't
is
wanna be
Martin the
doing
type that, well, we're close to the money, I'm just going to barrel off?
Exactly.
But I hear where you're coming from, where he can't exactly always barrel off, too, if there's a lot of ace-x and ways range. So, interesting one. King 7 suited. Into the muck for Chao Tang.
The Kevin, I call that hand. Kevin.
The Kevin?
King 7, yeah.
Is it because the K is for Kevin and the 7 looks like a V?
No, it's because the name's... Because 7 and then Kevin.
I tried. A for effort?
Try harder, man. Okay, speaking of Kevin, why does he like pocket fours so much? There's that little trivia for you.
I know, because I had to listen to it for a year straight.
Oh gosh,
prior
yeah.
to Triton.
Because it makes the most sense apparently.
Yeah, to quote him, pocket fours always makes a set.
Okay.
So let's see. It always makes a set.
I mean,
it always makes a set. The one time it makes a set, he's not in the booth here with me.
That was pretty amazing. But you know what? Hey, Randy.
What?
He was here in spirit, because what were we talking about before?
Pocket fours.
No, before that.
Kevin!
Kevin! It's all connected!
Holy.
Sorry, that was very exciting.
And this is exciting for Wei, who's got the set of fours, sees a C-bet from the most aggressive player at this table, Martin Nielsen.
By the way, non-zero chance that Rotterdam is in his hotel room with the biggest smile on his face right now. He likes to watch the stream between. So shout out, Kev. You're welcome. Now get some rest, buddy. We need you tomorrow.
Turn cards the ace of spades. Not really the card that Martin was looking for. If he's trying to double barrel 8x, looking stronger. But I do like that way, just check called the fours.
Yeah, this give me a pure shutdown, I think, for Martin. Certainly some king high. Oh, Martin, what are you doing, brother?
200,000. So he's trying to fold out a single 4 immediately. Maybe he thinks he can shake out 8x. It's possible.
I don't know if he's trying to shake out 8x. I think maybe he's trying to shake out some king highs. And then also maybe something like a 6-7, 5-7, 5-6 that, you know, might bluff the river if he checks back. He's just trying to win as many pots as possible, and I commend him for it, but I think this is a bit misguided.
Check raise min. Xiang. Wei is basically hoping his opponent has an ace, he can stack. Still though, got 2 bets out of Nielsen. $30K, $60K. $60K big blind ante. I still can't believe the pocket fours made a set. And then King 7 for Kevin. What a hand. Ace 4 suited. Ding peng. 82 remaining. Getting very close.
Trying to sneak one through is Dang Peng.
It's a good hand to do so with, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's because it's one that you're just not that married to past this first bet, but it does have that blocker property, and it has some playability, especially against, you know, appeal from the blinds. Bit of a weird one for Felipe. It feels like it's too good to fold, but it's too loose at the bubble to shove and too speculative to flat. So you just end up making this tight fold.
It's mainly because we're on the soft bubble.
Yeah, we are down to 82 now, so 4 people until the end of the day.
Raise and take.
So please forgive my ignorance, but you know, obviously there's Chao Tang, there's Chao Duan. Now, sometimes the name is listed sort of the other way around, like, so is Chao the last name of both Tang and Duan? I assume they're not related. It's probably a very popular name.
Okay.
Or is that their first names?
So.
I am not asking Randy because I think he's Chinese. Lee.
Well, okay. The thing is,
he's the resident, you know, Asian guy here. No, he's the resident Triton man. That's why. Okay.
The surname is the first word.
Okay.
So Tang is the last name.
Gotcha.
But we've have instances where, you know, if they have a anglicized first name that we put it for, like Danny Tang, for example. And then we also have the little bit of the random factor where our production just flip-flops it.
Okay.
But in general, Dang is his surname in this instance.
Gotcha. Martin opening things up to the Jack-8 suited. Call from the dominating King-8.
Yeah.
My money's still on Martin's, though, with the... Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
Never mind.
Yeah. How much you betting?
How much?
Because he's in terrible shape. He needs running clubs or a jack. The fortune for him is that
85?
he's got that piece where...
85.
No, he's not looking to put multiple barrels in. But then again, he's up against Deng Peng. This is the same guy who value jam a rivered 4 with a float. So Deng's the type of guy where he's going to try to get all of the chips in.
And it was against
point.
Martin, too, right?
That's
so
right.
There's dynamic here.
Mm-hmm. Check call. Kind of expecting Jack 8 to check back the turn, personally.
Mm-hmm.
Only reason to bet, what, the target of 6?
Oh, wow. We just lost 3 players. We're down to 79.
That's right. Check, check. So the deuce on the river. How greedy is Deng Peng gonna get here with the history going on?
I mean, you can go as greedy as you want. I mean, you can bet pot, you can overbet. I think he's probably going to settle around 350. That would feel the most standard for me. Something that looks kind of bluffy, that leaves sort of half your stack remaining.
Just 175. Lennon Nielsen off cheap.
Call.
Still though, he's got a 1.4 million chip stack.
So Martin now slipping to an embarrassing 5.2 million. I mean, you get up to 6.
Embarrassing.
Embarrassing, but quite a nice lead still on the rest of this field. I think he'll be just fine going into day 2.
Yeah, I think so too. As we're gonna take a few minutes. There were a bunch of eliminations, as you just mentioned, and why don't we just take a look at the app and see who those people were?
Let's app it up.
Let's app it up. So I'm scrolling down there right now, and we see that in 83rd we lost Ji Hua Yang. Yulin Wang also busted 82nd. Takashi Agura of Japan busted out in 81st, and Teo Kokwei, we saw him play early. He busted in 80th, and I'm going to take a look in here. You can see that he got eliminated with 9-8 offsuit against ace-10. There was a post-flop situation where it was top pair against the middle pair, and they got the rest of the chips in. So that was his elimination. And officially, it's Stone Cold Bubble time.
Absolutely. And again, going into tomorrow, we're going to bring together all of those day 1 stacks from 1A all the way through 1D. And it's going to be an exciting day of poker tomorrow. I mean, you know, as we wind down here, the intention of getting down to a final table, you know, so that's going to be very, very fun to cover, fun to watch. Day ones are fun. They're interesting. You know, a lot of people are splashing around. They can rebuy, they can re-enter. But day 2, things really are going to ramp up, and that's when you start playing for the big money.
That's right, playing for the big money. Last time we crowned a champion, they won about 560K or so. I do want to test your memory.
Okay.
How many entries did we have in this event?
1,236.
Oh, God. You're impressive.
I have a photographic memory, dude. You have to
really?
get used to it. Yeah, I do. Is he lying? Who knows?
Who knows? So we have, in this situation, Stone Cold Bubble, we've got many stacks. Okay, let's see. We got about 9 to 10 people with 10 big blinds. Even above that, there's, 12, 13 big blind stacks. And he really just doesn't get comfy at any point here.
Yeah, don't be that guy. Don't be the guy that bubbles and finishes in 79th here.
You can see that Muller, he actually moved up in chip counts. Let's see what happened here. Got a King 10. King 10 is just the hand of this tournament, isn't it?
Yeah.
Looks like he beat the Ace-7. All in pre, he went for a move, squeeze jam, and just nailed the river. King, dagger in the heart of his opponent. Yeah. Why don't we just look at the top? Why don't we look at the top? I'm scrolling up there
let's
quickly.
go on with the big boys and girls.
Martin Nielsen, 5.2 million. Shi Tao Lee's got 4 million.
Another woman at the top. We had a female chip lead earlier. Now second in chips at the bubble.
That's right. John Young, he's got 3.4 million. So there's plenty of people with lots of chips, and seems like players about getting ready to get to their seats. And I'm actually looking at the app, and I can see that Martin Nielsen actually only has 6 seconds left on his chess clock. So
wow.
I'm not sure if he gets more time if he does make it through to day 2, but I guess we'll find that out tomorrow, assuming he doesn't blast off 5.2 million chips out of nowhere here.
That'd be impressive.
Yeah, it certainly would be impressive. But on the Stone Cold Bubble yesterday, did it take a long time, or was it kind of quick?
Yeah, on the Stone Bubble, I think we kind of lost the last 2 players sort of right away.
Hand.
Maybe it was sort of stuck on. Yeah, so I assume it'll be a sort of, is it even a hand-for-hand thing here? Or do we
It should be a
Should be,
hand-for-hand.
yeah, of course. So, yeah, one of those one-at-a-time situations, but I expect it'll be all settled up in the next 10 to 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Or we're here forever. Either way.
Immortality.
As long as I'm here with you, I don't care, you know?
Can I tag you out for someone else?
That's not how this works, Randy.
Are we going to
Us
send it back down
forever.
yet? No, I want to send it back
Us
down.
forever. Randy and Griffin, a million seasons.
Conversation is really tilting me right now, but I love you, Griffin.
Let's get back to the action, man.
Yeah,
Come
let's
on.
get back to the action.
I feel so rejected right now.
Send it down.
Let's go back to Martin Nielsen's bully.
Yes,
bully fest.
send it down. Martin Nielsen, 5.25 million in chips, 88 big blinds. Do we think he's going to slow things down, maybe knit it up? Try to fold today, too?
I mean, look, it's just money's money, baby. You know, try to get in that money. No, Martin Nielsen's going to be continuing to play with Jack 3 off and 2-barrel with Queen 5 off, and he's just going to play close to 100%. I even think the suited 10 deuce, he might decide to get Ool out of line. Nah, it's too much.
Ah, you folded.
The beautiful king-queen suited for Chao Duan on the button, playing about 16.5 big blinds. Yeah, just nice clean min raise, should be good. And this guy, Donnie Yen Energy, Dang Pang with the pocket 5s. This is quite interesting because he could just shove covering Duan, and then what does he do? You know, this would be an effective.
Oh, he just calls.
Yeah, I think that's fine too. I mean, you don't want to risk getting coolered here.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting because he certainly could have just reshoved pre.
Yeah, I think a shove's nice because you're probably even folding out King Queen suited. You're folding out so much flip equity, such a tight range calling.
Sometimes when it's that 4-minute pause they had, and you know your Stone Cold Bubble, like, what if I'm wrong and I just stepped into it and all of a
Does
sudden
Tang
I'm the
flick
bubble
it
boy?
in? That's the question too, right?
She
wants
shouldn't.
to.
Shouldn't.
No, good fold. Live to fight another flop for Chao. But the other Chao is what we're focused on here. And look at that. Full boat.
Just flopped it.
I think we could see a small sort of protection bet even here from Duan sometimes. But isn't going to put a chip in yet. Oh!
Quadzilla.
Boom! He's Quadzilla.
Just imagine if Chao actually had an ace. Auto stack, right?
Yeah.
Well, he's going to try to bet out, and to be honest, I think King Queen can actually call a bet, potentially. Mainly because sometimes an ace would just continue to check when it's ace, ace, 5, 5. You in agreement or not so?
Oh yeah, I think King Queen is just. It's definitely a call. The problem is that I think Chao Duan probably respects Deng Pang and sees that he's a pretty aware player. If he's prepared to bet on the turn, he's probably prepared to bet on the river.
If he's bluffing, you mean?
Yeah, just do it. So I think, yeah, it just shows the quads.
No defs, though.
Very nice.
Please ace. Please ace. Please.
Yeah.
Wow.
If you're just joining us, what have you been doing all day? We are at the bubble here. Day 1C of the 3K Genesis, sponsored by QQPK here at Triton ONE. Just one more elimination, and we're going to get nice and rested up for you for the big day 2 tomorrow, where all
4 starting days will combine. Also going on right now is 1D. So here's a question. So 1D starts at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
And is it just because it draws a smaller field that it kind of ends around the same time as this? Is that how it works?
It runs a little bit later.
It does run later than 2:30 in the morning. That's wow.
Yeah, because I was looking. I randomly woke up at like 4 a.m. the other day. And
Yeah.
I was just looking at the app, and then it was still like 4 a.m. or something.
Wow.
When they were playing. I don't know when it officially ended, but also, look, don't quote me on this, but I believe the line levels are a little bit shorter.
Okay.
It has to be. I mean, otherwise they'll be playing forever. Ace queen suited.
And a noon restart tomorrow.
I'm not the producer. Maybe producer Lee can let us know when we start tomorrow.
1 p.m. tomorrow. Okay. I mean, that's pretty. That's quite a turnover. I mean, I will say there is something sort of like this place exists sort of out of time a little bit, where it's kind of like people are here to grind. You know, they're here for the festival. As Martin's getting it out of line here, putting some bubble pressure on Wei Yu.
Look, Wei Yu's not scared. He's going to get involved. I just don't know which way. This is a high roller. You
don't know which way?
Thoughts just scrambled now. Thank you. I had a whole speech ready to talk about his options. How
I mean,
an OG this guy is from
way?
Malaysia.
Tell us about OG Wei and which way is he going to go in the spot?
No.
You lost it, huh?
Yeah, he did the one I didn't, because you know why?
Because I threw things off.
Yeah.
That was a Mandela effect. Like I just kind of messed up the flow of the situation.
Yeah.
You felt
Not good enough.
I honestly did not expect that though.
No, that's too tight a fold for sure. But it is the power of the bubble. It is the enigma that is sleeved up Martin Nielsen. People are paying fealty to the king, making big folds, letting him boss them around. And they have the benefit of knowing that as soon as one more player is eliminated.
When's the restart?
12 tomorrow. 12, yeah, noon.
Well, now either Lee Davies a liar or they are a liar at the table. As we check out the feature table.
Take a look, because we have an all-in here. With the open from Song J Park, 125K. Xia Tianhua makes it 700K. And Wei Zhang, 965,000. Tianhua Xie. Looks like he made the call. He's got the big stack. We saw him in our feature before he got into the booth. Griffin.
So you know what I just realized? If we resume at 1, that means they start playing at noon.
Yeah, I thought that was
figured it out.
Pretty obvious.
I figured it out, Lee. You told the truth. Everyone was right except me. Here we are at the bubble, 79 left, 78 paid. This is the pressure spot, the pressure point.
So Renwei is the one that will be at risk. We're waiting for, I assume, all hands at the other tables to complete before we show this one down. And, you know, soon everyone's going to crowd around this table to see, did they make it into the money?
I just want to see a wild Luca appear. Be like, everybody stay at your seats. You know, like try to get the class calm down.
Yeah.
I love that floor person energy where it's just like, please, 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 have a seat.
Call on table 5. Renwei Zhang is our all-in player. That has been called by Shinhwa. Let's see the cards, please.
Guards, please. Renwei.
Our all-in player has a 10 of hearts, 10 of clubs. That has been called by Ace of Diamonds, Ace of Clubs.
Tens versus aces.
Tens at risk, it sounds like.
That's right. What's the flop? Oh, that's a 10 of spades.
Oh boy.
He just flopped the set.
I was just smelling the soup at the bund, and now I'm not so sure.
Oh, there is a chance. 10, 2, 3, 4. River card. It's a picture. The bubble continues.
Huge double up at the bubble. Nobody cared who I was until I put on the mask.
Bane?
Bane.
I only know that.
The fire rises, Randy. The fire rises.
Yeah, I only know that because you were doing the Bane
I was
impressions
doing
last
Bane.
time.
Yeah.
You remember?
Yeah, I do remember.
I loved it, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
No.
I can do it again, you know?
That was all right.
That is actually going to be us on like March 13th. I can just be like, I was wondering what would break first. Your mind or your body?
Break me now.
Just break me. Just finish me.
Pocket tens sent over to Wei. Maybe he flops a set too against aces. Maybe. Eight, 6 offsuits for Martin. Rubbish. Okay.
This time strong hand.
Really strong.
Stronger than last time.
I mean, same tier. Ace queen suited versus tens. But he didn't seem to think so. Very tight fold there with the ace queen. Randy, want to tell him about our main sponsor here? Can you handle it?
Our title sponsor?
Our title sponsor, yes.
QQPK?
QQPK, baby.
Yeah, they're here for us as we present to you Triton ONE back as the title sponsor. And look at those 4 lovely gents.
Yeah.
We got to watch several of them on our featured table. One path, Triton ONE, QQPK.
And I have confirmed no connection to a penalty kill in hockey.
That's correct.
Yeah, but definitely a connection to Triton ONE here. We're very grateful for the support of QQPK, part of what makes this whole operation possible. And some great ambassadors right there for them. Comes with a good soundtrack too.
Oh,
You
yeah.
dancing with me or what? I dance by myself?
I'm dancing inside.
I feel like that's something you would say. Like, you're at a bar with some pretty girl who wants your attention. She asks you to dance. You're like, dancing inside.
All right, what's happening? Are we going back
Outer
outside?
table.
There we are. All in and call.
One-time chip leader, Ryan. Table number 3.
Ryan's all in.
You want to trade a card?
Ace 4.
At random?
Quite a famous little video blogger is Ryan. All in for 535,000. Looking to hold here with the ace queen, and that is a good start. Queen of diamonds, 10-3. Hard to lose.
Put a king, it's fine, I'll chop. Look at that one.
There we go. Ace queen.
Another bubble. Survive.
That bubble survived. There you go. Golev had to pay out. It's Ryan. No, he's using the Triton Poker Plus app. He knows what's up.
I'm telling you, don't sleep on the app. It is so good.
I think sometimes they have like the QQ bonus. You
Oh, that one. Yeah,
buy and back.
Yeah, the insurance. Yeah.
Then it might be more worth it.
Right. True. I don't have.
Chao Tang, 10-9 offsuit in the cutoff. He's going to fold and let Martin Nielsen do something with ace-9. Standard protocol is to open and some folds. Hand for hand, as that hand concludes, they gotta wait until all other hands outside finish.
Our chip leader, Martin, there in the yellowish shirt in the corner. Over $1 million in Triton earnings, including a 4th place finish in a 50K short deck for $250,000.
He's actually a short deck specialist, and the very first events he played, I believe, were short deck. And then, of course, there's only so many short deck events, so he started to venture into
Yeah,
the
he got
known
second
hodl.
in Jeju 2024 as well.
Mm-hmm.
Tan Schwan beat him, but he still collected $655,000.
Okay. Let's go back out. Who's at risk this time? Actually, no one at risk. It's a post-flop situation where we had Josh and Pan open raise into Constantine held. 8-8-5, a bet of 60K and a call. Check on the king turn. The river card was the 5, so it's 8-8-5, king 5, and Constantine has bet 150,000 into Pan. Constantine, check call at the flop, check turn, bets himself. 8-8-5, king 5. I think there's a good chance Pan just has ace high. Thinking about keeping straight draws and hearts honest. He will call. What they're working with. Let's see him. Oh, looks like Constantine just mucked. For a second, it looked like Pan was going to muck his hand like he just saw the winner, but
yeah.
That's actually a very dangerous board to open.
I was going to say, there's a non-zero chance that that was a call by a hand that was prepared to
play the board.
Play the board, so I think that was a got to just show there.
Yeah, just in case. I mean, no shame in showing a busted hand anyways. Nielsen, he's in the cutoff. 9-6 offsuit. I think he's going to raise it. Yeah. Why not?
Raise 125,000.
It's connected. Loosely.
Fold.
Ketzer just folds and leaves. He's got somewhere to be. Unclear how long this Stone Cold bubble is going to take, but there's many players under 10 bigs. Shortest stack belongs to Danil, who's got 5 big blinds. Roland Rokita's got 6 big blinds. And 2 Taiwanese players on 7 bigs. Patiently waiting, Griffin. I'm going to patiently wait for you to chime in.
I mean, these are the dog days of the bubble.
Okay.
The most exciting part of poker. But look, like you mentioned, Randy, a lot of short stacks, a lot of guys around 10, guys and gals around 10 big blinds. Someone's going to fall.
Has to.
It's just that's why I love the metaphor of the bubble. It is this thing that feels like it's constantly expanding as the blinds raise and more hands are played, and eventually it's gonna pop.
Goes the weasel.
No, the bubble. You're not listening.
All right, listen here. Let's send it out to the outer table once more. This time, got a raise from Ryan to 120K. Win, 3 bets to 625,000. And then there was an all-in and a call. So here it is. Just waiting for all of the hands to finish before we table this one. When is the one with the covered stack? Rocking the WSOP.
Blue
shirt.
Call on table 3. Knockman is our all-in player and has been called by Ryan Shahas. Let's see the cards, please.
Let's see. Ace, Queen.
Our player has Ace of Diamonds, Queen of Diamonds, and has been called by Ace of Hearts, King of Clubs.
Oh, Ace, Queen versus Ace, King for these stacks.
And the flop is?
What is the flop?
The flop is the 4 of Diamonds, 6 of Spades, 9 of Hearts. No help to our all-in player. Let's see the turn.
Would love to see a diamond on the turn. Oh boy.
The
No,
turn
that's
is
not
the 10
it.
of Spades.
10 of Spades. One
And
more
let's see
chance.
the river.
The win. He doesn't
The
get
river
there.
is the 6 of Diamonds.
Bubble popped.
Congratulations,
Just like that.
everybody. We are now down to
But it's always nice to get
78
busted someone that has a phone in your face
And we are
and
going to
is
bag the
vlogging it, you know?
chips for today. Please return
That's
to your
right.
seats.
That's why he left immediately.
Loves the game, does Ryan. Representing, you know, one of the probably only a handful of Canadians here with pride. One of our great talents.
Ah.
So just some information.
All right, guys. So that's it. Day 1C in the books. Martin Nielsen, tournament chip leader, up 5.7 million. Second place belongs to Shi-Tao Lee. He's got 4 million in chips. But everyone, locking up the money, Griffin.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
It is very nice. Chao Tang snuck in there. Philippe Ketzer, he only had 2 big blinds.
Yeah,
He's
nice
in the
little
money
comeback.
too.
Yeah, and I just actually I have just received word. We are going to be covering 1D until about 5 o'clock in the morning.
Is that right?
No, we're not.
Oh.
but that was very triggering for you. That was like, I have done this before. No, we are going to give everyone in the production team, including us, a little break for the night because tomorrow's a very, very big day. 1D, pardon me, day 2. See, now I'm fixing it on 1D. Now I'm triggered. I did this to myself. No, we're going to come back tomorrow for day 2. That was a really exciting day of action here on 1C. Martin, of course, big standout performance. That incredible hand with the pocket queens really creating separation from the rest of, not just the table, but the field and quite an impressive performance from him.
Yeah, he was able to just collect that huge pot. He ends the day with 5,660,000, good for the overall chip lead in the tournament, unless something miraculous happens in 1D, which is still running right now. But I guess it's a good day. Shall we just call it a day?
Should we button it up?
So Randy
Go
Lou,
get a little some
Griffin
snacks.
Benger, and Vitter on the sidelines, Kevin Rotterdam on the sidelines. We'll see you guys tomorrow as we play down to the final table, and we start at 1 p.m. local. See ya.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight.
Humphreys just won his 5th.
But most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.